Chapter 1. Valentine's Day for the Married Man, spent with the left hand. Honey, I'm working late at the office tonight. He'll be home later. With those words, the call was abruptly disconnected. Zhu Ren gazed silently at his phone screen. Today marked February 14th, 2025, Valentine's Day, and the 30th anniversary of his arrival in this parallel world. He once believed he was blessed with a perfect romance. His wife, the stunning CEO, Xia Qingyun, was breathtakingly beautiful, and their daughter, Zhu Ren, was both obedient and understanding. All he needed to do was remain at home, the supportive man behind a successful woman, relishing the joys of domestic bliss. However, tonight, he found himself alone at home, spending the evening in solitude. In anticipation of Valentine's Day, he had concocted an excuse to send his daughter to her grandparents' house, where she had departed with a disdainful little expression. What he did not expect was that his wife, Xia Qingyun, had stood him up. As he surveyed the festively decorated room, a wave of inexplicable sadness washed over him. His close friend Jiang Che had been reveling in a hotel room all day, embracing a recently acquainted internet celebrity and sending him numerous photos of their chaotic escapades. As a means of boasting a man married for 5 years on Valentine's Day, it was unfathomable that his wife was not by his side. Jiang Che sent a message filled with disbelief. Could it be that someone is actually spending Valentine's Day single? Zhu Ren felt an overwhelming urge to confront him, but given their long-standing friendship, he held back. However, gazing at the fiery images Jiang Che had shared only ignited his frustration further, especially with Xia Qingyun absent from his side. In a moment of impulsiveness, he clicked on a cherished short video they had captured long ago when their affections were flourishing. It had been a month since he had been intimate with Xia Qingyun, and this video had become a source of solace during this dry spell. At that time, he had excelled beyond his usual self, and Xia Qingyun had revealed an alluring side rarely seen. This classic video had become his means of quenching his desires. After all, he was a normal man, yet it seemed his wife had become somewhat estranged. He had no intention of seeking out chaos with others. He was left to his own devices. After a lengthy moment, he fixated on his wife's visage, murmuring, "Wife?" Just as he reached a climax, thoughts of Jiang Che embracing that internet celebrity in the hotel room resurfaced, stoking the embers of his frustration. He involuntarily increased the volume of the video, captivated by his wife's enchanting expression, yet the sound seemed to resonate with a tinge of fury. "Zhu Ren, what are you doing?" Snapped back to reality, Zhu Ren realized his wife, Xia Qingyun, had returned. Unmoved, he continued his actions, even diverting his gaze from the video to fixate on Xia Qingyun's countenance, which was marked by indignation. "What am I doing? My wife has abandoned me today, and you ask what I'm doing? What can I possibly do?" Xia Qingyun stared at Zhu Ren, her entire being trembling. Before today, she could never have imagined witnessing such an explosive scene on the evening of Valentine's Day. "Ah!" she screamed, rushing to the bathroom to retch. Zhu Ren, unfazed, leisurely tidied up and changed into a set of pajamas. This life was untenable. How could a married person live like a monk every day? Recently, he had gradually begun to contemplate extricating himself from this marriage. However, the thought of his precious daughter compelled him to devise a plan to secure custody. Before long, Xia Qingyun stormed in, seething with rage, and slapped Zhu Ren across the face. "What madness has overtaken you tonight?" "Yes, I am mad," Zhu Ren replied, bewildered by the slap, and then his fury ignited. "Do you even know what date it is? Instead of being home with your husband on Valentine's Day, you are with your lover, aren't you?" Xia Qingyun immediately regretted the slap. He was the one she had always cherished. In a moment of anger, she had struck him. Yet upon hearing Zhu Ren's accusations, her temper flared. "Stop talking nonsense. I was working late at the office." Zhu Ren scoffed. Ever since this so-called junior appeared, she had been distracted, constantly fixated on her phone. He knew all too well what such behavior signified for a married individual. Although he understood that Xia Qingyun remained pure, he had been vigilant during this time. Nevertheless, he perceived this as evidence that she harbored feelings for someone else. Today, he had intended to seize the opportunity of Valentine's Day to attempt to salvage their marriage. After all, they were once the envy of everyone, a model couple with a well-behaved daughter. For the sake of their daughter, he was willing to grant Xia Qingyun a chance for redemption. If she could awaken to reality before irreparable consequences ensued, he still hoped to continue this marriage. For within marriage, there exists not only love, but also responsibility. Of course, he would never admit that he was also infatuated with Xia Qingyun's physique, for who could resist the allure of her fair skin, beauty, and long legs, and icy, alluring figure that was both enticing and unattainable. However, unexpectedly, on this night, as he had prepared a sumptuous feast awaiting her return from work to indulge in their intimate world, he received a call from Xia Qingyun. On the other end, she claimed that urgent matters at the company required her attention. Instructing Zhu Ren to eat without her, he expressed his desire to wait for her return, subtly urging her to come home sooner. Yet, he waited all night, and it was not until 10 p.m. that Xia Qingyun finally arrived, tardy and breathless. Zhu Ren scoffed. "Are you trying to deceive me? Still at the office working late? Look at this." With that, he handed her his phone, revealing a social media post. The image displayed was from Sun Tze, with a profile picture reminiscent of a white lotus. The caption read, "Thank you, Senior, for taking care of me tonight. I truly would not know what to do without you." Numerous likes from Zhu Ren's acquaintances and her company adorned the post. Xia Qingyun's face turned pale with shock. She had explicitly instructed the junior not to disclose their activities tonight. Given Zhu Ren's unstable emotions lately, she had refrained from telling him that she was at the hospital caring for the junior, fearing it would jeopardize their marital bond. She silently lamented about Sun Tze. He must have accidentally sent it to the wrong person. When will he ever change his temperament? This has caused me so much distress. Darling, I was merely concerned that you might misunderstand. Upon realizing that her true intentions had been exposed, she adopted a different demeanor and spoke in a sweet voice. There is single truth left in your words. Can I still trust you?" He retorted. "Do you have any idea what this implies for me?" My wife hurried over to tend to his so-called junior. "Are you a doctor or a nurse? Is he completely paralyzed? Are you helping him change clothes? Or is he bedridden? Are you assisting him with his needs?" Zhu Ren jabbed sarcastically. Xia Qingyun felt helpless. She was perplexed by her husband's recent behavior. He had once been a reasonable man, but lately he often erupted in inexplicable fits of anger, hurling such vicious words at her. This was precisely why she had refrained from telling him the truth today, fearing he would misconstrue her actions. Little did she know she had inadvertently shot herself in the foot. She leaned closer, pleading, "Darling, please don't speak so harshly. I was merely afraid of your misunderstanding. Look, I finished my tasks and returned immediately." She understood she had erred by keeping secrets from her husband. I could see this moment. Her only option was to placate Zhu Ren. She took his hand and placed it over her heart, saying, "Darling, feel this, my heart truly aches." Zhu Ren felt that tender touch, and the anger that had momentarily subsided flared up again. He brusquely shook off Xia Qingyun's hand. "Why didn't you do this earlier?" "I'm yet to have my meal. Step aside," Xia Qingyun persisted, reaching out to embrace Zhu Ren, her lips parting as she whispered softly in his ear, "Darling, I am your dinner for tonight. It's been ages since we." Chronicle of the virtuous Sage Ren. In his youth, Sage Ren was serene and married Xia Qingyun. Though she was virtuous, her approach to matters was inappropriate, leading to discord with her peers. Thus, he devoted himself to literature, penning verses that could stabilize the nation, renowned for his calligraphy and music that conveyed profound truths, even attracting tributes from distant lands. Observing the sage's conduct, one would see a husband establishing his place in the world, prioritizing discernment. Although Xia Qingyun bore no ill repute akin to the tales of old, her lack of propriety ultimately cost her a fortunate union. One can only sigh. Had she acted appropriately in her youth, would they not have remained united? Yet, with such a slight change, how could the achievements of the sage be illuminated? Fortune and misfortune are intertwined, and the will of heaven is subtle indeed. Chapter 02. Summer Qingyun radiates splendor before she could finish her sentence. Zhu Ren could no longer contain the fury within him, forcefully pressing her down on the bed. This was something he had yearned for throughout the past month, having gone 30 days without the taste of intimacy. No matter the consequences, he would address them later. An hour later, Zhu Ren was voraciously consuming rice, his earlier exertions having drained much of his energy. Inside the room, Summer Qingyun had drifted into a contented slumber, feeling that her bond with her husband had deepened that day. Indeed, she believed that a couple should not indulge in such activities continuously. A brief period of distance could intensify their emotions upon reuniting, thereby strengthening their relationship. She found her best friend's advice to be astutely accurate, especially since she could hardly withstand her husband's daily demands. Having finished his meal, Zhu Ren washed the dishes and then took a refreshing shower. The cold rain splattered against his face, leaving him feeling perplexed. On one hand, he genuinely wished to provide his daughter, Xia Qingyun, with a complete family, and he truly loved Xia Qingyun, particularly the contrast of her usually aloof demeanor softening after their intimate moments, which filled him with pride. The proud and composed CEO, who appeared so distant to the world, was his wife, who had borne him a sweet child, a source of immense satisfaction. On the other hand, he was plagued by a severe obsession with cleanliness, and Xia Qingyun's recent behavior led him to question her fidelity. Initially, when she had not returned home that evening, he had resolved that once he found employment, he would seek a suitable moment to discuss divorce. After all, he could not guarantee that she would remain virtuous. However, Xia Qingyun's conduct that day caused him to doubt his suspicions. She had welcomed him in bed with her usual fervor, even displaying a willingness to indulge in many uncommon positions. He sensed that her satisfied expression was not deceitful, and her loving gaze bore no hesitation. This led him to wonder if there truly existed a purely platonic friendship between men and women, and whether she had any connection with the so-called junior. Confused by the situation, he planned to consult his close friend Jiang Che the next day. Though it is said that family matters should remain private, he considered Jiang Che to be akin to family. This issue had troubled him for over a month, disturbing his sleep and leaving him somewhat insomniac. Not everyone could manage to surveil during the day, pick up their daughter from school at night, return home to cook, and still maintain their vitality. The following morning, Zhu Ren rose early to prepare breakfast. In light of Xia Qingyun's commendable behavior the previous night, he made a portion for her as well. As she emerged from the bathroom, witnessing Zhu Ren diligently working in the kitchen, warmth spread through her heart. She approached him, wrapping her arms around his waist, and sweetly whispered, "Husband, you are truly wonderful." Perhaps influenced by the events of the previous night, she radiated an extraordinary charm. Zhu Ren, however, did not respond to her affectionate gesture. She had yet to provide him with an explanation for last night's events, and he was not inclined to let her evade accountability. "Shortly, I will go to my parents' house to pick up Xingyue and take her to kindergarten. After you finish your meal, you may head to the office on your own. I shall not accompany you. This is due to the matter concerning that so-called junior." Recently, Zhu Ren had Xia Qingyun arrange an assistant position for him at the company to facilitate surveillance. Xia Qingyun, taken aback, inquired, "Darling, is there something going on today?" She pondered. Could he still be upset about last night's events? Yet, I have already apologized. He is not the type to hold grudges. Zhu Ren offered no explanation, simply stating, "I need to visit Jiang Che's house for a bit. Consider a day off." Xia Qingyun quickly replied, "Then let me drive you there." Zhu Ren waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I will go pick up Xingyue after I finish." Ignoring Xia Qingyun's gaze, he strode out the door. Upon reaching the underground garage, he selected a car and set off towards Jiang Che's residence. Although the vehicle was not overly expensive, it was purchased with his own money, granting him peace of mind. He had resolved that if Xia Qingyun continued in her current manner, he would sever ties with her. It was essential now to seek Jiang Che's assistance. After all, since graduating with his master's degree nearly 5 years ago, he had been the man behind the woman. Euphemistically called a homemaker, but less charitably referred to as living off her earnings. Being a man in this society, he understood that without the ability to earn, relying solely on his wife would earn him no respect. He was aware that the flattery from others was merely a response to his title as the husband of CEO. Now, if he wished to leave this household, he needed to secure a job that could sustain him, not to mention the need to contest for custody of Xu Xingyue, which required substantial proof. Driving towards his parents' residence, which was not far from the elegant community of Shuxiangyuzhu, he entered to find Xu Xingyue enjoying her breakfast. Upon hearing the noise, her eyes lit up, and she sweetly called out, "Daddy." Without hesitation, she set down her bowl and rushed into his arms, exclaiming, "Hug." Zhu Ren affectionately embraced his daughter, asking, "Did you miss Daddy?" Xu Xingyue turned her head, pouting, "Humph." Not at all. She was still upset about being taken to her grandparents' house the previous weekend. At that moment, Zhu Deming chuckled. This little girl was quite angry yesterday. You didn't take her out to play. Zhu Ren gently stroked his daughter's head. Playing with Grandma and Grandpa is just as good. Daddy had matters to attend to. Xia Qingyun pouted, indicating her lingering displeasure. You're deceiving me again. I heard on the television that yesterday was Valentine's Day. You and Mama must have left me to have fun. A pang of bitterness struck Zhu Ren's heart. He had spent yesterday alone at home while his wife was off with someone else. Yet, he did not wish to share this with his father for fear of causing worry. How about next week, Daddy takes you to the amusement park? Zhu Xinyue's little face brightened with joy, and she exclaimed, Okay, but you better not lie to me, or I will ignore you for a week. No, a day. All right, go eat quickly. Don't let yourself go hungry. Zhu Ren comforted his daughter. After breakfast, he exchanged greetings with Zhu Deming and stepped outside. His daughter attended a provincial kindergarten, a privilege afforded to them through his father-in-law's connections. He dropped her off at the entrance, greeted the teacher, and watched her enter before departing. Seated in his car, he pondered deeply and ultimately resolved to seek out Jiang Che. He had recently formulated some ideas on how to earn money, thanks to the second chance at life in this parallel world, which bore a striking resemblance to the history of his previous life on Blue Star, albeit with subtle differences. For instance, there was no company named Apple here, but rather one called Banana. Xiaomi S. Jun was replaced by the Mi Lei Si Lo. Most intriguingly, the myriad cultural and entertainment works from his previous world were entirely different in this one, providing him with ample opportunities for innovation. He recalled that during his university years, he had uploaded a few of his recorded songs on a station for a communication studies project, which had gained a modest amount of attention. In recent years, with the rise of the internet, becoming an online influencer had become the aspiration of countless individuals, and he happened to possess a natural fan base. Jiang Che was involved in this domain, running an MCN company that had nurtured several renowned internet celebrities. Zhu Ren intended to discuss this matter with him. He contemplated initially uploading music-related videos, be they singles or critiques, an area he had researched extensively, and currently, a market gap existed as no one had ventured into it yet. His previous life had already proven this path to be viable. He simply needed to build upon the foundations laid by others, thus ensuring greater efficiency in his endeavors. Before long, he arrived at Jiang Che's residence, located in the luxurious Yunqi Villa district. Upon reaching the front door, Zhu Ren effortlessly entered by using his fingerprint, as they had been close friends since childhood. After changing his shoes and stepping into the living room, he was greeted by the sound of sultry music emanating from the bedroom. Could he be engaged in such activities this early in the morning? Zhu Ren approached the door and knocked. Hurry up, I need to discuss something important with you. The enchanting sounds within abruptly ceased, followed by Jiang Che's irritated voice. You rascal, just wait. I was in the midst of a magical serenade when you interrupted. Zhu Ren chuckled, settled into the living room, and turned on the television, casually browsing the channels. Chapter 3. Zhu Ren planned to release a new song on Station A. As the sudden rain subsided, Jiang Che leisurely stepped out of his door, closely followed by a renowned internet celebrity. Damn, that guy truly enjoys life. Zhu Ren thought enviously to himself. Jiang Che escorted her to the entrance, casually patted her pert backside, and winked, Darling, head back now. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise to you. The influencer beamed with joy and impulsively kissed Jiang Che on the cheek before excitedly leaving, her hips swaying as she walked. After closing the door, Jiang Che made himself a pot of tea. Speak up. It's rare for you to seek me out. What brings you here? Zhu Ren took the teapot and poured herself a cup. There's something I wish to discuss with you. Get to the point. No need for pleasantries, Jiang Che said, his expression one of disdain. Look at me. Can I become an internet celebrity? Jiang Che was taken aback. What is going on? I just want to earn some money on my own. As a brother, you must help me. Zhu Ren pressed on, disregarding any hesitation. Does your family's grand CEO really need money? Jiang Che asked, bewildered. Xia Qingyun was indeed a hotshot in Jiang province's economy. Having started her own business and controlling an enterprise renowned in the capital circles as one of the 6 young dragons of Jiang province, countless people sought to invest but could not get in. Moreover, the Xia family held a status akin to local emperors, wielding significant influence over the province's economic lifeblood. From Jiang Che's understanding, Xia Qingyun had no less than 2 billion in liquid assets at her disposal. From any perspective, how could she possibly be short on funds? Zhu Ren chuckled ruefully. She is she, and I am I. You know my situation. A Haven T held a job since graduating. To put it nicely, I returned to family life. To put it bluntly, I'm just living off others. Jiang Che gestured for Zhu Ren to continue, sensing that there was more to the story. He adjusted his posture on the couch, sitting upright. We're brothers, so I'll share this with you. I suspect she has someone else on the side. Jiang Che trembled as if he had heard earth-shattering news, nearly dropping his cup onto the coffee table. Oh no, my six-sided cup. He quickly retrieved it, having purchased it not long ago, and he hadn't even used it much yet. After a moment, he looked at Zhu Ren. What's going on? Is this true? I mean, you two have such a solid relationship. Don't make baseless accusations. Zhu Ren scoffed. Would I speak without evidence? Do you have any idea how I've spent this past month? Do tell. I don't know where she found some so-called junior, but he has become her secretary and even got into the president's office. They're practically inseparable at the company. If Assistant Lin hadn't told me, I would still be in the dark. Really? Is that true? That Ice Queen of CEO would engage in such things? And besides, wasn't she madly in love with you before, even to the point of fighting with? Jiang Che exclaimed in disbelief. I didn't believe it at first either, but later, I found an opportunity to enter her company and realized that things were even more outrageous than I had imagined. The incessant calling of senior by one and the delicate, almost plaintive, response from another has thoroughly disgusted me. For an entire month, I have kept a watchful eye on them, and thankfully, nothing untoward has transpired under my very nose. Yet, this woman has denied me even a single touch throughout this time. Last night, while you were messaging me, do you have any inkling of what she was up to? She was, for heaven's sake, accompanying a junior who had injured himself at the hospital, all the while deceiving me into believing she was working late at the office. Zhu Ren slammed his palm down on the coffee table, as if to vent the pent-up frustration within him. For goodness sake, stop moving around. That's my newly bought coffee table. Don't damage it. Jiang Che finally snapped back to reality and cursed. Let me think this through. So, you were indeed home alone last night? Isn't your focus a tad misplaced? He laughed heartily. Ah, how the tables have turned. Who was it that used to show off their affection in front of me every day? Zhu Ren, unwilling to allow him to revel in his triumph, recounted the subsequent events. So, since that so-called junior appeared, she hasn't let you lay a finger on her? It took until last night for you to finally indulge? I am at a loss as to what she is thinking. Does she not wish to continue this relationship? Just yesterday, she was professing her love for me. I am tempted to crack open her head and see what thoughts reside within. Perhaps just a fixation on wealth, given that President Xia is affluent. Be serious, my friend. I am on the verge of divorce, and you are still jesting. Upon hearing this, Jiang Che's expression shifted, and he replied gravely, Are you certain? Xinu is still quite young. Moreover, as you mentioned, Xia Qingyun has not been unfaithful. After all, nothing has happened yet. Is emotional infidelity not considered infidelity? Zhu Ren retorted angrily. Well, how to put this? You lack evidence, and there may be other circumstances at play. What if, much like in those romantic novels, he saved her, and she is merely repaying a debt of gratitude? Is there nothing she can confide in me? Does she truly regard me as her husband? That is a valid point. All right, I shall inquire with her close friend next time and see what the situation is. Don't. Family matters should not be aired publicly. I still have some pride left. Even if it was merely a brief liaison, once I secure some finances, I will divorce her. This life is unbearable. So, you're indeed serious about this? Otherwise, I wouldn't stand a chance at gaining custody of Xinu. Zhu Ren sighed in resignation. Upon graduation, he had married Xia Qingyun due to an unexpected pregnancy, believing he had secured a wealthier future, only to find himself facing a harsh reality check. Jiang Che suddenly leaped up, exclaiming, Why didn't you say so earlier? I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Back when we graduated, there were quite a few talent scouts interested in you, yet you turned them down. Whatever you wish to pursue, the doors of my company will always be open to you. Jiang Che stood up, expressing his support. Let's not dwell on past matters. I now feel akin to a jester, having squandered several years in vain. Yet, it is fortunate that my awakening comes not too late. After all, a man must ultimately establish a career. What do you intend to do? Jiang Che inquired. During my school days, I posted a few songs on a station. You remember, don't you? They garnered a bit of attention at the time. Now, I wish to embark on a new journey and release a fresh song, and I require your assistance in generating some buzz. My account has been dormant for years, I replied. Jiang Che chuckled. Of course I remember. You were quite the sensation in our school. Those songs of yours even earned commendations from the esteemed professor in the music department. She wanted you to pursue a doctorate under her guidance, but you declined, opting instead for marriage upon graduation. That professor mentioned you not long ago, Jiang Che continued, lamenting the loss of a promising talent, all due to being sidetracked by that girl from the Xia family. Zhu Ren expressed surprise. You still maintain contact with that professor? Jiang Che retorted, she is, after all, a respected elder to me. Oh, my apologies. How about this? Let us head out for a recording session shortly. I assure you it will be flawless. If you are dissatisfied, I won't let her leave until it meets your approval, Jiang Che declared with a grand gesture. Finalizing our plans for the day. Agreed. The sooner, the better. If we finish recording today, I plan to upload it directly to a station. Once I do, you should quickly stir up some excitement, I asserted, feeling grateful that despite my unfortunate family circumstances, I still had a few dependable friends. Let's go. It is nearing noon. I shall treat you to a splendid meal to celebrate. Ah, yes, to commemorate my newfound single status, right? So, are we celebrating our similar situations? Bring me the most extravagant set meal. Very well, let us be on our way. Chapter 04. An unexpected encounter with Xia Qingyun over a meal as they stepped outside. Jiang Che climbed into his extravagantly purchased Zeekr. Zhu Ren had once curiously inquired why he chose this electric vehicle, to which Jiang Che's response was, I relish being a Zeekr enthusiast. They sped along the road, soon arriving at the restaurant Huajianyan. Zhu Ren expressed his surprise. Wait, my friend, isn't this a couple's restaurant? Jiang Che clarified, I have a membership card here, so dining is more affordable. Zhu Ren gazed at him in disbelief. How many sisters have you led astray? Hey, I pursue quality, while you chase quantity. We simply tread different paths, so how can you call it leading astray? The two exchanged playful banter as they made their way to the entrance, where a waiter welcomed them inside. Please find us a private booth, Jiang Che requested. Certainly, young Master Jiang. No, private room this time? The waiter inquired, appearing quite familiar with Jiang Che. What do two gentlemen like us need a private booth for? Jiang Che waved his hand dismissively. Ah, we've arrived. This is the spot, the cozy table by the window. All right, I'll place the order myself. I'll call you shortly. Jiang Che instructed the waiter before turning to Zhu Ren, asking, shall we add some spice? Isn't that obvious? Zhu Ren replied, I was merely checking since it seems you haven't had any in a while. Indeed, Zhu Ren acknowledged, once a fervent lover of spicy food. He had abstained from it for quite some time since cohabiting with Xia Qingyun to cater to her tastes. Gradually, those around him began to assume he could no longer handle spice. Jiang Che's recollection of this detail warmed Zhu Ren's heart slightly. Those were days of yore. It's time I rediscover my true self, Zhu Ren declared emphatically. Ha, I fear you'll revert in just a few days, Jiang Che teased, aware that his friend, while admirable in many ways, was somewhat love-struck, often compromising during conflicts with Xia Qingyun. Agreed, you must keep an eye on me and remind me, Zhu Ren joked. Before long, they had ordered their meals and resumed, discussing their afternoon recording session. Have you composed any new songs these past few years? What do you plan to sing? Jiang Che inquired. Heartless words, Zhu Ren replied. Jiang Che nearly spit out his tea. Are you singing that specifically for Xia Qingyun? Not exactly. It's an old piece. Many classic songs from his previous life were absent in this world, so Zhu Ren felt justified in borrowing them. More importantly, he wished to bring the timeless melodies of Huaxia to this realm, allowing them to shine as they deserved. Who would believe that? You haven't had the inclination to write songs in years. To put it bluntly, you've been a caretaker for Xia Qingyun for 5 years, Jiang Che jabbed. Perhaps to outsiders, that's all they see, Zhu Ren thought bitterly. Just thought of that, huh? I still know your talent. Back in school, you could compose a song in 7 steps, which astounded those old professors for quite some time. Jiang Che asserted, confident in his understanding of his friend's high musical aptitude. Or else that professor wouldn't have repeatedly urged Zhu Ren. Zhu Ren could not help but reminisce about his vibrant years on campus, a time characterized by youthful exuberance, reminiscent of the great poet's depiction of the spirited youth, brimming with ambition, eloquence, and a fervent desire to shape the world with words. Upon graduating from graduate school and marrying Xia Qingyun, he chose to prioritize family over career, a decision his mentor had advised against on at least 3 occasions. Only now does he realize the wisdom in the elders' counsel. With a sigh escaping his lips, he was about to respond when he heard Jiang Che's astonished voice. Wow. Isn't that your wife? What is she doing here? Zhu Ren's expression shifted as he turned to the entrance of the dining hall, where he saw Xia Qingyun and Sun Ze entering, chatting, and laughing. Doesn't your wife usually eat in the company cafeteria during weekdays? Why is she specifically out here with a client? Who is this important person? A significant person? Nonsense. That is her diligent junior. Zhu Ren pounded the table in frustration. Wow, Jiang Che exclaimed. Could you keep it down? Their loud conversation attracted curious glances from nearby patrons. Why are you hesitating? Go confront him. We could take him on together. No, 2 against 2 would be fine. He eyed Zhu Ren suspiciously. Zhu Ren looked at his friend incredulously. I merely wish to capture a video, just in case it serves as evidence in the future. Oh, then hurry up and do it. Once you finish, let us deal with him. The 2 were situated in a corner of the hall, unbothered by the possibility of being seen. Zhu Ren promptly opened his phone and began recording the pair. Meanwhile, as Xia Qingyun and Sun Ze settled at their table, a server approached them. What would you like to eat? How about our couple's special? The Valentine's Day promotion is still ongoing. Couple's special? Are there any discounts? Before Xia Qingyun could respond, Sun Ze interjected. The server replied, if you take a photo together and post our restaurant's promotional text on your social media, you can enjoy a 50% discount. 50%? Sun Ze's face lit up with delight as he turned to Xia Qingyun, saying, Senior, how about I post on social media? Since you are treating, it would be great to save a bit. Xia Qingyun frowned, about to decline. When she heard Sun Ze whispering, don't worry, Senior, I'll post it so only I can see it. The server's expression darkened. Excuse me, but you both need to post it together. After all, this is a couple's restaurant. Couple's restaurant? Xia Qingyun was taken aback. Earlier, she had received a call from Sun Ze, stating he was ready to be discharged from the hospital. She intended to send her assistant to help. But when Sun Ze expressed his desire to treat her to a meal, she relented and decided to pick him up herself. He had only recently graduated. How could she genuinely allow him to treat her? She had simply chosen a nearby restaurant without realizing it was a couple's establishment. Now, her only thought was how grateful she was that her husband was unaware of this situation. Otherwise, she would surely face his displeasure. She felt a tinge of resentment towards Sun Ze. After all, she had gone out of her way to care for him yesterday, only to have an unpleasant quarrel with her husband over the matter. If anything else were to go awry, she would be at a loss as to how to handle it. Perhaps it was best to accept that they were not a couple and simply settle for an ordinary meal. Oh, very well. I initially intended to save some money for my senior, Sun Ze lamented. The waiter, visibly exasperated, wondered why they would choose a couple-S restaurant if they were not an actual couple. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of customer satisfaction, he proceeded to take their order. Upon returning, she whispered to her friend, I just saw Mr. Xia from Qingren Technology dining here with that man. Is that true? Her friend inquired curiously. I heard Mr. Xia was already married and has a daughter. Look over there. That man appears rather effeminate. I can't fathom what Mr. Xia sees in him. Perhaps they are business partners, or they simply happen to dine here by chance. Haha, do you truly believe that? They say that when men acquire wealth, they become corrupt. It seems women are no exception. As the 2 continued their gossip, a commotion erupted from the direction of Xia Qingyun. Oh no, Senior, I'm so sorry. Sun Ze exclaimed as he hurriedly stood up, inadvertently knocking over a glass of drink that splattered onto Xia Qingyun's clothing. Let me help you clean that up. Sun Ze reached out, but Xia Qingyun deftly evaded his approach. Just as she was about to speak, she heard the furious voice of Zhu Ren nearby. What on earth are you doing? Chapter 5. a slap in the face to Sun Tze. Xia Qingyun stared in astonishment at Zhu Ren, her mind a blank canvas at that moment. She could not comprehend the recent turn of events. Why every possibility seemed to conspire against their marital harmony. That scoundrel! Zhu Ren forcefully pulled Sun Tze aside, poised to strike him. Regaining her senses, Xia Qingyun rushed forward to restrain Zhu Ren, exclaiming, "Darling, please calm down." Zhu Ren was nearly driven to laughter by the absurdity of the situation. His wife was dining with another man, engaging in intimate gestures before his very eyes, and now she was defending this interloper. He shook off Xia Qingyun's grip and shouted, "How can you expect me to remain calm when my wife is dining with another man in a couple's restaurant? Is this not provocative enough? Do you wish to flaunt your affair in front of me as well?" Xia Qingyun's complexion turned ashen, and she hurriedly grasped Zhu Ren's arm, pleading, "Darling, please lower your voice. It's not what it seems." "What? Are you suddenly concerned about your reputation? Are you willing to act, but not own up to it?" At this juncture, Sun Tze seized the opportunity to interject, "Brother-in-law, you are mistaken. Today marks my discharge from the hospital, and my senior merely brought me out to celebrate my recovery. How dare you speak?" Zhu Ren threatened to strike him again, while Sun Tze cowered, hands over his head, trembling like a frightened child. Xia Qingyun clung tightly to Zhu Ren. "Darling, let us discuss this later. I will explain everything in detail." Just then, a sharp sound pierced the air, drawing everyone's attention. Jiang Che had intervened. He delivered a resounding slap to Sun Tze's face, exclaiming, "Ouch, my hand truly stings. How can one possess skin so thick?" Sun Tze stumbled back, collapsing onto the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He looked up, his expression one of defiance, as if he bore an immense injustice. "Jiang Che, what are you doing?" Xia Qingyun released her grip and rushed to Sun Tze's side to assess his injury, relieved to find it was not severe, and turned to Jiang Che with a reproachful glare. Having just managed to calm Zhu Ren, she was dismayed that Jiang Che had escalated the situation. "What are you doing?" Jiang Che retorted, "I'm avenging my brother." He rubbed his palm, glancing at Sun Tze. "Are you all right, Xiao Tze?" "I'm fine, Sister Qingyun." Sun Tze managed to smile, though blood continued to seep from his lips. Xia Qingyun, eager to quell the chaos, momentarily overlooked Sun Tze's change in address, insisting, "You say you're fine? Come, I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup." "Oh, it's merely a minor cut on your lip. Why the fuss?" Zhang Giscoved. "Be quiet. If not for you, none of this would have happened," she retorted, helping Sun Tze to his feet, shooting an irritated glance at Jiang Che, before turning to Zhu Ren with an apologetic expression. "Darling, I'll take the junior to the hospital to see to his injuries. Do not worry. I will persuade him not to pursue this matter further." Zhu Ren looked at Xia Qingyun in disbelief, questioning her sanity as she seemed unable to discern right from wrong. "Get out of my sight, lest you bring me further misfortune." Xia Qingyun hurriedly led Sun Tze away toward the hospital, fleeing the scene. The farce had finally come to an end. Jiang Che cautiously inquired, "Are we still eating?" "Of course we are, why wouldn't we?" "Do not punish yourself for the mistakes of others," Zhu Ren calmly replied. "Haha, I was merely concerned you might be full." Jiang Che chuckled. After their meal, the two proceeded directly to Jiang Che's company. Zhu Ren ignored multiple calls from Xia Qingyun, having lost all expectation of her. Jiang Che's company, known as Wuyo Media, was founded by his sister, Jiang Wanyun, in which Jiang Che held a minor stake, earning him the title of Little Jiang General. Jiang Che made a call. "Xiao Lu, is everything arranged?" A melodious voice responded from the other end. "Little Jiang General, rest assured, today we are graced with the presence of Lin Yu, the most renowned sound engineer in Jiang Province. You will be thoroughly satisfied. All right, let us enter." Jiang Che beckoned Zhu Ren into the Wuyo Media office building. Just as they were about to step inside, a commotion erupted behind them. "Hey, make way. Don't delay our Lan Yanli's recording." A man with a sharp chin and gaunt features, presumably Lan Yanli's manager, declared. Jiang Che had heard of Lan Yanli, a second-rate star recently signed by his sister to Wuyo Media. Curiously, he turned to see a pretty boy standing arrogantly behind him. The manager continued, "Hurry up. Today is our Lan Yanli's recording day. We have invited the most famous sound engineer in Jiang Province. Do not waste our time." Zhu Ren, not wishing to create a scene in Jiang Che's company, pulled him aside. Why are you pulling me? Jiang Che asked, puzzled. I fear you might cause a scene and be scolded by your sister, Zhu Ren replied. Jiang Che immediately lost his temper. It was peculiar how the fearless young Master Jiang only feared his own sister. However, we cannot let them pass. Lin Yu is clearly summoned by me. This busy person is only here to record one song today, he insisted. What on earth is happening? Zhu Ren, puzzled, urged him to check. The two hurried to the recording studio, where they heard Lin Yu's icy voice. Is today the day you intend to record? The manager of Lan Yanli promptly responded, yes. Jiang General informed us to come today. Lin Yu frowned. She had indeed received instructions from Jiang General, yet the individual to be recorded was not Lan Yanli. Conflicted, she thought to herself, since there was no one else, they might as well begin. Wait. Jiang Che and Zhu Ren rushed in. We are the ones recording today. Before Lin Yu could react, the manager lashed out. Who do you think you are to invite Master Lin to record? Lin Yu felt disdain for such individuals and was about to retort when the manager mockingly continued. You ought to take a good look in the mirror. Our Lan Yanli was a costly acquisition by Jiang General, and you are nothing. Jiang Che could hardly contain his laughter, incredulous that he would endure such indignity within his own company. Then, Lan Yan coldly remarked, I see. You must have heard somewhere that Master Lin is coming today to record songs, and you wish to seize this opportunity in the absence of General Jiang. Is that so? He intended to pin the actions of these two individuals down. In his view, Master Lin was undoubtedly invited by General Jiang specifically for his recording today. He had just received a call this morning confirming that everything was arranged at the company. However, he was taken aback by the fact that General Jiang placed such high importance on the occasion, inviting the renowned Master Lin from Jiang Province. He needed to seize this fortunate opportunity and ensure that no one else would spoil it. Master Lin, please hold on for a moment. I shall promptly expel them. As the agent spoke, he prepared to take action. How dare you? Jiang Che erupted in fury. At that moment, Assistant Liu hurriedly rushed over. Having heard reports of a potential conflict between young Master Jiang and Lan Yan, she feared that something serious might unfold. Ah, Assistant Liu, you've arrived just in time. These two individuals are trying to deceive Master Lin. Clearly, we are the ones recording this time. I must say, we cannot tolerate such deceitful conduct in our company. It's utterly lawless. The agent unleashed a barrage of words. Assistant Liu, upon catching her breath, was taken aback by the arrogance of the agentess' remarks. Her mind racing with thoughts of what calamity had befallen them by inviting these two formidable figures. Lin Yu then interjected, Assistant Liu, who exactly is the person you mentioned that would be recording? What is going on here? Sweat was about to drip from Assistant Liu's forehead as she sensed Lin Yu's growing impatience. Need it even be said? Of course it is us. The agent chimed in, stepping forward alongside Lan Yan. Chapter 06. The bewildered Blue Yanli silence. Assistant Liu trembled with rage. Yes, you all need to be quiet. What? As the manager spoke, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Why was Assistant Liu shouting at him? Confused, he turned to look behind him, only to find no one there. What on earth was Assistant Liu yelling about? Assistant Liu hastily approached Jiang Che and bowed in apology. Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize. They happened to be recording today. It was their mistake. What? Assistant Liu, we were specifically invited by Mr. Jiang. How could there be a mistake? Blue Yanli interjected, still convinced that today's recording was for himself. Assistant Liu regarded him coldly. Your recording studio is downstairs. Master Lin was specially invited for Mr. Jiang. What? Both Blue Yanli and the manager were taken aback, unable to comprehend this unexpected turn of events. Ever since they learned that Master Lin would be coming to the company, they had assumed she was coming for them, never suspecting such a coincidence. Mr. Jiang's younger brother? They lifted their heads to gaze at Jiang Che. Oh dear, it seems we have misjudged. We didn't recognize it. Mr. Jiang mentioned before that he has a beloved younger brother. Blue Yanli chuckled awkwardly. Jiang Che's lips twitched. It was hard to believe his sister would say that. All right, the misunderstanding has been resolved. You may leave now. Do not disturb our recording. He was eager to dismiss them to avoid further commotion. However, Blue Yanli did not wish to depart. May I ask for your esteemed name, sir? That it warrants Master Lin making a personal visit? Zhu Ren, he replied. I have a small favor to ask. I wish to observe and learn. What song do you intend to record? Jiang Che's expression darkened, caught off guard by the man's audacity. He was about to throw him out when Zhu Ren discreetly restrained him. Zhu Ren understood that Blue Yanli felt aggrieved, believing Zhu had stolen his chance. Nevertheless, Zhu was determined to demonstrate through talent what true skill entailed. All right, pay close attention. The title of my song is Heart and Mouth at Odds. Heart and Mouth at Odds? Blue Yanli exclaimed with delight, having never heard of such a song. A little-known artist singing an obscure song. This would be quite the spectacle. Though he thought this, he replied, Oh, I must learn carefully then. Lin Yu's eyes flickered as she looked at Zhu Ren. Though she had yet to hear the song, she sensed that the title was quite extraordinary. Heart and Mouth at Odds? It seems to be a love song. Very well, let us begin. The group entered the recording studio, where a large number of people awaited. Zhu Ren handed over the arrangement to them. Before recording the vocals, they needed to record the instruments first. Upon seeing the sheet music, the musicians became animated, chattering excitedly. Is this really employing a multi-part narrative structure? The verses flow with a low, spoken melody, while the chorus suddenly erupts into a dramatic crescendo. What a brilliant idea! Upon examining the score, it becomes evident that the main melody primarily employs a minor harmonic framework, such as AMGFE, which cultivates a somber and contradictory atmosphere. Conversely, the chorus amplifies the tension of emotional release through temporary modulation and the introduction of major chords. After reviewing the piece, the musicians eagerly inquired, who composed this song? Jiang Che laughed heartily. It's none other than Zhu Ren. He then stepped back, allowing Zhu Ren to step forward before the crowd. From which academy did you graduate? Did you complete this independently? They expressed their astonishment at encountering such a remarkable song today. The musicians continued to ask questions. Zhu Ren chuckled lightly. Let us attend to the matter at hand first. We can converse later. Lin Yu also chimed in. So, are you familiar with it now? Shall we commence with the instrument recording? The musicians displayed expressions of hesitation. Well, if it were an ordinary piece, we would have no issue. However, this arrangement is somewhat intricate, and we need to rehearse a few times. What? Rehearsals are necessary? Assistant Xiao Lu exclaimed in surprise. These seasoned musicians typically manage to grasp a song after a single reading, yet now they were requesting additional practice. Could this piece truly be that challenging? The lead musician gritted his teeth. We do not wish to do a disservice to such a splendid song. Please grant us half an hour. Observing this, the others had no choice but to step aside and await their rehearsal. Assistant Xiao Lu gazed at Zhu Ren, her eyes sparkling. I didn't expect your songwriting prowess to be so profound, Zhu Ren. You've truly stumped our musicians. However, she felt the need to ask Master Lin to wait a moment longer. Lin Yu waved her hand dismissively, indicating that this was mere work, and no such courtesy was necessary. Jiang Che, standing by, praise of course. You have no idea. My brother is a musical genius. Had it not been for... Zhu Ren interrupted him, gesturing for him to cease, unwilling to expose his personal matters before these individuals. Aha! Jiang Che laughed awkwardly. 30 minutes later, the musicians had completed their rehearsal. Even though they were professionals, they made several mistakes during Lin Yu's recording, necessitating 3 or 4 takes. As Lin Yu listened to the piece, she was profoundly shaken. Upon first seeing the score, she had prepared herself mentally, yet the actual performance exceeded her expectations. The song was astonishingly beautiful. She wondered how the vocals would blend in and hoped they would not detract from the overall composition. Assistant Xiao Lu also gasped in awe. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Jiang Che, beside her, playfully punched Zhu Ren, as expected of you. I knew you would still be the same. Lan Yanli was also taken aback. He never anticipated that the score Zhu Ren casually presented could be so captivating. In comparison, all the songs he had sung in the past seemed utterly insignificant, almost worthless. A surge of jealousy ignited within him. Why was it that he could possess such an exquisite song? It must have been given to him by someone else. He thought to himself, unable to believe that such an ordinary person could possess such talent. He contemplated how Zhu Ren would perform, pondering the possibility of an opportunity for himself. Perhaps, with a little persuasion of Jiang Che, he might even find a way to elevate his own standing. Casting a complex gaze toward Zhu Ren. On the other side, the musicians were already drenched in sweat, casting anxious glances at Assistant Liu. Director Liu, we have finally accomplished the task. This piece is indeed quite challenging. Assistant Liu waved his hand dismissively. All right, just wait on the side. Lin Yu then called out, Zhu Ren, it's your turn to record the vocals. She felt a surge of anticipation for Zhu Ren. Having produced such a beautiful song, he must possess remarkable talent. If his singing matched the quality of the composition, it would indeed be splendid and comparable to her idol's work. All right, Zhu Ren replied, entering the recording studio and donning the headphones, accompanied by the initial strains of piano and string ensembles, intermingled with electronic synthesizer effects. Zhu Ren slowly began to sing, words that betray the heart. Your heartfelt promises drift away with the western winds. The ramblings of a lovesick fool. My cherished reliance, akin to withered, wilting flowers. A spark ignites, my fervent gaze once illuminated the brightest of skies. A thunderbolt on a clear day. Your callous release at the moment I needed you the most. Following this was the soaring chorus. Thus love and hate intertwine, leaving souls diminished. Fearing these sorrows are without cause. Thus joy and sorrow ebb and flow, as silence reigns, waiting for these wounds to find freedom. Thus love and hate intertwine, leaving souls diminished. Fearing these sorrows are without cause. Thus joy and sorrow ebb and flow, as silence reigns, waiting for these wounds to find freedom. 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 Chapter 07. A performance of heart and mouth discrepancy shocks everyone. Lan Yanli transforms into a sycophant. As the song concluded, Zhu Ren exited the recording studio with ease. Observing the silence that enveloped the crowd, he inquired with curiosity, what is wrong? Is there an issue? After all, it had been 5 years since he last sang, and errors were to be expected. He had mentally prepared himself for this. If there is a problem, Master Lin, please feel free to point it out. At that moment, Lin Yu abruptly stood up, startling Zhu Ren. You are not human. Zhu Ren was left utterly perplexed. Jiang Che then enveloped Zhu Ren in an embrace, exclaiming, Wow, you are absolutely incredible. Suppressing her astonishment, Lin Yu remarked, Zhu Ren, your performance was exceptional. Moreover, the song reached AC5. Remarkable. She found herself at a loss for words to express her emotions. The most astonishing aspect was not just the high notes, but the effortless naturalness that accompanied them, harmonizing height with auditory pleasure. Such talent could rival even the likes of Chun Sun in today's music industry, but she felt only her idol could truly compare. Though her idol had vanished 5 years ago without releasing any new music, she steadfastly believed that one day, that person would return to the limelight, a true king reinstated. Little did Lin Yu expect that an unexpected incident today would rekindle her soul-stirring experience with music. She exclaimed, Zhu Ren, you performed excellently. You nailed it in one take. I feel there is no need for any vocal adjustments. Assistant Xiao Lu questioned, Teacher Lin, is that really possible? Though she too was moved by Zhu Ren's voice. Past recordings typically required numerous takes before the sound engineer would refine the vocals, as human voices could hardly achieve perfection. Lin Yu asserted firmly, No, you don't understand. His voice is already melded perfectly with this piece. Any further embellishment would be superfluous. The limitation to the song's effect is not his vocal quality, but rather the equipment. I suspect the facilities here cannot adequately showcase Zhu Ren's voice. Assistant Xiao Lu stood in stunned silence. Huh? Lin Yu then turned to Zhu Ren, suggesting, How about you come to my studio later? The equipment there is top-notch. I hadn't anticipated this situation. I should have invited you to my place from the start. Standing nearby, Lan Yanli was beset by a whirlwind of emotions. He had not anticipated Zhu Ren's remarkable talent. Not only the high notes, but even the earlier sections had him struggling to keep pace. How unfair it was that fate had bestowed upon him such a handsome appearance along with an extraordinary voice. When he heard Lin Yu invite Zhu Ren to her studio, jealousy surged within him. That was Master Lin's recording studio, reputed to cost over 100 million. equipped with the finest technology from around the world and designed by a professional team. Countless individuals sought after this opportunity in vain. Yet here was Lin Yu personally extending an invitation. Why cannot be him? He seethed inwardly. The seasoned musicians nearby chimed in. Indeed, with such splendid talent, one must not allow equipment to stifle your voice. Zhu Ren smiled and politely declined. Teacher Lin, I must pick up my daughter from school later. How about we leave it for today? I will upload this version to a station. After all, their platform will compress it anyway, so perfection isn't necessary. We can collaborate later and record a flawless version for an album release. Does that sound agreeable? Ah, you are married? Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise, feeling a twinge of disappointment. All right then, please contact me directly next time. Let us add each other as friends on Green Bubble. Sure. With that, Zhu Ren opened the app and displayed his QR code. 16th Rest? Lin Yu scanned it and looked at Zhu Ren's nickname in astonishment. That name has never changed. What is the matter, Teacher Lin? Zhu Ren inquired, noticing the peculiar expression on her face. With red-rimmed eyes and a trembling voice, Lin Yu asked, Are you the one from a station known as 16th Rest? Zhu Ren was taken aback. He had not anticipated being recognized. It had been 5 years since he last logged in, and yet someone still remembered him. A warm wave surged through him. Yes, it's me. Teacher Lin, are you perhaps a fan of mine? He replied with a smile. Lin Yu burst into tears, rushing forward to embrace Zhu Ren, softly sobbing. Where have you been all these years? Zhu Ren felt a pang of embarrassment. Her words made it sound as if he had abandoned her. Jiang Che and assistant Lu wore expressions of intrigue. Teacher, let us speak calmly, Zhu Ren quickly interjected, extending his hands to gently pat her back in comfort. After a moment, Lin Yu released her hold, pouting as she said, You know how to come back? Zhu Ren was astonished by the sudden shift in her demeanor. She had previously exuded an air of aloofness, yet now she resembled a playful kitten seeking solace from its owner. Goosebumps prickled his skin, but he found this version of Lin Yu to be refreshingly genuine. Feeling the curious, teasing gazes of those around them, Lin Yu's face flushed red, and she hurriedly clarified. It's not what you think. Yes, I overthought it, Jiang Che teased. Let me tell you all something. Zhu Ren is actually my idol. I'm finally meeting him in person today, Lin Yu explained. Once, there was a renowned music creator on a station known as 16th Rest, who uploaded a few songs that became wildly popular across the internet. It was during that time that I first heard his music and fell in love with it. However, he never uploaded another song afterward and hasn't logged into his account since. Everyone was curious about his background, but no one could uncover it. Over time, interest waned, and the fan group dwindled to fewer than 100 members. Lin Yu mused internally. Assistant Lu exclaimed in astonishment. Really? Zhu Ren, you have such a glorious history? Jiang Che smiled and remarked, His former brilliance extends far beyond this, let me tell you. However, Zhu Ren interrupted him, saying that is all in the past. It is time to embark on a new journey. Indeed, a new beginning. Initially, Lan Yanli might have felt a twinge of jealousy, envying Zhu Ren for being a good person and for the beautiful sound engineer Lin Yu, who was of such high caliber, to express her affections so openly. Yet, upon learning that Zhu Ren was the renowned 16th Rest, he comprehended that the individual before him was beyond comparison, someone he was unworthy to even mention alongside. He was well aware that many media companies had sought to uncover the true identity of 16th Rest, eager to elevate him to stardom, but for reasons unknown, those pursuits had all fallen through. This person undoubtedly possessed significant connections. Suddenly, a clarity washed over Lan Yanli. Indeed, he was personally brought here by the esteemed Xiao Jiang, suggesting a possible link to the Jiang family. At that moment, any thoughts of rivalry or jealousy dissipated, and he simply wished to become an ardent admirer, eager to please Zhu Ren, hoping that he would overlook past grievances. With this in mind, he began to flatter. I never imagined you were the illustrious 16th Rest. Just a moment ago, I was pondering who could have composed such a beautiful song. Now it all makes sense. Only someone as talented as you could create such a masterpiece. Teacher Zhu, I'm also one of your admirers. Would you kindly sign my shirt? Just here will do. With a shameless grin, he leaned closer to Zhu Ren, removing his shirt and presenting it to him, his eyes filled with longing. In later years, some would reflect on this event in writings. Lan Yanli sighed, "Throughout my life, I have toiled aimlessly, never attaining true artistry. Upon witnessing teacher Zhu's words speak otherwise, I finally grasped that there exists a greater realm beyond this one. In my ignorance, I once aspired to compete with the sun and moon, and reflecting on it now fills me with shame. To have heard this song and to witness its creation is indeed a stroke of fortune in my lifetime. Even 100 years hence, when people speak of this song, they will remember Lan once stood by, listening intently. This wish is sufficient. What more could I seek?" Excerpt from Yuel and Guangji. The biography of Lan Yanli, Chapter 08. Zhu Ren's resolution. Zhu Ren swiftly inscribed his name, and Lan Yanli treasured it, as if it were a precious gem. Is this what it means to be haughty at first, and then humble? Zhu Ren chuckled to himself. With matters settled here, he intended to collect his daughter from kindergarten after school. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyun and Sun Zhe arrived at the hospital for a checkup. The doctor and nurses were astonished. Had he not just been discharged? How could he have returned? After a thorough examination, the doctor determined that Sun Zhe had merely sustained superficial injuries to his lips, prescribed some medication, and sent them on their way without the need for hospitalization. At the hospital entrance, Sun Zhe turned to Xia Qingyun and said, "Sister Qingyun, does brother-in-law harbor any misconceptions about me?" He seemed genuinely upset. Xia Qingyun furrowed her brow upon hearing him mention the earlier incident. Jiang Che has a fiery temper. His reaction was impulsive. "Sun Zhe, I appreciate your restraint today." "It's nothing," Sun Zhe replied, his gaze flickering. "I should have been more considerate. If I hadn't insisted on bringing my sister out for dinner, this wouldn't have happened." "It's not your fault," she reassured him. "However, brother-in-law is overly guarded. If I were in a relationship, I would certainly extend trust and respect to my partner. The foundation of any emotional bond lies in mutual honesty. If only he could be as understanding as you." Xia Qingyun sighed with a bitter smile. Sun Zhe continued, "How about I speak with brother-in-law to clarify things? It's better to address misunderstandings. Otherwise, it may affect your relationship. I believe, being a man, he won't hold a grudge for long." Xia Qingyun rolled her eyes at his suggestion. "If he were truly magnanimous, he wouldn't show me a long face every day, nor would he have treated me like that last night." As she pondered, her cheeks gradually flushed. Returning to the present, she shook her head. "You needn't go. They were in the wrong. Regardless of the situation, violence is unacceptable. It would be more appropriate for him to apologize to you." "All right, I'll heed Sister Qingyun's advice and take my leave," Sun Zhe said, feigning to depart. Xia Qingyun called after him, "You've just recovered, and now you've been injured again. Allow me to see you home. Your residence is in Jinxiu Garden, correct?" "Yes, indeed." "Thank you, Sister Qingyun," Sun Zhe replied, a glimmer of pride flashing in his eyes. Though Jinxiu Garden may not be the most prestigious community in Jiang Province, it was certainly beyond the means of a fresh graduate like him. Were it not for his position at Xia Qingyun's company, earning a modest income of 10,000 a month would hardly suffice to rent an apartment in such a neighborhood. He certainly owed her a debt of gratitude. Xia Qingyun escorted Sun Zhe to the entrance. "Sister Qingyun, why not come in for a moment? Have some tea before you leave?" Sun Zhe invited with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Qingyun declined. "My brother-in-law is waiting for me at home. Perhaps another time." "Ah, then please be careful on your way," Sun Zhe said thoughtfully. "Take care at home as well. You've just been discharged." Xia Qingyun replied before getting in her car and driving away. Unbeknownst to her, Sun Zhe wore a knowing smile as she departed. After departing from Weo Media, Zhu Ren and Jiang Che went their separate ways as he prepared to pick up his daughter from kindergarten. Alone in his car, he made his way to the provincial kindergarten. As he drove, his thoughts began to drift, reflecting on how he and his wife had arrived at this juncture. Just a few months prior, they were inseparable, sharing tender moments, but now there existed an indelible rift between them. Initially, Xia Qingyun mentioned that the company had hired one of her direct junior students. At the time, Zhu Ren paid little heed, considering that Xia Qingyun had numerous juniors, several of whom had joined her company, and she had mentioned Sun Zhe without any particular expression. However, he was taken aback to learn that Sun Zhe had entered the company directly into the president's office, serving as Xia Qingyun's secretary. This revelation sparked his anger, as such positions were typically occupied by women to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Had it not been for Assistant Chung's recent tip-off, he would have remained oblivious. That very day, he confronted Xia Qingyun, demanding to know why she had concealed this matter from him. Xia Qingyun explained that her sister had done her a favor, and she was simply repaying that debt. Zhu Ren countered, questioning why she would choose such a sensitive position to express her gratitude. At that moment, Xia Qingyun clung to his arm, playfully pleading that this role would allow Sun Zhe to gain valuable experience, and that once he was capable of standing on his own, she would assign him elsewhere. Zhu Ren reluctantly accepted her words, teasing her playfully until she begged for mercy. However, over the past month, Xia Qingyun's behavior had become increasingly perplexing to him. The name Sun Zhe began to surface more frequently in their conversations, followed by her constant praise of Sun Zhe's impressive business acumen. This made Zhu Ren's heart ache, for it was his wife extolling another man, a notion that was deeply unsettling. Furthermore, Assistant Chung informed him that Xia Qingyun and Sun Zhe were seen together frequently, discussing company matters. He even discovered heated exchanges between them in Xia Qingyun's messaging app. Although lacking concrete evidence, the way Sun Zhe addressed her as Senior Xia left him feeling profoundly uncomfortable. As time passed, their relationship grew more intimate, with Xia Qingyun often abandoning him to accompany Sun Zhe. Recently, Xia Qingyun had become inexplicably distant, refusing even the slightest touch from him, and as a robust man in the prime of his life, he found it unbearable. Just last night, he felt heartbroken and confused, unable to fathom how the woman who once looked at him with such adoration could have changed so drastically. He even began to fear that she might be secretly involved with Sun Zhe. The thought of infidelity, of being betrayed, was intolerable to him. Fortunately, Xia Qingyun returned home last night, which brought him a modicum of relief. However, he did not anticipate that within less than half a day, the two would once again entangle themselves, even engaging in playful antics in a couple's restaurant right before his eyes. Unable to contain his emotions, he decisively approached them with the intention of confronting Sun Zhe, both to vent his fury and to issue a warning. This warning was directed at Sun Zhe, but it also served as a caution to Xia Qingyun. To his astonishment, Xia Qingyun was solely focused on protecting Sun Zhe, continuously obstructing him, which felt akin to a dagger piercing his heart. In that moment, he found himself so enraged that he could muster no strength to break free from her grasp. Fortunately, he had a good brother, Jiang Che, who helped him express his frustrations. Now, all he wished for was to strategize on how to smoothly navigate a divorce from Xia Qingyun. Following the events of today, he had come to realize that Xia Qingyun might never acknowledge her faults, and this marriage was likely on an irreparable path. He needed to devise a plan to secure custody of their daughter, for Xia Qingyun, being such a busy individual, would hardly be able to care for her. Once their daughter grew older, he would be willing to accompany her and eventually inherit her company, but that was a future consideration. Now, he could not afford to be complacent. When they married, he had signed an agreement. The Xia family was indeed a prominent family in Jiang province. Although Xia Qingyun had managed to convince her parents, their union was ultimately mismatched, necessitating a post-marital property division agreement. Should a divorce occur, Zhu Ren would receive nothing from Xia Qingyun. Even the house they currently resided in was purchased by her. All he could take with him was his solitary vehicle and a meager sum left in his account. In order to support his daughter, he must strive to earn a living. Fortunately, in this second life, he possessed the experiences of his past, and, combined with his innate talents in this life, he was confident he could carve out a realm of his own. Chapter 09. In the later stages of life. I have a daughter. Although Zhu Ren graduated from one of the finest universities in Huaxia and pursued his postgraduate studies under the tutelage of a renowned music master, his life experience post-graduation remained an empty canvas. Lacking both experience and accomplishments, such a person would find themselves overlooked by major corporations. Now, he could only place his hopes on his account on a station, yearning that his fans had not forgotten him and that they might aid him in emerging from his mire, for he could not afford to lose any further. Lost in thought, he suddenly realized he had arrived at the entrance of the provincial kindergarten. It was afternoon, the time when classes were dismissed, and a long line of parents had already formed, eagerly awaiting their children. Zhu Ren parked his car to the side and strode towards the kindergarten. As soon as he alighted, he drew the attention of numerous parents. At under 30, Zhu Ren was in the prime of his life. He frequently engaged in fitness activities, having participated in marathons dozens of times, and his strong physique exuded vitality. The third provincial kindergarten was a public institution in Jiang province. Although its fees were lower than those of private kindergartens, the competition to secure a spot was fierce, with families vying fervently for admission. Those who managed to enroll their children here were either affluent or of high social standing, and the parents were dressed in stylish attire. Yet, even amidst this crowd, Zhu Ren's demeanor was strikingly exceptional, youthful, handsome, and undeniably charismatic, drawing the glances of many elegant mothers. Fortunately, it was already dismissal time, and before long, a petite figure dressed in a dress and hat came running toward Zhu Ren, exclaiming, "Daddy!" She dashed forward with unrestrained glee, her hair dampened by sweat, forming delicate strands. A genuine smile illuminated Zhu Ren's face as he scooped up the little girl, cradling her in his arms and adjusting her hat. Beneath the brim, a charming face emerged. At just 5 years old, she already exhibited the traits of a budding beauty, destined to captivate countless boys as she grew. Xia Qingyun had perfectly inherited the good looks of both Zhu Ren and Xia Qingyun. Zhu Ren gently brushed his thumb across her sweaty forehead, tenderly wiping away the perspiration. Her bangs, flattened by her hat, quivered with each blink of her long lashes. Her nose retained the softness of infancy, the tip glistening with droplets of sweat, creating ripples with her joyful laughter. The calves beneath her pink checkered skirt were plump, the edges of her white socks leaving faint indentations on her skin, with one sock slightly rolled down. Upon seeing his daughter, all of Zhu Ren's worries vanished, and he meticulously straightened her disheveled clothing, asking, "Do you miss Daddy?" "Yes," Xia Qingyun replied with a sweet smile. After they playfully bantered for a while, they prepared to leave in the car. Just then, a melodious voice called out from behind Zhu Ren, "Xinyue's daddy." "Wait a moment." As Zhu Ren turned in surprise, he saw Ms. Wang, Xinyue's teacher, approaching. Looking at her curiously, Zhu Ren inquired, "Hello, Ms. Wang. Is there something you need?" Teacher Wang, in fact, is only a few years older than Zhu Ren. Having just graduated, she hurriedly approached him, and upon raising her gaze, she was met with Zhu Ren's countenance, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Subsequently, she shook her head vigorously and said, "It's nothing serious. I merely wish to inquire if you would like to enroll in a kindergarten transition class." Zhu Ren looked at her, perplexed, for he had never heard of such a class. Teacher Wang elaborated, "As this semester is drawing to a close, you will be entering elementary school in the latter half of the year. The academic pressure in elementary school can be quite significant, and many children struggle to adapt. Therefore, we have collaborated with the Provincial Normal University Affiliated Primary School to offer this transition class. It greatly alleviates the pressure of moving to elementary school, helping children adjust to the learning environment and lifestyle. Additionally, teachers from the affiliated school will be invited to conduct lessons. What do you think? Should XINU enroll? It would take up some of her summer vacation." Zhu Ren was taken aback. He never anticipated that the competition had escalated to this extent, necessitating additional enrollment for a transition class from kindergarten to elementary school. Instinctively, he felt inclined to agree. He did not want his daughter to fall behind at the starting line. However, after a moment of contemplation, he turned to XINU to seek her opinion. "XINU, would you like to enroll?" With great enthusiasm, Zhu XINU replied, "Yes, yes. Kindergarten is really boring. They are too childish. I have longed to enter elementary school." Zhu Ren felt a mix of helplessness and admiration for his daughter's precocious nature, though it seemed she had misunderstood the purpose of the transition class. Nevertheless, seeing her excitement, he did not wish to dampen her spirits. "Teacher Wang, we shall enroll in this class." Teacher Wang nodded, saying, "I will send you the specifics shortly via WeChat. The fee is 38,888 yuan per month, with a 10 discount if you enroll for 2 months. Zhu Ren promptly forwarded the information to Xia Qingyun, as he found himself financially constrained and unable to afford such an expense. He silently resolved that this could not continue. After concluding the discussion about the transition class with Teacher Wang, Zhu Ren finally departed in his car. Having spent the afternoon recording music and not purchasing any groceries, he decided to take his daughter out for a meal. Xia Qingyun had long been clamoring for junk food, and today her wish was finally fulfilled. She joyfully devoured a large hamburger, her face radiating satisfaction. Observing his daughter relish her meal, Zhu Ren gently probed, if one day your father and mother no longer live together, who would you prefer to stay with? Xia Qingyun looked up, her face a picture of confusion. Why wouldn't we live together? Zhu Ren sighed. It's a complicated matter. In this world, nothing is ever truly constant. You will understand in time. Setting down her hamburger, Xia Qingyun pouted and declared, that's not true. I will always love both daddy and mommy. A wave of warmth surged through Zhu Ren's heart. He was unexpectedly comforted by his daughter's words. If we really don't live together, I want to stay with daddy, she exclaimed, reaching out her ketchup-covered hand to embrace him. Zhu Ren's eyes reddened, and tears nearly spilled over. He hurriedly wiped his eyes, picked up Xia Qingyun, and kissed her, exclaiming, my daughter cares for me. Xia Qingyun turned her head slightly, a smirk gracing her lips. Humph, only because of this KFC. The two then engaged in a playful scuffle before resuming their meal. Zhu Ren took out his phone, capturing a photograph of the father-daughter duo enjoying their dinner, which he shared on his social media, stating, in the latter half of life, I am fortunate to have you by my side. Soon after, numerous likes began to pour in. After finishing their meal, they spent some time playing in the mall before returning home around 8 p.m. Upon entering, they found Xia Qingyun seated on the sofa, her expression a stormy shade of displeasure, arms crossed, coldly inquiring, where have you been tonight? Zhu Ren chose to ignore her, directing his attention to Xia Qingyun, instructing, quickly wash your hands and change out of those dirty clothes. All right, Xia Qingyun replied cheerfully, slipping off her shoes and scampering into her room. I'm talking to you. Xia Qingyun's irritation was palpable. She was perplexed as to why her husband was giving her the cold shoulder. What? Am I not allowed a bit of personal space? She retorted, frustration lacing her tone. Why are you acting like this? Can't we communicate properly? It was just lunch with. Before she could finish, she abruptly fell silent, her countenance betraying a hint of embarrassment. What? Remembering something, are we? Zhu Ren teased. Xia Qingyun lowered her gaze. Indeed, she recalled. Just a week prior, it had unfolded similarly. It was a weekend, and Zhu Ren had prepared a lavish spread to treat her. However, before they could even finish their meal, a call from Sun Zhe summoned her away. Sun Zhe, with a tremor in his voice tinged with distress, explained that he had injured his leg during a company team-building hike. Instantly, Xia Qingyun panicked, offering comfort before hastily preparing to leave. Zhu Ren, oblivious to the situation, pressed for answers, but her irritation flared, and she shot back, Can I have my own private life? Before storming out, disregarding their daughter who was seated at the table. Ultimately, it was Zhu Ren who spent considerable time soothing Xia Qingyun, calming her down. Chapter 10. Xia Qingyun desires to maintain distance from Sun Zhe upon contemplating this. A flicker of guilt washed over Xia Qingyun's face, and she playfully pouted. But you must tell me, do you know I've been waiting for your return? I haven't even had a bite to eat. Typically, Zhu Ren, apart from ferrying his daughter, would take charge of the meals for the day. Although they had a housekeeper, he preferred to cook himself, believing it imbued the home with warmth and flavor. Don't play this game with me. A distinguished CEO who cannot cook or order takeout. Besides, why didn't you dine with your esteemed junior? Zhu Ren scoffed. Xia Qingyun panicked, unable to discern a hint of tenderness in Zhu Ren's gaze. Just last night, their intimacy had been palpable. How could a mere lunch with Xiao Zhe cause such a rift? She was baffled, as she often attended numerous business banquets without eliciting such ire from Zhu Ren. Darling, please don't say that. It pains my heart, she trembled, one hand clutching her chest while the other reached out to grasp Zhu Ren. He sidestepped as she nearly lost her balance. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she continued, I can explain today's events. Xiao Zhe called to invite me to lunch, and since he had just been discharged from the hospital, I thought it best to pick him up so he wouldn't have to come to the office. We simply found a restaurant near the hospital to dine at, and I truly had no idea it was a couple-S restaurant. The waiter even mentioned a couple S package, which I declined. You must believe me. Xia Qingyun lunged at him, her eyes glistening with tears. So, you still consider yourself virtuous? Zhu Ren retorted with a mix of anger and disbelief, struggling to free himself from her embrace. Yet, she clung to him like a drowning person. Darling, my heart belongs solely to you. Furthermore, Jiang Che dealt with Xiao Zhe, and I defended you both, urging him not to involve the authorities. She opened her mouth, yearning to kiss Zhu Ren. Recalling the scene from midday when his wife had desperately shielded Sun Zhe, Zhu Ren's fury ignited anew, drowning out her pleas. Silence, he commanded. Xia Qingyun stared at him, perplexed by his sudden outburst. The junior was injured, and not only did he not hold it against you, but he also expressed a desire to apologize. Zhu Ren could no longer contain himself, slamming his hand on the table. Apologize? Is he saying sorry for stealing my wife? I told you not to mention that scoundrel. Xia Qingyun had never witnessed such unbridled rage from Zhu Ren, and she felt herself becoming increasingly agitated. Please stop this nonsense. My relationship with Xiao Zhe is entirely innocent. It was merely lunch, and I've already explained. I didn't realize it was a couple S restaurant. Xiao Zhe, who was assaulted, doesn't blame you and even wishes to apologize. Don't you see how unreasonable you're being? Zhu Ren, seething with rage, retorted with a bitter laugh. Am I the unreasonable one? You tell me, ever since that scoundrel arrived, has there been a single day of peace in our home? Every day, it's Junior Zhe and Sister Qingyun. Have you ever considered my feelings? Is there anyone whose wife cavorts with other men daily, neglecting the home? Let me tell you, if you no longer wish to endure this life, then divorce. Zhu Ren, consumed by rage, bluntly broached the subject of divorce. Xia Qingyun's complexion turned ashen, her eyes widening in disbelief. You want a divorce. What? Are you waiting to wear a green hat? Zhu Ren feigned to leave, unwilling to converse further. Trembling, Xia Qingyun grasped him. No, you must clarify what you mean by cavorting. My relationship with Xiao Zhe is perfectly clear. There is nothing romantic between us. You cannot slander me. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, for the first time. She cried within the confines of their home. Zhu Ren forcefully shook her off, just as he noticed their daughter timidly standing at the doorway. He forced a grim smile. Xingyue, we're just playing around. Go to your homework. Xia Qingyun also embraced Zhu Ren, flashing a radiant smile at their daughter. Good girl. Mommy and Daddy are fine. Su Xingyue gazed at them with suspicion, perplexed by the adult's sudden shift in demeanor. The world of grown-ups truly is strange. She closed the door. Interrupted by their daughter, the couple lost the urge to argue. Zhu Ren stepped onto the balcony, lighting a cigarette. Xia Qingyun stared blankly at the disarray within the house, silently tidying up before heading to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of noodles, eating in silence. Zhu Ren gazed out at the night sky, now devoid of even a glimmer of starlight. It seemed the celestial expanse was not an unchanging constant after all. The changes in people are even more profound. He remembered when they were in college. It was Xia Qingyun who pursued him, and at that time, he hesitated, doubting his worthiness of her esteemed family background. Yet, all obstacles melted away in the fervor of her pursuit. Her love was so intense, so warm. If someone had told him back then that in merely 5 years, they would arrive at this juncture, he would have never believed it. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to return to his room and upload a song he had recorded that day to his station. At that moment, a fragrant scent wafted from behind him. Xia Qingyun wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head against his back, softly murmuring, Darling, please don't be angry. I promise to keep my distance from Xiao. Sun Zhe. Zhu Ren turned to face her, observing her eyes filled with a hint of sorrow. I ask you, can you dismiss him? Xia Qingyun was taken aback. Darling, I truly have nothing with him, and just recently he secured a significant contract for us. If I dismiss him now, what will the company think? Zhu Ren scoffed. You have a plethora of excuses. A mere recent graduate, without your support, he would struggle to stand in Jiang province. Wouldn't he? Does he possess some immense background that makes you afraid to dismiss him? Xia Qingyun fell silent, and after a few seconds, she spoke deliberately. Darling, dismissing him is truly not feasible. I assure you, aside from work matters, I will no longer contact him. Zhu Ren pried her hand away. shaking his head as he entered the study. So, you do understand that aside from work, you should not be in contact with him? If it were truly achievable, how could we have reached this juncture? This intimate relationship between the two has even drawn the attention of Assistant Chung, who has taken it upon himself to report back, leaving the company to speculate endlessly. How many relationships between men and women blossom over time? Perhaps. It is to be feared that Xia Qingyun has yet to gain clarity regarding her own heart. With this thought, Zhu Ren felt a pang in his heart as he closed the study door. He wished to be free from the burden of such chaotic matters. All he desired now was to amass wealth. Skillfully powering on the device, he navigated to site, logging into an account long left dormant. Under the compulsion of his obsessive tendencies, he meticulously cleared all the notifications. Taking a deep breath, he clicked the upload button, titling the piece Words of Deceit. He also sent a text to Jiang Che, eagerly awaiting the response, which would be revealed tomorrow. Chapter 11. Fighting while answering the phone after Zhu Ren finished uploading. He left the study, only to find the living room devoid of any trace of Xia Qingyun. A hint of agitation washed over him as he sank into the sofa, mindlessly flicking through television channels with the remote. Was divorce truly on the horizon? He was not particularly fearful of abandoning the luxurious lifestyle he had become accustomed to. In truth, he was a person with relatively modest desires. During their years of marriage, significant expenditures have been few and far between. Having spent 4 years in university and 3 in graduate school, they married immediately after graduation, and now a decade had passed. It felt akin to being trapped in the stock market for 10 years, where even the thought of cutting losses seemed insurmountable, let alone a relationship. Furthermore, they were blessed with a clever, understanding, and adorable daughter. For her sake, he had endured and tolerated much, subtly hinting at his dissatisfaction on numerous occasions. Yet to no avail, Xia Qingyun seemed to intensify her behavior instead. In a relationship, if one party solely compromises and endures, how could it possibly endure? It was evident that things had not always been this way. Zhu Ren found himself perplexed by the charm that Sun Zhe possessed, which compelled Xia Qingyun to repeatedly abandon him to care for him. As night deepened, he entered his daughter's room to tidy up the blankets, finding her in disarray, having kicked them off in her sleep. After gathering a change of clothes, he intended to take a bath. Just as he finished washing his hair and began drying off his body, the bathroom door swung open, and Xia Qingyun stealthily entered. Zhu Ren was taken aback. "What are you doing here?" With a rosy complexion and a playful glint in her eyes, Xia Qingyun replied, "Darling, it's been ages since we had a bath together." In the early days of their marriage, they were inseparable, often bathing together. However, after the arrival of their daughter, Zhu Ren had gradually devoted half of his attention to their precious child, leading to a decline in such intimate moments with Xia Qingyun. The last time they had indulged in such an activity was several months prior, he recalled. Xia Qingyun quickly approached, shedding her nightgown as her hands roamed around his waist. Her voice a sultry whisper, "Darling, let us take a bath together." Zhu Ren recognized this as her overture. She had rarely been this proactive before, and it seemed the recent talk of divorce had shaken him more than he realized. Xia Qingyun, well acquainted with his body, soon ignited an insatiable desire within him. Witnessing the cold and aloof demeanor of the female so transform into that of a playful girl stirred a sense of pride within him. Ultimately, having such a beautiful woman express her desires provided him with substantial emotional gratification. He felt invigorated, and despite his initial inclination to refuse, his body had already made its decision, leading him to embrace Xia Qingyun and carry her into the bathtub. So be it. He consoled himself that it was merely a final indulgence before parting ways. With a splash, water enveloped them, and he held Xia Qingyun close, a familiar embrace. She, now completely bare and blushing, needed a moment to reacquaint herself with such intimacy, having not engaged in it for some time. A soft grunt escaped her lips as she gritted her teeth, her hands clutching tightly to Zhu Ren's back. The sensation was overwhelmingly intense. Zhu Ren's hands rested on her waist for a moment before wandering to her front. Soon she succumbed, her body swaying slightly as she extended her fair arms to embrace Zhu Ren's neck, sweetly murmuring, "Good husband." After an hour, the fervor in the bathroom began to subside. followed by the sounds of playful banter between the two. Zhu Ren trailed behind her as they exited the bathroom, his gaze lingering on the woman's voluptuous waist and hips, a product of his own cultivation, filling him with pride. Once back in bed, another wave of intimacy washed over them. Xia Qingyun tilted her head, squinting at Zhu Ren. "Husband, have you calmed down?" No matter the circumstances, Zhu Ren could not muster any anger at this moment. He remained silent for a few seconds before responding. "I hope you can keep your word." Xia Qingyun pecked him on the lips. "I will, I promise." Zhu Ren snorted in response. "This is your final chance." "Understood, husband. Let us do it again." With that, Xia Qingyun suddenly lowered her head, parting her lips to reignite Zhu Ren's smoldering anger. Just as they were engaged in their playful skirmish, Xia Qingyun's phone rang. Irritated, she hung up, yet continued to ring incessantly. "Who dares to disturb me at this hour?" she complained. Upon seeing the caller ID, her expression shifted abruptly, and she instinctively tried to put her phone away. "Let me see," Zhu Ren said softly, eliciting a reaction from her body. He knew that at this moment, she would be unable to refuse any of his requests. When he saw the name Xiao Zhe on the screen, a wave of anger surged within him. The familiarity of that name irked him. "Answer it," he commanded. "Huh?" Xia Qingyun was confused. "I said to answer the call." Zhu Ren raised his voice. Dazed, Xia Qingyun complied and answered. "Qingyun, sister, it's Sun Zhe on the line." I'm here," Xia Qingyun responded laboriously, striving to conceal any hint of her current situation. "Sister, are you all right? Your voice sounds off." Sun Zhe expressed concern. I'm fine, just a little chilly." Did you fall? You need to take care of yourself." Thank you for your concern, Xiao Zhe. Do you need anything?" Xia Qingyun stammered, doing her utmost to suppress any strange sounds. "Well, I thought about it, and I'll come over tomorrow to apologize to your husband." Before Xia Qingyun could refuse, he continued, "Sister, it's all my fault today. If I had known your husband was there, I wouldn't have gone." Zhu Ren sneered. Could one truly absolve themselves with mere words, as if their absence made everything acceptable? What kind of insufferable green tea type existed in this world? "Sister, please scold me. It would make me feel better," Sun Zhe urged, sensing Xia Qingyun's silence. "No need. Xiao Zhe, your intention is enough. My husband won tea hold it against you. Trust me, sister. I'm a man too. Your husband must have misunderstood. I can understand that. As long as I go over and apologize to him. If he loves you, he will forgive me." Sun Zhe continued to stoke the flames of discord, while Xia Qingyun began to grow increasingly impatient, feeling her good fortune disturbed by his incessant meddling. At that moment, Zhu Ren turned his head, gently biting her delicate earlobe, and softly urged her agree to him. "What?" Xia Qingyun exclaimed in surprise. Sun Zhe mistakenly thought she was addressing him. "Sister, I will come early tomorrow morning to apologize to my brother-in-law and pay a visit. This is my sincerity. Let him come," Zhu Ren whispered, his tone leaving no room for dissent. He understood that Xia Qingyun would acquiesce, for she was now entirely under his influence. The previous videos had been captured under similar circumstances, compelling her compliance. A surge of fiery emotion ignited within Xia Qingyun, a desperate yearning for redemption overwhelming her. Without further hesitation, she replied, I see. You may come." Subsequently, she clenched her teeth tightly, covering her mouth with both hands, fearful of betraying even the slightest sound. Zhu Ren smiled triumphantly, reveling in the knowledge that he understood this woman in every respect. "Very well, sister. I shall visit Sun Zhe first thing tomorrow morning." After a brief silence, he hung up the phone. In that instant, Xia Qingyun released her hands. Gasping for air, her voice laced with sorrow, "Zhu Ren, I'm your wife. How can you treat me this way?" "Very well, as you wish." Zhu Ren laughed heartily, indulging in the satisfaction of his triumph. Sun Zhe could scarcely imagine that his good sister was in such a pitiful state on the other end of the line. "That was not my intention," she stammered, as the long night stretched on, the flames of conflict reigniting. Chapter 12. A night of sudden fame, millions of followers. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. While two individuals were embroiled in a fierce conflict, Lin Yu sat idly before her computer, incessantly refreshing the page. Earlier, She had inquired on Green Bubble about when Zhu Ren would upload a new piece, to which the response was imminent. She quickly arose and stationed herself at her desk, propping her chin in one hand while absent-mindedly clicking the refresh button with the other. Suddenly, the homepage revealed a much-anticipated update. 16 Beats Rest had published a new article. Her excitement surged as she clicked on it and donned her headphones. Indeed, it was Zhu Ren's voice. Lin Yu hastily grabbed her phone and announced in a fan group named 16 Decibels, tagging all members. Ren Shan Yushui, dear family, I bring you joyous news. Our leader has released a new song. Accompanying it was a link, like a stone cast into a serene lake. The group erupted into a flurry of activity. Rest at the string. Is this for real? Don't disturb me. Is it April Fool's Day? Have I time traveled? Sound Gap Wanderer. Has the group owner been hacked? Blank Concerto. What is going on? Eating melon. JPG breath on the fourth beat. Is it nostalgia? Don't press pause. Wow, is this really a new song? X10 Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with joy as she activated her A-Site and Weibo accounts to share the news. Meanwhile, Jiang Che was at Carefree Media. Xiaolu. The song has been uploaded. Let us commence the promotional efforts. Assistant Xiao Lu chirped in response, understood. Shortly thereafter, numerous platforms including A-Site, Weibo, and Zaya Hongshu surged with trending topics. Shocking. The music creator who vanished for 5 years makes a comeback. What is your favorite 16 Beats Rest song? Nationwide silence warning. This time, the rest is serious. The lead singer's disappearance for 2 seconds. An act of art or an accident. The breakdown of adults is concealed within this 16th of silence AI cover emerges. How to fill in the lyrics. Overnight, the view count for Heartless Words had surpassed 10 million. In the capital city, Professor Lu felt his phone vibrate. Upon glancing at the screen, a look of astonishment crossed his face, and he instructed his disciple to connect the speakers to A-Site. Sir, what song would you like to hear? The disciple inquired. Play Heartless Words for me. Professor Lu waved dismissively. Heartless Words? The disciple was taken aback. The top song, Professor Lu pointed out. Let us listen to your senior's new work. Senior? That female disciple was puzzled, unaware she had such a senior. Of course, Zhu Ren remained oblivious to all this, as he was entrenched in his own fierce battle. The following morning, he was jolted awake by a relentless ringing. Groggy, he shifted Xia Qingyun's arm aside and picked up his phone. It was Jiang Che calling. Hey, wow, you finally picked up? Where have you been gallivanting all night? Get to the point. You're famous now. What? I exclaimed. Your song has become a sensation. What? Even if Zhu Ren had confidence in the quality of the song, he never anticipated such a swift reaction. He hurriedly switched back to his desktop, clicked into Site A, and his phone momentarily lagged, followed by a flurry of message notifications. There, trending was the hashtag share your favorite 16th rest song, leading to an avalanche of messages. Zhu Ren glanced at his personal profile, where his follower count had skyrocketed from 200,000 to 20 million. He was taken aback, astonished by the overwhelming response. Thank you, Jiang Che, he murmured. For what? I haven't even put in any effort. This is all you're doing, Jiang Che chuckled. Our marketing team hasn't even started. It's purely your loyal fans' enthusiasm. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards your devoted fans. I understand, Zhu Ren replied, aware that Jiang Che was reluctant to let him feel burdened. All right then, I'll talk to you later. I need to catch some more sleep. Jiang Che concluded the call. At that moment, Xia Qingyun stirred awake from the noise. Darling, who were you on the phone with? Oh, just Jiang Che asking if we wanted to go out this weekend. He was not yet ready to share this news with Xia Qingyun. This guy, let him manage on his own. He keeps interrupting our married life. After all, we had already made plans with Xinu to hike this weekend. I know. Isn't that a way to turn him down? Xia Qingyun teased, her smile mischievous, as if she were a cat caught in a secret. She sensed everything was progressing positively. Her husband seemed no longer upset, and his mention of divorce the previous day must have been said in anger. All right, you go wake Xinu, and I will prepare breakfast. Oh, okay, Xia Qingyun responded, adding, don't forget to make a meal for Xiao Zhe. Zhu Ren couldn't help but scoff internally. After a whole night, she was still calling for Xiao Zhe? Does your memory only last 3 seconds? Xia Qingyun observed Zhu Ren's back. sensing something was amiss, but unable to articulate it. She shook her head and entered Zhu Xingyue's room. "You sleepyhead, rise and shine, the sun is out." Zhu Xingyue rolled over, feigning ignorance. "Why are you still in bed? Were you on your phone all night?" Xia Qingyun asked sternly. "I wasn't." Zhu Xingyue retorted loudly. "That's good. If you're awake, hurry up and get up." Yet, Zhu Xingyue continued to dawdle, typically rising at 7, but insisting on sleeping in further. "Hurry up. We have guests coming over soon." With that, she pulled back Zhu Xingyue's covers. Zhu Xingyue pouted, reluctantly putting on her clothes. "Who is coming over so early?" "It's a junior from my college. Just call him uncle." "Why doesn't Dad have any junior sisters visiting us?" Zhu Xingyue innocently inquired, raising her face. Xia Qingyun's expression paled. She was left speechless by her daughter's question. After a moment, she urged, "Get up already. Why ask so many questions?" Zhu Xingyue stuck out her tongue, making a face before darting into the bathroom. Xia Qingyun stepped out of the room, at which point Zhu Ren had already prepared breakfast and placed it upon the table. The spread consisted of a simple array of traditional Chinese breakfast items: mung bean porridge, noodles, steamed buns, and soy milk. Their family was unlike others, as they were not accustomed to Western cuisine. Xia Qingyun inquired with a hint of confusion. "Isn't there something missing?" "Missing?" Zhu Ren's expression remained unchanged. "No. There's also Xiaoze, one portion." As Xia Qingyun continued to speak, her voice grew softer, sensing a shift in Zhu Ren's mood. Just then, the doorbell rang, prompting her to dismiss the moment with a remark about merely adding another pair of chopsticks, and she hurried to the door. "Heh, so eager?" Zhu Ren remarked with a cold laugh. Chapter 13. The door swung open, revealing a frail young man standing outside. It was Sun Zhe. "Good morning, Sister Qingyun," he greeted, flashing a flawless smile. "Is Xiaoze here?" "Coming quickly." As Sun Zhe removed his shoes, he inquired, "Where's my brother-in-law?" "And little Xingyue?" "Your brother-in-law is in the kitchen." "Xingyue, come here. This is your uncle Xiaoze." Summer Qingyun continued. "You just arrived without bringing any gifts? You must be little Xingyue. You look truly lovely. Uncle has brought you a present. Do you like it?" Sun Zhe said, handing a bag to Zhu Xingyue. She hesitated, clutching Summer Qingyun's leg, her gaze fixed intently on the bag. Noticing her lack of response, Summer Qingyun took the bag and retrieved a doll. "Wow, it's a Barbie doll. Do you like it, Xingyue?" she coaxed in an exaggerated tone. Still, Zhu Xingyue remained silent, her little face displaying a hint of disdain. "If you like it, you can keep it. I don't accept gifts from strangers." Such a child. How could she speak like that? Summer Qingyun smiled apologetically at Sun Zhe. "I'll thank you on her behalf." Sun Zhe, equally embarrassed, replied, "It's all right. This is my first visit, and after a few more encounters, she'll warm up to me. Children can be like this." At that moment, Zhu Ren approached. "Xingyue, go inside." Zhu Xingyue, as if granted a reprieve, scampered away. "Now, tell me what brings you here." "Brother-in-law, it's like this." Sun Zhe stepped forward, his expression contrite. "I was wrong yesterday. I should have dragged my sister to the restaurant. I just wanted to express my gratitude to her." Seeing the grievance on Sun Zhe's face, Summer Qingyun felt compelled to defend him. "We share some blame too. Jiangche shouldn't have struck you. Fortunately, Xiaoze, you have a generous heart and are not holding a grudge. We'll apologize to you on Jiangche's behalf." Before she could finish, Zhu Ren interrupted. "I think the beating was quite warranted." Summer Qingyun was perplexed. Did her husband invite Sun Zhe over not to accept his apology, but rather to settle scores? As a third party disrupting someone else's marriage, he deserves such discipline. Moreover, you have no right to make decisions for Jiangche. "Husband, you." Summer Qingyun was exasperated. Xiaoze had come specifically to apologize today, yet her husband's attitude was utterly unreasonable. Just because he apologizes, I should forgive him? If that were the case, there would be no need for laws in this world. Everyone must face the consequences of their actions. Summer Qingyun felt deeply wronged. She couldn't comprehend how her husband had changed so drastically in just one night. Why couldn't he communicate amicably with Sun Zhe? Moreover, she sensed that Zhu Ren's words carried a hidden meaning. Watching their argument unfold, Sun Zhe felt a surge of satisfaction. My visit was not in vain. However, he maintained an appearance of humility, feigning remorse. "Sister Qingyun, please don't argue. It's all my fault for coming at an opportune time. Perhaps I should return this afternoon. As he pretended to leave, Summer Qingyun instinctively called out, "Wait. You've always suspected our relationship. Haven't you? Now he has come personally to explain, yet you refuse to listen. What more do you want?" At this moment, Sun Zhe took the opportunity to speak. "Indeed, brother-in-law. Do you harbor any misconceptions regarding our relationship? Although Sister Qingyun has been exceptionally kind to me, it is merely the care of a senior for a junior. We share no other connection. Please do not overthink this. While a misunderstanding about me is inconsequential, it would be unfortunate to misinterpret Sister Qingyun." Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyun seemed to regain some composure, lifting her chin in hopes that Zhu Ren would offer her an apology. Sun Zhe continued, "I acknowledge I was at fault yesterday at noon for dining with Sister Qingyun at a couple's restaurant. Yet we did not pay attention. We merely wished to have a meal. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall on me." Zhu Ren felt grateful that he had not eaten breakfast. Otherwise, such idle chatter would surely have induced nausea. "Blame me? So you intend to take full responsibility for this situation, rendering my feelings irrelevant?" Zhu Ren retorted, suppressing his disgust. Hearing this, Xia Qingyun widened her eyes. "Darling, what do you mean? Junior Zhe has clarified the events of yesterday. What more do you want? Why can't you let it go?" With a sigh, Zhu Ren exchanged glances with Xia Qingyun. "Have the events of yesterday truly been clarified? Very well. Even if you assert it was merely a casual meal." "What do you mean, even if?" "It was exactly that," Xia Qingyun interjected, believing she had subdued Zhu Ren and was determined to facilitate a reconciliation between him and Junior Zhe. Zhu Ren ignored her and continued. "And what about the day before yesterday? On the evening of Valentine's Day, a solitary man and woman outdoors? Have you considered that you are a married man with a daughter?" "I. Brother-in-law, I." Before either could finish, Zhu Ren pressed on. "Moreover, last weekend, he summoned you with a phone call, and you spent 3 hours at his place. How do you explain that? And last Thursday, when you stayed out all night, claiming to care for him in the hospital. What is your explanation?" "Darling, I truly was at the hospital. If you don't believe me, let us go check the surveillance footage." Xia Qingyun panicked, realizing that she had engaged in numerous questionable activities without offering him any explanations. "And the Tuesday before last. And 2 weeks ago." Zhu Ren recounted one incident after another. "I can explain everything. Darling, just listen to me." Xia Qingyun anxiously stepped forward, attempting to grasp Zhu Ren's hands. Sun Zhe, too, felt a surge of panic. He had not anticipated that Xia Qingyun would display such emotions towards Zhu Ren, which only confirmed that she had no intention of divorcing him. Witnessing the woman he yearned for exhibit such vulnerability towards another man ignited a fire of jealousy within him. He feigned a pitiful expression. "Brother-in-law, you are truly mistaken. Although Sister Qingyun came to care for me upon my call, she genuinely loves you. I can attest to that, as she has spoken fondly of you while with me." Xia Qingyun seemed to seize upon this lifeline, eagerly exclaiming, "Yes, I love you, my dear husband." Zhu Ren scoffed coldly. The expressions of these two individuals, in his eyes, resembled those of illicit lovers. If Xia Qingyun truly valued herself, how could she fail to discern Sun Zhe's insipid banter? How could she allow him to provoke her repeatedly? He found it hard to believe that if Xia Qingyun were indeed so foolish, she would have managed to expand the company so successfully. Moreover, he was well aware of her remarkable intelligence. After all, during their university days, she had triumphed over numerous rivals to soar alongside him. Today, he had summoned Sun Zhe for 2 reasons. First, to ascertain the true nature of this individual, and second, to gauge Xia Qingyun's attitude towards him. As expected, the two were as uninspiring as he had anticipated. Enough with the explanations. The purpose of your presence today is to convey a clear message. Cease your incessant pursuit of a married woman. Are you unaware of how foolish you appeared on the phone yesterday? With that, Zhu Ren turned on his heel and retreated to his room. Sun Zhe's complexion paled as he suddenly recalled Xia Qingyun's inexplicable tone from the previous day, and a sinister thought crept into his mind. He lifted his gaze to Xia Qingyun, still the goddess of his heart. Surely, it could not be as he feared. How could his aloof sister Qingyun engage in such behavior? He raged internally, attempting to console himself. Soon, a bitter smile graced his lips. Sister Qingyun, it seems that my brother-in-law does not favor me. That is quite all right. Please do not let my presence cause discord between you. I shall take my leave." Xia Qingyun felt a twinge of sadness, sensing that she had wronged this junior. "I apologize, Xiao Zhe, for making you come here for nothing. It is of no consequence. Anything concerning Sister Qingyun is significant," Sun Zhe asserted with determination. Observing his weary visage, Xia Qingyun felt a pang of compassion. "Come, let me treat you to breakfast." Sun Zhe was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a delightful turn of events, having prepared to settle for a meager meal on his own. "Ah, isn't that inappropriate? Sister, you just had a disagreement with your husband." Sun Zhe feigned concern for her. "Not at all. I will clarify matters with him shortly." She resolved, "This will be the last time. From now on, I shall maintain a distance from Xiao Zhe. I have indeed focused too much on him lately, neglecting my husband." Xia Qingyun silently lamented. Had it not been for that incident, she would not have met Sun Zhe, nor would things have come to this. "Very well then. Thank you, Sister Qingyun." Sun Zhe expressed his gratitude, raising his voice slightly, as if to ensure Zhu Ren could hear him. Chapter 14. The Path of Iron and Steel. Yet now I stepped forward anew. In the living room, Zhu Ren silently consumed his meal. Moments ago, his scornful remarks directed at Sun Zhe had brought him a sense of relief and satisfaction. The woman he had long envied was now beneath him, utterly at his mercy, bearing countless marks from their last encounter. However, he was taken aback to discover that Xia Qingyun had accompanied Sun Zhe for a meal. Frankly, he could no longer comprehend her. On one hand, she professed her love for him from their bed, vowing to maintain distance from Sun Zhe. Yet on the other, she forsook both their daughter and husband to dine with this so-called junior. Was she truly attempting to have it all? A wave of melancholy washed over him as he pondered what had caused Xia Qingyun to transform in such a manner. In their university days, her affection had burned brightly. Even just 6 months ago, they had been an inseparable couple, lost in love. Zhu Ren sighed softly, striving to conceal his turmoil. He turned to Zhu Xingyue and said, "Be good, eat quickly, and then I'll take you to kindergarten." Zhu Xingyue, with her head slightly drooped, mirrored his gloom, asking, "Why does mommy have to go out for breakfast with that uncle?" A pang struck Zhu Ren's heart as his fingertips unconsciously brushed against the tableware. "Xia Qingyun, oh Xia Qingyun, look at the troubles you have wrought." He gathered his emotions and replied earnestly, "Mommy has some matters to attend to lately. It's like the puzzles you enjoy. When faced with a difficult piece, one must take time to think and resolve it quietly." Zhu Xingyue raised her head, sipping her milk, and pursed her lips. "Dad, I understand." Zhu Ren gazed at his daughter in confusion. "Mommy hasn't had a meal with us in quite some time." A sense of discomfort settled in his heart. Even his daughter had noticed. Indeed, Xia Qingyun had been scarce at home, either working overtime at the office or socializing outside. She had never been this busy before. When he inquired, she would mention the company's impending IPO and the need to prepare ample materials. Yet, such matters hardly required the direct involvement of the CEO. Zhu Ren had long perceived her deliberate avoidance of him. However, did it truly necessitate neglecting their daughter? His voice grew hoarse as he comforted her. "Mommy is just a bit busy lately." He wished to say more, but upon seeing the brightness in his daughter's eyes, words eluded him. This child had always been precocious. Surely, she had already grasped the situation. After finishing her milk, Zhu Xingyue left her small stool, nimbly turned, and nestled into Zhu Ren's embrace, her delicate face pressed against him. "Dad, it's okay. I will be here for you." At that moment, Zhu Ren felt a blur before his eyes. "Am I crying?" He trembled as he tightened his hold on the small figure in his arms, whispering, "Thank you." He vowed silently to himself that he would never let his daughter slip away from him. After breakfast, as he dropped his daughter off at kindergarten, Zhu Ren sat idly in the car, lighting a cigarette. The haze enveloped him, obscuring his features. He had not smoked in quite some time. Xia Qingyun disapproved, and with the arrival of their daughter, he had given it up. However, he could no longer suppress the emotions that had been building up for so long. They needed to be released. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he opened his phone and entered a station. The notifications had significantly increased, and he meticulously cleared them one by one, succumbing to his obsessive tendencies. The number of new followers on his account had astonishingly reached 30 million. Even in the Dragon Kingdom, a land with a population in the billions. Such a prominent content creator was indeed a rarity. What astonished him even more was that over 100,000 individuals had subscribed to his monthly membership, which meant that even at the lowest tier of 6 yuan, he would earn a staggering 600,000. This was largely due to the enthusiastic voices of many newcomers proclaiming, "How is it possible that such quality songs are available for free on a station? I am moved to tears. Oh, divine content creator, please consider charging us." They insisted that this music deserved to be on streaming platforms, undoubtedly worth more than 999 yuan. The freeloaders flocked in droves, pleading for a VIP access. How fortunate were the users of Station to be able to listen to Grammy-level masterpieces for free. He felt compelled to recharge immediately. Since Zhu Ren's single did not have a purchasing link, many considered this recharge as a form of payment. If he did not capitalize on this momentum, he would likely not enjoy such success next month. With this thought in mind, he resolved to visit Linyu and seize the moment to record an entirely new program. He was confident that this new endeavor would continually draw an audience. Once he had a steady stream of traffic, monetization would surely follow. At that point, even if Xia Qingyun were unwilling, the custody of their daughter would inevitably belong to him. He clicked a few buttons on a station, promptly withdrawing 600,000, and soon heard the delightful notification sound indicating the funds had arrived. Your Dragon Kingdom Bank card XXXXXXXX has received 600,000. Listening to this heavenly sound, even he, who usually kept his emotions in check, couldn't help but smile. The road ahead, once so formidable, now seemed surmountable. He swiftly transferred 200,000 each to Jiangche and Linyu, and in no time, he received messages from both. Jiang Bian Danglang Lai. What the hell is going on? Did you rob a bank? Ren Shan Yu Shui. Teacher Zhu Ren. Why have you transferred money to me? He created a small group chat with the two and explained the situation. Jiang Bian Danglang Lai. This is fantastic. We seem to have profited without spending much on promotion. Ren Shan Yu Shui. Teacher Zhu Ren, I can't possibly accept this money. I should return it to you. Originally, Mr. Jiang was going to have me record, and he provided a fee for my efforts. Sure, Lu Funxiu Jifu, Shaolin. I have another matter to discuss with you regarding a follow-up audio program. I would like to borrow your recording studio. Zhu Ren had previously mentioned this to her, and Lin Yu had already agreed. Considering he now had the funds, he decided to transfer the money to her, as it would be inappropriate to have someone work for him without compensation. Ren Shan Yu Shui, Teacher Zhu Ren, you are too kind. My recording studio is quite idle, so it is an honor to assist you. I do not require payment. Jiang Bian Danglang Lai. I understand. You don't want money, you want people? Jiang Che interjected playfully. Ren Shan Yu Shui, 16-beat rest. Shaolin, I cannot allow you to toil in vain. Even among brothers, accounts must be meticulously settled. Or do you believe this sum is insufficient? If so, please specify an amount. Zhu Ren only wishes for Lin Yu to accept the money, intentionally provoking her. Ren Shan Yu Shui, that is not my intention. Jiang Bian Danglang Lai. Oh, so now that you have money, you're beginning to flaunt it, are you? Let me tell you, this 200,000 1T be enough to hire Master Lin. 16-beat rest. Cat question mark. Kotapehe, Ren San Yueschua. No. I truly can forego the payment. Jiang Bian Danglang Lai. To record a single song, you would need several thousand at the very least. Not to mention, given that it's an audio program, how many episodes will that require? You cannot exploit others just because they are your loyal fans. This is intolerable. I can no longer sit idly by. Zhu Ren was taken aback, realizing Lin Yu's worth was unexpectedly high, feeling somewhat awkward as it seemed as several 100,000 was insufficient. Suddenly, a profound silence enveloped the group, and after a considerable pause, it was Jiang Che who broke the quietude. Jiang Bian Danglang Lai. May I propose a suggestion? Perhaps, Lin, you could provide technical support and acquire stake in your program, participating in the ensuing profit sharing? What do you think? Ren Shan Yu Shui, that sounds splendid. Zhu Lao, sure. I shall return the money to you. Zhu Ren contemplated this audio program, confident that the future earnings could reach millions, although it would require some time. 16-beat rest. How about this? Jiang Che, you handle promotion and distribution. Shaolin will oversee recording and all post-production. I will take charge of the script and recording. We shall split the profits 3 ways. What do you say? Jiang bian zeng lang lai. Absolutin. Ren shan yu shui perfect. Lin Yu having the day off. Lay languidly at home, perusing the messages in the group chat, reflecting on how she had finally returned the money. How could she accept payment for assisting Zhu Laosher? She was willing. However, she was unaware that this audio program would soon captivate the globe. Had she known, she would surely have declined any share of the profits. Giddily, she rolled about in bed, exclaiming joyously that her relationship with Zhu Laosher had progressed. They were now part of the same small group. Soon after, noticing that neither of the others had replied, she stealthily changed the group name from the 3 individuals' nicknames to Monthly Plan. Chapter 15. The defeated Jiang Wanyin yearns for a second battle. Jiang Che observed the 2 in the group, each harboring their own hidden agendas, and couldn't help but chuckle. It felt as though he had been transported back to his school days, where various girls would engage in petty antics to capture Zhu Ren's attention. Ultimately, it was Xia Qingyun who proved to be the most adept, securing Zhu Ren's affections and astonishingly becoming pregnant before marriage, a move that effectively cornered him. Yet, Jiang Che remained perplexed by Xia Qingyun's recent transformation. However, this could potentially be an opportunity, as his sister had been waiting patiently for quite some time. As he let his thoughts drift, a distinct notification sound emanated from his phone. It was that woman. He immediately straightened his posture, adopting a serious demeanor as he answered the call. Yet his words dripped with flattery. "Sister, what brings you to seek your beloved younger brother?" There was no escaping the fact that since childhood, he had been overshadowed by this sister, born merely seconds before him, outshining him in beauty, academics, and social prowess. Even though he had become what many would consider a model child, in comparison to his sister, he felt like a mere speck of dust attempting to compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Nevertheless, even this sister had faced her share of failures, particularly in her dealings with Zhu Ren. This realization had driven Jiang Che to meticulously cultivate a relationship with Zhu Ren, for without it, his life would not be nearly as carefree as it currently was. "Why haven't you told me about Zhu Ren?" Came a cool voice from the other end of the line. Jiang Che pouted. His elder sister was exceptional in every regard, yet she perpetually wore an icy facade, as if the world owed her a fortune. Well, in truth, he did owe her a considerable sum. If Xia Qingyun was frigid towards most, only shedding her defenses in Zhu Ren's presence to reveal a more innocent side, Jiang Wanyin remained the unyielding iceberg. Many wondered who would ultimately win her heart. However, years had passed without anyone witnessing Jiang Wanyin grow close to anyone, and rumors circulated that she preferred women identifying as a lesbian. Yet, Jiang Che knew that this iceberg had once thawed. On the day Zhu Ren married, Jiang Wanyin unexpectedly drank to excess, suffering a hangover that lasted the night. And it was he who had to go and retrieve her. He doesn't want me to tell you. Jiang Che hastily concocted an excuse, certainly not willing to admit that he had simply forgotten. After all, he had just recently distanced himself from a minor internet celebrity, followed by an event where he and Zhu Ren had caught someone cheating at a couple's restaurant. And then there had been recording sessions and promotions. His sister's plans had slipped his mind until the moment he received her call. Jiang Wanyin fell silent. It was indeed plausible that Zhu Ren could have done such a thing. Ever since his marriage to Xia Qingyun, their once frequent communications had dwindled, leaving only the exchange of greetings during the new year. Previously, when Jiang Che mentioned arranging for someone to record a song, she had readily complied without further inquiry. It was only that morning, while browsing a popular site, that she had seen the trending topic and suddenly realized Zhu Ren was seeking Jiang Che's assistance. Jiang Wanyin astutely sensed there was an undisclosed secret at play, prompting her to pry for information from Jiang Che. "Then share what you can." She was relentless, this fellow, emboldened by her absence. "Get to the point," she added. Jiang Che let out a sigh. "My good brother, it is not that I wish to disrupt your peaceful life. But alas, one cannot defy the will of a sister." He tactfully avoided the crux of the matter, sharing only what was suitable with Jiang Wanyin. After all, Zhu Ren and Xia Qingyun had yet to finalize their divorce, and he did not desire his brother's affairs to become gossip, not even among his own sister. Furthermore, he was uncertain of the current dynamics between the couple. What if they were to quarrel only to reconcile later? What purpose would be served by his involvement? He understood Zhu Ren's character well. If Xia Qingyun were to sincerely admit her faults and lay everything bare, he would undoubtedly forgive her for the sake of their daughter. Their mutual affection was undeniable, and it was clear that Xia Qingyun was concealing something from Zhu Ren. Yet, Jiang Che did not anticipate that Xia Qingyun would subsequently engage in a series of astonishing maneuvers that could jeopardize the situation. At that moment, he sensed that his sister was facing an uphill battle. Oh, is that so? Jiang Wanyin was undeterred by Jiang Che's ramblings, as she could easily ascertain the truth with a little investigation. Although Jiang Che merely stated that Zhu Ren wished to earn a living and no longer wanted to be a house husband, Jiang Wanyin comprehended that there must be underlying issues between Zhu Ren and Xia Qingyun. Very well indeed. She contemplated. Xia Qingyun, is this your promise of eternal love for Zhu Ren? She now deeply regretted allowing Xia Qingyun to have her way in the past. After ending the call with Jiang Che, she instructed her assistant, Xiao Lu, to look into Zhu Ren and Xia Qingyun's recent affairs. Just wait, Xia Qingyun, I will return. She vowed silently. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyun and Sun Zhe had arrived at a breakfast shop at the entrance of their community. The sun had barely risen, yet the establishment was bustling with patrons thriving in business. Upon seeing Xia Qingyun enter, the owner promptly greeted her. Ms. Xia, buying breakfast for your husband? The locals were familiar with Xia Qingyun, as the news of a beautiful CEO residing in the neighborhood had spread far and wide. Occasionally, when Zhu Ren did not prepare breakfast, Xia Qingyun would come here to purchase a meal. The owner, having established a rapport over time, was well aware of her presence. The usual? The proprietor inquired. Xia Qingyun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Today, I brought my junior to have breakfast. Please find us a table. The owner eyed the two with suspicion, initially doubting their association. He gasped, surprised that the esteemed Ms. Xia would choose to dine out with this flamboyant character. He sensed the potential for a scandal brewing, but maintained his professional demeanor, warmly ushering them to a corner. After they placed their order, he retreated to the kitchen, quietly savoring the gossip in his small circle. Do you know whom I saw today? Which celebrity did you encounter? She is far more beautiful than any star. Who is it? Stop teasing. It's Ms. Xia. Oh, Ms. Xia. Is it unusual for her to visit our store? Certainly not. The intriguing aspect lies in the fact that she arrived accompanied by a man. Can you believe it? This early in the morning, how could Ms. Xia be having breakfast with someone else? Let us refrain from meddling in the affairs of others and focus on our own lives. Indeed, it is best not to speak of such matters outside. Mr. Zhu Ren, Ms. Xia's husband, is quite an admirable individual, and we should not disrupt the harmony of their relationship. Rest assured, I would never divulge this information. I am not foolish. However, do you think we ought to inform Mr. Zhu Ren? What concern is it of ours? I advise you to avoid unnecessary involvement. Remember that winter when our child fell ill and we were uncertain of the situation even after visiting the hospital? It was Mr. Zhu Ren who assisted us by leveraging his connections to ensure our child received proper treatment. We must repay that kindness. Please be cautious with your words to avoid crossing boundaries. You can trust me to handle matters appropriately. The boss discreetly observed and noted how animatedly Xia Qingyun was conversing with Sun Zhe, and he couldn't help but sigh for Zhu Ren. What use is it to have such a stunning wife if one cannot keep her close? He pondered a plan and took a photograph, featuring the storefront prominently while capturing Xia Qingyun and Sun Zhe in the corner. He sent a message to Zhu Ren, adorned with words and images, to celebrate my esteemed father's 70th birthday. A time of joy, our establishment is offering a longevity trio, fresh pork wontons, blessings as vast as the Eastern Sea, crispy fried dough sticks, longevity exceeding that of the Southern Mountain, soy milk to warm the stomach, a legacy passed through generations. Free meals all day on February 14th, exclusively for locals. Upon entering, simply exclaim, Blessed Elder, stronger than the Huangpu Bridge. Let the laughter of the elder resonate throughout the entire Chilo Street. Your patronage would be the finest gift. Event location, XX Road, Laojiangji Kanji and Noodle Shop. Special surprise. The first 50 local patrons will receive a complimentary bottle of the Elder's homemade goji berry glutinous rice wine. Chapter 16. Xia Qingyun urged Sun Ze not to call her sister. To her surprise, her actions had been discreetly reported to Zhu Ren by her boss. After breakfast, she and Sun Ze were engaged in a lively conversation, which unexpectedly turned to their school days. "Do you still remember that boy from the 6th dormitory?" Sun Ze asked with a smile. "The 6th dormitory?" Xia Qingyun certainly remembered. She could never forget that day when she stood below the building, confessing her feelings to Zhu Ren in front of everyone. Amidst the gasps of her friends, she embraced Zhu Ren and then exited the school gates. A blush involuntarily crept on her cheeks. "What about the 6th dormitory?" Sun Ze, mistaking her blush for embarrassment, continued enthusiastically. "That dormitory used to be quite shabby, but now it has been redesigned by an internationally renowned architect, transforming it into something splendid. It even trended on Xia Hongshu. So, you've landed in a good situation?" Xia Qingyun teased. "Indeed. Some say we're the luckiest cohort," Sun Ze replied proudly. He then shifted the subject, adding, "However, I must say, the real fortune lies not in the newly renovated dormitory, but in attending the same university as you, senior. That is the most fortunate thing in my life." His eyes sparkled as he gazed at Xia Qingyun, radiating warmth. Xia Qingyun shook her head helplessly. "Please, no flattery. There are many outstanding seniors. I am merely an ordinary participant. Besides, being able to study at Shuemu University is a shared fortune for us all." Sun Ze, realizing his compliments had been seen through, chuckled sheepishly, seemingly devoid of ulterior motives. However, Xia Qingyun, taken aback by his ambiguous remarks, suddenly recalled her promise to Zhu Ren the previous night. She sobered, fixing her gaze on Sun Ze, and spoke deliberately. "Xiao Ze, I will always be your senior. I promise to look after you, and I will not go back on my word. However, we may have gotten too close recently. After all, I am married now. I hope you can understand." Sun Ze panicked, bewildered by the sudden shift in tone. "Ah, it's my fault for intruding," he mumbled, lowering his head, his demeanor deflated and lifeless. He then lifted his swollen eyes to Xia Qingyun and said, "Qingyun, I will be more mindful in the future. I need to get to work now." With that, he attempted to leave. Xia Qingyun stopped him, somewhat impatiently remarking, "You can't be so sensitive to a few harsh words. How will you stand on your own in the future?" Sun Ze sniffled softly. "Qingyun, you're different." Seeing his distress, Xia Qingyun felt a twinge of sympathy but remembered her commitment to Zhu Ren. She resolutely stated, "From now on, call me senior. That title feels too intimate. It's not appropriate. Do you understand?" Sun Ze felt as if the sky were collapsing around him. Just a few days prior, everything had been fine. It was all Zhu Ren's fault. His eyes reddened with frustration. As Xia Qingyun observed his demeanor, she mistakenly assumed he was merely feeling unwell and comforted him, saying, "Get in the car. I will take you to the office." "All right. Thank you, Qing." "Thank you, senior," Sun Ze replied, trailing behind her, captivated by her enchanting figure, each movement exuding a myriad of charms. His heart burned with an intense desire, questioning why he had to endure such treatment. He recalled Zhu Ren's words from that morning, the way he had mocked him over the phone. Sun Ze's mind involuntarily conjured images of Zhu Ren and Xia Qingyun engaged in an intimate encounter, while he could only suffer in silence under Zhu Ren's derisive gaze. No, this cannot be. It shouldn't be this way. He longed to rush forward, to embrace the woman before him, to make her understand that he was neither insignificant nor unappealing. It was only when Xia Qingyun honked the horn several times that he snapped back to reality. At her gesture, he entered the back seat. Leaning against the seat, Sun Ze remained silent, realizing that the plan must be set in motion. Otherwise, Xia Qingyun would slip from his grasp. Meanwhile, Zhu Ren had just extinguished his cigarette and rolled down the car window to accurately toss the butt into a trash bin. He then heard a notification sound from Green Bubble and opened it to find a message from Lao Jiang at the breakfast shop. At first glance, it appeared to be a simple advertisement, but Lao Jiang had never sent such a message through Green Bubble before. Intrigued, Zhu Ren inspected it closely, and his expression darkened in the next moment. Upon enlarging the promotional image, he glanced at the corner and recognized her unmistakable silhouette, Xia Qingyun. Despite the blurry image, he could identify her as his beloved wife. No wonder Lao Jiang suddenly sent this message. He was alerting me. A pang of bitterness struck Zhu Ren's heart. What are you up to? Even an outsider like Lao Jiang cannot stand idly by. Is this what you meant by keeping your distance from Sunze last night? Zhu Ren had already relinquished any hope regarding Xia Qingyun. Let her do as she pleases. The most pressing matter now was to capitalize on this wave of attention to garner more fans. To vigorously develop fan economy. Zhu Ren started the car, following the navigation to Lin Yu's studio. Ding ding, Coco is here. Let's go have some fun. Navigation is starting now. Listening to the cheerful and lively navigation voice. A smile broke across his face. This was chosen by his daughter, Xia Qingyun, who even mentioned recording navigation prompts for him in the future, accompanied by the joyful sounds. He arrived at Lin Yu's studio. The building was located in a creative park, uniquely designed, with a Chinese-style landscape at the entrance. Under Lin Yu's guidance, they traversed a long corridor and arrived at the reception hall. Teacher Zhu, please take a seat. Xiaoyan, pour us some water. She cheerfully welcomed Zhu Ren, giving instructions to the front desk before heading to the meeting room to continue a brief conference. She had just received Zhu Ren's call, pausing the meeting to come out and greet him. Zhu Ren surveyed the surroundings. The decor was minimalist, yet imbued with a touch of Jiangnan's exquisite elegance, perfectly reflecting Lin Yu's character. Xiaolin, you may continue with your work. I'm fine with it, Zhu Ren replied. Xiaoyan gracefully approached the front desk and prepared a cup of tea for Zhu Ren before returning to her workstation. She discreetly observed Zhu Ren, having never witnessed her boss display such warmth towards a man. Truth be told, he was undeniably handsome, a thought she silently entertained. At that moment, she overheard Zhu Ren inquiring, Xiaoyan, has General Lin encountered any difficulties? She seems rather troubled today. His concern stemmed from noticing Lin Yu's heavy demeanor and the faint sounds of argument that, despite the soundproofing of the conference room, had reached his ears. Xiaoyan was taken aback by his question. She had not anticipated such a direct inquiry and was unsure how to respond. However, Zhu Ren continued, if there is anything, please share it with me. Xiaoyan's personality is rather reserved. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Observing Zhu Ren's distinguished demeanor and recognizing that he was a guest personally welcomed by the boss, Xiaoyan felt compelled to aid Lin Yu and began to recount the details to Zhu Ren candidly. Chapter 17. Lin Yu's belief in Zhu Ren's program in the conference room. Lin Yu seethed with anger, causing her subordinates to lower their heads and avoid her gaze. Lida, what on earth are you doing? She exclaimed, her frustration palpable. I have repeatedly emphasized the importance of handling this matter with utmost seriousness. How is it that the author of Do Pixing Kong has called me, claiming our contract is invalid and that we have infringed upon their copyright? We've even received a lawyer's letter. As she slammed her hand on the table in exasperation, the heavy objects before her trembled. Lida remained silent, head bowed, unable to utter a word. The work Do Pixing Kong was a recent acquisition Lin Yu had hoped to adapt into an audio program for live serialization on Platform A. Her studio was in the midst of transformation, venturing into new media, and this audio program was of paramount importance. Unlike mere audiobooks, they aimed to enrich the auditory experience with sound effects, thereby enhancing the original narrative. Given this, the selection of works had to be based on popular novels, as they could not afford to lag behind in serialization. Ironically, the various adaptations of anime and television series had provided them with opportunities, and she intended to preserve the essence of the original text without alteration. Everything had been set in motion, yet Lida had managed to create a debacle. This fool had secretly signed a contract with the publisher, circumventing the author and pocketing a substantial kickback, only to be discovered by the author, who was understandably furious. The author felt insulted by the low offer, with all the profits siphoned off by the publisher and Lida. Now, the author was unwilling to grant permission, as the real copyright resided with them, rendering the contract worthless should they choose to contest it. Do you still wish to continue working here? I sent you to placate the others, yet you cannot even utter a single word? Lin Yu demanded, her voice laced with frustration. Lida fait un unspoken burden. He had acted with his cousin in mind, hoping to save a bit of money, unaware that such actions would be revealed to the author. When he approached, he was promptly dismissed by the author, even offering to return his kickbacks, yet to no avail. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lida finally spoke. Lin, this is my fault. However, we have already signed a contract with the publisher, and it would not be a problem for us to continue airing the program. Before he could finish, Lin Yu's furious interjection cut him off. Will you take responsibility for this mess? If it weren't for the fact that you are my cousin, you would have been dismissed long ago. I have always despised those who operate outside the bounds of propriety, and your actions have only solidified my resolve to rid this team of such detrimental influences. She cast a sweeping glance around the room, decisively concluding, let us select a different novel. Fortunately, we did not disclose the title during our promotional efforts. If anyone has suitable resources, please reach out and see if we can resolve this swiftly. We cannot afford to delay the audio program scheduled for noon. The staff exchanged glances, momentarily speechless, until an experienced employee spoke up. Lin, in such a short time frame, it is quite challenging to find suitable material. With that, others chimed in, expressing their agreement. Indeed, I have also tried. Suitable fantasy novels are not easily found. The popular online novels had already been inquired about, their audio copyrights sold long ago. Previous attempts to collaborate were met with refusal, as they were treated like treasures. Currently, the fantasy genre is thriving, yet only a handful of top-tier titles exist, with everyone vying for them. I believe it may be prudent to find a reason to pause the program for now. Our studio does not rely on such shows for sustenance. We could resume once suitable resources are secured. Lin Yu resolutely declined, asserting that they had invested considerable time in pre-publicity, with numerous influencers sharing promotional material. Changing the schedule abruptly would reflect poorly on them in the eyes of their audience. It is essential to recognize that many thousands are eagerly anticipating the program today. Furthermore, this marks the studio's first foray into transformation, and surrender is not an option. Initially, they aim to leverage the popularity of Battle Through the Heavens to seamlessly launch their program, but unforeseen complications have arisen. What's wrong? No one is speaking? Lin Yu exclaimed in frustration, noting that previously, everyone had been self-assured, all graduates from prestigious universities, yet now they seemed at a loss. She slammed her hand on the table in exasperation. A hush fell over the room, until a confident voice broke through. I have a solution. Without lifting her head, Lin Yu replied, do share. The dilemma you face stems from a lack of licensed novels, which is easily remedied. How so? I have a novel titled Covering the Sky, which should align perfectly with your program's theme. What is this Covering the Sky? I've never heard of it. Lin Yu felt a surge of irritation. They required already popular fantasy novels, not just any book. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her head to identify the speaker, who seemed unaware of the situation. To her surprise, it was Zhu Ren. He smiled confidently. I assure you, this book will become a hit. Before Lin Yu could respond, Lida impatiently interjected. Who are you to guarantee anything? Intruding into our conference room. Someone, throw him out. He had already endured a day of scorn. Any frustration would naturally be directed at Zhu Ren, who was the perfect target. Lida, Lin Yu shouted in anger. I understand, I'll have him removed. Seeing no one take action, Lida prepared to handle it personally. I believe it is you who should leave. Lin Yu trembled with rage. Me? It's me? Lida's voice dwindled as he turned to meet Lin Yu's furious gaze, utterly confused about what was occurring. Lin Yu hurried over to Zhu Ren, her face bright with excitement. Teacher Zhu, do you truly have a solution? Zhu Ren chuckled lightly. Didn't I mention before that I had something to ask of you? How fortuitous that I was also preparing to record a fantasy novel. Lin Yu stared at Zhu Ren in disbelief. What a coincidence. This, Zhu Ren jested. It seems I have benefited from this, allowing me to ride the coattails of your program's momentum. Teacher Zhu, you are too modest. With your assistance, we are bound to succeed. Lin Yu exclaimed, her face radiant with joy. Lida, standing nearby, wore an expression of astonishment. He had never witnessed his cousin exhibit such intimacy with a man. I haven't received such treatment, he thought, feeling a surge of indignation. Come on, buddy. Are you even capable? I've never even heard of that. He bluntly inquired. Your worthiness to comment is questionable. Lin Yu retorted fiercely. Teacher Zhu is here to clean up your mess. It is not due to your commendable efforts. Lida was left speechless by her rebuttal. Simmering with frustration as he thought, I shall see how you handle things when the program airs at noon. He sulkily took a seat, his anger boiling over as he observed the pair's playful banter. In a fit of vexation, he kicked the table, exclaiming, "Ouch, my foot." Chapter 18. Have you ever heard of the Nine Dragons coffin? Without further ado, Lin Yu and her companions escorted Zhu Ren to the recording studio, the most renowned one in the nation. As they pushed open the door, it turned silently on its hinges, the heavy soundproof door acting as a barrier that completely severed the clamor of the outside world. The walls of the room were adorned with gray-blue acoustic foam, its surface intricately embossed with fine diamond shapes, designed to absorb sound. Lin Yu introduced, "Teacher Zhu, you can record here." She gestured toward the front. In the center stood a stand, the metal mesh of the microphone gleaming with a cold silver light under the overhead lamp. "This is our finest equipment, capable of perfectly capturing the human voice. Would you like to record yesterday's song first?" Zhu Ren waved his hand dismissively. "No rush. Let's record the program first. The broadcast is soon, and you still need to work on post-production sound. We must seize the moment. All right, we will step out now, right into the glass room across the way. Good luck, Teacher Zhu," Lin Yu declared, leading the others out to the control room, where a mixing console awaited them, its 30-plus knobs exuding a matte black sheen. They donned their headphones, ready to begin. The recording engineer was prepared, his cuff brushing against the surface as his fingertips hovered over the silver knobs. "Please step a bit further from the microphone," he instructed. "Is this distance acceptable?" Zhu Ren's voice echoed in the headphones. "That is perfect," the engineer nodded. Steadying himself, Zhu Ren maintained a calm demeanor and commenced the recording of Covering the Heavens. "Dear audience, listen as the prologue of Covering the Heavens unfolds amidst the tempest. Behold how the Nine Dragons coffin shakes the heavens. It is said that storytelling and singing guide the hearts of men. Three paths converge at the center. Good and evil ultimately receive their due retribution. The true path of humanity is fraught with trials. The firmament rends, the celestial road is obscured. Who dares to tread upon the heavens as a mere mortal? If one were to inquire where causality begins, the Nine Dragons coffin shatters the mysteries of the universe." Lin Yu and her companions exchanged puzzled glances. Why does the beginning take place in outer space? Isn't this a fantasy novel? Why does it resemble science fiction? Is it about Voyager 2? They were utterly bewildered until they heard about the Nine Dragons coffin. 100-meter-long dragon corpses entwined with a bronze coffin, bound by black chains, adrift in the cold, dark cosmos for countless years. The Nine Dragons coffin? What could this be? Intrigued, everyone leaned in, so much so that the recording engineer forgot to call for a pause. Normally, considering the recording artist's stamina, sessions are conducted in segments, but he was so engrossed in the narrative that he lost track of time. Fortunately, Zhu Ren was in good form. He maintained his tone and continued with unwavering composure, speaking of the mysteries of heaven and earth, the vastness of the universe. Since ancient times, seekers of immortality have been as numerous as the carp crossing the river. Yet, who has truly witnessed an immortal descend to the mortal realm? In this mundane world, there was a lad named Yi Fan, who was merely immortal, discussing ancient tales with his classmates at the foot of Mount Tai. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed from the clouds above, and behold, 9 black dragons tore through the sky. Their scales, dark as iron, roared through the realms, trailing a bronze coffin behind them, engulfed in timeless desolation. As this coffin fell, Mount Tai crumbled, rocks scattered, and the stars reversed, while the sun and moon concealed themselves. Zhu Ren's choice of the novel Xia Qingyun is driven by 2 factors. On one hand, he's an avid admirer of the author Chen Dong. On the other, this world lacks both the author and the work itself. Furthermore, Xia Qingyun is particularly well suited for adaptation into an audio storytelling format. Since his arrival in this realm, Zhu Ren has possessed an exceptional memory, enabling him to seamlessly integrate Xia Qingyun with the storytelling artistry of Shan Tiaofeng, resulting in a captivating experience. In the recording studio, Zhu Ren spoke at a measured pace, skillfully balancing detail and emphasis, captivating the audience present. At that moment, Lita burst into the control room, exclaiming loudly, "How's it going? If this doesn't work, we might as well use Do Pashing Kong. I've just communicated with the author, and the price is just a bit." Li, keep it down. Don't disturb our storytelling. The recording engineer, fully immersed in Zhu Ren's narrative, was irked by Li Da's interruption and retorted sharply. You caused this mess, delaying the program, and now you come to disrupt our recording? No, I was discussing important matters, Li Da protested, confused. Lin Yu, unable to bear the situation any longer, stepped aside and placed a pair of headphones on Li Da's head, saying, just listen for yourself. As Li Da settled in, he was met with Zhu Ren's steady voice. In an instant, the mundane world spun wildly, and upon reopening their eyes, the Beidou star domain emerged. With the Ziwei Emperor star swaying, the ancient forbidden grounds stirred with demonic winds, concealing the profound mysteries of the immortal elixir. The copper coffin bore inscriptions of the heavenly emperor scriptures, while the celestial realm held the grand Tao platform of the emperor. With the supreme beings of the forbidden zones lurking in the shadows, their eyes like blood moons, peering into the secrets of immortality. Suddenly, he raised his voice. Ladies and gentlemen, what this coffin carries is no mere object. It is unmistakably the sound of moves in an eternal chess game. Yifan, a mere mortal, is unexpectedly drawn into the fierce competition of the immortal path, where imperial artifacts roar. Let us witness how he ascends the heavenly stairs, cutting through thorns, shaking the 9 heavens with his sacred body. Indeed, the mortal has yet to grasp the will of the heavens, yet rides the dragon coffin across the starry wasteland. To know where the copper coffin carries a person, what earth-shattering secrets the fire star's great thunder sound temple conceals, we shall speak of next time. As the crocodile ancestor escapes amidst a rain of blood, and the Bodhi withered tree hides deadly schemes. What? This is Yation. Il est blankly échoué. While others may not fully grasp it, he had been responsible for the audio program recently and had read nearly every fantasy novel on the market. Yet, never had a single book left such an impact on him. He repeatedly replayed the opening scene of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin in his mind, envisioning the bronze giant coffin spanning the cosmos, reminiscent of the 3 months his team spent crafting a space epic for an audio drama last year, which was now utterly shattered by the mere words before him. The Beidou, star domain, the ancient sacred body, the bronze immortal palace. He murmured these terms unconsciously, fully aware of what a work of this caliber entailed. Could this truly be his creation? Impossible. How could he possibly write such a story? Not just him, but everyone in the recording studio was equally incredulous. Who is he? How could he possibly pen such a narrative? The sound engineer was left utterly astonished, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Not only that, but it had already been half an hour. How could he have recorded continuously for such an extended period without a pause? This was simply inconceivable. Only Lin Yu, with a glimmer of bewilderment in her gaze, remained unfazed by Zhu Ren's astonishing performance. Soon, Zhu Ren exited the recording studio, inquiring with a smile, "So, how was it? How do you feel?" The group remained unresponsive, enveloped in silence. Zhu Ren felt a twinge of confusion. He believed he had performed quite well. Had something gone awry? Just then, the sound engineer was the first to raise his hand and begin applauding, followed suit by Lin Yu, who clapped enthusiastically. The room was soon filled with the sound of applause. Even Li Da could not help but acknowledge the moment, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. The sound engineer approached briskly, beaming as he exclaimed, "Teacher Zhu, your performance was exceptional. The story was compelling, and you were magnificent." He excitedly grasped Zhu Ren's hands, feeling that this work might very well represent an insurmountable pinnacle in his career. "You're too kind," Zhu Ren replied, "but we will need your expertise in post-production to ensure a seamless completion." Lin Yu, with a flourish of her hand, rallied everyone. "All right, let us all put in our best effort to finish the post-production before noon and upload it on time. Zhu Ren is truly my lucky star." Chapter 19, a nationwide sensation. The reconstruction of Eastern fantasy aesthetic system. Lin Yu was well aware that Zhu Ren remained the exceptionally gifted and talented individual he had always been, although the reasons for his years of seclusion remained a mystery. His first move was nothing short of a double bombshell, reaffirming her belief that supporting 16 Beats Rest was indeed the wisest decision of her life. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhu Ren, Lin Yu gathered the team to discuss the post-production matters. Lida stood rooted to the spot, scrutinizing Zhu Ren, hesitating to approach. Noticing this, Zhu Ren addressed him, saying, "Team Leader Li, we will require your and Xiao Lin's assistance with this program moving forward. I appreciate your efforts." He refrained from taking advantage of the situation, considering that Li De was Lin Yu's cousin, and he did not wish to complicate matters for her. Upon hearing Zhu Ren's words, Li De felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had not anticipated that Zhu Ren was not only eloquent, but also possessed a broad-minded disposition. He quickly responded, "What are you saying, Teacher Zhu? With your remarkable work, our program is destined to soar. It is indeed we who are benefiting from your favorable winds." Following a bout of polite exchanges, they proceeded to the post-production team to assess their progress, as the original airing time was fast approaching. On the way, Zhu Ren casually opened a station and shared a promotional update from Lin Yu's studio, captioning it, "After 5 years of silence, the voice box reopens," presenting the first voice drama in collaboration with Lin Yu's studio, allowing words to be reborn on the audio track. As soon as Zhu Ren posted the update, a tempest erupted online. His new song had already gained traction throughout the night, skyrocketing to the top of the station's trending list, with millions of discussion threads emerging on the topic. At that moment, as mealtime approached, countless workers and students found themselves idly browsing. And Zhu Ren's latest update piqued their curiosity. In an instant, numerous posts regarding heart versus mouth flooded a station. Shocking. A missing person suddenly returns with 2 major announcements. Trending first with a new song on repeat, and now, a voice drama has been officially announced? This is a cultural renaissance. As an audio enthusiast, I am ecstatic. I suggest he should portray the domineering CEO, the mad villain, and the lovesick childhood friend in a love triangle. My ears shall kneel in reverence. My class just experienced a seismic shift. Memories of writing fanfiction for Battle Through the Heavens 5 years ago suddenly assaulted me. And now he returns with a voice drama? Teacher, I have a stomachache and need to leave class. Actually hiding in the restroom to listen to the trailer, gasping. Please be mindful. This is a public setting. How do you even know about Battle Through the Heavens? You all must be from Mars. Although this information has not been confirmed by Lin Yu's studio, speculations have circulated for quite some time, especially since this wildly popular novel was the only one yet to be adapted into a voice drama. The new song blared from the subway speakers, attracting the attention of the entire carriage. And now the homepage promotes the voice drama. Do you understand what this means for a commuter enduring a 2-hour journey? It signifies that I must covertly disguise my media player interface under Excel to follow the updates, all while under the watchful eye of my boss, clenching my fist in tragic determination. In the back office of a station, an employee was savoring a meal from Mate Wan's Pin Hao Fan when he noticed a sudden surge in topic discussions, prompting him to investigate the data with curiosity, initially suspecting the involvement of bots. However, after thorough verification, he confirmed that all posts were indeed from genuine users. Intrigued, he clicked in to discover that 16-Minute Rest had released a new program. Without delay, he created a new topic titled Explosive. Are there experts? 16-Minute Rest audio theater awaits you, and pinned it to the top. He recalled that his superior had issued a directive that morning to ensure that all matters related to 16-Minute Rest faced no restrictions and should instead receive support. Meanwhile, at a design company, a devoted fan named Xiao Zhang anxiously sat in front of her computer, repeatedly refreshing the updates from Lin Yu Studio, wondering why there had been no news yet. Time was ticking, and she noted with impatience that it was nearly time. As a 5-year fan and an avid listener, she had set special alerts for Zhu Ren's updates on a station, eager to be the first to comment. Unfortunately, she had missed the chance to comment on the last update due to a slow response, leaving her feeling frustrated. At that moment, a colleague called her to join for lunch, but she quickly shook her head, stating she had already ordered takeout and urged them to go ahead. Just then, a new update appeared on her screen. Without time to scrutinize it, she hastily typed a comment. Front row selling fruits and seeds. After sending it, she realized she had indeed secured the first comment, prompting a proud smile. Only then did she take a closer look at the update, which read, Major collaboration crafted with heart. Jetian audio drama global premiere created by Lin Yu Studio in collaboration with 16-Minute Rest. The original author 16-Minute Rest personally adapted the script and challenged himself with full character voiceovers, delving into sound to reconstruct the Eastern fantasy universe. Launching simultaneously across the internet on XX month XX 2025. Trailer premiere webpage link. Listen to the ultimate interpretation of sound and immersion. Confused, Xiao Zhang pondered the significance of Zhetian and whether it was a novel written by him. Driven by intense curiosity, she clicked on the link to the audio drama. At that moment, countless individuals across the nation paused their work and set down their chopsticks, simultaneously opening the first chapter of Zhetian. Inside Lin Yu Studio, Zhu Ren watched as the audio drama was completed and uploaded, feeling a weight lift from his heart. He was confident that the drama would undoubtedly become a sensation. Now, all that remained was to await the internet's reaction. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu suggested they grab lunch together, and the two made their way to a nearby restaurant. The establishment appeared modest, yet the proprietor's culinary skills were exceptional, a true hidden gem. They settled into a corner, ordered several signature dishes, and awaited their meal. While seated, they heard familiar patrons calling out to the owner, "Zhou boss, no more crosstalk today. Give us something new." Yes, they were tired of the same routine every noon. The owner chuckled. "What would you like to hear? Have you listened to the new Zhetian?" "What is that?" Zhou boss questioned, puzzled. "The latest audio drama. Contemporary literary works pale in comparison to the classics of yore. Although our locale may be modest, it is steeped in significance. I must share with you that the illustrious storytelling maestro, Master Shan, has weighed in on this piece, declaring that." "Let me see." Curiosity piqued. Boss Zhou clicked on Master Shan's latest update. The audio drama Zhetian reimagines the aesthetic framework of Eastern fantasy through sound. Deserving of the title, an auditory rendition of the A Thousand Li of Rivers and Mountains. 16 beats resting, wielding sound as a pen, transforms the vast ambience of the original work into an auditory universe that is perceivable, palpable, and enlightening. It is hailed as the inaugural epic that achieves a tridimensional resonance between literature, acoustics, and metaphysics. It has been quite some time since Master Shan last posted, and he bestows such lofty praise. I must lend an ear to this. Come on, Lao Zhou, we must finish our meal. Zhu Ren and Lin Yu exchanged a knowing smile, astonished to hear a freshly uploaded work in the shop. In later years, critics remarked, Zhetian, the audio drama created by Zhu Ren, possesses profound literature and resounding tones. The review states, Master Ren's creation pioneers the realm of fantasy, establishing a paradigm in sound literature. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin pierce the heavens, while ancient halls conceal eternal mysteries. Its words resonate like thunder across the vast expanse. Its rhythms undulate like waves through the cosmos. Those who listen are transported, their hearts racing. Indeed, it is a painting within sound, a sublime ode to the Tao contained within. Master Shan once extolled, through sound, one enters the Tao, reconstructing aesthetics. Such is the truth. Master Ren, drawing from the strengths of storytelling, melds contemporary techniques, rendering all other voices subdued. Listeners cannot help but exclaim, this is a divine gift, not a product of human endeavor. Future generations would discuss his talents, stating, he inherits the marvels of the Shanhai and illuminates the vastness of the cosmos. With a single voice, he portrays the myriad aspects of existence. With a mere 3-inch tongue, he articulates the secrets of a universe. His works endure, their sound resonating through the ages, stirring the hearts of listeners as if they were present in the moment. It is noted, the sound rends the heavens, and the literature achieves eternal renown. As Zhetian concludes, the universe falls silent. Excerpt from a comprehensive history of Dragon Country literature. New Era Volume, Chapter 20. Who will pick up Xia Qingyun? In the restaurant, everyone was engrossed in listening to the covering sky, captivated by the enchanting world described by Zhu Ren. For a moment, the usually boisterous eatery fell silent, with only Zhu Ren's deep voice resonating through the speakers. Suddenly, an unexpected presence arose, leaving everyone in the mysterious bronze coffin feeling a sense of unease. Lin Yu's beautiful eyes shimmered with an indescribable emotion as she softly remarked, "Teacher Zhu, it seems we have achieved a splendid start. I just saw on my phone that our program's cumulative views have surpassed 10 million, and it hasn't even been an hour yet. Thank you so much. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss after the hiccup with Fights Break Sphere." Zhu Ren chuckled. "If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards your own team. It is through everyone's concerted efforts and perseverance that we managed to accomplish the post-production in such a brief span. It was still your idea to transform it into a storytelling format," Lin Yu continued. "This blend of traditional narration with modern fantasy has ignited a marvelous spark we had not anticipated. I see that the official website of the Storytelling Research Association has shared our work and commented on it." Lin Yu picked up her phone and read aloud the comment. "Weaving the fragrant essence of traditional storytelling with the splendid imagination of a fantasy world, creating a symphony of past and present. With artistry as our vessel, we navigate the fantastical galaxy, bringing the written word to life with ethereal smoke and allowing the resonance of our voices to linger for days. With the left hand, we strike the wooden clapper, echoing 1,000 years of literary heritage. With the right, we unfold a grand scroll of fantasy beneath the stars. This transcendent narrative magic pays heartfelt tribute to traditional performing arts while pioneering the expansion of literary realms, enabling listeners to hear the echoes of the universe in familiar dialects. It is quite an achievement for these traditionalists to express such sentiments," Zhu Ren remarked with a smile. Then he shifted the conversation. "Why not seize the moment? Let us return to continue with the recording. We expect to complete a third of the audio today. The covering sky is, after all, a monumental work. Even with my edits to retain only the core plot in the storytelling format, each 10 chapters of the novel represent an episode of the audio drama, amounting to over 100 episodes in total." Zhu Ren had other aspirations as well, planning to establish his own studio. Relying on Lin Yu and Jiangche's resources indefinitely was not ideal. Therefore, he hoped to conclude this program swiftly to free up time for scouting talent and handling necessary paperwork. Upon hearing Zhu Ren's words, Lin Yu felt both astonished and delighted. "Teacher Zhu, won't this be too exhausting? How about we rest for a while after dinner before starting again?" Zhu Ren shook his head. Although he had already called his parents to pick up Zhu Xinyue from kindergarten that afternoon, he still wished to finish as soon as possible. His daughter was still young, and his parents were aging. He felt uneasy not attending to this matter personally. As for entrusting the task to Xia Qingyun, he had never contemplated such matters. Throughout the years, he had ensured that she bore no burden regarding family affairs. To this day, his instinct was to trouble his own parents. Finally, as the ominous announcement of the crocodile ancestors' escape amidst a torrential bloodstorm and the Bodhi tree concealing deadly schemes echoed, the first episode of the audio drama concluded, and the once quiet little restaurant resumed its lively atmosphere. The sound effects were so striking that I almost dropped my chopsticks. The crocodile ancestors' roar reverberated, causing the glassware to hum. "Old Joe, have you upgraded your sound system? Did you all notice the ethereal chants in the background?" As the great thunder sound temple collapsed, mingling with the waning rebirth mantra, the production team is undoubtedly meticulous. In the preview, it seems that the Bodhi seed is about to manifest in the mortal realm. "Old Joe, what time will the second episode be released tomorrow? I'll come early to secure a seat." "Old Joe, just stick to this from now on." All right. It will air promptly at noon tomorrow. Everyone, remember to come and support us." Boss Joe beamed with delight. His little restaurant hadn't been this bustling in ages. Usually, it was just old friends stopping by to listen to storytelling. Now, the audio drama's reception was unexpectedly positive, prompting him to want to commend the production team. Upon checking his phone, he discovered it was produced by the Lin Yu studio across the street, and he murmured to himself, "Heroes emerge from youth. No, heroes emerge from maidens. No, it's heroines." He shook his head with pride, resembling an intellectual. Meanwhile, Zhu Ren and Lin Yu had already finished their lunch and were settling the bill while others in the restaurant continued to savor the experience. The afternoon slipped away quickly, yet the recording progress was still lagging. Zhu Ren, however, made no mistakes thanks to his remarkable memory, though it seemed that the recording equipment had malfunctioned. and several engineers were busy with repairs. Lin Yu looked at Zhu Ren apologetically. Teacher Zhu, I'm truly sorry. It might take a while. No worries. The parts we've already recorded can be processed by the post-production team. We must not delay tomorrow's episode, Zhu Ren reassured her. The luck of the afternoon had indeed been unfortunate. The studio had experienced a sudden power outage, and upon restoration, the equipment malfunctioned again, possibly due to a short circuit. The engineers had just informed him it would require another 10 minutes of repairs, but with this delay, Zhu Ren would miss picking up his daughter from school. Fortunately, he had already asked his parents to collect her, and they were likely on their way. Just then, a call came in from his mother. Was something amiss? Zhu Ren quickly answered, and his mother's apologetic voice came through. Arun, your father's old ailment has flared up again, and I need to accompany him to the hospital. I can't get away. Could you please ask the teacher to look after Yaya for a bit? Is Dad all right? Zhu Ren inquired anxiously. It's just his leg. It's an old issue. I'll take him to the hospital for a checkup. He should be fine. Oh, all right, Mom. Please be careful on the way. I'll come by later to see you both. Oh, it's nothing serious. He's been dealing with this for a while now. Focus on getting Yaya sorted out first. Zhu Ren quickly agreed and hung up, hesitating about whom to call next. Should he directly contact Teacher Wang at the kindergarten or ask someone else for help? However, it would not be a swift affair here, nor would it be appropriate to trouble others for an entire evening. After some contemplation, he decided to call Jiang Che, for he could only rely on this brother of his in such circumstances. Yet on the other end of the line, there was nothing but a busy signal. This fellow must be out gallivanting again. Zhu Ren lamented helplessly. After several attempts to reach him in vain, he found himself at a loss. After a moment of hesitation, he opted to call Xia Qingyun. After all, she was a mother. It was time for her to fulfill her maternal responsibilities. Chapter 21. Lin Yu takes the initiative. The call was swiftly connected, and the atmosphere on the other end was lively and bustling. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Xia Qingyun say, "Darling, what a coincidence. I was just about to call you. Is that so? What is it that you wish to discuss?" Zhu Ren's voice carried a hint of coldness. Perhaps the noise on this end is too overwhelming, and Xia Qingyun didn't catch the undertone of Zhu Ren's sentiment. "Darling, I won't be home for dinner tonight." "There's no dinner for you at home, either," Zhu Ren retorted with irritation. Xia Qingyun remained cheerful. "Darling, when I return, I have some delightful news to share with you." As if recalling something, she then inquired, "Darling, did you call for any particular reason?" Zhu Ren paused for a moment. "Nothing of importance. You carry on with your tasks." With that, he hung up the phone. Since Xia Qingyun was not returning for dinner, he had no hopes of her picking up their daughter. Who knew where she was off to revel? His disappointment in Xia Qingyun was profound. She had offered no explanation for her outing with Sun Zhe that morning, and now, once more, she was absent for dinner. He could not fathom the necessity for such numerous social engagements. He sighed, deciding to go pick up their daughter himself. It seemed the heavens were toying with him today. There had been an incident with his parents, and he couldn't reach Jiang Che, just when he desperately wished to ask Xia Qingyun for assistance. He found himself unable to voice it. He lifted his gaze, intending to apologize to Lin Yu, when he heard her melodious voice, "Teacher Zhu, how about I go pick her up?" Lin Yu, who had been listening attentively, sensed that Zhu Ren's daughter needed transportation, and she volunteered. "Teacher Zhu, I have some free time. If you trust me, I can go fetch Xinu. Please show me a picture of her." Lin Yu? Zhu Ren had not anticipated this. However, she was not family, and he feared any potential mishaps. Moreover, their daughter did not know Lin Yu. "Teacher, do you not trust me?" Seeing Zhu Ren's silence, Lin Yu appeared aggrieved, her gaze tinged with melancholy. "No, it's not that," Zhu Ren quickly clarified. "It's just that Xinu is unfamiliar with you. I worry she may not want to go with you. That can easily be resolved." Lin Yu's expression brightened instantly. In this day and age, why not simply make a video call to the kindergarten teacher? "Let Xinu see me." Her eagerness to propose a solution left Zhu Ren with little choice but to acquiesce. To refuse further would imply a lack of trust in Lin Yu. He called Teacher Wang at the kindergarten, asking her to summon Xinu. He then said, "Xinu, Daddy has something to attend to tonight. Would it be all right if this lovely sister came to pick you up?" Xinu hurried over, clutching a cup of water, her curious gaze fixed on Zhu Ren. Daddy, where are you? Daddy is busy outside. Would it be all right for this beautiful sister to come pick you up, and then we can have dinner together? At that moment, Lin Yu leaned closer to the camera, presenting a warm and friendly demeanor. Though Xia Qingyun did not grasp the full situation, she had always been sensible and obedient. She nodded eagerly. All right, I want to eat KFC tonight. Today is Thursday. Seizing the opportunity, she made her request known. Zhu Ren furrowed his brow. They had just eaten this dish last time, and it shouldn't be consumed too often. Lin Yu suddenly crouched down to meet the camera's gaze, her fluffy hair swaying gently with emotion. Oh my, our little Xia resembles a princess from a fairy tale today. She deliberately widened her eyes and added, but princess, can you guess what awaits us in the magical castle we'll visit shortly? Zhu Xingyu's attention was immediately captivated, forgetting to bite the straw in her cup. Is it Disney? Even more delightful than Disney. Lin Yu magically produced her phone from behind, showcasing a pre-researched photo of a restaurant. Look at this enchanting mango ice cream tower. It's even larger than our little Yiye's face. And there are dancing shrimp dumplings. Once bitten, golden shrimp juice flows out. Zhu Ren watched as his daughter's eyes sparkled and his tense shoulders relaxed. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu leaned closer to the camera and lowered her voice. And, dear sister, I've heard that the children's meal at that restaurant comes with a glowing wristband. We can collect the KFC toys next time if we behave well. How about we let Daddy try the shrimp dumplings today? Zhu Xingyue finally nodded in agreement. Sister, hurry up. I'm hungry. Lin Yu winks at Zhu Ren, who also sighed in relief. All right then, I'll be there shortly. After ending the video call, Zhu Ren entered the recording studio to continue filming his program. Lin Yu drove off directly, stopping to purchase a steaming cup of milk tea along the way. Today marked her first meeting with Zhu Ren's daughter, and she wanted to make a good impression. Upon arriving at the kindergarten entrance, Zhu Xingyue and Teacher Wang were already waiting in the reception area for parents. The other children had either been picked up by their grandparents or parents, leaving Zhu Xingyue alone at this hour. Teacher Wang approached with Zhu Xingyue. You must be Miss Lin, am I correct? Yes, that's me. Lin Yu greeted Zhu Xingyue again. Yeah, I'm here to pick you up. Zhu Xingyue ran over. Sister Lin, wow, you're so beautiful. Lin Yu handed her the milk tea, affectionately lifting her up and couldn't resist planting a kiss on her cheek. This child is simply adorable. If only she were my own, she thought wistfully. Zhu Xingyue leaned in and kissed her cheek. Sister, let's hurry to find Daddy. She then turned to Teacher Wang. Goodbye, Teacher Wang. Thank you. Teacher Wang smiled. Who wouldn't adore such a polite child? At that moment, Lin Yu's phone rang. It was a video call from Zhu Ren, who had just finished recording. Daddy. Zhu Xingyue's eyes lit up as she leaned closer to the screen. Yeah. Be a good girl and listen to your sister Lin. Come over here. Zhu Ren felt relieved seeing Lin Yu with their daughter. Although he trusted both Lin Yu and Teacher Wang, he felt reassured only upon witnessing it firsthand. Lin Yu then spoke. Yeah is very obedient. We're heading back now. Okay. Daddy, wait for me to eat with you. Zhu Xingyue shouted joyfully. Amidst laughter and cheer, the call was ended. Chapter 22. The parents noticed something amiss before long. Lin Yu returned with Zhu Xingyue, and the three of them proceeded to dine at a restaurant near Lin Yu's studio. Zhu Xingyue was munching on a colossal ice cream cone that was larger than her face, while Lin Yu playfully teased her. Propping her chin on her hand, Lin Yu watched as Zhu Xingyue licked the tip of the cone like a little hamster, completely oblivious to the cream that had smeared on her nose. Suddenly, she reached out and poked the girl's plump cheeks, exclaiming, Xingyue, are you cradling a mountain of ice cream like a little penguin? Not a penguin. Zhu Xingyue pouted in response, quickly extending her tongue to catch the cream that was about to drip. Then you must be a little glutton. Stay still. You got cream on your mouth. Lin Yu pulled out a napkin to wipe the corner of the girl's mouth, observing her struggle to manage the oversized cone. Suddenly, she shook her phone, revealing a video of Zhu Xingyue's comical attempt to handle the ice cream. I'll post this on Moments Later. Titled The Chronicles of a Human Youngling Conquering Ice Cream. Delete it, Zhu Xingyue exclaimed, hastily reaching for the phone. Not a chance. Lin Yu joyfully evaded her grasp. Fuming, Zhu Xingyue marched over to Zhu Ren and clung to his leg, saying, Daddy, Sister Lin is bullying me. You must avenge me. With that, she adopted a pitiful expression. Zhu Ren watched the lively scene before him, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. He had once experienced such warmth, back when Xia Qingyun was not overly occupied with her burgeoning company, and they shared moments like this. However, as the company approached its public offering, she became increasingly absent, often going weeks without seeing their daughter. Zhu Ren had urged her numerous times to spend more time with their child, but she misinterpreted his concern as a sign of feeling neglected, admonishing him instead. "I work this hard for our family. Can't you understand?" At that time, Zhu Ren felt utterly embarrassed by her words, realizing that Xia Qingyun had been the backbone of their family. It was only later, with the arrival of his junior son Zhe, that he became aware of how much Xia Qingyun had changed. Zhu Ren picked up his daughter, gently ruffling her hair, and said softly, "Sister Lin is just playing with you. She treated us to this meal. Do you still wish for revenge?" Zhu Xinyue's face immediately fell. Then, let Sister Lin choose a prettier picture. Rest assured, little Xinyue, you are the most beautiful. Everyone is praising you. He then showcased the various comments from moments to her. "Wow, where did Director Lin find this SSR level cutie? Lin you actually turned her into a living doll. Immediately. Right now. Let me have a video to adore her. I forwarded this to my husband. If someone had given me such a quality child years ago, I would have had to buy 80 Hermes bags to fill the void. Senior, this play of light and shadow is extraordinary. The cream on her nose shines like a divine highlight. But the most remarkable thing is the fiery spirit of a little girl who loves to eat. Friendship, legal education. According to Article 520 of the Anti-Cuteness Monopoly Law, Ms. Lin is suspected of hoarding a large quantity of destructive cute devices. Please come to my office promptly to sign the joint custody agreement." Zhu Xinyue stared blankly at these frenzied comments. She could only comprehend a few words, such as cute creatures and deities. A proud expression crossed her face as she returned to her seat, striking a pose and continuing to indulge in her ice cream cone. After finishing her meal, Zhu Ren bid farewell to Lin Yu, who needed to return to review the results of the post-production work. Little did he know, she too was a workaholic, causing him to chuckle inwardly. He first escorted his daughter home, where Xia Qingyun was absent. He had temporarily summoned a nanny to look after her. Soon, he would visit his father. Upon arriving at the hospital, he purchased some fruit downstairs and headed straight to the inpatient department. As soon as he entered, his mother, Lin Huilan, approached him complaining. "Didn't you say it was nothing serious? Why make the trip?" Zhu Ren handed her the fruit. "He is hospitalized. I came to check on him. Is Dad all right?" "Nothing to worry about. Just an old ailment, a bit of joint pain, as you know," Zhu Daming replied robustly. "What did the doctor say?" "They took some x-rays and said there's nothing major. Just apply some ointment, and he can be discharged tomorrow. A few days of warm compresses at home should suffice." Lin Huilan added. Zhu Ren sighed in relief, glad it was nothing serious. "Did you come alone?" Zhu Daming inquired. "What about Xiaoye?" Zhu Ren understood that this was an indirect reproach towards Xia Qingyun. In the past, he would have defended her, but now he lacked the inclination. "I called a nanny to care for her at home." Seeing this, Lin Huilan asked, "Is Qingyun still busy? I heard the company is about to go public." Zhu Ren, wishing to shield his parents from worries about his marital issues, always presented a facade of a loving couple in front of them. However, it wouldn't be entirely accurate to say it was an act. They had indeed been affectionate in the past, but lately, it seemed even his parents might have sensed some discord. A twinge of bitterness filled his heart, yet he maintained a composed demeanor. "Yes, the CEO has been quite busy. I'll bring her to see you in a few days." "Well, I should be going now. Xiaoye is still at home." Zhu Ren sought an excuse and feigned an intention to leave. The elderly couple exchanged glances, and Zhu Daming spoke up, "Be careful on the road. Regardless of what happens, we support your decisions. You're not just a husband, but also a father in our son." Hearing his father's heartfelt words, Zhu Ren couldn't help but sniffle, his eyes reddening. "Yes, Dad, take care of your health. I'll be on my way." He swiftly exited the ward, his retreating figure resembling one fleeing in distress. Lin Huilan sighed. "Old Zhu, what do you think is going on?" Zhu Daming responded contemplatively. "Children will find their own fortunes. Regardless, we are always their support." Zhu Ren felt a sense of bitterness until he left the hospital, only to realize his car remained in the parking lot. Just as he was about to turn away, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance, seemingly engaged in a phone conversation. It was indeed Assistant Chung from the Xia Qingyun company, pacing restlessly by the roadside, her tone tinged with impatience as she engaged in a conversation on the phone. As Zhu Ren approached, he could discern her words. "Mom, didn't I tell you? We're at the KTV, singing. Everyone else here, it's not just me alone. Don't worry, your daughter is quite capable. I can handle such trivial gatherings with ease. Besides, our general manager Xia is present, so what is there to fear? All right, I understand. I'll stop talking. I sneaked out to call you, and I must hurry back. Otherwise, I can only imagine how many drinks I'll end up consuming. Yes, goodbye." Just as she turned to leave, she caught sight of Zhu Ren's enigmatic smile. "Ah, Zhu Ren?" she exclaimed, astonished to see him in this place. "How could this girl be so audacious as to address me by my name?" Zhu Ren's expression turned serious as he remarked, "Little Chung, did you come here alone to sing?" "Oh no, how could I have misspoken so quickly?" Chung Zixia felt a wave of regret wash over her. Chapter 23, A Collision. Xia Qingyun duets Hiroshima Love at KTV. Our department came to KTV for some leisure, she said with a grimace, forgetting to inform Zhu Ren of President Xia's whereabouts, uncertain of what punishment awaited her. "Xiao Chung, I just heard you mention that President Xia is also here?" "Yes, Mr. Zhu, President Xia is present. We merely came to celebrate." Chung Zixia observed Zhu Ren's expression with a furtive glance. "Let us go. Take me upstairs." Zhu Ren replied coldly, eager to discern what schemes Xia Qingyun was concocting. She spoke of good news, yet turned away to sing, if there truly was good news. Why was he not included? Did she find him so unworthy of her company? He pondered, having sensed something amiss recently. He sought to witness the situation firsthand and applied to visit her company. At that time, Xia Qingyun had not disclosed his identity, merely presenting him as a new assistant. Known only to Xiao Chung, her aide. Xiao Chung trailed behind with a distressed expression. Her earlier communication with Zhu Ren had somehow reached Xia Qingyun, who had scolded her harshly yet refrained from punishing her. Now, encountering Zhu Ren during a phone call downstairs, Xia Qingyun was bound to misunderstand once more. Furthermore, with Zhu Ren witnessing the scene in the private room, she found herself in a precarious position. Truly, being a worker was fraught with hardship. Soon, guided by Chung Zixia, Zhu Ren arrived at the door of the private room. As he pushed the door open, melodious voices filled the air. Time cannot be reversed. Space easily shatters. 24 hours of love, a beautiful memory of my life. Xia Qingyun sang, her cheeks flushed, as though she had indulged in copious amounts of alcohol. Hiroshima Love? Zhu Ren couldn't help but scoff in amusement. Turning his gaze, he found Sun Zhe, who sang with fervor, crossing the boundaries of morality. We tread through the forbidden zones of love, relishing the illusion of happiness, misinterpreting the essence of joy. Zhu Ren's grip on the doorknob faltered. Splendid. This was the surprise she had prepared for him. Chung Zixia, arriving late, stood with her mouth agape, astonished by the scene before her. How could this be? Why were these two singing a love duet? Xia Qingyun, oblivious to Sun Zhe's presence, gazed dreamily at the screen, lost in thought, and continued to sing. Who is so brave to declare affection for parting, as long as today lasts, not tomorrow, watching love slip through one's fingers, still uttering goodbye. Having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, Xia Qingyun, upon seeing the song Hiroshima Love on the screen, couldn't help but seize the microphone. Reflecting on the recent conflicts with Zhu Ren, she remained unaware of who was singing alongside her, assuming it was merely a backing track, and immersed herself in her emotions. Continuing to sing. Below, whispers circulated among the crowd. What does President Xia mean by this? What else could it mean? Did you not see that Sun Zhe dared to approach when President Xia was singing? Are you implying? Keep your voice down. Haven't you noticed? Sun Zhe, that pretty boy, has free access to President Xia's office. Huh? Wasn't it said that President Xia was married? What does it matter if one is married? Some people simply have a penchant for such matters. Alas, let us not speak further. One must be wary of the perils that may arise from careless words. Meanwhile, the melodious voices on stage continue to resonate. Son, there isn't enough time to love you properly. Xia, it's high time to cease these frivolous games. Together, I would rather be abandoned by you than to face the uncertain conclusion of a love devoid of answers. Before love and hate vanish, warm my face with your hands to prove that I once loved you sincerely. Zhu Ren leans against the doorway, his eyes ablaze with fury, and as the song concludes, he claps his hands. Bravo, splendid performance. He exclaims loudly. Xia Qingyun casts an irritated glance his way, bewildered by the lack of discernment. Upon realizing it is Zhu Ren, she rubs her eyes in disbelief, confirming it is not a figment of her imagination. Husband, what brings you here? Xia Qingyun's address instantly cools the previously vibrant atmosphere in the private room. The guests exchange glances, taken aback by the unexpected arrival of Xia's husband. It feels as though a crime has been witnessed. As they take a closer look, they recognize Zhu Ren, prompting a flurry of whispers. How could Xia's husband be Zhu Ren? Wasn't he the new assistant who joined our company recently? Hush, can't you see? He is here to catch her in the act. I wondered why Xia hired a secretary's son and also an assistant Zhu. It seems they are all her angels. You fool, stop talking and let's drink, my friend. As Zhu Ren enters, he gazes at Xia Qingyun's flushed cheeks. She appears particularly alluring tonight. His eyes linger on her for a fleeting moment. Xia Qingyun is adorned in a black, body-hugging dress, the soft fabric accentuating her S-shaped silhouette beautifully. The ample curves at the front provoke an irresistible urge to touch. Her flat abdomen is soft yet resilient, leading down to her curvaceous hips, enticingly enveloped by the dress, exuding the charm of a married woman. Zhu Ren typically harbors no objections to her attire. Yet witnessing her serenading son Zhe in such a compromising manner ignites a fire within him. For whom is she dressed this way? Zhu Ren gazes down at Xia Qingyun's dreamy eyes, mocking, "Ah, the love in Hiroshima, you sing quite well." At that moment, Xia Qingyun's mind is somewhat clouded, and she fails to respond, only to hear son Zhe eagerly chime in from beside her. Indeed, brother-in-law, if I may boast, I was among the top 10 campus singers at school. What? Was it son Zhe singing with me just now? Xia Qingyun's mind clears instantly as she looks towards son Zhe, who holds the microphone proudly, a triumphant smile adorning his face. When did this guy take the stage? Xia Qingyun is left bewildered. Don't get ahead of yourself. We aren't familiar, Zhu Ren retorts coldly. Xia, is this the surprise you mentioned? Truly remarkable. Zhu Ren claps his hands, prompting silence among the crowd. Who would dare to intervene? Yet, a bold soul hidden in the corner ventures a comment. Well sung. Subsequently, the crowd awkwardly joins in with sparse applause. Xia Qingyun's expression changed dramatically, a mix of anger and alarm coursing through her veins. Who dared to stoke the flames of this situation? She was resolute in her intent to confront this individual. Raising her gaze to Zhu Ren's ashen face, panic gripped her. What a peculiar coincidence. Why would son Zhe have the audacity to approach me for a duet? Who had emboldened him? Torn between fury and fear, she hastily stood, disregarding the multitude around them, and grasped Zhu Ren's sleeve. Darling, it's not as you think. Zhu Ren subtly evaded her touch, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him at the day's events. Just last night, they had agreed to maintain a distance from son Zhe, yet here she was, dining with him in the morning, and later, after a phone call stating she wouldn't be home, he discovered her singing love songs with son Zhe at the KTV. Moreover, Xia Qingyun never disclosed her plans in advance. He felt like a jester, having mocked son Zhe that very morning only to have his face slapped with this revelation. Xia Qingyun, you have truly astonished me. Now, he sensed the eyes of the crowd below, their gazes seemingly radiating an ominous green hue, casting a shadow over him. Unable to contain his rising fury, Zhu Ren strode towards son Zhe and forcefully shoved him aside. Step aside, give me the microphone. Son Zhe, taken aback by Zhu Ren's sudden aggression, stumbled and fell to the side with a cry of distress, his head striking the edge of a table, blood immediately oozing from the wound. Yet, no one paid him any heed. Chapter 24. The unattainable is forever restless. Those favored are fearless. Xia Qingyun paid no heed to son Zhe's lamentations. Her sole intention was to soothe Zhu Ren's emotions. She inquired, Darling, do you wish to sing along with me? Zhu Ren, disinterested, picked up the remote control and erased all subsequent songs. Steadying himself, he began, "This song, Red Rose, is dedicated to President Xia." Was he feeling jealous? A red rose? Was he about to serenade me? Xia Qingyun's heart leaped with joy. It seemed her husband was not truly angry. She then recalled Zhu Ren's exceptional talent during their university days, where he had produced numerous exquisite works. With anticipation, she gazed at him intently. In truth, had she not been so preoccupied, she would have discovered the song-contradictory heart that Zhu Ren had posted online. Jiang Che was right. Although Zhu Ren had clarified that contradictory heart was not written for Xia Qingyun, how could a longtime brother not discern Zhu Ren's true intentions? Zhu Ren had always been a reserved individual. Otherwise, he would not have silently waited for Xia Qingyun for so many years. His release of this song was, in fact, an earnest attempt to communicate his feelings, hoping she would understand and awaken in time. Alas, his heartfelt affections were squandered. The private room resonated only with the sound of collective breaths, accompanied by Zhu Ren's melodic voice. In dreams, I find dreams that never awaken in the red thread. I am confined. All stimuli now yield to weary pain, no longer indifferent. Xia Qingyun's beautiful eyes were fixated on Zhu Ren. He remained as captivating as ever when he sang. It felt as though she had been transported back to a time of youthful innocence, when their bond was sweet and beautiful. Zhu Ren continued to sing. "When I embrace you from behind, what I truly yearn for is her visage. It is indeed ironic that I hardly comprehend, yet I long for your understanding. Is happiness too light to bear? Overused, it neither itches nor pains." The hollow gaze of a deeply familiar crimson finally emptied, a beginning without an end. Suddenly, Xia Qingyun sensed something amiss. What was happening? Wasn't this a love song? She scrutinized Zhu Ren with confusion. She had intended to embrace him after his performance, setting aside her pride as the esteemed president, seeking his compassion, believing he would forgive her. Across from her, Zhu Ren's indifferent voice echoed. "The unattainable is forever restless. Those favored are fearless, the red of the rose." A dream easily wounded, held in hand yet slipping through fingers. Once again, it falls empty. Xia Qingyun stared at Zhu Ren in astonishment. Was he mocking her? If Zhu Ren had scolded her outright, it might have been less painful. Yet, his singing pierced her heart deeply. "Darling, you misunderstand. Please stop singing." She pleaded silently, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, looking at him pitifully. Zhu Ren disregarded, closing his eyes and continuing to sing. "Red is the cinnabar mark etched on my heart. Red is as mundane as mosquito blood. Time beautifies that solitary flutter, but also dulls the excitement. When I embrace you from behind, what I anticipate is her visage. It is indeed a mockery. I scarcely comprehend yet yearn for your understanding. Is happiness burdened by its own weight, excessively utilized yet devoid of sensation? The hollowed, overripe crimson pupils are finally emptied, ultimately leading to a beginning without an end. The unattainable forever stirs restlessly, while those favored act fearlessly. The red of roses embodies delicate dreams, held in hand, yet slipping through fingers, leaving emptiness." As the song concluded, Zhu Ren opened his eyes, cast the microphone aside, and without so much as a glance at Xia Qingyun, he opened the box door and departed alone. Xia Qingyun stood there in a daze, only reacting when Zhu Ren's figure vanished from sight. She immediately rushed outside, reached the entrance, then paused to say, "Xiao Cheng, take Sun Zhe to the hospital." She then hurried away, her silhouette appearing somewhat disheveled in the eyes of the onlookers. Once the two had completely departed, the room erupted in chatter. "Wow, what is going on with President Xia? Oh my, the lyrics, the unattainable, forever stirs restlessly are so pointed. What will President Xia do now?" Each line of that song pierces the heart. Those who are favored act without fear. It seems Mr. Zhu is not someone easy to deal with. Weren't we told he is a kept man? A kept man? Can someone who writes such songs be considered as such? Surely, none of us have heard this song before. Indeed, we haven't. By the way, Mr. Zhu sings beautifully. No way, Mr. Zhu is both handsome and talented. How could President Xia? Shoo, keep your voice down, he is still here. I mean, if I had a husband like that, I'd cherish him every day and wouldn't he even look at other men. Enough. Do you want to keep your job? Sun Zhe lay on the ground, watching the crowd whispering, feeling dizzy. Xiao Cheng, hurry, take me to the hospital. Cheng Zhixia said irritably. Get a few men to help him. Meanwhile, Zhu Ren was at the KTV, heading straight to the parking lot, starting his car and preparing to leave. Just as he turned onto the road, a dark figure suddenly lunged at him, causing him to slam on the brakes, the immense inertia almost making him hit the steering wheel. Zhu Ren rolled down the window and yelled, "Are you out of your mind? Looking for death?" The person was none other than Xia Qingyun, standing in front of the car with tear-streaked eyes. "Husband, let me explain," Zhu Ren replied curtly. "Get out of the way. I want tea." She felt a strong premonition. If she didn't clarify things with Zhu Ren tonight, there might never be another chance. Casting aside her image, she sat on the car and looked at Zhu Ren with pleading eyes. "Fine, speak." Xia Qingyun felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and quickly began. "The last procedure for the company's listing has been completed, and we are here to celebrate at KTV." Zhu Ren appeared somewhat impatient. "Are you done?" "Not long ago. I indulged in a bit too much wine and failed to notice Sun Zhe singing. I mistakenly believed it was merely background accompaniment. It was I who had initiated the song, yet he inexplicably joined in. My dear husband, if you doubt my words, let us return and inquire with them if this is indeed how it transpired. Had I been aware that Sun Zhe was present, I would certainly have refrained from singing a love song." As Xia Qingyun spoke, her voice subtly diminished in volume. Deep down, she felt a twinge of guilt, contemplating why things had unfolded as they did that evening. Had she been more observant, noticing Sun Zhe taking the stage, she would have undoubtedly halted her performance. "My dear husband, I acknowledge my mistake. I beseech you to forgive me this once." And thus, Zhu Ren chuckled, seemingly oblivious to the crux of the matter. Xia Qingyun stared blankly at Zhu Ren, her realization dawning upon her. "My dear husband, I have clarified matters with Sun Zhe and established boundaries. Henceforth, our interactions shall be strictly professional. Is that your justification for abandoning your husband and daughter to have breakfast with him this morning?" Zhu Ren retorted with a sardonic smile. I. Xia Qingyun opened her mouth, at a loss for words, suddenly cognizant of her own missteps. "Do you comprehend how others perceive you when you accompany Sun Zhe for breakfast?" Zhu Ren derisively questioned. "It has even reached my ears." He refrained from mentioning the breakfast shop owner, who, after all, had acted out of goodwill. Who is it that engages in such gossip? Xia Qingyun fumed, realizing this could lead her husband to misunderstand the situation. Chapter 25, The Serendipitous Encounter of Jiang Wanyan. "All right, I've finished speaking. Now step aside, Xia Qingyun." "Did you just call my name?" Xia Qingyun stared in astonishment, unable to believe her ears. "Oh, in that case, Mr. Zhu, please make way. Blocking the street is not advisable," Zhu Ren sneered. I didn't mean it that way." Xia Qingyun flustered, attempting to justify herself. "Get in the car." "Yeah, I said get in the car. Did you not hear me?" Xia Qingyun's heart soared. Did her husband forgive her? She hurriedly climbed out of the vehicle and walked to the right side, intending to open the door. However, to her dismay, Zhu Ren accelerated and drove away. The roar of the engine exploded in her ears, mingling with the scorching exhaust fumes, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished into the distance. She stood there, dazed, watching Zhu Ren's car disappear as if she had lost something invaluable. Losing her balance, she fell to the ground. After a while, she regained her composure and called Cheng Zhixia. "Xia, you have 10 minutes to come pick me up." She needed to rush home to clarify things with Zhu Ren. Cheng Zhixia had just dropped Sun Zhe off at the hospital and had barely caught her breath when she received a call from her boss. Great. This was merely an outlet for his frustrations. We, the wage earners, lead such miserable lives. Muttering under her breath, she quickly drove out of the hospital towards the KTV. That evening, she had been bustling about, and when the nurse joked, "Your girlfriend is truly beautiful," Sun Zhe merely grinned foolishly, saying nothing. Despite being a young maiden herself, she had to explain the situation. She couldn't fathom why someone like Sun Zhe had garnered Xia Qingyun's affection, or why Xia had chosen to sing love songs with him tonight. Sun Zhe paled in comparison to Zhu Ren. Did Xia truly prefer such a type? Then why marry Zhu Ren in the first place? Zhu Ren drove silently, lost in thought, until a sudden crash jolted him back to reality. He had collided with the nearby greenery. Thankfully, it was late, and the roads were nearly deserted. A wave of dread washed over him. Had he hit someone, what would ensue? Not only would he face financial repercussions, but he might even face imprisonment. What then would become of his daughter? He could no longer trust Xia Qingyun. Thinking of his sweet, adorable daughter, his heart ached. He felt he had let her down. He parked the car nearby and stepped out, finding himself at the Riverside Park. For no apparent reason, he felt compelled to take a stroll, perhaps to clear his mind. After that incident, his hands still felt shaky, and he feared further misfortune. It was now past 10 in the evening. Most who had strolled along the river had already returned home, leaving only a few young couples in the corners, whispering sweet nothings to each other. As the night breeze gently caressed him, a captivating fragrance wafted through the air, catching his attention. He looked up, only to be greeted by a vision of a graceful figure clad in simple attire, illuminated by the soft moonlight. Her light garments danced in the evening breeze, shimmering like silver gossamer, with a frosty sheen settling upon her shoulders. Even the dappled shadows of the trees seemed to transform into a backdrop that accentuated her presence, rendering the night even more tender. The woman glided gracefully towards Zhu Ren, her eyes reflecting an indescribable tenderness. Parting her rosy lips, she softly spoke, "Long time no see." "Zhu Ren, Jiang Wanyan, you're back," Zhu Ren exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at her. It was indeed Jiang Wanyan. Zhu Ren would certainly not forget. They were university classmates, and she shared a dormitory with Xia Qingyun. Once, they had shared a connection, but as Zhu Ren married Xia Qingyun, their contact dwindled, and in recent years, they had exchanged only New Year's greetings. Upon returning, she was pleasantly surprised to encounter him while out for an evening stroll. "What a coincidence!" she exclaimed, her face lighting up with delight. "Indeed, quite a stroke of luck. Do you live nearby?" "Yes, I just moved in, right next to the Zhejiang Villa." An awkward silence enveloped them, and they both spoke simultaneously. "Shall we take a walk together?" Jiang Wanyan approached him, and under the moonlight, they strolled along the riverbank. "How have you been these past years?" Jiang Wanyan inquired, gathering her thoughts. "Quite well. My daughter is already 5 years old," Zhu Ren replied. Jiang Wanyan stole a glance at Zhu Ren. He was still the same as before, always inclined to resolve matters independently. "I heard you uploaded a new song using the 16-beat rest account," she mentioned. "Ah, you know about that? How could I forget? Back in our school days. Your account was one of my special favorites on a station," Jiang Wanyan remarked suddenly. Zhu Ren understood her implication, yet he found himself unable to respond, as he was still married, and besides, if he had Zhu Xinyue with him, he had no inclination to seek anything further. Noticing Zhu Ren's silence, Jiang Wanyan smiled and said, "I have always been your fan. If there's anything I or Jiang Che can assist with, please don't hesitate to let us know." She remained undeterred, knowing that she had secured an opportunity after waiting for so many years. She was willing to wait as long as necessary, provided he could confront his feelings. Today was merely the beginning. "Thank you for your help with the last recording," Zhu Ren acknowledged. "Don't mention it. We are old classmates, after all," she replied, her face glowing in the moonlight with a radiant smile. "Well, I should be going now. It's getting late. So I want to invite you in. Do visit my new home next time." "All right," Zhu Ren agreed. "Then I shall take my leave." Jiang Wanyan waved goodbye and departed the Riverside Park with grace. Zhu Ren watched her retreating figure with a sigh before heading back and driving away. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Wanyan concealed herself nearby, watching him until he drove off, after which she left the Riverside Park to return home. Xia Qingyun arrived home only to find it shrouded in darkness, seemingly devoid of life. "Husband?" she called out, her voice trembling. In a panic, she flicked on all the lights, yet the house remained empty. "No, something is amiss." She suddenly flung open Zhu Xinyue's bedroom door, relieved to find her daughter still there. Observing her daughter's peaceful slumber, she quietly entered, adjusting the blanket around her, and then gently closed the door. As long as her daughter was there, he would surely return. Xia Qingyun reassured herself in silence, seeking solace in her thoughts. Seated on the sofa, she pressed her lips together, bewildered by the turn of events. Tears gradually welled up in Xia Qingyun's eyes as she recalled Zhu Ren abandoning her, driving away alone. That resolute silhouette causing her heart to ache. Why? When they had reconciled just last night. I merely overlooked it. Why can't you understand me? Clearly tonight there was good news to share with Zhu Ren, yet it has devolved into this. Typically gentle and amiable, her husband seemed transformed this evening, inflicting pain not only upon Sun Zhe, but also stabbing her own heart deeply. In a daze, Xia Qingyun seemed to see herself in the KTV private room, singing love songs with Sun Zhe, that woman's face adorned with a seductive smile. No, it cannot be. You are not me. She painfully retched, as if this act could alleviate her inner turmoil. After a long while, a bitter smile emerged upon her lips. I was in the wrong, my dear husband. Yet, with unwavering determination in her gaze, she proclaimed, I shall earn your forgiveness. Chapter 26. The Apology of the Junior Senior. Could you assist me in fulfilling my mother's final wish? Just then, the phone rang. She hurriedly answered, but upon seeing that the call was from Junior Sun Zhe, disappointment flickered across her eyes. Nevertheless, she wiped away her tears, steeled herself, and answered the call. Hello. Sun Zhe. Senior Qingyun. I sent you a message on Green Bubble earlier. Why didn't you reply? I was so worried when you went out alone so late. Are you all right? A warmth spread through Xia Qingyun's heart. If only her husband could be as considerate as Sun Zhe. She replied, I've arrived home, so there's no need to worry. Thank you. After a moment's thought, she inquired, Is your wound all right? I heard Xiao Cheng mention that the doctor cleaned it with disinfectant and bandaged it. Are you feeling any better now? From the other end, Sun Zhe's weak voice responded, Yes, I'm fine. The doctor said I just need to rest for a few days. He then let out a muffled groan, as if striving to suppress his pain. Xia Qingyun quickly reassured him, Then do as the doctor instructs and take a good rest for a few days. Tomorrow She intended to say she would visit him, but recalling Zhu Ren's cold gaze, she hesitated and instead said, Tomorrow I'll have Xiao Cheng check on you again. Sun Zhe chuckled ruefully. Senior, are you still angry with me? It was my fault for taking the stage to sing without permission. I didn't expect my brother-in-law to misunderstand. I just thought it would be too lonely for you to sing alone. Go ahead and scold me. It's all my fault. His voice was rife with remorse. Xia Qingyun had initially been furious about him singing alongside her without consent, but his words made her feel that Zhu Ren had overreacted. She comforted him, Sun Zhe, it's all right. He was just a bit upset. I'll talk to him later. You shouldn't feel guilty. Rest well. It was also Zhu Ren's mistake. He should never have harmed you. I apologize on his behalf. It's fine. I've already forgiven my brother-in-law. Sun Zhe replied weakly. By the way, how is your mother doing recently? Xia Qingyun sought to divert the conversation away from the night's events. Sun Zhe hesitated before responding, she is fine, pretty good. Noticing his reluctance to elaborate, Xia Qingyun furrowed her brow and said sternly, If there is something, you must speak up. I promise to take good care of you and your mother. Is there anything you cannot share with me? Sun Zhe's voice trembled as if he were on the verge of tears. The doctor said my mom might only have a year left. Sobi. His cries were heart-wrenching, reverberating throughout the ward, enveloping him in profound sorrow. Xia Qingyun was taken aback, not anticipating the severity of his mother's condition. She had visited the hospital not long ago, where his mother was undergoing chemotherapy. She gently consoled him, Sun Zhe, you must be strong. With modern medicine, if the doctor says there is hope, don't lose faith. Right now, you are your mother's greatest source of strength. Sun Zhe's sobs gradually diminished as he hesitated to speak. Senior, actually my mother has a wish. I wonder if you could assist me? Xia Qingyun chuckled. What are you saying? Why be so polite? I promise to take good care of you all, and of course, I will fulfill your mother's wish. Please, share it with me. Really? Sun Zhe's face brightened with surprise. You still regard me as an outsider? A man shouldn't beat around the bush, just speak your mind. Taking a moment to gather his emotions, he cautiously uttered, My mother's greatest desire is to see me marry and have children. Naturally, that moment has passed, but senior, could you be my girlfriend? What? What are you saying? Xia Qingyun exclaimed in disbelief. It's not what you think. Sun Zhe hurriedly clarified. I mean just a pretend girlfriend. I realize this request is rather abrupt, but when my mother regained consciousness, She held my hand and expressed her wish to see me in a suit. Now, she lies in a hospital bed, still mumbling about knitting for my future wife. I promise it will only be for 3 months. Once this period is over, I will personally apologize to you. But right now, I truly need your help. I beg you, Senior. Sun Ze's eyes were red, revealing a faint, bitter smile. Is that so? Xia Qingyun's face displayed hesitation. Instinctively, she wanted to refuse. If her husband learned of this, it would undoubtedly affect their relationship. Yet, she had previously promised to fulfill Annie's wish. She found herself in a dilemma. Why? Let us discuss this matter later. She did not immediately decline. Sun Ze sighed on the other end. Well, all right then. Senior, should I call my brother-in-law to explain? It was my impulsiveness to go up and sing with you. We had both indulged a bit too much. He should understand. Xia Qingyun let out a wry smile. Forget it. Zhu Ren probably doesn't want to see you right now. Focus on recuperating at the hospital. She recalled that Zhu Ren had grown thoroughly weary of Sun Ze and resolutely declined. Then, all right, Senior, please convey my apologies to my brother-in-law. Sun Ze pondered for a moment before continuing. Xia Qingyun nodded, then ended the call. I wonder how Annie's condition is. At that moment, the sound of the door opening announced Zhu Ren's return. She quickly stood up and hurried to Zhu Ren, biting her lip and plaintively said, Darling, why did you leave me there alone? Where have you been? Returning later than I? Zhu Ren ignored her, quietly taking a seat on the sofa, lost in thought. Xia Qingyun understood that being seen singing love songs with Sun Ze by Zhu Ren was indeed inappropriate, but it was not her intention. Sun Ze had taken the initiative. Nevertheless, she acknowledged her mistake. Approaching Zhu Ren, she took hold of his hand and playfully pleaded, Darling, I was wrong. You can punish me however you wish. After speaking, she pressed her body close to Zhu Ren, the soft, delicate touch seemingly tempting him to commit a transgression. Maintaining a facade of indifference, Zhu Ren pushed her away. Is an apology from the esteemed general manager, Xia, merely a matter of using one's body? Do you have no shame left? Xia Qingyun's face paled, Darling. Your behavior is truly despicable, Zhu Ren retorted, leaving the living room and making his way directly to the bedroom. Xia Qingyun felt a sharp pain in her heart. Drained of all strength, she slumped onto the sofa. Why, darling, why must you utter such venomous words? I cannot endure this. Chapter 27. Let us divorce. Moments later, Zhu Ren emerged from the bedroom, standing before her. Xia Qingyun's vacant gaze gradually returned to focus as she looked up at Zhu Ren. The man before her retrieved several sheets of paper, placing them upon a coffee table, and coldly declared, Let us divorce. Xia Qingyun's expression was one of disbelief. Her eyes widened as she trembled. You wish to divorce me? Zhu Ren handed the divorce agreement to her, stating, Since our marriage, I have not earned a single penny. I will not claim any of the house or assets. I will leave with nothing. In a few days, I will find a new place to live, but the child must stay with me. What? Xia Qingyun's eyes brimmed with tears. She unsteadily rose to her feet, gazing up at Zhu Ren. Husband, can't you forgive me? Please do not use divorce as a punishment. The relationship has already fractured. Divorce is for the best for both of us. No, have I not been fine until now? I do not agree. How can you divorce me? Zhu Ren regarded her with indifference, having resolved to confront this matter head-on tonight. This was the confidence bestowed upon him by his supporters. Just days ago, with only a few thousand in his pocket, he would not have dared to act so boldly. It matters not whether you sign the divorce agreement. It merely prolongs the inevitable. I will file for divorce regardless. Faced with Zhu Ren's icy demeanor and hearing his ruthless words, Xia Qingyun was consumed by panic. Why? Is it because I inadvertently sang a love song with Sun Ze tonight? I have explained. I was unaware. Why can you not forgive me this once? Despair echoed in her voice, and deep within, she recognized that Zhu Ren was resolute this time. I have given you chances. How did you choose to act today? You abandoned your husband to have breakfast with Sun Ze, and then sang love duets with him in the evening. Do you still care for this family? Let us not forget how many times you have forsaken your family for your esteemed junior over the past month. I am human. I too grow weary. Xia Qingyun, let us part amicably before we end up with no dignity left. Xia Qingyun knelt in agony, tears blurring her vision as she sobbed. I have not betrayed you. From the beginning to the end, the one I love has always been you. She screamed with all her might, then coughed, her voice hoarse. But I do not love you anymore, Xia Qingyun. You did not cheat. Instead, I shall take that role. Zhu Ren stated calmly, his words devoid of warmth. As long as he could secure a smooth divorce, he did not mind being labeled the wrongdoer, for he had no intention of dividing assets. Xia Qingyun's weeping abruptly ceased. She stared blankly at Zhu Ren, feeling as though the man before her was a stranger. She pressed her lips together, trembling as she stood, yearning to approach Zhu Ren. She forced a smile. Husband, you are the best husband in the world. How could you ever betray me? Please do not speak in anger. I was wrong. Everyone makes mistakes and deserve a chance to amend them. Please do not condemn me utterly. Her eyes glistened as she pleaded with Zhu Ren. This was her final entreaty. Anger? Do you truly believe that the divorce agreement I retrieved from the bedroom is mere anger? Zhu Ren mocked. In that moment, Xia Qingyun awoke to reality. Yes, the divorce agreement. How could you take it out in just a few seconds? Could it be? Indeed, ever since Valentine's Day, I have contemplated divorce. I had already granted you a chance just yesterday. And this is the response you have given me. With no other recourse, Xia Qingyun decided to lay everything bare. This morning, I merely sought to delineate my boundaries with Sun Ze. My purpose in dining with him was precisely that. She leaned closer to Zhu Ren, attempting to clasp his hand. I thought, after all, he came to apologize, and it would not be right for him to leave in such a dejected manner. So, without a second thought, I went out for breakfast with him. As for the KTV last night, I genuinely did not pay attention. I had drunk too much, and given that our relationship has been somewhat strained lately, I happened to see that song, and by some twist of fate, I began to sing. Yes, you. There was absolutely no intention to have Sun Ze come up and sing a duet with me. She recounted the sequence of events rapidly, as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube, fearing that Zhu Ren would not wish to hear. Darling, please do not make hasty decisions based on these misunderstandings. Moreover, think of our daughter. She is only 5 years old. Have you considered what will happen to her if we divorce? Finally, she remembered that their daughter was her final bargaining chip. There is no need for this. I told you last night, this is the final opportunity. I could take good care of Yaya by myself. Having you as a mother makes little difference. To be fair, do you even spend an hour with our daughter in a week? Just sign the papers. I will not sign. I will not permit you to divorce me. Xia Qingyun began to throw a tantrum. She snatched the divorce agreement from him, furiously tearing it apart, and shouted, Zhu Ren, have you had enough of this? It seemed that this display gave her some confidence. I've already stated that today's events were all misunderstandings. Why do you not believe me? I am your wife. You would escalate this over such trivial matters. Zhu Ren found himself laughing in anger, not expecting her to turn the tables. He had never realized how unreasonable she could be. He sneered, you truly disgust me. How am I disgusting? I smell delightful. Saying this, she suddenly had a thought, unable to suppress her laughter. However, upon noticing Zhu Ren's lack of reaction, his demeanor remaining as calm as ever, she forced herself to regain composure and assertively stated, let's not dwell on past matters. Regarding this morning, what was I to do? Someone came to apologize sincerely, and you mocked him. I merely wished to ease the tension between you. You would allow such trivial matters to incite jealousy and seek divorce. Last night was the same. I was clearly intoxicated and acted carelessly, and I did not even glance at him. Yet you chose to be jealous over this. You were in the wrong, and you owe me an apology. Xia Qingyun began to entangle herself in her own arguments. It matters not. Then I shall file for divorce. Zhu Ren, unwilling to engage further, turned and walked away, directly entering the guest bedroom. In the bathroom, Zhu Ren allowed the cold water to drench his head, seeking a moment of clarity. After so many years of mutual love, they had now reached a point of separation. Xia Qingyun still pretended to appear affectionate, nearly causing him to retch. It is evident that her heart has long since changed. She prioritizes Sun Ze in everything, consistently aligning herself with his perspective. Yet she still speaks incessantly of love. How amusing. Next, he must find a place to stay, perhaps temporarily renting a 2-bedroom apartment, considering it will only be him and his daughter. The purchase of a home can wait. He simply wishes to expedite his departure from this place and prepare for divorce proceedings. After taking a shower, he visited his daughter's room, observing the tightly wrapped blanket before quietly retreating, returning to the guest room to prepare for sleep. Once the lights were extinguished, he lay in bed, contemplating for an extended period, finally exhaling a deep sigh. Was his choice from years ago truly misguided? Perhaps the weariness of the day overtook him, for he soon drifted into a drowsy slumber. After an indeterminate time, Zhu Ren suddenly sensed a soft, delicate figure pressing closely against him. Chapter 28. Becoming a substitute singer for the voice of China. A sudden touch awakened Zhu Ren, the sensation slick and unexpected. "What are you doing?" He pushed Xia Qingyun away. Yet, she drew closer, her gem-like eyes burning with intensity as she implored, "Darling, let us reconcile. You can have whatever you desire." She licked her lips, her words laced with an alluring charm. In the past, Zhu Ren would have eagerly embraced such advances, ready to conquer the world. However, now, faced with his wife's overture, he remained motionless. Zhu Ren fell silent. The love he once harbored for Xia Qingyun had morphed into profound resentment. He loathed her for taking their current life for granted, and he despised himself for the erroneous choices he had made. A grown man, confined within the walls of his home for so many years, had ultimately misplaced his affections. Suddenly, he felt enveloped by a warm presence, and he gazed in shock at his wife. In all their time together, she had never acted in such a manner, despite his many requests. Summoning immense willpower, Zhu Ren pushed Xia Qingyun away, observing her astonished expression. "If you seek pleasure, go find your junior, Sun Zixue. I find it repulsive." With that, he turned and retreated to another room, locking the door behind him. Xia Qingyun lay despondently on the bed, realizing that her husband was indeed serious this time. Was one misstep destined to lead to such a dismal outcome? She clenched her teeth, filled with regret. Had she known, she would never have consumed so much alcohol or gone out for breakfast with Sun Zhe. A soft, mournful sound escaped her lips. It's all right. I still have her daughter. I will win back my husband," she whispered to herself before sinking into a deep sleep. The following day, Zhu Ren awoke on time, prepared breakfast for their daughter, and called for Xu Xinyue. She opened her bleary eyes and, upon seeing him, joyfully climbed out of bed and hugged his legs. "Daddy, what time did you come home last night? I waited for you for so long, and then I fell asleep." Zhu Ren's heart warmed at her words, and he gently patted her little head. "You don't need to wait for me anymore. Go wash up. Breakfast is ready. I'll take you to kindergarten soon." She responded with an excited okay and hurried off to the bathroom. As Zhu Ren arranged the breakfast on the table, Xia Qingyun emerged from her room, stretching languidly, her graceful figure unmistakable. "Darling, what are we having for breakfast today?" she inquired, as though the events of the previous night had never transpired, acting as if everything were normal. "Did you sign it?" Zhu Ren countered, ignoring her query. Xia Qingyun appeared confused, seemingly unable to grasp his meaning. "I printed another copy of the divorce agreement this morning and left it at your door. Did you not see it?" Zhu Ren remarked with a cold smile, eager to resolve the situation without further entanglement. "What divorce agreement? I didn't see anything." "Darling, what are you talking about?" She feigned ignorance, much like an ostrich burying its head in the sand to escape danger. Zhu Ren regarded her performance with exasperation. "This is getting ridiculous. If you wish to play games, then let us proceed with the divorce. After all, if you have no shame, then neither do I." Xia Qingyun skipped joyfully to the dining table, exclaiming in exaggerated tone, "Wow, sweet potato congee, you are truly wonderful, dear husband, for serving it up for me. There is none for you. Go enjoy it with your junior, Sun Zhe." Zhu Ren replied, shifting his bowl away, disregarding her poor theatrics. He then called to Xu Xinyue, "Yeah, come eat." Just then, Xu Xinyue finished washing up and dashed over, taking a seat and blinking her eyes as she accepted the congee. Zhu Ren piled dumplings and steamed buns in front of her, along with freshly made soy milk. At this moment, Xia Qingyun squatted beside Xu Xinyue, her expression one of feigned astonishment. "Wow, yeah, your breakfast is so lavish." Xu Xinyue beamed with pride. "It's breakfast made by Daddy." Yet, Xia Qingyun leaned closer, her face falling, and lamented to her daughter, "But Mommy has nothing. Don't you think Daddy is being biased? Now that he has his precious daughter, he forgets about Mommy." Zhu Xinyue looked at her mother in confusion, realizing then that her own plate was empty. With wide eyes, she glanced at Zhu Ren, puzzled by the unfolding events. "Oh, Daddy doesn't want mommy anymore. My baby, can you help mommy, please?" Xia Qingyun feigned a pitiful expression, knowing she had to resort to this last tactic. Zhu Ren, witnessing this scene, felt anger rise within him. Xia Qingyun refused to reflect on her own missteps and was distorting the truth in front of their daughter. Unable to contain himself, he scolded, "Xia Qingyun, what are you doing? I'm hungry." She squatted on the floor like a child, disregarding her dignity. Watching her act like a spoiled child, Zhu Ren was at a loss, feeling as if he had gained another daughter overnight. Zhu Xinyue blinked at her mother, squatting on the ground, and extended her hand, comforting her. "Don't worry, Mom. I'll give you this bun." Xia Qingyun's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, my precious Xia. Come here, let Mommy give you a kiss." She leaned in, planting a kiss on Zhu Xinyue's cheek, eliciting a giggle from the latter. "How old are you? Still stealing your daughter's breakfast?" Zhu Ren couldn't hold back his exasperation. Xia Qingyun, looking aggrieved, retorted, "Who didn't prepare breakfast for me? At least my sweet baby cares for me. All right, I'll give you half of mine, but you must return yes." Zhu Ren conceded, realizing that Xia Qingyun had definitely found his weakness. Xia Qingyun wore a satisfied smile as they enjoyed breakfast together. Zhu Ren remained silent and urged Zhu Xinyue, "Hurry and eat. We need to get you to kindergarten." Zhu Xinyue, uncertain about the sudden shift in her father's mood, wondered if it was because she had given her uneaten breakfast to her mother. With her head drooping, she quietly ate her meal. After finishing breakfast and tidying up, Zhu Ren took his daughter and drove to the kindergarten. Xia Qingyun quietly watched his departing figure, reassuring herself, "Dear husband, we will not divorce." Later, after dropping their daughter off at kindergarten, Zhu Ren returned home to pack his belongings, planning to rent a place temporarily. Having just finished packing, I received a call from Jiang Wanyun. "Zhu Ren, are you free this Friday?" "Friday? Of course I am. You know very well that I am merely a house husband." With little to occupy my time, Zhu Ren replied, initially startled, then jokingly, "Would you like to attend The Voice of China?" "Huh, The Voice of China?" Zhu Ren responded in surprise. Taken aback, Jiang Wanyun elaborated, "Surely you have heard of this program. It has gained considerable popularity lately. Due to an unforeseen issue with a certain singer, they are in need of a last-minute replacement. But why would they choose me?" Zhu Ren questioned, perplexed. Indeed, The Voice of China is an immensely popular music show, having just concluded its first episode, dominating various trending topics and eagerly anticipated by many for the upcoming broadcast. "Do you remember the director? It's Su Jingyan. She just called me to express her concerns, and I mentioned your situation to her. I expect she will formally reach out shortly to extend an invitation to you." Realizing it was Su Jingyan, Zhu Ren recalled that she was a senior of his a year ahead, with whom he had only a casual acquaintance. Now, she had risen to the position of director of The Voice of China. Zhu Ren suddenly became acutely aware of how much time he had squandered. Chapter 29. Xia Qingyun sought the counsel of her close friend. On the other end of the line, Jiang Wanyun continued to speak. "Zhu Ren, you should give it a try. The appearance fee for a single episode is 2 million. 2 million? Zhu Ren felt a stir of excitement within. It was worth noting that he currently had only a few $100,000 at his disposal, and the audio drama he recorded with Lin Yu, titled Covering the Sky, had yet to launch its paid early access feature, with updates being provided free of charge. If such a sum were indeed available, it would alleviate his immediate financial woes, allowing him to purchase a decent 2-bedroom apartment in the city without hesitation. However, he was curious about the program's process. "Let Su Jingyan explain the specifics to you personally. I believe this is a splendid opportunity," Jiang Wanyun said, her enthusiasm palpable. "Zhu Ren, we are all eagerly anticipating your performance, not just your classmates, but also the teachers at the school and your numerous fans." "All right, I will go," Zhu Ren replied, a twinge of emotion welling up within him. He hadn't expected that after all these years, his old classmates and teachers still remembered him, especially since they had once held such high hopes for him. The thought of disappointing so many weighed heavily on his heart, making him feel a sense of sadness. Most importantly, His choices back then now seemed misguided. Then hurry and buy your ticket to the capital. Xu Qingyun will handle the arrangements. Even if it's a live broadcast, you need to rehearse first. Understood. Zhu Ren wasted no time and swiftly purchased a plane ticket. He decided to finish recording Covering the Sky with Lin Yu before setting off. However, he realized he might have to break his promise to Zhu Qingyun, as he had previously committed to taking her hiking and to an amusement park that weekend. With these thoughts in mind, he called his mother, asking her to pick up Zhu Qingyun after school and bring her home for dinner. Subsequently, Zhu Ren sent messages to Lin Yu and Jiangche to inform them of his plans. Then he drove to Lin Yu's studio in the Cultural and Creative Park. Xia Qingyun was not working today. After discussing with Cheng Zhixia, she postponed the meetings and instructed her to manage any pressing matters on her own. She drove to a bar located in the southern part of the city, aptly named Heartbeat Pause. At this hour, the bar was nearly empty, and Yunju sat at the counter, idly swirling her drink. Leaning casually against the bar, one arm draped around the surroundings, she had loosened her shirt slightly, revealing her delicately alluring collarbone, the fabric gently shifting with her breath. Upon seeing Xia Qingyun arrive, Yunju appeared astonished. "Oh, what brings President Xia to my humble abode today?" Xia Qingyun's expression turned somber. "Zhu, you're always so full of surprises. I need your advice on a matter." With curiosity piqued, Yunju replied, "Do tell, what issue could possibly leave the esteemed President Xia at a loss?" Xia Qingyun pondered for a moment. Being accustomed to a commanding demeanor, she was reluctant to reveal any vulnerability, even in the presence of Yunju, her matchmaker. After much deliberation, she finally spoke. "Well, I have a friend who has had some disagreements with her husband." 10 minutes later, Xia Qingyun had elucidated the entire situation. Her eyes filled with hope as she looked at Yunju, yearning for her counsel. However, what awaited her was a burst of laughter from Yunju. What kind of friend is that? On Valentine's Day, leaving her husband at home to accompany a junior at the hospital? Do you expect me to believe that? Xia Qingyun turned pale, her mouth agape, speechless. She finally grasped that such matters could not merely be dismissed by a clear conscience. Even her closest friend, Yunju, found it hard to believe. As if that weren't enough, the following day, her husband spotted her dining with the junior at a couple's restaurant, followed by her accompanying him to the hospital. My heavens! Does she even care about her husband? Yunju warned, "You should distance yourself from such a person. Don't let her lead you astray, or you'll surely regret it." Xia Qingyun stuttered, unable to respond. As Yunju continued, "You still don't believe me? From what you've said, this woman is certainly no good." She assured her husband she would maintain distance from the junior. Yet the very next day, she went out for breakfast with him. Is he her little brother or her romantic interest? Well, there's a reason for that. Xia Qingyun finally attempted to defend herself. What reason could possibly justify them singing love songs together at a KTV? Yunju scoffed. Do you not understand what that implies? Zhu, what should I do? Faced with Yunju's scorn, Xia Qingyun felt flustered and asked directly. I knew it. You're not fooling anyone with this friend of yours. Yunju teased, her expression playful. Isn't that person you? Xia Qingyun, conceding, admitted the truth. You? How could you forget? Do you recall the lengths you went to in order to wrest Zhu Ren from that group? You even had a fierce showdown with your family to marry him. Have you truly forgotten how to cherish what you have? Yunju nearly blurted out. Still immersed in her regret, Xia Qingyun did not catch Yunju's words. Zhu, you want a divorce. What should I do? I never anticipated things would escalate to this point. Yunju regarded her friend with exasperation, contemplating before cautiously inquiring. Are you and that junior really just friends? Xia Qingyun, who had been sorrowful, changed her expression upon hearing Yunju's question. She stood up, asserting, how could that be? He is genuinely just my junior. Do you not trust me either? Seeing her friend resembling an agitated cat, Yunju reassured her, all right, I understand. Please sit down. If that is the case, why can't you establish boundaries with Sunze? Yunju let out a sigh, observing the expression on her face. And a realization dawned upon me. Perhaps parting ways would be beneficial for both of you. I vehemently disagree. Xia Qingyun exclaimed, gripping Yunju's hand tightly. In your presence, you still hold back, leaving me unable to offer you any advice, Shi Yunju remarked coldly. Have you not yet discerned that the principal issue between you and Zhu Ren is, in fact, Sun Tze? I ponder how Zhu Ren uploaded a new song on platform A the day before, despite having devoted himself to being a homemaker and not having released anything for several years. Chapter 30. Opportunity always favors the prepared what? Xia Qingyun stared blankly at Shi Yunju. Zhu Ren had released a new song? Shi Yunju sneered. Oh, you are still unaware? Is this the love you speak of? Xia, perhaps you should search for yourself. She then opened her phone, accessed the bar's audio system, and clicked play on inconsistent words. Come, listen well. This should be a piece Zhu Ren crafted especially for you. At this moment, Xia Qingyun snapped to attention and hurriedly opened the A-Side app on her phone. The homepage displayed the latest update on 16 Measures Rest, countdown, 30 hours. Fine-tuning the last string. The stylist mentioned that the lighting would be striking. See you on stage. Countdown stage challenge, stay tuned. What? My husband is in the capital today? Why? Why didn't he tell me? She trembled as she clicked on the update, where fans had left a flurry of comments. Wow. At this time, it must be that stage. My battle anthem is resounding in my DNA. Could it be inconsistent words? My excited heart, my trembling hands. I must buy a ticket immediately. Scalpers, please contact me. No, buddy, don't inflate the ticket prices. Idol's comeback is nothing short of spectacular. It's worth my 10 years as a devoted fan. Yes, inconsistent words. She scrolled back to previous updates, and just then, the bar sound system activated, filling the air with Zhu Ren's voice. Inconsistent words. Your heartfelt promises have drifted away with the western winds, the dreams of the infatuated, my cherished reliance, like withered, wilting flowers. Sparks ignite. My passionate gaze once illuminated the brightest skies, a thunderclap, your ruthless release at the moment I needed you most. Tears streamed down Xia Qingyun's face as she murmured, No, husband, I did not let go. She finally comprehended what Shi Yunju meant. Zhu Ren had subtly alerted her long ago, yet she had repeatedly acted in ways that drove him to draw a clear line between herself and Sun Tze. However, after agreeing, she sang love songs with Sun Tze right in front of him. A scream echoed within her. How she yearned to go back and halt her own actions. My husband is scolding me. He is indeed scolding me. Panic-stricken, she grasped Shi Yunju's hand and asked, Zhu, what should I do? I don't want to lose him. I don't want a divorce. Shi Yunju calmly regarded the flustered Xia Qingyun. Anyone arriving would find it hard to reconcile this person with the icy, aloof general manager Xia. She shook her head and replied, You should understand Zhu Ren's nature. Once he has made up his mind about something, no one can change it. Otherwise, why would he have married you in the first place? Xia Qingyun was in a state of utter despair, gripping Shi Yunju's hands as if they were her last lifeline. Zhu, you must have a solution. You are so intelligent, and moreover, at that time, it was you. Shi Yunju was reluctant to let her continue, replying, The present is not like the past, Xia Qingyun. You have made too many mistakes, and Zhu Ren has already lost his patience. I suspect that once those women learn of your impending divorce, they will undoubtedly reveal themselves. Xia Qingyun froze, the familiar names flashing in her mind. No, there must be a way. She trembled as she fished out her phone, eager to call Zhu Ren. However, all she heard was the busy tone. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Unwilling to concede, she dialed several times, and finally, someone answered. Husband, where are you? She hastily inquired. Yet, the voice on the other end belonged to a young girl, melodious and clear. Teacher Zhu is currently in a recording session. Please call back later. Who are you? Xia Qingyun demanded, her anxiety evident. On the other end, Lin Yu was bewildered. She had answered the call, thinking it might be urgent, only to be confronted by Xia Qingyun's barrage of questions. I am. Before she could finish, Zhu Ren emerged, seeing the scene unfold, and asked Shaolin, who is on the line. Oh, it's your wife, Lin Yu explained. Give it to me, Zhu Ren said, taking the phone. Xia, what is it? He called me Xia. A wave of bitterness washed over Xia Qingyun. Husband, have you already gone to the capital? After a moment of silence, he replied, Yes, what do you need? I want to see you, Xia Qingyun said cautiously. There's no need, Just take care of your own matters, Xia. I do not wish to trouble you, Zhu Ren replied coolly. But Xia Qingyun wanted to say more, but Zhu Ren had already lost his patience. If there's nothing else, Xia, I will hang up. Wait, but before she could finish, he had already disconnected the call, staring blankly at her phone. Tears streamed down her face. Just then, Shi Yunzaz approached her, whispering softly in her ear, perhaps Zhu Ren is still in the city. I checked his A-site dynamic location, and he is not in the capital. Xia Qingyun snapped back to reality, clicking on the dynamic update, and, indeed, finding it to be true. She exclaimed, "Thank you, Zhu. I will find my husband and explain everything to him. Just be aware, you must act quickly. Once he appears on that program, those women will surely catch wind of it. Xiaocheng, quickly check Zhu Ren's location." Xia Qingyun urgently instructed her assistant. The situation had escalated beyond her expectations. Initially, she had intended to proceed slowly. However, now that Zhu Ren was on a program, it felt as though he was striving to break free from her grasp. With a sense of urgency, she strode outside, starting her car and driving towards Zhu Ren's location. Shi Yunzhu gazed at her departing silhouette, licking her lips. Ah, Xia Qingyun, you truly are inept. How could you lose in such a situation? However, if that is the case, an opportunity has arisen. Indeed, fortune always favors those who are prepared. Meanwhile, Zhu Ren ended the call and prepared to bid farewell to Linyu. Today, due to time constraints, the recording session had not proceeded smoothly, and they had only managed to complete half of the entire audio drama. Fortunately, the previously completed segments of the audio drama would suffice for the upcoming days. Teacher Zhu, are you really going to participate in Waxia's good voice? Linyu still had not fully come to terms with this news. Chapter 31. You have Secretary Sun, and I have Assistant Lin. Is that not normal? Unexpectedly, Zhu Ren, after 5 years of silence, has made a remarkable comeback, releasing a splendid song and an exceptional drama. And now he is set to grace the stage of the renowned show, The Voice of China. It is important to note that The Voice of China is a live broadcast music competition that features international vocal talents. Each contestant must endure the scrutiny of both on-site and online audiences, who collectively determine their fate. Each episode culminates in the elimination of one participant, which deters many underqualified celebrities from participating. Those who ascend the stage are either confident in their own abilities, trust in their fan base, or rely on the support of their connections. Linyu believes that Zhu Ren undoubtedly belongs to the former category. It seems to be a serendipitous opportunity, and Zhu Ren has not elaborated much. Go for it, Teacher Zhu. Unfortunately, I lack audience votes, but I will support you in the live stream. Linyu clenched her small fist, striking a motivational pose. Thank you. Just as he was about to step outside, Linyu appeared, pulling a suitcase. With a bright smile, she addressed Zhu Ren. Teacher Zhu, do you still need an assistant? Zhu Ren was about to decline when Linyu continued. Look, I have already organized the itinerary, and I've arranged the shuttle from the airport to the hotel. Oh, and I prepared your favorite honey grapefruit tea, complete with a portable thermos. She waved the pink thermos in her hand, adorned with a cartoon sticker of Zhu Ren. Moreover, since you'll be busy with the program, someone must manage the trivialities, whether it's communicating with the production team or arranging your schedule. Besides, how will people perceive you if you go alone? Zhu Ren, observing the eager demeanor of the young girl before him, found it hard to refuse. After contemplating, he conceded that her reasoning held merit. Then, I shall trouble you. Once the appearance fee arrives, I will allocate 30 of it to you. He refrained from offering it immediately, knowing she would refuse. Linyu chuckled. That only fuels my enthusiasm. The intern assistant is already in place. Teacher Zhu, let us depart. She waved her hand and arranged for a vehicle to the airport. On the way, Zhu Ren received a call from Jiang Che, who was unaware that it was Jiang Wanyun who had made the recommendation. Upon seeing the message, Jiang Che had even called to dissuade him from attending, warning that such last-minute replacements were not lucrative and could result in elimination or blame, tarnishing his reputation. Only when Zhu Ren mentioned Jiang Wanyun's name did Jiang Che realize that his sister had intervened so swiftly. He shook his head and ended the call, dismissing these matters, and turned to the eager young influencer before him, saying, "Keep moving and don't stop." Soon, Zhu Ren arrived at the airport. Just as he was about to head to the terminal to print his boarding pass, Lin Yu interjected. Let me handle that. It's the assistant's duty. With a cheerful demeanor, she took Zhu Ren's ID, dragging the small suitcase forward to check in and print the boarding pass. Zhu Ren watched the young girl's agile movements and couldn't help but smile. Youth is truly a blessing. At that moment, he heard a familiar voice. Husband. It was Xia Qingyun. He turned to look towards the entrance, where the heat waves from outside the glass door still clung to her back, her hair damp against her neck. She had rushed to the airport, looking disheveled. What brings you here? Zhu Ren was taken aback, uncertain of her intentions. This was the airport, bustling with people. Ignoring the astonished gazes of onlookers, Xia Qingyun leapt into Zhu Ren's embrace. What on earth is happening? Am I trapped in some melodramatic romance? One must admit, the leading couple was exceptionally attractive. I'm here for the gossip. In such a public setting, Zhu Ren could not make any grand gestures. After struggling a few times with no success, he reluctantly asked, What are you doing? Husband, I was wrong. Xia Qingyun whispered, her voice quivering. I saw your post on a station. Husband, it was my fault I was wrong. Zhu Ren just wanted her to leave. Fine. As long as you understand your mistake. I have things to do, please go back. She clung tightly, refusing to relent. Husband, I know everything now. You can scold me however you wish. I'm stubborn and unrepentant. Is this amusing to you? Zhu Ren felt as if he were stuck to a piece of sticky candy, unable to shake her off. Husband, I will show you my change. Trust me. All right. Could you please let go of me? Just then, Lin Yu rushed over, laughing as she approached. Teacher Zhu, I have already taken care of it. As she drew closer, she realized that Zhu Ren was still holding a woman in his arms, who appeared heartbroken and pitiable. Husband, who is she? Lin Yu released her grip, glaring fiercely at her. Lin Yu instinctively took a step back, maintaining her composure as she explained. I am Teacher Zhu's assistant. You have Secretary Sun, and I have Assistant Lin. It's quite normal, isn't it? Zhu Ren coldly chuckled, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Yu. Xia Qingyun's face turned pale. I assure you, my relationship with Sun Ze is not like that. What? Do you think my relationship with Assistant Lin resembles yours? Zhu Ren countered. No, that's not what I meant. Xia Qingyun stammered an explanation. The crowd nearby buzzed with whispers. Is the legitimate wife confronting the mistress? How scandalous. No. It doesn't seem that way. I noticed them earlier. That woman and that man haven't been intimate at all. She truly seems to be just an assistant. Isn't it better to discuss matters at home rather than coming to the airport? Doesn't that woman look somewhat familiar? Almost like our city's general manager, Xia? No way. General Manager Xia would never behave like this. Besides, others seem quite affectionate with her husband. Hearing the murmurs around him, Zhu Ren could no longer contain himself. Mind your manners. This is a public place. Don't embarrass your parents, he admonished sternly. I have business to attend to. If you have something to say, wait until I return. With that, he led Lin Yu through the security checkpoint. Xia Qingyun stood aside, gazing at the silhouettes of the two departing figures. A thought blossomed within her. I have a daughter, my husband, wait for me. She walked out of the airport in a daze, started her car, and drove towards the kindergarten. In the waiting room, Zhu Ren comforted Lin Yu, saying, Are you all right? That is my wife. We had some recent disagreements. Please do not take it to heart. I'm fine, Teacher Zhu truly. Lin Yu replied, not feeling anger, but rather offering reassurance to Zhu Ren. How about I give President Xia a call to clarify things? There's no need, Zhu Ren declined. After a moment of reflection, he added, We are about to divorce. Chapter 32. Harmony in the family. To Lin Yu's astonishment, she was met with the astonishing news. The esteemed General Manager Xia of Qingren Technology was renowned in the city as a rising star. Recently, he had even represented the private sector at a conference with the Prime Minister. The love story between him and his wife was the talk of the town. Lin Yu had heard it recounted numerous times at various banquets in Jiang Province. Who would have imagined that such a model couple would be on the verge of divorce? Strangely, her thoughts drifted not to the couple's turmoil, but rather to whether Manager Xia's company would require a name change. Zhu Ren, observing Lin Yu lost in thought, sighed. If it weren't for Lin Yu encountering the situation today, he would never have discussed it with anyone, as it was a source of embarrassment. It's all right. Teacher Zhu, with your talents, I'm sure many women will be vying for your attention after the divorce, Lin Yu remarked with a smile. Such matters are dictated by fate. Besides, I still have you, Zhu Ren replied, now less enthusiastic about romantic pursuits. Once believing in a flawless love, he found it surprisingly fragile and now focused solely on raising his daughter to adulthood. Indeed, with a daughter as delightful as you, I, as her assistant, will ensure she is well cared for, Lin Yu beamed brightly. While the two awaited their flight, Xia Qingyun had already arrived at the provincial third kindergarten. This was her first visit this year, and despite relying on navigation, she nearly lost her way. She pulled out her phone and called Teacher Wang. Hello, Teacher Wang. It's me, the mother of Zhu Xinyue. I'm here to pick her up today. On the other end, Teacher Wang's voice was tinged with confusion. Xinyue's mother? But she has already been picked up by her grandmother. Didn't you know? Perhaps you should call to confirm? What? A wave of shock washed over Xia Qingyun. Zhu Ren would rather entrust their daughter to his parents than allow her to care for her. She found a milk tea she had specially bought for her daughter suddenly daunting. In haste, she called Lin Huilan, sweetly addressing her mom. I intended to pick you up from kindergarten today, but the teacher mentioned she has already been taken home by you? Lin Huilan responded, yes. We are already at home. Didn't Ren tell you? Oh, he did mention it, but I completely forgot, she hurriedly explained. I'll go and get you back. Today's work isn't too busy. All right, Lin Huilan agreed, then cautiously added, Qingyun, how have you and Ren been lately? We are fine. Just as usual, came Qingyun's response. Indeed, there are no insurmountable obstacles between spouses. It's better to communicate openly than to keep things bottled up. I've also spoken to Ren about it. You both should come visit us next time. Sure. Xia Qingyun replied readily, feeling somewhat reassured by her in-law support. Just as she was about to head to Shuxiangyizhu, her phone rang. It was a call from Sun Zhe. She furrowed her brow and initially declined to answer. However, the phone continued to ring insistently until she finally picked it up. Senior, are you all right? Sun Zhe's anxious voice came through. I heard from Assistant Chang that you didn't come to the office today. Is everything okay? Xia Qingyun calmly stated, I am fine. As long as you are okay, that's good. Senior sister, do you know how worried I was? Before Sun Zhe could finish, Xia Qingyun interrupted him. Sun Zhe, I appreciate your concern. Is there anything else? Sun Zhe instantly resembled a wilted eggplant, muttering softly, No, nothing. I just wanted to ask if you had dinner. It's nothing, I'll hang up now. Xia Qingyun decisively ended the call, wishing fervently that Zhu Ren could witness her composure at this moment. Sun Zhe stared at the black screen of his phone, frustrated, and pounded the table, his eyes narrowing as he murmured, Xia Qingyun, you cannot escape. On her end, Xia Qingyun returned home briefly to fetch a piece of calligraphy, then went to the market to buy some tea, wine, and fruits before heading to Shuxiangyizhu. By this time, Zhu Deming and Lin Huilan had already prepared dinner, while Zhu Xinyue was happily watching cartoons on the sofa. When the doorbell rang, Lin Huilan called out, Yeah, go open the door for your mother. Oh, Zhu Xinyue responded cheerfully, dashing to the door and exclaiming, Mom, you're here. Upon seeing Xia Qingyun carrying several items, the little one eagerly extended her hand. I'll help you. Xia Qingyun passed her the fruits, cautioning, Be careful. At that moment, Lin Huilan approached warmly, greeting, Qingyun, you've arrived just in time. Dinner is ready, and we were waiting for you. I hope I'm not late, Xia Qingyun replied bashfully, placing her various items near the entrance. Just on time, Lin Huilan remarked, observing her daughter-in-law's numerous bags, chiding lightly. You said you'd come over, yet you brought so many things, making it feel like a visit. It's only proper, Mom. Where's Dad? Oh, he's lying on the sofa. His old joint issues are acting up. Lin Huilan pointed towards the living room sofa. Zhu Deming then spoke up. Qingyun, you've come. Come sit with me. Xia Qingyun responded and approached him, saying, Dad, I brought you a piece of calligraphy. Can you guess whose it is? She then unrolled the artwork without revealing its signature. Zhu Deming took it, examining it closely, his face lighting up with joy. Qingyun, you've put thought into this. This is the genuine work of the late Master Qi Ping Tang. Indeed, nothing escapes your discerning eye, Xia Qingyun praised. Hearing the compliment from the esteemed President Xia, Zhu Deming was elated. I accept this gift with gratitude. Thank you to my daughter-in-law. At that moment, Zhu Xinyue ran over, What about Grandma's gift? Xia Qingyun maintained a serious expression. Do I need to be reminded? It's right here. As she spoke, she handed the beautifully wrapped box to Lin Huilan. Oh, I have one too. Lin Huilan exclaimed in surprise. How could I forget you? This is a specially prepared tonic paste. By the way, Dad, next time I'll invite an experienced traditional Chinese doctor to check your joints. You're very thoughtful. Zhu Deming smiled. All right, everyone come to the table. Old Zhu, take your time, Lin Huilan called, signaling everyone to commence dinner. During this delightful gathering, the topic of Zhu Ren's affairs was deliberately avoided. However, as Xia Qingyun was preparing to leave with her daughter, Zhu Deming exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Huilan. He turned to Zhu Xinyue and said, Yeah, today we have all received gifts, and I have one for you as well. With that, he led Zhu Xinyue to the study. Xia Qingyun felt a surge of anxiety. She understood that the changes in her and her husband's relationship could not remain concealed from her in-laws. Chapter 33. Xia Qingyun decides to pursue her husband with her daughter Lin Huilan suddenly turned around, rummaging through a cabinet to retrieve a sandalwood box, within which lay neatly stacked yellowed photographs. She pointed to one and said to Xia Qingyun, Look at this one. It was taken during a performance when Zhu Ren's father went to the countryside. The young man in the photograph wore a faded shirt and sat on a sun-drenched threshing ground, cradling a guitar with a backdrop of a radiant sunset. Lin Huilan gently traced the photograph with her fingertips, seemingly lost in reminiscence. They say that marital disputes are like cooking half-done rice. The longer they simmer in the pot, the harder they become. Back then, Zhu Ren's father and I were no different, constantly bickering every few days. There was one time I was so angry that I returned to my mother's home. And what happened? On the third day, he stood at the village entrance holding this, waiting until dawn, saying he wanted to treat me to an outdoor movie. She produced a yellowed movie ticket stub from box. Suddenly, Lin Huilan grasped Xia Qingyun's hand. What I mean to say is in life, there will inevitably be bumps along the way. Look at this plant. It has wilted because I forgot to water it last month. She pointed to a drooping pot hose in the flower pot. Feelings, too, require nurturing. One cannot survive solely on memories. No matter the issue, admitting a mistake can help the situation pass. A harmonious home leads to prosperity, and you are our family's acknowledged good daughter-in-law. Xia Qingyun's face was etched with bitterness. If acknowledging mistakes were effective, would they find themselves in this predicament now? Mother, I understand. We'll be all right. Ah, that's the spirit, Lin Huilan replied with a satisfied smile. At that moment, Zhu Xinyue dashed out from the study, proudly displaying, Mommy, look, this is the pen Grandpa gave me. Did you thank Grandpa? Xia Qingyun asked, gathering her emotions to respond to Zhu Xinyue. Thank you, Grandpa. The room was filled with laughter and joy. After leaving her in-laws' home, Xia Qingyun first bought her daughter a cup of milk tea, then a long-desired fufu dal. Upon arriving home, she looked at Zhu Xinyue with eager anticipation. Yeah, darling. Do you think Mommy treats you well? Zhu Xinyue blinked her dark eyes, still sipping her milk tea. After swallowing, she exclaimed yes. Then, my dear, could you assist Mommy with something? Zhu Xinyue displayed a puzzled expression, not understanding her mother's words. Many ill-intentioned women have appeared around Daddy. Shall we work together to chase them away? Xia Qingyun suggested enticingly. Seeing her daughter's lack of reaction, she assumed she and T grasped the meaning. Thus, she continued, Silly girl, if those women succeed, then Daddy will surely divorce Mommy, and you'll lose your father. Zhu Xinyue looked confused. Why would I lose Daddy? If he divorces, can't I just stay with him? They say that the truth is a sharp blade. Her daughter's candid and unfiltered words pierced Xia Qingyun's heart deeply, eliciting a mournful cry. Husband, daughter, do you no longer want me? She gazed at her daughter with a flicker of hope, pleading silently. If you divorce, you will definitely find a new daddy, and he surely won't like me. Stories always say so. Zhu Xinyue raised her small face, wearing an expression that exuded an air of cleverness. Xia Qingyun felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Why did her daughter think this way? Was her image in her daughter's eyes truly so simplistic? In that moment, she lamented the neglect she had shown her daughter in favor of her career. Mommy won T. Mommy only likes Daddy. Xia Qingyun hastily clarified. Really? Then who was that uncle last time? Daddy has never brought anyone else home. Zhu Xinyue immediately countered. determined not to be deceived by her mother. Well, that was... As Xia Qingyun attempted to defend herself, she suddenly realized that, from her daughter's perspective, such behavior was indeed abnormal. What had she been thinking at the time? A wave of fatigue washed over her, and she slumped onto the sofa. Seeing her mother in such a state, Zhu Xingyun had dropped her milk tea in fright and rushed to her side, anxiously asking, "Mommy, what's wrong?" After speaking, she placed one hand on her mother's forehead and the other on her own, murmuring to herself, "No fever, right?" Observing her daughter's exaggerated actions, Xia Qingyun's worry transformed into amusement, and she couldn't help but smile through her tears. An idea struck her. Yeah, do you know where Daddy is gone? Huh? Zhu Xingyun suddenly realized that aside from the morning, she had not seen her father the entire day. Her face reflected urgency. Where did Daddy go? Xia Qingyun picked up her phone and opened Zhu Ren's social media update, saying, "Daddy has gone to the capital to record a program. Shall we go see him sing tomorrow?" Zhu Xingyun recited with precision. 16 beats rest? This refers to Daddy's account on a station. Shall we go support Daddy at the venue tomorrow? After examining the phone for a while, Zhu Xingyun finally grasped the situation. She shoved the phone back into Xia Qingyun's hands and tugged at her insistently. "Mommy, let us hurry." Xia Qingyun chuckled, bemused by her daughter's enthusiasm. "Silly girl. We can leave tomorrow. And besides, shouldn't you get ready and dress up nicely? We need to show off our little princess." "All right, then let us set off early tomorrow." Zhu Xingyun gleefully scampered to the coffee table, clutching her fufu toy, and headed to the bedroom, declaring, "I'm going to brush my teeth and take a shower." "Slow down," Xia Qingyun called out, relieved to have managed her daughter, even if the outcome wasn't perfect. After Zhu Xingyun finished her routine, Xia Qingyun entered the bathroom for a shower. Tomorrow, if Zhu Ren saw them cheering for him, he would surely be delighted. A blush crept onto her cheeks at the thought. Oh, my husband. In the early hours of that night, Zhu Ren and Lin Yu finally arrived in the capital, weary from their travels. They headed straight to the baggage claim area to retrieve their luggage. Just then, Zhu Ren's phone rang. He initially thought it was a call from the program's arranged driver and answered without hesitation, only to be surprised to hear Xia Qingyun's voice on the line, revealing that she was still awake. "Dear, you've arrived. Haven't you?" Her voice carried a hint of fatigue, unusual for her at that hour. "What's the matter? Why are you calling so late?" Zhu Ren questioned, puzzled by her late-night call. "Darling, I have arranged for someone to pick you up." "No need. The production team will come to collect me." Despite the good intentions, Zhu Ren did not respond with a cold demeanor. A silence enveloped the phone line, and Xia Qingyun gently acknowledged his words. Then, she added, "Darling, tomorrow I will surprise you." Her statement, though seemingly innocent, evoked memories of the surprise she had orchestrated for him at the KTV 2 days prior. Zhu Ren replied coldly, "A surprise? Let us hope it's not a fright. Is there anything else you need?" "And no, nothing." Xia Qingyun stared vacantly at the disconnected call, pondering if this was her just deserts. A wave of desolation washed over her, yet she soon mustered her courage, for her daughter was her trump card. Just as Zhu Ren ended the call, his phone rang again. It was a call from Su Jingyan. Chapter 34. Mr. Zhu. Every encounter in this world is a reunion after a long separation. He quickly picked up the call, although Su Jingyan was his senior. They were not particularly close during their time at school, and after graduation, their contact had been minimal. She was merely a few months older than him, yet had already become the esteemed director of the Voice of China. How could Zhu Ren dare to be neglectful? He heard Su Jingyan speak leisurely. "Zhu Ren, the app indicates that the flight has arrived. Have you come out yet?" "Yes, we are at the luggage carousel." "Senior, where is our ride?" "Oh, just come over to the parking lot. I will wait for you here." Initially, Zhu Ren felt a twinge of irritation for not spotting anyone from the production team upon exiting, perceiving it as a slight against him. However, upon learning that Su Jingyan had come personally, he realized he had misjudged her. "Huh? Senior, you came yourself? There was no need for you to go to such lengths. We will head over right away." "Not all. I'll be waiting in the car." Su Jingyan's light laughter came through the phone. "It has been several years since we last met. Do you still remember me?" As Zhu Ren made his way to the parking lot with Lin Yu, he responded, "Some say that in youth, one should avoid encountering two dazzling individuals. I suppose I was not so fortunate, as I happen to meet you, Senior. Well, aren't you quite the smooth talker now? All right, I won't hold you up any longer. Call me when you arrive. Xu Qingyun teased before hanging up. Before long, Zhu Ren and Lin Yu reached the parking lot, just as he was about to take out his phone to inquire about Xu Qingyun's location. He heard her voice ahead. Junior, over here. It was Xu Qingyun. She was clad in a beige trench coat, its hem gently lifted by the breeze, wearing sunglasses, and striking a poised, confident pose beside a red sports car. Her features embodied the classic beauty of the East, with an intellectual clarity illuminating her eyes. Her oval face was gracefully sculpted, her brows slightly arched, and her straight nose bore a soft roundness at the tip. Her thin lips were gently pressed together, a smile playing at the corners. She looked exactly as Zhu Ren remembered her. As she stood up and waved cheerfully, she greeted him. Long time no see, Junior. To be honest, Zhu Ren had become somewhat sensitive to the term junior, but seeing Xu Qingyun after so many years filled him with joy. He quickened his pace and reached her side. You still look just like before, Senior. Xu Qingyun smiled and asked, what was I like before? How shall I put it? You remind me of Gong Er from The Grandmaster. In the film The Grandmaster, Gong Er is a remarkably legendary female character, embodying both the fierce spirit of traditional martial arts and the resilience of femininity, becoming a representation of the martial arts era of the Republic of China. Her image not only offers a nostalgic reflection on the martial arts of that time, but also poses profound questions about what it means to be a master. True mastery perhaps lies not in the height of one's skills, but in the ability to maintain the flame of the heart amidst turmoil. Zhu Ren felt that the Xu Qingyun before him could indeed be worthy of such a masterful description. In Xu Qingyun's beautiful eyes, a hint of unusual color flickered as she spoke. Mr. Zhu, every encounter in this world is a reunion after a long separation. This line is originally from the film, spoken by Gong Er to Yuan. Lin Yu, observing the interaction between the two, felt her eyes sparkle with excitement. Being an artist herself, she understood the profound meaning behind Xu Qingyun's words. This phrase, delivered by Gong Er in The Grandmaster, serves as both a subtle confession of emotions and a philosophical contemplation of the changes of the times. However, Lin Yu sensed that Xu Qingyun might merely be borrowing lines from the film to express her own sentiments. Little did she expect that on her very first day in the capital, she would witness such a delightful moment. As a devoted fan of Zhu Ren, she had already decided to side with Senior Xu Qingyun. It was simply too delightful. Zhu Ren, of course, comprehended the significance of the statement, yet he was uncertain if he was overthinking it. After all, his interactions with Xu Qingyun during their university days had been rather limited. How could she possibly harbor such feelings for him? If Xu Qingyun was merely echoing his sentiments with a timely line, and he was indulging in fanciful thoughts, it would be rather foolish. Moreover, having spent the past few years in seclusion, the spirited youth he once was in university had long since faded. He felt unworthy of the accomplished Xu Qingyun. He chuckled to himself, reflecting, life is like chess. Once a move is made, it cannot be undone. What is cherished will surely resonate again. I hope one day to witness Xu Qingyun's brilliance once more. Zhu Ren altered the original phrase about their lack of enmity and the existence of only a fateful connection, modifying it slightly for a response. It seemed the junior was quite fond of director Wang's works. Xu Qingyun approached gracefully, carrying a delightful fragrance. Zhu Ren forced himself to remain composed, suppressing the urge to admire Xu Qingyun's elegance. His gaze wandered. Yes, I enjoy all of director Wang's works. I used to read them frequently. Xu Qingyun extended a hand, gently resting it on Zhu Ren's shoulder, and softly remarked, however, it seems you've omitted a line from your dialogue. What we share is merely a fateful connection. Is it not? Here it comes. Lin Yu anxiously watched the two, wishing she could record this scene, feeling as if she were watching a drama unfold. She wondered how Zhu Ren would respond. Zhu Ren froze. Could it be that Senior really? Observing Zhu Ren's apprehensive demeanor, Xu Qingyun could no longer contain herself and chuckled. All right, Junior, you're still the same as before. I won't tease you any longer. Who is this young lady? Zhu Ren, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, spoke hurriedly. This is Lin Yu, my collaborator on the audio version of Shrouded Sky. Hello, Director Su. I am Zhu's assistant, Lin Yu. Ah, Shaolin. You can just call me Su Jia. There are no outsiders here. It seems this Shaolin prefers the identity of an assistant. Su Jingyan pondered internally. Yes, Su Jia. Lin Yu replied with a sweet smile. All right, let's save our pleasantries for the car. We shouldn't disturb others out here. Su Jingyan beckoned the two to get into the vehicle. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu entered the back seat, while Zhu Ren hesitated briefly before opening the door to the front passenger seat. It would hardly be appropriate to have the senior take on the role of the driver. After all, throughout the journey, Lin Yu observed the two as they reminisced, remaining silent and quietly absorbing the scene. Ah, this trip to the capital truly seems worthwhile. Upon arrival, Lin Yu gazed in astonishment at the opulent Imperial Hotel before her. Sister Su, the production team must be quite affluent. A suite here must cost at least several thousand a night, she remarked. The funding for the program is ample and indiscriminate. Su Jingyan chuckled, seemingly lost in thought. You will stay here tonight, and tomorrow I will send someone to escort you to the venue for rehearsals. By the way, have you chosen your song? Chapter 35. Jiang Wanyun, who are you? Ah, just sing the Yellow River and the Yangtze. Su Jingyan exclaimed in surprise. You completed it? Zhu Ren nodded. Senior, you know this song? This song was also penned by Zhu Ren during his university years, or rather, adapted as there's no Baoga in this world. In the original realm, this song remained an unfinished legacy, merely a simple demo. During his university days, Zhu Ren attempted to enhance it, yet ultimately, he only added unnecessary embellishments, losing the original melody's charm. However, after 5 years of reflection, he gained deeper insights about life and his country, and he was confident that this complete version of the Yellow River and the Yangtze would far surpass the rendition from a certain CCTV Spring Festival gala in his past life. A flicker of anxiety crossed Su Jingyan's eyes as she said, Oh, I saw it in the school broadcasting room. I was puzzled why it wasn't aired. Zhu Ren recalled the incident. He had felt the song was incomplete at the time and had coordinated with the broadcasting station to switch to another piece. Well, you can look forward to it. Zhu Ren smiled, assured of his creation. All right, please send me the song later. I'll let the band familiarize themselves with it. After Su Jingyan escorted them to the hotel, she took her leave, leaving Zhu Ren and Lin Yu alone. Fortunately, they were in a luxurious suite, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a breathtaking view of the city. The suite included a private bedroom and bathroom, making the presence of both a man and a woman less awkward. After they freshened up and exchanged goodnights, they drifted into slumber. The weariness from their journey seemed to vanish the moment they lay down, and Zhu Ren found his sleep exceptionally sweet. Teacher Zhu? Teacher Zhu? He was awakened by Lin Yu's call. We should get ready for breakfast. The production team will be here to pick us up in half an hour. The sudden knocking at the door startled Zhu Ren awake. He hurried out of bed, opened the door, and called out, Coming, coming. Give me a moment to freshen up. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Lin Yu standing before him in a delicate nightgown, seemingly having taken a morning shower, her hair wafting with the fragrance of shampoo. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Ren couldn't help but swallow hard. Did this young lady realize her allure? With immense willpower, he turned to prepare for his morning routine, while behind him, Lin Yu's melodious laughter rang out. As expected of a luxurious hotel, the complimentary breakfast was abundant, featuring both Chinese and Western dishes. However, Zhu Ren preferred porridge, steamed buns, and dumplings. After breakfast, the two made their way to the hotel lobby, where the production team had just arrived. A capable-looking young man extended his hand warmly, greeting, You must be Teacher Zhu. I am Xiao Qingyun, and the team has arranged for me to pick you up. Zhu Ren reciprocated the greeting. Hello, Xiao Qingyun. Are we heading out now? Xiao Qingyun wore an awkward smile. Teacher Zhu, we might need to wait a bit longer. Another guest hasn't come down yet. We'll depart together. Zhu Ren understood. It was better than making 2 trips. However, after half an hour had passed, he wondered why this guest was taking so long. Who could be so important? Lin Yu sat on the sofa, lamenting, Mr. Qingyun, who on earth is making us wait for so long? Chen Huang glanced around to ensure no one was within earshot and whispered hastily, singing and dancing rap. In an instant, Lin Yu understood. Yet a look of confusion crossed her face, Why did you invite him to the show? While this world was not the same as a past life, certain details bore a striking resemblance, such as the existence of a star named Kai Kun. In this reality, his reputation was relatively favorable, and he had garnered a fervent fan base. Chun Huayan chuckled wryly. He is a highly sought-after celebrity. The production team faces its own challenges. Lin Yu pouted, reluctant to say more. It seemed that this program was not as promising as she had hoped. Casting a worried glance at Zhu Ren, she silently wished that the esteemed teacher would not be eliminated in the first round. At last, after nearly an hour, Kai Kun made his entrance. Clad in his signature overalls, flanked by his entourage and manager, Chun Huayan rushed forward, exclaiming, "Brother Kun, you've arrived. Let us get going." Kai Kun nodded with restrained enthusiasm. "I heard there's a substitute singer joining us today. Where are they?" Chun Huayan pointed to Zhu Ren, who was seated on the sofa. "Ah, Teacher Zhu is over there." Kai Kun cast a scrutinizing glance at Zhu Ren, unfamiliar with him, yet struck by his striking appearance. After all, he was a last-minute addition to the show. How much talent could he possibly possess? He nodded in acknowledgement and recalled the 3 arduous years he had once endured, offering encouragement to this junior. "Don't feel too pressured. Just do your best. And good luck." He then performed one of his signature gestures. "You're quite good." Watching this scene unfold, Zhu Ren felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, feigning gratitude as he replied, "Thank you for your encouragement, senior. I now feel invigorated." Being a popular celebrity, Kai Kun was accompanied by security throughout his outing. Zhu Ren noted the fervent fans who, having learned of Kai Kun's presence in the hotel, waved their support placards and clamored for autographs. Zhu Ren mused, "Li, being a star is no easy feat. You're surrounded wherever you go. Just look at how these fans pursue their idols. Without security, it would be quite chaotic." Hey, Lin Yu was lost in her fantasies about Zhu Ren's potential fame, determined to manage his fan base diligently as a decade-long supporter. To her surprise, Zhu Ren called her attention, prompting her to respond quickly. Yes, some fans truly only think of their own joy in idolizing, without considering the artist at all. I would never act that way. Huh, is that really what I meant? Zhu Ren observed Lin Yu's indignation, at a loss for words. Their group arrived at the production site, where they spotted a line of people waiting from a distance. Kai Kun's keen eyes quickly identified Jiang Wanyun standing elegantly at the center. She stood tall and poised before the crowd, the morning light cascading over her graceful figure. Her shoulder-length hair was neatly tied back in a low ponytail, exposing her elongated neck and delicate collarbone. The silk blouse beneath her blazer was slightly unbuttoned, yet it did not detract from her commanding presence. Kai Kun approached briskly, extending a hand enthusiastically. "Ms. Jiang, what brings you out here? Alas, had you informed me in advance of your arrival, I would not have kept you waiting for so long." Kai Kun is indeed a shrewd individual. After all, Jiang Wanyun's Weiyo Media stands as the principal investor in the Voice of China. He had previously expressed a desire to meet this esteemed General Jiang, having heard tales of her extraordinary beauty. Though his intentions were pure, fostering a good rapport with the investors is always prudent. Yet he was unexpectedly turned away. However, today, Jiang Wanyun herself has come forth to greet him. Gazing upon her exquisite visage, he felt invigorated and inspired, determined to deliver an exceptional performance this evening, worthy of General Jiang's regard. Jiang Wanyun looked at Kai Kun, furrowing her brow, and inquired with curiosity, "Who are you?" Chapter 36. "My master, you have arrived." Kai Kun was momentarily taken aback. Did President Jiang not recognize me? At that moment, Assistant Liu, who stood beside Jiang Wanyun, whispered a few words in her ear, and she finally reacted. "Ah, Xiao Kai? Yes, hello. Perform well tonight." "Thank you, President Jiang. I will certainly strive to meet your expectations." Kai Kun was overjoyed. He had finally caught President Jiang's eye, and a bright future seemed imminent. Even if it came to that, with someone as beautiful as President Jiang, it would not be unfeasible. However, his daydreams were abruptly interrupted by Jiang Wanyun's calm voice. "Please step aside." Huh? Kai Kun was bewildered. "I said step aside." Jiang Wanyun's tone revealed a hint of impatience. Kai Kun finally comprehended that she was addressing him. Though confused, his body instinctively obeyed her command and moved aside. At that moment, he felt as if his vision had blurred. How could such a stunning smile bloom on President Jiang's cold, frosty face? He rubbed his eyes. Was he mistaken? Was she truly smiling at me? Then he saw Jiang Wanyan beam sweetly. Zhu Ren, you have arrived? What? President Jiang called me master? Kai Kun was stunned by this overwhelming revelation, his heart racing, and his lips slightly cracked as he couldn't resist licking them. Finally, regaining his composure and preparing to respond, he heard a somewhat familiar voice from behind. Yes, just arrived yesterday. President Jiang, what is this? I specially brought the entire production team to surprise you. How was your stay at the hotel yesterday? Kai Kun was incredulous, mechanically turning his head to look behind him, and there he found the very person. The substitute singer, President Jiang, in a public setting, had called him master. His mind was a whirlwind, and he felt an urge to scream, "What have I discovered?" But upon noticing the calm expressions of those around him, he began to doubt his own hearing. Thank you for your generous hospitality. I have never stayed in such a luxurious hotel suite, he thought in astonishment. Was she really addressing him? Suddenly, it dawned on him that this substitute singer's surname was Zhu. He took a deep breath, steadying himself, nearly making a mistake. Turning back to Jiang Wanyan, he saw her wearing a helpless expression, rolling her eyes in annoyance. Why do you address me as President Jiang after just a few days? We are old classmates. Is this how distant you wish to be? Kai Kun felt utterly captivated by the enchanting gaze of President Jiang. How could someone embody such a contrast? No, such a perfect goddess. Jiang Wanyan? Wanyan, Zhu Ren remarked helplessly. Lin Yu watched from the side, her heart racing as well. It appeared that President Jiang was also experiencing something. Was she the insightful and articulate Xuejia, or the gentle and graceful classmate Jiang? It was difficult for her to decide. If Zhu Ren knew what she was contemplating, he would surely give her a hefty smack. He had a daughter and was not yet divorced. How could he think about such matters? The onlookers maintained serene expressions, though their thoughts were tumultuous, akin to a tempest of mythical beasts. As seasoned professionals, they exchanged glances filled with curiosity. What could possibly be unfolding here? My goodness! Summoned early by General Jiang, I presumed we were to welcome a renowned singer. Perhaps Kai Kun, but at this hour, who else could it be? Observing General Jiang's melancholic demeanor, was it true that these two were old classmates? What of it? Everyone has their own cherished memories. General Jiang remains unmarried. Could it be that he is waiting for this individual? I refuse to believe it. My idol's image has shattered. Is it possible that your goddess is merely someone else's? Enough with the jibes. The gazes of the crowd conveyed a myriad of mixed signals, a requisite skill for the chosen laborers of fate. Upon hearing the affectionate address from Zhu Ren, Jiang Wanyan finally revealed a radiant smile. That's more like it. Zhu Ren, come join us. We must proceed to rehearsal. Su Xuejia is already waiting, and yes, let us bring Xiao Kai along. Realizing Kai Kun was still present, she included him as well. Kai Kun followed closely behind, his ardent gaze fixated on Jiang Wanyan's silhouette. She was even more stunning than the rumor suggested. Yet, what was the true nature of Zhu Ren's relationship with General Jiang? He pondered silently, suspecting that Zhu Ren might very well be his fiercest rival. Since they shared the same stage, the preceding performers had rehearsed a few days prior. Kai Kun was to go first, brimming with confidence in his performance. Good evening, everyone. As you all know, I have 4 passions: singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. Now let me showcase my talents. Music, Kai Kun commanded, and the band responded with an electrifying crescendo. Jean and I is simply exquisite, baby. Jean and I is truly beautiful, baby. It must be said that Kai Kun possessed undeniable talent, instantly igniting the fervor of the audience. Although it was merely a rehearsal and the viewers had yet to arrive, everyone was captivated by his artistry. Hobri! Hobri! The crowd erupted in applause. Kai Kun felt that he was in peak form today. If he were to rate himself, he would give a score of 99. Zhu Ren couldn't help but chuckle. It's all thanks to you. As Kai Kun's performance concluded, it was time for Zhu Ren to take the stage. Su Jingyan directed the crew, quickly, change the set, prepare the cameras. This is our final rehearsal. It's almost noon, and the audience will soon be here. At that moment, Zhu Ren emerged from the dressing room, clad not in extravagant attire, but in a simple yet refined version of a Tang suit. He stepped onto the stage with an air of confidence, neither nervous nor reserved, as if he were the destined sovereign of this platform. Jiang Wanyan now stood behind Xu Jingyan, observing her as she meticulously arranged various camera angles and guided the coordination of different scenes. It was reminiscent of their university days, when Zhu Ren performed on stage, and Senior Su sat in the wings, while she herself watched from the audience, her gaze intense and unwavering. Indeed, there were many girls like her back then, yet today, she stood alone, which felt like a stroke of fortune. As Zhu Ren concluded his performance, the expressions of the staff below, shock, amazement, admiration, and envy, made her realize that tonight's show was assuredly a success. Soon after, someone initiated a thunderous applause that reverberated throughout the venue, a wave of sound that seemed endless. Even Kai Kuan found himself clapping, unable to resist the infectious enthusiasm that swept over him. Chapter 37. Can he really be devoured? As Zhu Ren concluded his rehearsal, midday approached. Jiang Wanyan took him and Lin Yu out for a meal. Su Jingyan, however, opted to dine on a boxed lunch within the venue, as she had numerous tasks to attend to as the director. Shall we visit the school after our meal? Teacher Liu has been mentioning you recently, Jiang Wanyan remarked, turning to Zhu Ren from the back seat of the car, while Lin Yu, seated in the front, eavesdropped intently. Are we heading back to Xia University? Zhu Ren pondered silently. It had been 5 years since he last returned to campus, and the thought of his teacher's earnest expectations weighed on him like a longing for home. Realizing he had come this far, he felt compelled to pay a visit. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "Yes, let's go back for a visit." Wanyan, could you inquire whether Teacher Liu is available? Jiang Wanyan smiled. I've already asked. She will be in this afternoon. You can find her directly at the school. Let us go to that restaurant nearby, Chunming Xiao. Do you remember it? We used to frequent it often. Is that place still open? Zhu Ren expressed his surprise, as restaurants around Xia University tended to change frequently, with few enduring beyond 3 years. Of course, I bought it, Jiang Wanyan replied with a smile. I plan to keep it running for a long time. She then instructed the driver, Xiao Lu, we're heading to Chunming Xiao. At this moment, Xia Qingyun finally disembarked from her flight. Holding her daughter's hand, she was about to meet the company's representative who had come to pick her up. A young man approached her, having observed Xia Qingyun for quite some time. It had been ages since he encountered a beauty of her caliber. He was weary of the gaudy foreign temptresses he had encountered abroad. Pei Zhaoyuan licked his lips. He had a particular fondness for married women, relishing the thrill of coaxing them to call out his name in passionate despair. Miss, may I introduce myself? He confidently extended his hand, striking a pose he deemed charming. That's unnecessary, Xia Qingyun replied coolly, casting a glance at him. She had encountered many like him before, individuals consumed by base desires, which repulsed her. Subtly, she positioned Zhu Xinyue behind her, maintaining a sense of caution even in a crowded airport. Unfazed by the rejection, Pei Zhaoyuan was well versed in such encounters. Many initially resisted, only to find themselves submitting to him in the end. Don't be so cold. I see you alone with your daughter, burdened with such a large suitcase. And the traffic outside is dreadful. Why not let me give you a ride? I have someone coming to pick me up. Oh, has your friend not arrived yet? It seems you've been waiting here quite a while. My car is parked at the VIP lane, quite convenient, and it would save you a lot of time. Pei Zhaoyuan leaned closer, inhaling the fragrance of the woman, his eyes narrowing in a state of enchantment. Disgusting lecher. How shameless. Zhu Xinyue peeked out from behind Xia Qingyun, sticking her tongue out at Pei Zhaoyuan. His smile instantly froze. What did you just say, little brat? Unable to comprehend, the little girl, Zhu Xinyue, displayed a perplexed expression on her innocent face. You. Pei Zhaoyuan had never been insulted in such a manner before. As a scion of the Pei family, he was accustomed to flattery wherever he went. Unexpectedly, on his very first day back in the country, he found himself humiliated by a mere child. Xia Qingyun chuckled as well, leaning down to her daughter and advising, do not stoop to the level of a dog. Let us depart. Our ride has arrived. With that, she turned away without casting a single glance at Pei Zhaoyuan. He stepped forward, inhaling deeply, his face displaying a look of infatuation as he murmured to himself, "I am a dog. Who is the bitch?" To the film and culture city, Xia Qingyun instructed as she ushered her daughter into the car. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to call her husband. He likely had not yet dined. The phone rang for a prolonged period before anyone answered. Relentless, she persisted until the call was finally picked up by a woman's voice. "Hello." Xia Qingyun's temper flared instantly. "Who are you? Where's my husband?" "President Xia. Can you not recognize my voice?" The woman responded with a soft chuckle. This voice? This voice is? Xia Qingyun suddenly realized. It was that woman. Jiang Wanyun. She gasped in shock, causing Zhu Ren to turn her head in confusion, having never witnessed her mother so uncomposed. "Our old classmate. It has been a while." Jiang Wanyun greeted with a smile. "What have you done to Zhu Ren?" In her anxiety, Xia Qingyun blurted out the question. "What could I possibly do? I to devour him?" Jiang Wanyun replied with an air of nonchalance. "Who is on the line?" Zhu Ren's voice could be heard in the background. "Your wife. We are merely having a chat. Dear sister," Jiang Wanyun explained with a smile. "Give it to me." Zhu Ren took the phone. "Xia Qingyun, what is it?" His calm voice resonated through the receiver. A pang of sorrow struck Xia Qingyun, rendering her speechless. Why was Jiang Wanyun answering her husband's phone? Had their relationship grown so intimate? Why the silence? "If there is nothing to say, I shall hang up." His tone had grown impatient. "Please, don't." Zhu Ren wore a puzzled expression, wondering why the conversation had turned so abruptly. "Honey, I brought our daughter to see you." She spoke softly, her words fragmented. "What? You brought her here alone?" Zhu Ren raised his voice, concerned that she had come to the capital without notifying him first. Their daughter was still young. What if something happened? "Xia Qingyun, can you please inform me before you make such decisions?" "Daddy, I am here to cheer for you." Zhu Rene's voice came through the phone, extinguishing his ire. Yeah. Where are you?" "Huh? We just landed and are on our way to the performance venue." She took the phone and informed Zhu Ren. Though she could not recall the exact location, she was certain Zhu Ren would be at the venue. "Tell your mother to come to Chunming Xiaozhua." Oh, Mama. Daddy wants us to go to Chunming Xiaozhua." She turned to Xia Qingyun with a smile. "Father, have you eaten?" "Not yet." "Yeah, come over to eat with me." "I will wait for you." "All right." Xi Qingyun hung up the phone with a sense of triumph, tucking her mobile device into Xia Qingyun's embrace, her eyes sparkling with a sweet smile. "It seems this young lady must take charge. The Summer family is utterly unreliable." Xia Qingyun gazed at Xi Qingyun with a complicated expression, feeling a deep sense of relief that she had not heeded the advice of others and insisted on giving birth to a precious daughter for Zhi Renchen. Her daughter now represented her last glimmer of hope. Chapter 38. Summer Qingyun feels like an outsider within the private room of Chuming Xiaozhao. Lin Yu was delightfully indulging in some melon seeds. Was it true that the first and second families were meeting? No, that didn't seem right. She shook her head, feeling uncertain about who truly belonged to which family. At that moment, Zhu Ren beckoned to the waiter, instructing him not to serve the dishes just yet. He ordered a few of Zhu Rene's favorite dishes, deciding to wait for Summer Qingyun and her companions to arrive before proceeding. Jiang Wanyun gazed at Zhu Ren with her beautiful eyes. "I have yet to meet Qingyun. She must be 5 years old by now, correct?" Indeed. When Zhu Ren was nearing graduation, he received astonishing news. Summer Qingyun was expecting. Initially, he had not planned on having children so soon, yet he couldn't bring himself to terminate the pregnancy. Thus, after graduation, he hastily married, for it would not do to have the esteemed daughter of the Xia family enter wedlock with a prominent belly. Jiang Wanyun had only seen Zhu Renew in Zhu Ren's social circle, watching her grow from a tiny infant into a lively and adorable girl, full of spirit. Sometimes she mused how wonderful it would be to have a daughter as delightful as hers, but alas. Yes, Renew was born in January. Oh dear. Speaking of which, I have yet to prepare a gift for the little one. Jiang Wanyun tapped her head, ready to instruct Xiao Lu to fetch a present. What gift could you possibly prepare? Just having you as a relative is already a blessing, Zhu Ren said politely. Jiang Wanyun smiled. That simply won't do. I must ensure the little one remembers me. This gift was painstakingly sought out by me at Yongning Temple, and it can bless her with a life of safety. Seeing her determination, Zhu Ren acquiesced. Though he was a materialist, the very notion of his own transmigration had opened his mind to the mysteries of such matters, leading him to respectfully acknowledge yet maintain a distance from the supernatural. Time swiftly passed, and soon Xia Qingyun and her party arrived at Xiao. Upon entering, a waiter approached. "Ms. Xia, Ms. Jiang has asked me to escort you to the private room on the top floor." To her astonishment, Jiang Wanyan had actually purchased Xiao. Xia Qingyun was taken aback. How had she not realized this? This place was filled with countless memories, and yet Jiang Wanyan had beaten her to it. With a mix of emotions, she entered the room with her daughter. What greeted her was the exquisite and captivating visage of Jiang Wanyan, her clear, bright eyes sparkling with intelligence, slightly upturned, exuding an innate charm. Her nose was elegantly straight, adding depth to her beauty. Her lips, naturally rosy, resembled ripe cherries, full and vibrant, with the corners curving upwards, conveying an enchanting allure. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders like satin, the ends gently curling, each strand whispering tales of her grace and femininity. Seated there, she emanated an innate air of nobility, reminiscent of a blue lotus blooming in the clouds, an exquisite sight meant to be admired from afar, leaving one breathless, fearful of disturbing such breathtaking beauty. It was indeed Jiang Wanyan. She was truly here. "Daddy!" Zhu Xinyue leaped into Zhu Ren's embrace, playfully nudging against his chest. Lin Yu teased, Yeah, why don't you call out to me?" Subsequently, she nodded at Xia Qingyun, offering a greeting. "Sister Lin," Zhu Xinyue chirped cheerfully. She then turned her gaze to the side, assessing Jiang Wanyan, who was seated nearby. "You must be Zhu Xinyue, right? What a lovely little one you are." Jiang Wanyan greeted her with a smile. "Sister, you're also beautiful, even more so than Sister Lin." Zhu Xinyue unabashedly praised her. The child's candid words elicited a laugh from Jiang Wanyan. Lin Yu, standing to the side, cast a resentful glance at the little one, thinking, what a bold truth to speak. "After drinking my milk tea, this is the result. Little one, I am not your sister. You should call me Aunt Jiang." Zhu Xinyue looked up at Zhu Ren, who nodded in affirmation, and then turned to Jiang Wanyan, sweetly saying, "Aunt Jiang, yeah, is truly well behaved. Now, here is a little gift from Aunt Jiang for our first meeting." As she spoke, Jiang Wanyan produced a box crafted from sandalwood and extended it toward her. "Huh?" The child gazed at Jiang Wanyan in surprise, remaining motionless. "This gift is for you. Take it," Zhu Ren encouraged from the side. "Thank you, Aunt Jiang," she exclaimed as she accepted it, her curiosity piqued. "Jiang Wanyan," Xia Qingyun called out, feeling uncomfortable as she observed the harmonious scene, as if she were an outsider. "Please don't mind me, Miss Xia. This is my first time meeting Ye as an elder, and I simply wish to present a small token of my goodwill," Jiang Wanyan explained. "Moreover, this jade pendant has been consecrated by a master from Yongning Temple and will bless little Ye with a prosperous life." Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyun exhaled deeply. She was aware of Yongning Temple. When she gave birth to Zhu Xinyue, she had wished to acquire peace, but was unsuccessful. How could Jiang Wanyan so casually offer such a precious item? What intentions lay behind her actions? "All right, let's all sit down and enjoy the meal. Waitstaff, please bring the dishes," Zhu Ren instructed, having observed the introductions. During the meal, the group reminisced about their college days. Now, they had all ventured far and wide. Some traversed oceans in pursuit of knowledge. Others devoted themselves to military service to protect their homeland. Some dedicated their lives to teaching, nurturing generations, while others returned to their roots to cultivate the land. The only source of discontent for Xia Qingyun was Jiang Wanyan's occasional fixation on Zhu Ren. Even serving him food, while her cherished daughter laughed and chatted with her. At times, she felt as though she could not integrate into this trio. Of course, she was not alone in this sentiment. Lin Yu also felt similarly, yet unlike Xia Qingyun, she bore no psychological burden and instead indulged in the feast with gusto. Before long, the meal came to an end, and the group rested in the private room for a moment. Checking the time, they surmised that Professor Liu had awakened from his afternoon nap. Jiang Wanyan made a phone call to inform him. A robust voice came through the receiver. "Have that young man answer the phone." Zhu Ren smiled awkwardly as he picked up the call. Teacher Liu, do you still remember your teacher? Of course. I could never forget you, esteemed elder. Zhu Ren replied, feeling the weight of the elder's displeasure. Ah, your words are sweet. It has been years since you last came to visit. The students are about to visit you at school. Last night, upon arriving in the capital, I thought of you after finishing lunch today and promptly made the call. If it weren't for that girl Jiang Wanyun, would you even remember me? Well, if you're coming, then do so. I have classes in the afternoon and cannot wait indefinitely. Very well, we shall head over immediately. After hanging up the phone, the group exited the restaurant, when suddenly Zhu Ren realized he was empty-handed. Surely, he could not go like this. Just then, Jiang Wanyun handed him a beautifully wrapped gift box, saying, "Everything is prepared for you." Chapter 39. Establishing 3 rules with Xia Qingyun. Zhu Ren took a glance at the package and discovered it contained Longjing tea, specifically the Preaching variety. He looked at Jiang Wanyun and softly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Wanyun. That was very thoughtful of you. I will transfer the money to you shortly. Longjing tea is a specialty of Jiang province, and presenting it as a gift is certainly not inappropriate. Jiang Wanyun did not decline the offer, understanding that since it was a gift from Zhu Ren, he should indeed pay for it. I won't be going over later. The production team has some matters to attend to. I will head back first, she informed Zhu Ren. It wasn't that she truly had something urgent. Zhu Ren was certainly planning to take their daughter along, and Xia Qingyun would undoubtedly accompany them as well. Given her identity, it would be inappropriate for her to meet Professor Liu together with them. Moreover, she had little faith that Xia Qingyun could accomplish anything significant in those few hours. There would be ample time in the future. Xia Qingyun's face brightened. This woman had finally departed, granting her the opportunity to be alone with her husband. Observing Jiang Wanyun's intent to leave, Zhu Ren made no attempt to retain her. He beckoned Lin Yu to follow them back, casting a glance at Xia Qingyun, who remained stationary, ignoring her as he took his daughter's hand and walked toward the school. Xia Qingyun hastily followed, calling out, "Husband, wait for me." She reached out, hoping to clasp Zhu Ren's arm. However, her gesture faltered under his calm gaze. She dared not provoke his ire at this moment. "Xia Qingyun, you may follow, but we must establish 3 rules," Zhu Ren stated. Xia Qingyun nodded fervently. "Whatever you say." "Husband, I will comply. First, no pulling or tugging." Her heart ached at his words, realizing that he no longer wished to have any physical contact with her. Yet, she forced a smile, responding, "All right." Second, do not bring your sordid affairs to the attention of the teacher. The elderly cannot withstand your shocks. Xia Qingyun gazed at Zhu Ren with a sense of grievance, yearning to defend herself. "Husband, please do not say that about me. I have done nothing to betray you." But Zhu Ren remained silent, merely observing her with a placid expression. Zhu Xinyue, sensing the tension between her parents, had lost her usual vivacity at mealtime and now hung her little head, lost in thought. Zhu Ren noticed the melancholy on his daughter's face, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. Yet, there was nothing to be done. Their relationship had already frayed beyond repair, and that wound would not heal. Ultimately, Xia Qingyun chose not to voice any further objections, nodding in acquiescence. Third, let us sign the divorce agreement upon our return. This is becoming rather tedious. At this, Xia Qingyun could no longer contain her anguish. Her voice, hoarse and pitiful, pleaded with Zhu Ren, "Husband, I can agree to everything else but not this. Let's not divorce, please." She glanced at Zhu Xinyue, imploring, "Zhu Ren, let us discuss this matter later when Ye is not present." Zhu Ren sighed, realizing that Xia Qingyun was pressing him too hard. In a moment of heightened emotion, he had failed to consider their daughter's presence. Observing her despondent demeanor, he relented. "Let us set this matter aside for now, but remember the previous points. Do not speak of these things in front of the teacher." "I understand, husband. We are still a loving couple." Xia Qingyun suppressed her sorrow and offered a sweet smile. Zhu Ren fell silent, bemused by her tenacity. "All right, let us proceed." Zhu Ren gently grasped his daughter's small hand, preparing to step inside, only to realize that she stubbornly remained rooted in place. After all, she was still a young child. No matter how intelligent or precocious, her parents' divorce inevitably inflicted emotional scars upon her. He crouched down, gazing into Zhu Xinyue's dark, expressive eyes, and earnestly said, "Zhu Xinyue, your father understands your brilliance, and I hope you can comprehend my situation. You see, your mother and I are like two intersecting lines that once left indelible marks on each other's lives. Your existence represents our most cherished intersection. Yet gradually, we have come to realize that our paths diverge, and if we were to force ourselves together, we would only emerge battered and bruised. This isn't due to any other reason, but rather a fundamental misalignment in how we interact. If we continue down this path, we will both suffer. Nevertheless, you must know that you will always be the most beloved treasure to your father and mother, and that will never change. Just like the sun and the moon in the sky, though they do not appear simultaneously, they each illuminate your world in their own time. I truly hope that you can strive to understand and support me, all right?" Zhu Xinyue lifted her head, brushed away the tears at the corners of her eyes, stepped forward to embrace Zhu Ren, resting her small face against his forehead, and softly whispered in his ear, "Father, I understand. The world of adults is complex. Much like when I play with puzzles, sometimes I find that certain pieces simply do not fit together, and forcing them would only lead to chaos. Look at the stars in the sky. Each has its own designated place. Perhaps our family will resemble the night sky, where, despite changes in arrangement, we will continue to shine. I will be obedient, and you must also be happy, all right?" Xia Qingyun stood to the side, her eyes swollen and red, opening her mouth but unable to utter a word. It was evident that she had made mistakes, yet it was Zhu Ren who was explaining things to their daughter, who displayed such wisdom and understanding. She felt utterly humiliated. Why had a once harmonious family devolved into this? She questioned herself internally. Zhu Ren ruffled Zhu Xinyue's hair and took out a tissue to dry her tears. "All right, if you keep crying, you won't look pretty. We still need to meet Teacher Lu soon." Zhu Xinyue quickly wiped her face, and Zhu Ren smiled as he helped her clean up. "My precious is the most beautiful, and the teacher will surely adore you." He paused for a moment before continuing. "When we go in, remember to call her Grandma Lu. To be fair, Professor Lu was a mentor and maternal figure to him when he had ventured north to the capital alone, pursuing his studies in a foreign land. She had shown him immense care, not just academically, but also in matters of daily life. She imparted valuable life lessons to him, and he remained grateful for her guidance to this day. Surely, she would be delighted to see Zhu Xinyue. In this manner, the three of them walked through the expansive campus of Xia University. Turning past a familiar building, they encountered a crowd gathered, with many people cheerfully chanting, "Agree to him. Agree to him." Zhu Xinyue curiously craned her neck, eager to understand the commotion unfolding before her. Zhu Ren and Xia Qingyun observed with clarity a bashful young man confessing his feelings to a girl. The girl's cheeks flushed crimson as she stood before him, overwhelmed with immense joy, momentarily lost in a daze. The young man knelt on one knee, clutching a bouquet of blossoms, and when he noticed her prolonged silence, his expression shifted, frozen in uncertainty. He dared not lift his gaze, fearing the sight of a heartbreaking rejection. Amidst the crowd's raucous cheers, the girl spotted Zhu Ren and his companions approaching from a distance, one tall and upright, another enchanting, accompanied by an adorable little one. Instantly, her attention was captured. Zhu Ren tenderly held his daughter's hand, while Xia Qingyun gazed affectionately at him, their family radiating an aura of serene contentment. The girl's initial confusion and trepidation gradually faded, replaced by a profound longing. As she beheld this family trio, her imagination involuntarily painted a vision of the future. The sincere boy beside her might one day, akin to Zhu Ren, establish a home filled with laughter and warmth, nurturing their child together through the years. With this thought, an unprecedented resolve surged within her. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and a gentle smile graced her lips. Turning to the still kneeling boy, who was visibly anxious, she accepted the flowers and spoke softly, "Silly boy, why don't you get up?" The boy abruptly raised his head, his eyes alight with astonishment, as the crowd erupted into even more fervent cheers. Yet, the girl's gaze frequently drifted towards the direction where Zhu Ren's family had just departed. Chapter 40. Professor Lu's challenge. As Xia Qingyun passed by, She observed them and was reminded of her university days when Zhu Ren had once proposed to her in a similar manner. At that time, she had hesitated not a moment, swiftly accepting his proposal, fearful that he might slip away. The thought brought a smile to her face. Those youthful days were indeed beautiful. Of course, life after marriage has also been quite pleasant, blessed with a thoughtful and well-behaved daughter. However, she had recently made a few mistakes and resolved within herself to win her husband back, just as she had done in the past, motivating herself with determination. Zhu Ren was unaware of her inner thoughts, only sensing that Xia Qingyun was quietly contemplative throughout their journey, which he found agreeable. Upon arriving at the Heming building, he paused, took a deep breath, and with their daughter in tow, entered. This was the teaching building for arts-related disciplines, housing the music department that encompassed both performance and theory. Professor Liu specialized in musicology, focusing on fundamental knowledge and skills in music theory, history, behavior, and education. During his graduate studies, he had engaged in theoretical research under Professor Liu's guidance. At this moment, the building seemed unusually empty, perhaps due to ongoing classes, with few people wandering about. Although Xia Qingyun was not an artist, she had frequently visited this place during her studies just to catch a glimpse of Zhu Ren, making her quite familiar with it. As they walked, she pointed out a commendation board in the lobby. Zhu Ren, look, your name is still here. Zhu Xingyun, filled with excitement, rushed ahead, waving her hand vigorously while suppressing her voice. Dad, come quickly. Is this you? Zhu Ren approached with a smile, confirming that it was indeed the commendation board, adorned with his photograph. Xia Qingyun explained to their daughter with a grin. Your father was quite the prominent figure on campus back then. Many were his admirers. Really? Zhu Xingyun beamed, a hint of admiration lighting up her face. Those are all tales of the past now, Zhu Ren replied calmly. Regardless of his former brilliance in college, he had remained in obscurity for 5 years post-graduation, finding little merit in dwelling on past accolades. At that moment, a voice filled with curiosity and uncertainty called out, Senior brother? Zhu Ren turned to see a graceful young woman standing before him, her slender form and light demeanor contrasting with the seriousness of the situation. She repeatedly compared her appearance to the photograph on the commendation board, her expression revealing uncertainty. Excuse me, are you Zhu Ren, senior brother? Yes, I am. May I ask who you are? Zhu Ren replied, certain he had never encountered this girl before. The title of senior brother puzzled him. Was she perhaps a recent addition to the faculty's students? Senior brother, it's really you, the girl exclaimed in delight. I am in Ruoqing, also a student of Professor Liu. So she was indeed his junior, evidently a new student since his graduation. The thought of someone carrying on the teacher's legacy filled him with happiness, and he smiled warmly. Hello, junior sister. Xia Qingyun joined Zhu Ren and their daughter in greeting and Ruoqing, who, observing the family unit, mused to herself that they were indeed the students often praised by their teacher, exuding remarkable beauty. The teacher was conducting a seminar when she asked me to step out to meet you. To my surprise, I encountered you right at the door, and Ruoqing said with a smile. Zhu Ren hesitated for a moment, but the teacher is still in class. Let us wait to go in. And Ruoqing waved her hand dismissively. Teacher Liu has instructed me to bring you directly. In that case, Zhu Ren decided not to refuse again and followed and Ruoqing forward. Along the way, they engaged in casual conversation about campus life, during which she learned that Xia Qingyun was actually a student from the adjacent Shuimu building. It seemed that her senior was indeed involved in a campus romance, and she looked at the pair with envy. Soon, as they approached Professor Liu's office, they heard the professor's voice filled with disappointment echoing from within. Generally speaking, Liu Suxin was a gentle person, only becoming stern when discussing matters of expertise. Look at the paper you've written. It's all nonsense. Your understanding of music history is shockingly superficial. If this were a defense, how could you possibly pass? Professor Liu said angrily to the students standing before him, who appeared meek and uncertain. Zhu Ren gently knocked on the door, feeling a bit apprehensive, and greeted Liu Suxin. Hello, Teacher Liu, it's been a long time. Upon seeing Zhu Ren, the professor's expression softened somewhat. Zhu Ren, come in. You're just in time to give these students a proper lesson. The students exchanged glances, puzzled by Liu's words. Clearing his throat, Liu continued. They're currently working on a research project regarding the evolution of medieval music theory and have hit a bit of a bottleneck. Zhu Ren, since you have researched this before, please share your insights. With that, he handed Zhu Ren a printed paper filled with dense text. Having been teacher and student for many years, Zhu Ren understood Lu's intention. He sought to test whether she had neglected her studies over the years and if she had set aside her dreams. She quickly skimmed through the paper, and the classroom fell silent. Xia Qingyun leaned against the door, watching Zhu Ren's serious demeanor, so focused and captivating. She mused that the initial flutter of her heart might have been drawn to Zhu Ren in just this way. After a moment, Zhu Ren finished reading the entire paper and nodded towards Professor Lu, saying, "The article mentions a rare polyphonic form called organum, which was created by 12th century French troubadours. Its voice leading is exceedingly complex and starkly contrasts with the mainstream compositional techniques of that time. The article cites many reasons, but in my view, the emergence of this unique polyphonic form is not coincidental. It reflects a strong desire among certain musicians to break from tradition amidst a rigid social hierarchy, embodying music's quest for self-renewal within constrained environments." The students listened in confusion. Even the mere concept of this polyphonic form had required them to consult numerous sources, yet none had mentioned such an interpretation. Professor Lu nodded slightly, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. It seemed that Zhu Ren had not fallen behind in her studies over these years. Zhu Ren observed the situation and continued, "In ancient Greek music, there exists an instrument known as the aulos, whose melodies are said to evoke the most primal emotions in humanity. The philosophers of that era held a complex relationship with it, oscillating between admiration and trepidation. This instrument occupies a pivotal position in the annals of music history. However, the corpus of research pertaining to it is remarkably scant, leaving many music scholars baffled by its true enigma throughout their lifetimes. I believe the aulos elicits such extreme reactions primarily because it blurs the boundary between music and primal instinct, challenging the philosophical doctrines of rationality that prevailed at the time, which is why philosophers found themselves both enchanted and apprehensive." At this juncture, Professor Lu chuckled and remarked, "Indeed, Zhu Ren, it appears that even after departing from academia, you have devoted considerable effort to the study of music history." Zhu, with a modest smile, replied, "Oh, it's merely a smattering of knowledge." He then added, "Moreover, the raga system mentioned in this article regarding ancient Indian music represents a concept entirely distinct from Western musical frameworks. I contend that the raga system fundamentally reflects the ancient Indian cultural ethos of harmonious coexistence between humanity, nature, and the divine, with each raga corresponding to specific times, seasons, and emotions. This unique musical ecology embodies Eastern philosophical thought in musical creation, starkly contrasting with the logical and structural emphasis characteristic of Western music. Were this knowledge to be integrated into the paper, its depth and uniqueness would be significantly enhanced." The students listened in astonishment, suddenly enlightened, wondering how they had overlooked such insights before. And Ruo Qing, with her captivating gaze fixed on Zhu Ren, brimmed with admiration, internally marveling at how he, a protege of the esteemed teacher, had elevated the entire quality of the paper. Professor Lu then waved his hand towards the students, saying, "Do you comprehend? Now, return and revise your papers." The students, feeling as if they had received a reprieve, were astonished by how effortlessly they had passed. Having anticipated a prolonged critique from the professor, they hurriedly accepted the papers from Zhu Ren, offering him a friendly smile, and swiftly exited the classroom, eager to avoid further scrutiny. At that moment, Professor Lu turned to Zhu Ren, nodding in acknowledgement. "Not bad. Your foundational skills remain intact." Zhu Ren exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that he had successfully navigated the professor's scrutiny, pleased to see that his performance had met with her approval, crediting his remarkable memory. He then waved towards the door. "You, come here quickly." Chapter 41. Do you regret it? At this moment, Zhu Xingyun peeked out from behind Xia Qingyun, gleefully running towards Lu Suxin, where she respectfully performed a bow and sweetly greeted, "Good day, Grandma Lu. I am Zhu Xingyun." Xia Qingyun also entered, exchanging pleasantries with Professor Liu, with whom she had previously met. Professor Liu nodded, harboring no ill feelings towards Xia Qingyun. However, since 5 years ago, when Zhu Ren chose to abandon his promising academic pursuits to marry Xia Qingyun, she had always felt that it was Xia Qingyun who led her proud disciple astray. At that time, she had repeatedly advised Zhu Ren to consider his future more carefully, not solely as a teacher, but also as a mentor, genuinely fond of him. Now, witnessing Zhu Ren as a father with a clever and well-behaved daughter, her lingering concerns had lessened somewhat. After all, so many years had passed. It was time to let go. Professor Liu gazed kindly at Zhu Xinyue, recognizing the resemblance to Zhu Ren in the child's expressive eyes. She smiled and remarked, "What good little one. You look so clever. Zhu Ren, she resembles you so much." At that moment, Xia Qingyun approached with a box of Longjing tea, saying, "Teacher Liu, this is the Longjing that Zhu Ren specially brought for you." After some polite refusals, Professor Liu accepted it, and after a short visit, they prepared to take their leave. As they stepped outside, once Xia Qingyun and Zhu Xinyue had exited, Professor Liu called out to Zhu Ren, asking, "Do you regret it?" Her expression was complex as she looked to her once most outstanding student, whose talents in both musical performance and history were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Who would have known that he had silently devoted 5 years behind a woman? "Do I regret it?" Zhu Ren pondered the question himself, before resolutely replying, "Teacher Liu, if given the chance to relive it, I would still make the same choice." Regardless of how Xia Qingyun had changed, they had indeed shared a remarkably perfect time in their campus years, and one could not dismiss their past resolve based on present mistakes. He had once believed that this love would endure, yet now he was left with only his daughter and the pursuit of his own ideals. The only regret he felt was the precious 5 years lost, but starting anew now was not too late. He lifted his head and extended an invitation to Teacher Liu. "Teacher, this evening, I will participate in the voice of Huaxia as a substitute singer. I will show everyone what I have accomplished in these 5 years." Professor Liu looked on with satisfaction at her proud disciple, appreciating that despite 5 years of silence, he had not lost his ambition. "Wonderful. Yes, I will be at the screen tonight, serving as a judge, eager to see the results of your efforts." Xia Qingyun stood at the door with her daughter, aware that Professor Liu had something private to discuss with Zhu Ren, and she sensed it already. A bitter smile crossed her mind. A couple so outwardly united yet so distant within could only deceive a naive young student like in watching. Their clumsy fade had no hope of escaping the discerning gaze of the seasoned professor. Upon seeing Zhu Ren emerge, she hurriedly approached him. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she said, "Husband, let us go together. I will escort you to the venue." Zhu Ren did not decline. He needed to devote himself entirely to preparing for the evening's performance. Zhu Xinyue, standing nearby, encouraged him, "Daddy, do your best tonight." Indeed, for the sake of his daughter, he was determined to excel in this performance. Now was the time for the audience to prepare for entry. Fortunately, Jiang Wanyun had made arrangements in advance. Otherwise, Zhu Ren might have found it difficult to gain access. Assistant Xiao Lu guided Zhu Ren to the entrance of a spacious lounge, where everyone was gathered inside. Just as he was about to knock, he noticed a young man approaching, followed by a throng of people. He recognized him as a well-known rising star. The young man regarded Zhu Ren with a hint of unfamiliarity, quietly inquiring of his manager, "Sister Lin, who is this? I have never seen him before. Did the voice of China invite him as well?" The manager slowly responded, explaining, "A singer encountered an unexpected issue, prompting the production team to invite a substitute performer. You need not worry. This is a routine practice." The production team had indeed invited many talented contestants, and to avoid an overwhelming clash of exceptional talents leading to eliminations in the earlier rounds, they also included some less renowned participants who would serve as supporting acts. "Is that so?" the young man remarked, no longer holding back. "Hey, what are you standing there for? Hurry and open the door." Zhu Ren was taken aback by the naivety of some in the entertainment industry. He stood beside Assistant Xiao Lu, a capable aide under the largest investor of the production team. Even if the young man held him in disdain, was it necessary to display such contempt openly? In contrast, the previous Kai Kuan had been far more tactful. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Lu's expression shifted, and he was about to rebuke the young man when the lounge door swung open, revealing Xia Qingyun. He had intended to cultivate a rapport with Zhu Ren, curious about his connections, but had not seen him all afternoon. He had been closely monitoring the entrance and, upon hearing the commotion, presumed Zhu Ren had arrived, prompting him to rush over and open the door. Upon entering, he sensed the atmosphere was off. He addressed the young star, saying, "Oh, you've arrived? What are you lingering by the door for? Hurry and prepare. The show is about to air." As a senior, he naturally felt entitled to assert himself in front of the newcomer. After speaking, he nudged the young man inside and shot Zhu Ren a knowing glance. Zhu Ren found the situation amusing. He understood that Xia Qingyun was acting out of respect for Jiang Wanyan. However, he had little desire to engage with someone so immature. It would be beneath him. Without sparing him a glance, he entered the lounge. Inside, everyone was bustling about, either communicating performance details with their assistants or discussing strategies. Upon seeing Zhu Ren enter, they merely glanced his way before returning to their tasks. Zhu Ren observed these individuals, many of whom were long-established stars. He was taken aback by the opportunity to compete alongside them, feeling a renewed sense of gratitude towards Jiang Wanyan. Assistant Xiao Lu is currently accompanying Zhu Ren, as Lin Yu has been temporarily borrowed by General Jiang to oversee sound effects. Thus, Xiao Lu is serving as Zhu Ren's temporary assistant tonight, responsible for liaising with the production team. The program has only reached its second episode, and the participants, who are mindful of their reputations, have yet to face elimination. It is rumored that starting from the next episode, one contestant with the lowest votes will be eliminated each round. Zhu Ren has been scheduled to appear last. A pivotal position, he mused. Regardless of the outcome, it would be magnified infinitely. Thank you, Jiang Wanyan and Su Jingyan. I shall not betray your expectations. He thought to himself. Chapter 42. Who can truly save the Chinese music scene? Tonight marks the second episode of The Voice of China. At this moment, countless viewers have finished their dinners and are eagerly gathered before their television or computer screens, all in anticipation of this musical feast. From its inception, The Voice of China has positioned itself with the noble aim of discovering the beautiful voices of China. This is no mere slogan. It embodies a profound exploration and unearthing of the rich tapestry of Chinese musical culture. The Voice of China encompasses not only the traditional notion of exceptional vocal prowess, but also focuses on those who can accurately interpret the unique musical styles of China, showcasing regional cultural characteristics and conveying national sentiments. The program seeks to transcend the boundaries of musical genres and regions, scouring from the vast northern frontiers to the gentle southern riverbanks, from bustling metropolises to remote villages, in search of hidden musical treasures waiting to be discovered. To enhance the show's international appeal, each episode features several distinguished foreign vocalists. Many have begun to view this program as a competition between Chinese music and the global stage. The first episode was claimed by American rock singer MJ, and there are high hopes that this time, someone from the Chinese music scene can redeem their honor. In a dormitory at Xiamen University, and Ruoqing and several classmates from neighboring rooms are intently gathered in front of the screen, eagerly anticipating the star of the show. The small four-person room is surprisingly filled with over 10 people, and it is unclear who brought in the projection screen, as everyone excitedly watches the program. "Look, it's Brother Nan," someone exclaims in surprise at the inclusion of Brother Nan in this episode. Of course, they need to invite powerful vocalists to elevate the event. Otherwise, if we lose again, it would imply that our great nation lacks talent. Indeed, they have truly invested in this, another responds. "I heard there's a substitute singer this episode. I wonder who it could be. Are you living on Mars? Haven't you heard the recent hit Contradiction? It's gone viral." "Huh? Isn't that a digital singer? How can they perform on stage?" "Not just any digital singer. They're actually our senior," explains a classmate with insider knowledge. "A senior? Then let's be sure to vote for him later. We can't let him get eliminated. You must not have heard that song. Our senior's talent is quite formidable. I believe he will make it into the top 5. Meanwhile, at a gaming company, a chosen worker named Xiao Zhang is working overtime while simultaneously keeping an eye on the program in a small window on his screen. As he listens to the rhythmic beats in his headphones, he furrows his brow, commenting this. Brother Kuan still maintains his usual standard. But can he truly compete against those foreign contestants? Although the foreign contestants invited this episode may not be as formidable as MJ from the previous episode, they have garnered fame over many years and boast a substantial global fan base. As the host announces, "Next, let us welcome everyone's old friend, Brother Nan." Xiao Zhang's expression becomes serious, wondering which song Brother Nan will perform. Upon hearing that familiar melody, Xiao Zhang leaped to his feet, exclaiming, "It's The Wind Blows North." As the well-known guitar prelude resonated, he steadied himself, nodding and raising his fist in anticipation. With a wave of your hand, you speak of flying north. Love has been severed with a single stroke, leaving my heart in darkness. You were right when you said forever is burdensome. Yet with this farewell, who will remember whom? Online, the audience lauded Nanji's performance that evening. "Family, I just watched Nangu sing The Wind Blows North on The Voice of China, and I was utterly astounded. Can this truly be called singing? It's a divine level of impact, leaving other contestants in the dust." From the moment Sun Nan opened his mouth, every note seemed to possess a magical allure, gripping my heart tightly. His rendition of Unrequited Love Sorrow was simply exquisite. The high notes were nothing short of phenomenal, soaring effortlessly, as if I might be swept away by the wind. Who can withstand such prowess? The bullet screen was filled with Nangu is steady, and I wholeheartedly concur. This performance, with its vocal skill, emotional depth, and stage presence, was impeccable in every aspect, placing immense pressure on the other contestants. In just the second episode, Sun Nan unleashed such a powerful performance. The anticipation for the subsequent competitions is palpable. It feels as though the championship trophy is already beckoning him. Who is in agreement? And who disagrees? Soon, others took their turns on stage, singing, yet none could compare to Nanji's rendition of The Wind Blows North. Although votes are finalized only after all the contestants have performed and can be adjusted at any time during the show. Even so, Nangu led the voting rankings with an overwhelming 25, while the second place, Kai Kuan, trailed with a mere 9. At that moment, the foreign singer Zhu Ren took the stage, introducing himself as Vladislav, ready to perform Moscow Nights. My goodness, what an audacious choice. How could he possibly sing this song? This could spell trouble. While Nanji's song is indeed a classic, it pales in comparison to this masterpiece. This is not merely a love song or a depiction of Moscow's suburban nights. It encapsulates the Russian people's profound love for their homeland and all things beautiful. A theme of lofty ideals. Did you notice that this foreigner was the last to perform? This leaves a lasting impression, and many might cast their votes in his favor. What was the program team's reasoning? Are we destined to lose again? After Vladislav's performance, the audience was in a state of panic, and the professional judges on-site provided resounding praise, stating, Vladislav's singing was imbued with emotion. It was as if he embodied the ordinary yet passionate young man from the outskirts of Moscow, conveying the song's sentiments to the audience in the most authentic manner. Particularly when the female choir joined in, it enveloped the song with a soft, delicate veil, harmonizing beautifully with the male vocals. The interplay of strength and gentleness enriched the emotional expression, creating a multidimensional experience akin to a richly layered oil painting, with every stroke perfectly placed. After the performance, his vote rate surged to an impressive 26, while South Brothers plummeted to 22. The online community was taken aback by this sudden shift. Who could possibly be casting votes for Vlad? Traitor, how can one not vote for someone who sings so beautifully? Indeed, and the quality of the song itself is commendable. We must be pragmatic. Yes, this reflects the grandeur of a great nation. If victory were to be achieved through petty tricks, it would be a disgrace. Could it be that we are destined to lose again tonight? That is something we must avoid. Who can rescue the Chinese music scene? Is there not another contender? The program has arranged a grand finale. Surely, there will be surprises. Shuveing. Who is that? Oh, it turns out he is the 16th rest. But even if he is famous, he is still an internet singer. Can he truly command the stage? Enough chatter. The singing has begun. Chapter 43. A Song of the Yellow River and Yangtze, shocking the entire internet. Amidst the fervent discussions among netizens, Zhu Ren ascended to the stage. With a gentle smile, he approached the center and addressed the audience. Hello everyone, I am Zhu Ren, also known as 16 Beats Rest. Next, I shall perform a song, Yellow River and Yangtze, for which I composed both the lyrics and the music. As his words faded, the stage was enveloped in darkness, only to be illuminated abruptly, casting light upon Zhu Ren. The grand screen behind him began to display images, commencing with the ethereal sea of clouds atop Tianqi. Accompanied by a 1-minute guitar prelude, Zhu Ren gradually began to sing, starting with a lone note of F3. I am the mother of China. I nurture the flesh of a nation, binding breaths of countless years. I am the essence of China. I am the blood of the land, an unstoppable surge of life. Accompanied by centuries of cries, I am the essence of China. As this passage concluded, the audience was rendered speechless, astonished by the depth of his voice. Realizing Zhu Ren possessed an unexpectedly vast vocal range. However, what truly left them in awe were the lyrics, combined with the song's title, revealing that it was penned from the perspective of the Yellow River and Yangtze in the first person, a refreshingly novel viewpoint. The audience, suppressing their curiosity, eagerly listened on. Flow. I twist and turn, traveling in solitude, gifting sweet rains. Flow, I surge and crash for the guests of distant lands, singing songs of home. Flow, through plateaus or hills, forever advancing towards the dawn of the East. Upon hearing this segment, the esteemed judge, Teacher Dongya, sprang to his feet, raising his hands in fervor and waving his arms. His excitement was palpable. The final segment soared to a G4 high note, truly exquisite. What sent shivers through him were the lyrics, I twist and turn, I surge and crash, vividly personifying the Yellow River and Yangtze. The lines for the guests of distant lands, singing songs of home, resonated deeply. For this song was not merely sung by Zhu Ren, it was the Yellow River singing, the Yangtze performing. The audience below remained riveted to the stage, feeling that the song had struck a chord within them. The dawn of the East had arrived. They were no longer a feeble nation. They trembled, as if the blood of their ancestors resonated with the melody. Originating from the towering mountains, flowing down the majestic Qingyun, gently caressing the heart of China, heading straight towards the sunset of Dongting. My tears descend from the heavens, sporadically splashing the colors of Hitao, with the fervent passions in my heart. I express my inexplicable helplessness. Indeed, more and more audience members rose to their feet, as if the song unveiled their beloved homeland before their eyes. The lofty, snow-capped Kunlun Mountains and the Himalayas loomed majestically in their minds, peaks undulating and piercing the clouds, whispering tales of time's vicissitudes and profundity. As their gaze shifted southward, the shimmering Dongting Lake sparkled under the golden hues of the setting sun, where water met sky, gradually unfolding a scene both tranquil and grand. Immediately, they seemed to find themselves amidst the vast expanse of the northwest, where the Yellow River surged relentlessly, sweeping down from the horizon, traversing the Hatao region and nurturing a fertile land. The golden waves of wheat rolled in the wind, harmonizing with the grandeur of the Yellow River, creating a vibrant tableau that showcased the majesty and ruggedness of the northern territories of their homeland. An increasing number of spectators felt their eyes welling with tears, unable to contain their inner excitement, and rose to their feet. In that moment, they seemed to witness, through the song, the familiar magnificent landscape of their beloved motherland, where every inch of land bore the weight of the history and hopes of the Chinese nation. It was their cherished homeland, vast and rich, with splendid mountains and rivers, instilling in them an unparalleled sense of pride and honor in being children of the Huaxia. The golden rice, wheat, rapeseed, and silkworms were all my loves. I know of the sincere reverence of the world. I roar across the Huanghuai plain, unable to contain my love. I stumble and run. Who can truly comprehend this? Under the sun, in the snow, I have not blinked, gazing at the vicissitudes of time and tide. I am the eternal vein of China. The judges, including Teacher Dongya, were overwhelmed with emotion, vigorously making gestures of clenched fists and waving hands. Perhaps the audience did not fully grasp the significance, merely perceiving the high notes as challenging. But he, as a professional, understood the intricacies involved. This was a powerful surge of energy, a continuous shift in vocal resonance, with articulation perfectly open, utilizing breath to resonate. The final segment, depicting the ancient and modern, was articulated with remarkable clarity, an incredibly difficult feat. He could not help but be moved to tears. This was a once-in-a-century talent in the realm of Chinese music. Moreover, the audience rose collectively. Could it be that this song was written by an internet singer? Impossible. Yet, this scene unfolded before their eyes. Such talent had been buried for so long. Amidst the three gorges, I stumbled and fell within the embrace of China, where the abundant and primal waves echoed against the towering Taihang Mountains. On a cold night, the moonlight spread across the wilderness, and the northern winds blew, stirring my heart in dreams, wrenching my very soul with ancient Chinese lamentations. They seemed to transform into the Yellow River, into the Yangtze, running freely across the land of their homeland in the three gorges in the Taihang Mountains. This song ignited their pride and sense of identity as members of the Huaxia Nation. In that moment, not only were the live audience members astonished, but everyone in front of television screens and computer monitors was stirred by this song, rekindling their patriotic fervor. Various forums, message boards, and social media exploded, with everyone frantically seeking to uncover the identity of Zhu Ren. Relevant news soared to the top of trending searches on various platforms. Meanwhile, backstage, all the singers stared in disbelief at Zhu Ren, astonished that this previously unknown internet artist could compose such a song. Nange could not help but applaud. He was utterly convinced by the song, which was not only well-written but also masterfully performed. The expansive vocal range, from low F3 to high G4, was something even he could not achieve. Kai Cohen stood completely aside, realizing that in comparison to the song Yellow River and Yangtze, his own singing, dancing, and rapping were utterly inadequate. He felt a sense of relief that he had not created a significant conflict with Zhu Ren. Instead, they had forged a bond of goodwill. As for the young idol, he was in a state of utter despair, anticipating that if the earlier incident were to be revealed, given Zhu Ren's current popularity, he would likely be subjected to a torrent of criticism from netizens. The foreign singers were equally astonished. Although they could not comprehend the lyrics, music transcends borders. Much like how everyone had previously been enraptured by evenings in Moscow, they too could feel the patriotic fervor encapsulated within Yellow River and Yangtze. Not to mention the vocal technique, which any trained singer could recognize as nothing short of impeccable. In that moment, all eyes were on Zhu Ren, filled with a complex array of emotions, as they understood that the first place today undoubtedly belonged to him. As the performance concluded, Zhu Ren bowed and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoy this piece, Yellow River and Yangtze." Chapter 44, Teacher Donya. I find it utterly delightful. Upon uttering these words, the audience erupted into a prolonged and fervent applause, rising collectively to honor Zhu Ren. Jiang Wanyan stood behind Xu Qingyun, her hands tightly clasped, gazing at the resplendent figure on stage. He had finally emerged from the shadow of that woman, revealing his unparalleled charisma to the world. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyun lingered at the edge of the crowd, her eyes fixed intently on Zhu Ren, experiencing a mix of joy and trepidation regarding her husband's performance that day. She felt elated by Zhu Ren's flawless display, yet a sudden realization struck her. Zhu Ren seemed to be drifting further away from her. Zhu Xinya, perplexed by her thoughts, zealously waved her glow stick, exclaiming, "Daddy is amazing," causing several individuals nearby to glance over. Faced with such fervor, the host attempted several times to interject and continue the program. Mindful that this was a live broadcast, yet the applause from the audience showed no signs of waning. Ultimately, it was Zhu Ren who signaled for the audience to gradually return to their seats. The host wiped the sweat from her brow. She was experiencing this kind of situation for the first time. With a smile directed at the camera, she exclaimed, "Wow, the enthusiasm here is nearly enough to lift the roof off our stage." The audience's affection and recognition for Teacher Zhu Ren are truly palpable, and this thunderous applause serves as the finest testament to that. Reflecting on Mr. Zhu Ren's recent performance, from his confident strides across the stage to each precise and impactful gesture, culminating in his emotionally charged rendition, every detail was handled to perfection. allowing us to genuinely experience his unique charm and talent while deeply feeling his love for our motherland. I believe every audience member shares my sentiment, their hearts stirred and restless. At this moment, we eagerly await the insights of our esteemed judges, whose critiques will undoubtedly unveil even more hidden brilliance within Mr. Zhu Ren's performance. Thus, let us proceed as per protocol and cast our votes. Next, we invite our judges to provide their professional evaluations of Mr. Zhu Ren's splendid performance. Teacher Donya, I noticed you were the first to rise. Would you care to share your thoughts? The live broadcast cut to Teacher Donya's exaggerated expressions of shock and joy during Zhu Ren's performance, and playful banter ensued, indicating that Teacher Donya was thoroughly satisfied with Zhu Ren's display. Rising to his feet, Teacher Donya took the microphone. I am overwhelmed with excitement. So very excited. Let me take a moment to compose myself. Do you know this song? Yellow River and Yangtze, from the very first note, I felt it had a life of its own. You see, it is not merely an orchestration of rivers. Rather, the rivers themselves are singing. If you listen closely to the melodic lines, they are exquisite. The arrangement in the first half deliberately employs low brass, akin to the undercurrents swirling beneath the Yellow River. And then, when the strings suddenly rise, the dynamic contrast. It's as if the mist from the Hookah waterfall is splashing directly upon your face, awakening every pore. He picked up the nearby easel and began to sketch and write upon it. The modulation in the middle was executed with remarkable ingenuity. Rather than employing the conventional perfect fifth modulation, he transitioned through augmented thirds, a dissonant tension that perfectly mirrored the meandering landscape of the upper Yellow River, with its 9 twists and 18 bends. As the harmony layered into the third measure, the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. This sensation was truly exquisite. The thematic essence of this song is profoundly elevated, using the Yellow River and the Yangtze River as vessels. It intertwines the veins of Chinese civilization with the threads of natural geography into a singular musical force. The depth of the Yellow River and the grandeur of the Yangtze are vividly embodied in the melody. For instance, the electric guitar's wail in the prelude resonates like the surging waves of the Yellow River, while the piano's unfolding evokes the endless flow of the Yangtze. This method of likening music to rivers pays homage to tradition while also breaking through the expressive boundaries of modern music. Such a work transcends mere judgments of good or bad. It resembles the essence of our ancestral heritage coursing through our veins, awakened to evoke within us the most primal and fundamental memories. I am uncertain if I've articulated this clearly, but to summarize, one can feel as if this song possesses a life of its own, as if the Yellow River and the Yangtze are narrating to you. I find this particularly remarkable. Upon finishing, he sat down, his gaze sincere as he encouraged the younger generation before him. At this juncture, the host interjected, "It appears our esteemed teacher from East Asia holds this song in high regard. Teacher Bai, I see you are eager to share your thoughts. Please, do enlighten us." Bai Zhou took the microphone. "I too find it extraordinarily good." Laughter erupted among the crowd. After a moment's pause, he continued, "As for what makes it good, our East Asia teacher has already shared his perspective. For me, as someone primarily engaged in literary work, I find the lyrics of Yellow River and Yangtze to be exceptional. Have you noticed that the lyrics, when considered independently, could easily stand as a modern poem? In my view, many contemporary writers fall short of this song's quality. I even believe the lyrics could be compiled and published independently. These few lines could be transformed into modern poetry without a single alteration. Their quality is such that they deserve a place in the language curriculum." The audience was taken aback by Teacher Bai's praise, and even those watching the live stream online found themselves slightly breathless. Who is Teacher Bai? He is a luminary in the literary world, having published illustrious works such as More Than Just Dawn and Dusk and False Confessions, and he is the president of the Chinese Literary Association. There are whispers that he may be a contender for this year's Nobel Prize in Literature. Given his stature, how could he generously bestow such an evaluation? To suggest that the lyrics be included in the curriculum without any changes? While everyone has expressed their fondness for this song, they had not anticipated such a high appraisal from Bai Zhou. Does this song truly possess that qualification? It It is worth noting that, aside from classical poetry, modern poetry included in textbooks does not exceed 20 pieces. Modern poetry has a history spanning a century, and it is worth noting that, in contemporary literary circles, no individual's poetry has been included in the language textbooks. The majority of these modern poems are works predating the establishment of the nation. The host was taken aback and even directly inquired, "Teacher Baijiu, could this song be included in the language curriculum?" Chapter 45. Literary Titan, these lyrics could certainly be curated for inclusion in the language curriculum. Upon uttering this statement, she immediately regretted it. After all, such a remark was hardly befitting of a mere host. Baijiu cast a glance in her direction, offering no semblance of courtesy. Preposterous, given the caliber of these lyrics. I dare say, even I could scarcely produce something of equal merit. Considering the multitude of mediocrities in today's literary realm, even a decade, no, 2 decades would not suffice for them to compose works of this nature. Observe this line. Originating from the majestic mountains, the mighty Qiangtong flows forth. These few words possess immense power. The towering mountains symbolize the unwavering backbone of our motherland, while the Yellow River and Yangtze surge forth from this magnificent terrain, embodying an innate grandeur akin to the relentless progress of the Chinese nation throughout the annals of history. My tears descend from the heavens, cascading down to color the Hetan region. This line is nothing short of inspired brilliance. The waters of the Yellow River represent tears from the skies, imbued with the weight of history and the vicissitudes of time, painting a unique tapestry in the Hetan area. This vibrancy is the mark left by the Chinese nation, which has endured countless storms over millennia, persevering and transmitting its legacy upon this land. The lyrics of Yellow River and Yangtze are far from mere assemblages of words. They constitute a patriotic anthem composed from the depths of the soul. With pen as sword and emotion as ink, they weave together a profound love for the motherland's landscapes, a reverence for our national history, and aspirations for our country's future, all intricately interlaced within these lines. It awakens the deepest patriotic sentiments within each and every child of the Huaxia, galvanizing us to steadfastly protect this land and strive for the prosperity and strength of our nation. I am genuinely in awe of Zhu Ren, who has masterfully articulated such fervent patriotism through exquisitely crafted words. It profoundly inspires admiration. Is it not fitting for such a lyric to be included in the language curriculum, allowing the flowers of our nation to grasp its profound implications? Baijiu's words resonated with undeniable conviction, echoing throughout the live broadcast and reaching the hearts of every Huaxia individual. In that moment, all gazes turned to Zhu Ren, filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated Baijiu's lofty praise for the song's lyrics. It is well known that Baijiu is notorious for his acerbic critique. Many a young poet has been left utterly devastated by his words. Yet this time, he extolled Zhu Ren. The host then shifted the focus to the judges seated below. Teacher Su, do you have anything to add? Teacher Su took the microphone, stating, regarding the commentary on this song, the 2 previous teachers have articulated much already, so I shall not reiterate. Rather, I'm more curious to know, Zhu Ren, do you have additional works? Indeed, the audience's curiosity was piqued. Teacher Su continued, I have known Zhu Ren for quite some time, approximately 7 or 8 years. If memory serves. Zhu Ren nodded in acknowledgement. If I recall correctly, this was during his university years, when a friend of mine recommended a song titled 16-Beat Rest. At the time, I thought to myself, what could a mere college student possibly contribute of value? Yet, she patiently listened for a while, and then, with a light-hearted gesture, she remarked that Zhu Ren had gained yet another fan. Although unaware of the experiences he had endured over the years, she found it particularly delightful that he had re-emerged into the public eye and graced this stage once more. It is a sentiment she expressed, that his talent has not been buried, allowing everyone to enjoy his music, a truly wonderful occurrence. Teacher Su, with a sincere gaze, turned towards Zhu Ren. He picked up the microphone and smiled gently. Thank you, Teacher Su. In fact, you could be considered a guiding light in my journey during my school days. I received tremendous support from you. As for your inquiry about other works, allow me to keep you in suspense. If I advance to the next round, I shall present an original piece. Furthermore, I would like to take this opportunity to share that I have collaborated with Linyu Studio on an audio drama titled Jitian, which is currently being serialized. Interested friends may wish to follow along. At this moment, the host approached, preparing to transition into the final segment. I, too, am curious about what Zhu Ren's mysterious work might be and whether he will progress to the next stage of our competition. Now, it is time to announce the results, so let us invite all the singers to the stage. During this process, we shall intersperse a few advertisements, and we kindly ask our viewers to patiently await the arrival of the performers. The audience present and those online had already cast their votes and were now engaged in discussions. I knew Zhu Ren could do it. The Yellow River and the Yangtze is simply exceptional. If he doesn't take first place, who will? I voted for him, hoping he will make a significant impact on the Chinese music scene. A young man waved his glow stick, his face alight with excitement. Indeed, I had no idea we had such a remarkable online singer. His talent seems to surpass that of many professional artists. He is bound to become a sensation. A young woman concurred. Teacher Bai Zhou even remarked that the lyrics are worthy of inclusion in the literature curriculum. What more can be said? If my child could study such works in school, it would deepen their appreciation for the greatness of our nation. A parent, accompanied by their child, expressed with profound emotion. However, there is also a hint of concern, fearing that the pressure might overwhelm him in the future, hoping he could deliver equally stunning works in the next round. Online comments were buzzing with excitement. Family. The 16th Rest is my idol. This episode has elevated him to legendary status. I've played the Yellow River and the Yangtze on repeat countless times, and each listen ignites my passion. Previously, I questioned whether online singers could find their footing on this stage, but it seems my perspective was narrow. Zhu Ren has firmly proven me wrong. I am now a devoted fan. I await the voting results. If Zhu Ren doesn't take first place, I shall be the first to protest. While the foreign singers are commendable, they simply do not compare to Zhu Ren. I have thoroughly delved into Zhu Ren's information and have heard whispers of numerous remarkable works he has yet to unveil. My anticipation is palpable. I fervently hope he advances to the finals, allowing the world to witness the prowess of the Chinese music scene. Zhu Ren's emergence seems poised to infuse a fresh vitality into our musical landscape. Perhaps in the future, we shall uncover more hidden gems akin to him, heralding the rise of Chinese music. However, dissenting voices have begun to surface. Is it truly impressive to excel in a single song? Who can ascertain whether it is merely a stroke of luck, a fortuitous alignment that produced a composition resonating with the public's patriotic sentiments? Perhaps he will reveal his true colors in the next round. A man clad in a black jacket scoffed disdainfully, his expression replete with scorn. Chapter 46. The voting results. Number 1. Indeed, what genuine talent can an online singer possess? It is quite possible that a team is orchestrating the hype behind the scenes. Securing the first position could merely be a tactic employed by the show's producers to generate buzz. A young man with bleached hair chimed in agreement. I believe he is but a fleeting phenomenon, gaining attention solely from this one song. Once the fervor dies down, let us see how long he can sustain this momentum. From the crowd, a bespectacled middle-aged man remarked coldly. There are numerous skeptics online as well. How can a single song elevate someone to such heights? Let us not be too extravagant. There may be clandestine machinations at play. In this day and age, marketing strategies abound. Who can discern the truth? Can he truly make it into the language curriculum? Has Teacher Bai Zhou perhaps received some benefit to promote him so ardently? It is no small feat for modern poetry to enter the textbook. I suspect this is merely a publicity stunt. I refuse to believe he can maintain such prowess indefinitely. Wait and see. He will surely falter in the next round. I am fully aware of the true weight of an online singer's capabilities. As the debate raged on, the host on stage cleared his throat, preparing to announce the voting results. The venue fell silent, with all eyes fixed on the stage, eagerly awaiting the moment that would determine the victor. The large screen displayed the names of all the singers, and I began to read from those with the fewest votes. The bottom three were Bai Yao, Su Su, and Yiga. I must extend my apologies to Bai Yao and his fans. Unfortunately, he will not be featured in our next episode. Following them were Mo, Tang Tang, and Shuejia. Next up were Qian Qian, Chuan Gu, Kai Kuan, and Xingjia. The top three were Zhu Ren, Nangu, and Vladi. The host paused briefly and swiftly announced, the third place goes to Nanyi, with a vote percentage of 15. The second place is Vladi, with 18, and the first place is Zhu Ren, with an impressive 45. On the screen behind, the voting percentages were displayed in bar graphs, with Zhu Ren's bar standing out as the thickest and longest, signifying a clear lead. Initially, the venue was enveloped in silence, which was soon shattered by an overwhelming eruption of cheers and applause. The audience members who had previously supported Zhu Ren were ecstatic, jumping with joy. I knew it. Zhu Ren is the greatest. A young man waving a glow stick shouted excitedly, his face flushed, as if he himself were the recipient of the award. The girl beside him was moved to tears, exclaiming that he had accomplished it. There was hope for the Chinese music scene. The earlier doubts were now completely drowned out. The man in black who had previously dismissed Zhu Ren as merely lucky now wore a crimson face, his lips moving silently as he struggled to find words. The young man with bleached hair lowered his head in embarrassment, reluctant to speak further. The bespectacled, middle-aged man cleared his throat a few times, attempting to mask his discomfort, murmuring softly, I did not expect him to possess some real talent. The online community was equally jubilant. Supporters of Zhu Ren flooded the comment section. Didn't that slap you in the face? Let us see what those skeptics have to say now. Zhu Ren has proven everything through his talent. With a remarkable 45 of the votes, this demonstrates an overwhelming display of strength. Wishing Zhu Ren a promising future as the Chinese music scene rises. The skeptics have been fiercely attacked by netizens. Previously defiant, they are now faced with a harsh reality. Zhu Ren is truly exceptional, and their envy is palpable. They accused him of seeking publicity and relying on luck, yet now they find themselves at a loss for words. Perhaps they could learn a thing or two about genuine talent from Zhu Ren. On stage, with a smile illuminating his face, Zhu Ren humbly bows in gratitude to the audience. At this moment, all spotlight is focused on him. Xia Qingyun gazes at the dazzling Zhu Ren and feels as if this moment is surreal. Just a week prior, her husband was at home caring for their child. And now, he stands on stage, showcasing unparalleled prowess, triumphing over foreign singers in front of the entire nation. Is this still my husband? She murmurs to herself, questioning whether it is she who has constrained him. In the broadcasting room, Jiang Wanyan excitedly embraces Su Jingyan. This is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Su, the esteemed director, retracts his hand from her chest, bemused by her remarkable development. With a hint of disdain, she remarks, All right, I'm not your beloved, so stop leaning on me. Jiang Wanyan laughs, her typically aloof demeanor replaced with the vibrant energy reminiscent of her school days. Ah, Su Shuejia. I am simply overwhelmed with joy at a classroom in a teaching building at Xiamen University in the imperial capital. Professor Liu is guiding her students in watching the live broadcast. Upon seeing the results of the competition, she rises and exits the classroom. All right, you all may leave. She does not wish for her students to witness her emotional display. She feels she might have lost her composure a bit tonight, proud of her outstanding prodigy. In Jiang Province, Zhu Deming and Lin Huilan are also watching the live broadcast, exchanging a glance filled with pride and satisfaction. In the United States, at the MIT cafeteria in Massachusetts, Xiao Yue takes small bites of her breakfast, fixated on the screen before her. When the voting results are revealed, she exhales deeply. Observing her intense focus, a young man nearby teasingly comments, I never expected our usually aloof Xiao academic to enjoy entertainment shows. Xiao Yue suppresses her smile, coldly responding, It has nothing to do with you. The man persists, How can you say it has nothing to do with me? After all, we are about to get engaged, aren't we? That is a decision made by my family. I did not agree to it. Zhu Lingui, do you think they can force me? Chu Lingyue chuckles lightly. Who can compel the youngest professor at MIT to do anything? I merely remind you to act swiftly and avoid regrets. When Chu Lingyue first heard from his elders about the plan for him to prepare for a marriage with Xiao Yue, though neither family had officially announced it and were merely seeking their opinions, he immediately expressed his disapproval. Marrying someone like that would be akin to living in solitude, he thought, firmly refusing, especially since he felt he hadn't yet experienced enough of life. However, unable to reject his family's decision outright, he could only place his hopes on Xiao Yue. In the imperial capital, who does not know that the young lady from the Xiao family harbors an unattainable white moonlight in her heart, though she possessed a tall and slender figure, exuding an aura of serene elegance with every graceful movement. She had once been celebrated as the foremost beauty in the capital. 5 years ago, for reasons unknown, Xiao Yue, disheartened, departed for the United States, and she had not returned since. Many who witnessed the despair etched upon her face speculated whether the beloved figure from her past had perished, prompting her to flee this land of sorrow. However, Chu Lingyue was acutely aware that her cherished one had not met such a fate. Otherwise, given Xiao Yue's character, how could she have endured 5 years in a foreign land? During this time, he had leveraged his connections to subtly uncover the identity of that cherished figure. Yet he remained hesitant to confirm his findings. As he tentatively probed, Xiao Yue slowly responded, "I am returning." Returning? Chu Lingyue momentarily found himself at a loss. "I am going back to teach at Z University in Jiang Province." A surge of joy enveloped Chu Lingyue. His suspicions had been vindicated. "Wonderful. This is the Xiao Yue I know, the princess of the Xiao family. When will you return?" "Tomorrow." "Excellent, excellent. Never mind. I shall take my leave for now." Chapter 47. The Lantern Festival Poetry Gathering. As Xiao Yue prepared to return to her homeland, Chu Lingyue was overjoyed, nearly uttering a foolish remark in his excitement. However, upon meeting Xiao Yue's indifferent gaze, he turned away, animatedly dancing with delight as he departed. Left alone, Xiao Yue consumed her breakfast, a routine she had maintained for 5 years, almost growing accustomed to it. Yet, upon witnessing a particular update on Station A, her heart, long encased in ice, instantly revived. That very day, she submitted her resignation to MIT, rebuffed the pleas of several professors, and resolved to head to Z University. She gazed intently at the small screen of her phone, observing familiar figures bowing and delivering speeches, silently vowing, "Xia Qingyun, this time, I shall not let you succeed." Biting her lip, she pledged to reclaim everything. In the backstage of The Voice of China, the evening performances had concluded, and singers and judges clustered together, discussing the day's presentations. The center of attention was undoubtedly Zhu Ren, whose performance had not only captivated the audience and judges, but also impressed his fellow competitors. "Nangu, all right, next time I'll come visit you. I'm really sorry, but I must return to Jiang Province tomorrow. I'll come a week early next time, and we can gather again." All right. Vladik, if I have the chance to visit Moscow, I will definitely stop by." Sure. Next time we'll play basketball together." "What? The Lantern Festival Gala?" Zhu Ren, while greeting others, was taken aback by this news. Bai Zhou smiled and said, "Indeed, little Zhu, the Jiang Province television station, which is organizing the Lantern Festival Poetry Gathering, just called me. They want to know if you are available." "The Lantern Festival Poetry Gathering? Isn't that next Tuesday?" "I am available, but what sort of competition is this?" Observing Zhu Ren's hesitation, Bai Zhou explained, "This poetry gathering is spearheaded by the Jiang Province Writers Association, in collaboration with the Jiang Province television station. It holds a particularly high standard, attracting poetry masters from across the nation. It serves as both a platform for exchange and a showcase of talent." As Bai Zhou spoke, he gestured as if envisioning the lively scene of the gathering, where relevant provincial leaders and members of the Writers Association would participate. Members would compose poetry related to the Lantern Festival to compete with works created by netizens, with voting conducted on the official website to determine the top 3 entries. "Little Zhu, I believe this is a remarkable opportunity, and you must attend." Zhu Ren was taken aback by Zhou's confidence in him. He had thought the earlier compliments on stage were mere formalities. Could it truly be that a single song had led him to be regarded as talented in poetry? Ultimately, it was an invitation from the Jiang Province Writers Association, coupled with the encouragement of Bai Zhou, whom he respected. After some contemplation, Zhu Ren agreed, recognizing that participating in the poetry gathering would yield nothing but benefits. Moreover, the poetry and lyrical compositions surrounding the Lantern Festival are indeed abundant. It is no exaggeration to assert that even if Zhu Ren were to speak for an entire day and night, he would scarcely exhaust their richness. While the world does celebrate the Lantern Festival, history remains largely unchanged, with familiar dynasties and emperors residing in Zhu Ren's memory, just as he recalls them. Yet, many illustrious figures and cultural works have vanished. The immortal poet Li Bai, the saint of poetry Du Fu, the Buddha of poetry Wang Wei, the ghost of poetry Li He, all have ceased to exist, replaced by another cohort of individuals. The classic verses and lyrical masterpieces from his past life are absent in this realm. He possesses confidence, armed with the cultural treasures amassed over millennia. He believes that this poetry competition will not yield any blunders. After accepting Bai Zhou's invitation, Zhu Ren exchanged pleasantries with the program staff, bidding farewell to Su Jingyan and Jiang Wanyun before returning to the hotel. Today had proven exceedingly exhausting, filled with rehearsals, visits to mentors, and performances, leaving him utterly fatigued. After tucking Zhu Qingyun, he retreated to his own room, took a shower, and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, he awoke at 9 o'clock, an unprecedented occurrence for him, as he usually prepares breakfast for Zhu Qingyun. With his thought in mind, he hastily washed up, intending to take his daughter downstairs to the restaurant for a meal. Upon stepping outside, he discovered Zhu Qingyun dutifully seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television. The screen displayed a recording of last night's program, capturing her in a moment of exuberance, waving a glow stick to cheer for Zhu Ren. She chuckled, poised to say something, when she spotted Zhu Ren emerging. "Daddy, you're awake." She leaped off the sofa and rushed to him, exclaiming, "I cheered for you really well yesterday, look." Zhu Qingyun pointed at the television, where her tiny hand was animatedly waving. Zhu Ren affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling indulgently. "Thanks to my little Yaya, Daddy was able to claim first place." Her face lit up with joy. At that moment, Xia Qingyun entered the room, pushing a cart laden with breakfast. "What brings you here?" he inquired, surprised at her presence in the room. "You mean Lin Yu?" Xia Qingyun replied while arranging the breakfast on the table. "Last night, I arranged for her to have a separate room. After all, you are gaining fame now, and we must consider the impact." Was this woman now lecturing him? Had she forgotten her own past actions before making such statements? After setting the meal, Xia Qingyun called Zhu Qingyun and Zhu Ren to join her. "Darling, I personally brought all this up from the restaurant downstairs. You must try it. It's all your favorites." Zhu Qingyun released her embrace of Zhu Ren and dashed over, her hunger evident. She had awakened early, but Xia Qingyun insisted they wait for Zhu Ren to have breakfast together. Unbeknownst to her, Xia Qingyun's underlying intentions were hidden, but she felt it was indeed better to wait for her father. She climbed onto a small stool, poking at the table with her spoon, her wide eyes fixed on Xia Qingyun, demanding, "Why aren't you serving it to me yet?" Observing her pitiful demeanor, Zhu Ren promptly placed the porridge, steamed buns, and milk in front of her. "Eat quickly. Once you're done, we will return to Jiang province." A hint of joy blossomed on Xia Qingyun's face. "Darling, are we returning today?" Initially, she had presumed that Zhu Ren would linger in the capital for a while, given that so many classmates were present and gatherings were inevitable. "If you wish to stay, that is also an option," Zhu Ren replied while savoring his meal. "Why would I remain here? Wherever you go, I shall follow," Xia Qingyun said with a beaming smile. Her spirits soared, for if they returned today, those vixens would likely cease their pursuits of her husband. At that moment, Zhu Ren's phone rang. It was Jiang Wanyun. What could it be this time? Shu Ren insult. On the other end, Jiang Wanyun's voice was laced with urgency. "Shu Ren, this is bad. A plethora of rumors has surfaced online, alleging that you have plagiarized. You must clarify this immediately." Chapter 48. The Plagiarism Scandal. "Do you not believe me?" "What?" Zhu Ren was taken aback, bewildered by the unfolding events. He was acutely aware that these songs unequivocally did not exist in this world. "Rest assured, I have already dispatched someone to investigate. Results should be forthcoming soon," Jiang Wanyun reassured him. Zhu Ren hastily grabbed his phone, and indeed, Various headlines were saturated with discussions surrounding the allegation of plagiarism. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the sequence of events. A prominent figure on Weibo had expressed that this song seemed eerily familiar. Almost immediately, comments began to flood in, with individuals chiming in, claiming they too had a vague recollection of a similar song penned by a former classmate. Subsequently, that account asserted it had confirmed with the classmate that this song was indeed written by them 5 years prior, and they possessed the original file. To their astonishment, a shameless individual had presented it as their own original work in a competition. The account then shared a screenshot of a project file time-stamped 5 years ago, along with a recording. Upon listening, it was unmistakably true. Zhu Ren recognized it as the demo he had recorded during his university days. At that time, only he and a few classmates from the broadcasting station had access to that file. This song had never been aired, and only a handful of people knew about it. How had this file found its way into the public domain? Could it have been his classmates? This was clearly a conspiracy aimed directly at him. At that moment, Xia Qingyun had also finished perusing the Weibo topic. Her emotions were tumultuous. The recording indeed bore a striking resemblance to the song Zhu Ren had performed the previous night. It was puzzling. She hadn't seen Zhu Ren compose any songs over the past few years. Where had this one come from? No, this was an opportune moment. If she could assist her husband in resolving this matter, he would undoubtedly be grateful to her. She bit her lip, raising her gaze to Zhu Ren. Her eyes a complex mix of determination and concern. Darling, I listened to that recording, and it is indeed very similar to last night's song. There must be a misunderstanding. What do you mean by that? Zhu Ren's expression shifted sharply. Regardless of the circumstances, I will stand by your side to resolve this matter. You can rest assured that this song can only belong to you. Xia Qingyun stepped forward, eager to grasp his hand. Zhu Ren suddenly recoiled, his eyes turning cold, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Do you truly believe what is being said online? He scoffed, his chest heaving with emotion. Xia Qingyun, after all these years together, you would suspect that I plagiarized? That recording has clearly been tampered with, and you cannot even extend me this modicum of trust? Xia Qingyun was taken aback by his unexpected outburst, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She panicked, having never intended to convey such skepticism. I don't doubt you. It's just that the evidence is compelling. I merely wish to. To what? Zhu Ren interrupted, his voice low and heavy. To suggest that I might have genuinely stolen someone else's song? Or that I would resort to unscrupulous methods for the sake of a competition? He stepped back, his gaze filled with profound disappointment. Do you realize that I believe the entire world could question me, but you would not? Now it appears I was mistaken. Xia Qingyun, flustered, reached out in an attempt to connect with him. Darling, that was not my intention. I merely want to resolve this. Enough. Zhu Ren coldly turned his face away, his voice hoarse. If you harbor doubts, does my explanation hold any significance? I trust Dad. At that moment, Zhu Xinyu understood as well. She pushed her bowl and chopsticks aside, dashed down from the dining table, and forcefully pulled Xia Qingyun away. Her eyes reddened as she shouted, Mom is bad. Yeah, how can you speak like that? Xia Qingyun was taken aback, realizing her daughter did not comprehend her intention, as she was merely trying to support her husband. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. It was Lin Yu. She hurriedly approached, flustered. It's bad, Teacher Zhu. Numerous rumors about you plagiarizing have surfaced online. I don't know how this happened. It escalated overnight, when everything seemed fine last night. She had tried to explain extensively online, yet the netizens were utterly unconvinced, even labeling her as a delusional fan, leaving her feeling utterly helpless. Zhu Ren understood and comforted her. Shaolin, do not worry. This matter will not affect me. The innocent will remain untainted. However, Lin Yu still wanted to speak. It's all right. Once I return home, I will organize the project files of the song I composed in university and issue a statement. I've reviewed it carefully, and that recording is merely a demo of my song. I have no idea where he obtained that file. What? Is that so? Xia Qingyun stood frozen, realizing she had misspoken yet again. Her complexion turned pale, and trembling, she stepped forward to grasp Zhu Ren's hand, wishing to explain. Yet, her lips moved without uttering a single word. In that moment, Xia Qingyun suddenly recognized that upon hearing this news, her first reaction was not anger or concern. but a flicker of secret delight. She inwardly hoped that this incident was true, for it would compel Zhu Ren to rely on her to navigate out of this predicament, ensuring he would never leave her side again. Zhu Ren regarded her coldly, inhaling deeply before turning to retrieve his coat. He addressed Lin Yu, Xiao Lin. Let us first seek out General Jiang to discuss this matter. Husband. Xia Qingyun's voice quivered, tears finally streaming down her cheeks. I am truly sorry. I did not mean to. Zhu Ren paused momentarily, but did not look back, simply stating, Xia Qingyun, perhaps we all need to take a moment to calm down. Take care of Yaya. The instant the door closed, Xia Qingyun felt as if all her strength had been siphoned away, collapsing onto the floor. Zhu Xinyue stood beside her, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, her eyes filled with unease. Mom, she softly called out. Xia Qingyun managed to force a smile, reaching out to embrace her. Mommy is fine. Yet, Zhu Xinyue took a step back, evading her touch, a hint of dissatisfaction in her gaze. Mom, do you not trust Dad? Xia Qingyun was taken aback, her heart aching. She had not anticipated that even her daughter could perceive her wavering faith. No, Mommy just... She wished to explain, but found her words painfully inadequate. Zhu Xinyue pressed her lips together, tears welling in her eyes. Dad would never lie. He is the best dad. With that, she turned and dashed into her room, slamming the door shut. Xia Qingyun sat dazed, tears cascading silently down her cheeks. What am I truly doing? She murmured. Meanwhile, Zhu Ren and Lin Yu had already entered the vehicle. Lin Yu cautiously observed his expression through the rearview mirror. Teacher Zhu, please do not be too disheartened. This matter will surely be clarified, she softly reassured him. Zhu Ren rubbed his temples, his voice tinged with fatigue. I understand. I just never anticipated that after sharing a bed for so many years, she would doubt me. Am I truly a failure? Chapter 49. Xia Qingyun finally came to a realization. She ought to place her trust in Zhu Ren. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment before speaking. Perhaps Sister Xia is just momentarily anxious. After all, the evidence circulating online appears remarkably authentic. Zhu Ren offered a wry smile, responding, indeed, even she believes it to be true. What more can we expect from others? He retrieved his phone, perusing the increasingly fervent public discourse online. In addition to the recording and screenshots of the project files, there were even individuals who had unearthed photographs from his university days, claiming to be his classmates and assertively stating that he had a penchant for borrowing others' works. Such people truly spare no effort. Zhu Ren's gaze turned icy. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before saying, Teacher Zhu, I believe there must be someone orchestrating this matter from behind the scenes. Otherwise, it couldn't have escalated to this extent overnight. Zhu Ren nodded in agreement. I share your sentiment. The question remains, who is it, and why are they targeting me? Meanwhile, Xia Qingyun remained seated on the floor, her phone lighting up with a message from an unfamiliar number. Miss Xia, would you like to uncover the truth behind your husband's plagiarism incident? I possess crucial information. She stared at the message, her fingers trembling slightly. Deep within her, a voice urged her to open it, while another warned her against further missteps. She had to trust Zhu Ren. Ultimately, with shaking fingers, she replied with 3 words. Who are you? Did you do this? Soon, the reply came. Someone who can help you see the truth. Tonight at 7 o'clock. At the Red Rose CAF. Don't be late. Xia Qingyun fixated on the screen, her heart racing. She knew she should not go, yet the unease and doubts coiled around her like a venomous snake. Could it be that the other party truly possessed evidence? What should I do? She covered her face, tears seeping through her fingers. At that moment, the door to Zhu Xinyue's room creaked open a fraction. The little girl peeked out, observing her weeping mother with eyes full of compassion. She gently approached Xia Qingyun, extending her small hand to embrace her. Mommy, don't cry. Xia Qingyun clutched her daughter tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. Yeah, I was wrong. Mommy was truly mistaken. Zhu Xin tenderly wiped her mother's tears away, speaking earnestly. Mommy, shall we help Daddy? He must be very sad right now. Xia Qingyun was taken aback. Her daughter's innocent words shone like a beacon, illuminating the darkness within her. Indeed, what was she doing? What Zhu Ren needed most at this moment was her trust and support, not doubt and betrayal. She held her daughter close, as if grasping a lifeline. All right, yeah, let us go help Daddy and uncover the truth behind this matter. Resolutely, she picked up her phone, dismissing the earlier message, and dialed Zhu Ren's number. However, the phone rang for an extended period without an answer. At that moment, Zhu Ren stood in Jiang Wanyan's office, his expression grave as he gazed at the incessantly emerging new revelations on the computer screen. The situation was more dire than we had anticipated. Jiang Wanyan rubbed her temples, expressing exasperation. Aside from the accusations of plagiarism, there were now rumors surfacing about your alleged bullying of classmates during university and even involvement in some unlawful activities. Zhu Ren slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming in disbelief, "Absurd. Why is this person hurling such slander at me? How much do they despise me?" Jiang Wanyan sighed. "The issue is that they are well prepared, even presenting so-called witnesses." Zhu Ren forced himself to remain composed, stating, "I will return to Jiang province immediately to retrieve the original documents." Jiang Wanyan nodded in agreement. "All right, I will also reach out to old classmates in the capital to see if they are willing to testify. I will contact the school leaders and faculty as well. I trust our institution will not stand idly by while its distinguished graduate is subjected to online defamation." Jiang Wanyan calmly assessed the situation. Shaolin, accompany Zhu Ren in his search. "I will handle matters here in the capital." Zhu Ren expressed his gratitude with a nod. "Thank you." As he departed from Jiang Wanyan, night had already fallen. He glanced at his phone and noticed a missed call from Xia Qingyun. After a moment's hesitation, he decided against returning the call. "Teacher Zhu, aren't you going to reach out to Sister Xia?" Lin Yu inquired cautiously. Zhu Ren remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. "Let us gather our things and prepare for the return journey." Meanwhile, at the Red Rose CAF, Pei Zhaoyuan checked his watch and smirked coldly. It seems the beautiful Xia will not be coming. He stood up, adjusted his suit, and muttered to himself, "No matter, the real show is just beginning." He casually tossed a photograph into the trash, revealing an image of Sun Zhe and Xia Qingyun together, remarking, "How interesting. There's another Admirable Jr.?" Upon returning to the hotel, Zhu Ren found Xia Qingyun frantically making phone calls, her voice laced with anger. "I told you to find a way to have the trending topic removed. There's nothing we can do. If you can't manage this, then leave." The voice on the other end of the line wore a bitter smile, having already attempted to contact the public relations team, only to find them equally at a loss. Qingren Technology was not a media company and lacked the necessary influence, especially as it was still an unlisted entity in Jiang province. Although external opinions were quite optimistic and the company had completed several rounds of financing, he had gathered intelligence indicating the involvement of a prominent family from the capital. Moreover, the call that Xia had instructed him to investigate clearly linked back to a key figure in the Pei family. To contend with such a formidable entity, Qingren Technology currently lacked the capability. It would require the intervention of the Xia family backing Xia Qingyun. "Manager Xia, this situation truly exceeds my capacity. Perhaps you should inform the old leader?" The old leader he referenced was Xia Qingyun's father, the undisputed kingpin of Jiang province. In a fit of rage, Xia Qingyun threw her phone aside and rolled around on the bed in frustration, it ultimately landing on the floor. If she could have made that request, she wouldn't have needed to enlist this person for assistance. During her university years, she had become pregnant before marriage, resolutely determined to marry Zhu Ren. Her father, Xia Qingyun, was furious, nearly severing their father-daughter relationship. Ultimately, Zhu Ren persevered through the 3 trials set by the Xia family, which led to her father reluctantly relenting, albeit with a cold demeanor. Little did anyone know, after their marriage, Zhu Ren unexpectedly chose to adopt a laid-back approach to life. While he claimed it was for the sake of family, in Xia Qingyu's eyes, it was nothing short of complacency and self-indulgence. As days turned into months, the rift between the father-in-law and son-in-law deepened. Reluctant to burden Xia Qingyun unless absolutely necessary, she found herself at a loss for solutions. Just when despair began to envelop her, Zhu Ren entered, saying, "Pack your things. It's time to go back." "Husband." She abruptly turned her head, glanced at Zhu Ren, then lowered it again. I recently uncovered some information regarding the rumors of your plagiarism." "Oh." Zhu Ren was taken aback by Xia Qingyun's swift action. It was surprising that she had managed to discern something before Jiang Wanyun, especially considering that the Xia family's influence had not yet reached the capital. He approached the coffee table and poured himself a glass of water. Well then, do enlighten me as to who is behind these accusations. She stammered, ultimately exclaiming, "Husband, go ahead and scold me." Chapter 50. Sure Yunju come my room tonight? What madness is this? Observing her apologetic demeanor, Zhu Ren found himself utterly perplexed. Why would I scold you? Could it be that this matter involves you? Realization dawned upon him. Otherwise, how could Xia Qingyun appear in such a state? Watching her remain silent, her face still etched with guilt, and inexplicable anger welled up within Zhu Ren. Why must things always unfold this way? Why can't we communicate properly? Could it be that you are framing me? In a fit of frustration, Zhu Ren nudged her. Xia Qingyun lifted her head, disbelief etched across her features, her eyes reflecting a profound emptiness. She recoiled slightly. Husband, do you doubt me? Trust is reciprocal, Xia Qingyun. Had you stood unwaveringly by my side just moments ago, I would naturally have embraced and trusted you, Zhu Ren replied coldly. So, what exactly transpired? Fortunately, it seemed Zhu Ren was merely speaking out of anger, and Xia Qingyun felt a wave of relief wash over her. You see, when I arrived in the capital, just after disembarking from the plane, I encountered someone. In a few brief sentences, Xia Qingyun recounted the harassment she endured from Pei Zhaoyuan. Not long after you left, I received a text from an unknown number. I have already traced it back to Pei Zhaoyuan. He is undoubtedly scheming behind the scenes. Husband, it is all my fault. If you must blame someone, let be me. Had I not come to the capital, none of this would have occurred. Zhu Ren gazed at the sorrowful woman before him, his heart inexplicably softening. The usually aloof President Xia. Even she had moments of self-pity. Like a classic heroine from a romantic drama, she bore the brunt of every mishap. His tone softened. This is not your fault. After all, you too are a victim. Moreover, your presence here was to support me. Thank you. Reflecting on his words, he felt compelled to express gratitude, concerned by the unusual state of Xia Qingyun and fearing potential repercussions. Xia Qingyun's eyes sparkled with hope, her lips curving into a stiff smile. Husband, have you forgiven me? Zhu Ren was taken aback by her interpretation. Forgiven you? Hardly. I was contemplating filing for divorce and moving out. Observing the sudden glimmer in her eyes, filled with cautious anticipation, was akin to a chastened puppy desperately seeking its owner's approval, fearful of abandonment. Zhu Ren's lips twitched. The harsh words he had prepared danced on his tongue, but ultimately remained unspoken. Given the circumstances, there was no need for self-reproach. Let us return promptly to locate my original documents and issue a clarifying statement. In truth, he found himself in the role of comforting Xia Qingyun. Xia Qingyun seemed to awaken from a stupor, her face alight with joy. Yes, as long as we have evidence, we need not fear their slander. Accusations are ultimately just that, baseless. Husband, let us hurry back. With that, she reached for Zhu Ren's hand, eager to leave. Mother, why didn't you take me with you? The anxious voice of Zhu Xinyu echoed behind her. Yeah, come, let us go together. Lin Yu emerged from the adjacent room, taking Zhu Xinyue's small hand and trailing behind the two. In her heart, she mused, Mr. Xia, you have been granted an opportunity. Do seize it well. Indeed, this trip to the capital proved worthwhile. In Jiang province, at the Heartbeat Halt bar, Sure Yunju lounged languidly against a dark red leather sofa, her fingers gently swirling a glass of whiskey. Ice cubes clinked against the glass, producing a crisp sound. The bar was dimly lit during the day, with the light perfectly illuminating her exquisite face. Her porcelain skin radiated a chill, while the slight upward curve of her lips hinted at danger. Her half-lidded peach blossom eyes sparkled with a blend of innocence and cruelty, adorned in a red spaghetti strap dress that accentuated her slender waist. The slit of the skirt revealed glimpses of her long legs clad in black stockings. Indifferently, she used the tip of her stiletto to lift the chin of a kneeling woman. Why the silence? She suddenly leaned in closer, her voice as soft as a lover's whisper. Is this all you've uncovered? The female subordinate stiffened, her body trembling. I am incompetent. All I found is that this matter is related to Pei Zhaoyuan of the Pei family. It seems he is pursuing Mr. Xia. The Pei family? Pei Zhaoyuan? Sure, Yunzhu chuckled with amusement. How dare such lowly scum pursue Xia Qingyun? Although she and Xia Qingyun had a strained relationship, the latter was undoubtedly a victor. Whether by luck or coincidence, it remained a fact. Now, Xia Qingyun was being harassed by such a person, and it made her feel as though she had swallowed a fly. Does old Master Xia simply stand by while others bully his daughter-in-law? She muttered to herself. Now, you will bribe those few people around Pei Zhaoyuan to pose as Zhu Ren and send me evidence of his alleged plagiarism. As she spoke, she bent down, her hand caressing the delicate face of the individual before her. What a beautiful face it was, so tender it seemed ready to drip with moisture. The person trembled, their forehead nearly touching the cold ground, their voice trembling with uncontrollable fear and fervor. My life, everything about me, including this wretched body, belongs to you, my master. Ha! Shi Yunzhu suddenly laughed lightly, leaning in to almost brush her red lips against the other's cheek, since that is the case. She extended her hand, gently patting the person's face. Come to my room tonight. At 30,000 feet in the air, in first class. Xiao Yue delicately turned the page of the Frontiers of Physics magazine. Outside the window, clouds floated like cotton, with sunlight streaming through the porthole, casting a soft halo on her refined profile. Today, she wore a simple beige turtleneck sweater, her skin as pale as snow, while black pencil pants embraced her long legs. Her feet clad in comfortable flats, the perfect attire for a long flight. Excuse me, are you interested in physics as well? A voice with a noticeable American accent came from her right. Xiao Yue did not raise her head, merely nodding slightly, her gaze still fixed on the magazine. I am engaged in quantitative investment at Kaohsiung, and quantum computing is one of the fields that captivates our utmost attention. The man, undeterred, raised his voice slightly, introducing himself as Andre Li, a master's graduate in financial engineering from Stanford. It was then that Xiao Yue cast a fleeting glance in his direction. He was a person of mixed heritage, with pronounced features, light brown eyes, and dark, slightly curly hair, undeniably handsome. Dressed in a bespoke suit, the cuff of which revealed a Patek Philippe watch, he regarded her with an expression of unwavering determination. Chapter 51. Xiao Yue. I prefer pure-blooded Huaxiamen. Xiao Yue succinctly introduced herself, then returned her attention to the magazine. Yet, Andre seemed to have found some encouragement. What a serendipitous encounter to meet such an elegant Eastern beauty on this flight. Xiao Yue frowned slightly. She had encountered such advances too many times, from academic conferences to cafes, where suitors attempted to showcase their allure by approaching her. She recalled how Zhu Ren had reacted the first time someone approached her. The always gentle boy had surprisingly stepped in front of her with a serious expression. Please do not disturb Xiao classmate studies. Miss Xiao? Andre's voice interrupted her reverie. You seem to be lost in thought. I was contemplating a matter, Xiao Yue replied, closing the magazine. Andre, however, persisted. I notice you are not wearing a wedding ring. A woman as remarkable as you must have many admirers, I presume? For no apparent reason, Xiao Yue suddenly recalled the woven bracelet Zhu Ren had gifted her. During that summer at the age of 12, they sat by the lake as he clumsily crafted a bracelet from reeds. Once I earn money, I will get you a real one. She had kept that bracelet in a sandalwood box, even though it had since dried and yellowed. Fate, however, had played its hand. Now, Zhu Ren had been married for 5 years and had a lovely daughter, while she had crossed oceans to become a renowned professor in America. Your behavior is quite rude, she said coldly. As the flight attendant served the meal, Andre seized the opportunity to boast. I typically only consume organic foods, but it's impossible on a plane. Did you know? I own a health food company in Silicon Valley, specializing in... I am not interested, Xiao Yue interrupted, taking only a cup of plain tea. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Andre's face, but he quickly regained his composure. A beauty like you must be very popular. However, American men surely do not appreciate your depth. He said this intentionally, adding, but I am different. I have a quarter Chinese heritage. My grandmother was from Shanghai. Xiao Yue finally regarded him with a chilling glance. Mr. Li, do you believe lineage is a bargaining chip for flirting? No. I merely intended to suggest that we share a cultural resonance, Andre replied confidently with a smile. Moreover, mixed-race individuals are often more intelligent and healthier, as science confirms. For instance, I am proficient in 3 languages and rank in tennis singles. The 1935 Nobel Prize winner in physics, James Chadwick, discovered the neutron at the age of 42, while Yang Jining proposed the law of parity violation at 34, Xiao Yue stated calmly. Age, lineage, and tennis rankings bear no relation to academic achievement. Andre's smile faltered, yet he remained undeterred. Come on, we still have 8 hours to pass, he said lightheartedly. Why don't we play a game? Shall we engage in a little game? I will attempt to guess your profession, and, if I succeed, you owe me a drink upon our arrival. Xiao Yue sighed and set her tea aside. There's no need for that. Let me ponder. A model? No. A gallery owner? Perhaps a pianist? Andre continued, immersed in his thoughts while keenly observing Xiao Yue's reactions. Wait, I know. You must be one of those high-end consultants. Xiao Yue finally lost her patience. Removing her glasses, she fixed her gaze upon Andre. I am a professor in the physics department at MIT, currently researching the controllability of quantum entangled states. Should you be interested in this topic, I can recommend a few introductory texts. Andre's mouth fell agape as he nearly spilled champagne on his trousers. He could hardly fathom that this stunning Eastern beauty, seemingly in her late 20s, was a professor at one of the world's most prestigious institutions. Quantum physics? He stammered, suddenly feeling rather foolish. Professor Xiao. Andre awkwardly cleared his throat. My father is quite interested in investing in scientific research. Xiao Yue did not lift her gaze, engrossed in her magazine. Andre soon realized he had been completely disregarded, which only heightened his intrigue towards this Eastern beauty. At that moment, the airplane encountered turbulence, causing a slight jolt. Xiao Yue donned her noise-canceling headphones and closed her eyes. In the darkness, the image of Zhu Ren vividly emerged, his late-night study sessions with her for competitions, his focused assistance in the laboratory, and the tight embrace he gave her when she received her acceptance letter from MIT. Throughout the years, she had encountered countless so-called young talents, yet she could never forget the young man who had accompanied her through the most beautiful years of her youth. Dear passengers, we are about to land. Please fasten your seatbelts. The flight attendant's voice pulled her back to reality. Andre seemed determined to make one last effort. I have a villa in Jiang province, if you require a guide. I was born there. Xiao Yue interrupted him. Furthermore, I prefer pure-blooded Han men. Andre's expression shifted. Isn't that a form of racial discrimination? No. Mirria personal preference, Xiao Yue replied, gazing out at the increasingly close outline of the city, akin to how some prefer coffee while others favor tea. The airplane landed smoothly at Jiang Province International Airport. Xiao Yue rapidly gathered her belongings and strode toward the cabin door without a backward glance. Andre shouted something from behind, but she remained oblivious. The arrival hall was bustling with people as Xiao Yue briskly maneuvered her suitcase. Suddenly, she came to an abrupt halt amidst the crowd. A tall figure clad in a deep gray trench coat flashed by. The manner in which he walked bore an uncanny resemblance to someone from her memories. Just as she contemplated approaching, she self-deprecatingly shook her head. He must be in the capital now, having just finished filming. How could he possibly be here? After all these years, they had transformed from childhood sweethearts into mere old friends, exchanging greetings through sporadic text messages. Yet the unspoken feelings had only deepened with the passage of time. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yue straightened her back and proceeded towards the exit. She did not need to pause for anyone, even if that person had once encompassed her entire youth, for she had already discovered her path forward. Chapter 52. Xia Qingyun. I will utilize all resources to assist you upon disembarking from the plane. The group was promptly escorted back to the Lanting Villa by their welcoming party. Zhu Ren hastened to his study, opened his computer, and compared the earlier engineering files with the versions circulating online. They were indeed identical. Just then, the phone rang. It was Teacher Bai Zhou. He quickly answered, "Hello, Teacher Bai." On the other end, Bai Zhou's anxious voice resonated. "Oh dear, Xiao Zhu, your call finally got through? Where are you?" "Huh? I have already returned to Jiang Province." Bai Zhou's voice came through the line, laced with concern. "Xiao Zhu, the organizers of the Lantern Festival Poetry Conference are quite distressed. They are worried that the uproar online will affect your participation. I assured them not to fret, as you are undoubtedly wronged. However, they still wish for me to inquire about the situation. Zhu Ren felt a warmth in his heart and quickly explained, Teacher Bai, the recording circulating online is indeed a demo of Yellow River and Yangtze, but it is my original work from university, which has been appropriated by someone unknown. I have now located the original engineering files on my home computer and am preparing to issue a statement for clarification. That's great to hear, Bai Zhou replied, his tone noticeably lighter. I knew it. The lyrics of Your Yellow River and Yangtze are imbued with profound affection for our motherland. How could it possibly be plagiarized? Those who spread such rumors are truly blind. He paused, his voice softening further. Xiao Zhu, do not take it too much to heart. This industry is like that. The more prominent you become, the more envy you attract. Zhu Ren expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your trust, Teacher Bai. Suddenly, Bai Zhou lowered his voice, however. This matter seems rather complex. I have just inquired through contacts, and the IP addresses of those reporting the allegations trace back to a public relations firm in the capital, which specializes in such nefarious activities. Thank you, Teacher Bai. I believe I have a clearer understanding of the situation now. Bai Zhou chuckled heartily. What are you thanking me for? Your talent is evident to anyone with discerning eyes. By the way, do not worry about the Lantern Festival Poetry Conference. The organizers have assured me of their full support for you and General Xia. When the time comes, simply bring your exceptional work and show those doubters what true strength looks like. Zhu Ren responded solemnly. I will not disappoint your expectations. After Bai Zhou offered a few more words of advice, he concluded, All right, you handle matters online first. Should you need any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Remember, the innocent shall prevail, and the truth will eventually come to light. After hanging up, Zhu Ren exhaled deeply. Bai Zhou's trust and support filled him with warmth. He swiftly organized his thoughts and documents, and posted a clarifying statement on his station, a serious statement regarding the originality controversy of Yellow River and Yangtze and my personal reflections. Dear friends, fellow musicians, and all who care about this matter, recently, unfounded claims have emerged online regarding my work Yellow River and Yangtze being accused of plagiarism, accompanied by so-called evidence. When I sang Yellow River and Yangtze on the stage of China's Good Voice, I never imagined that one day I would need to defend the integrity of this work, into which I poured my heart and soul. Today, with a heavy heart, I pen this statement. I solemnly declare the following. Yellow River and Yangtze is an original musical composition that I independently created during my university years in 2018, and I hold all rights to its lyrics and music. I am providing the original creation files, including multi-track projects and handwritten drafts. As evidence, see attachments 1 to 3. Through technical comparison, it has been confirmed that the so-called original recording circulating online is merely a demo I submitted to the campus broadcasting station back then. This file was intended for internal communication only and has never been publicly released. We are currently investigating the source of the leak and have entrusted a law firm to handle this infringement case, holding accountable those responsible for malicious rumors and defamatory actions, the illegal acquisition and dissemination of unpublished works, and acts of online harassment damaging my reputation. I will attend the Lantern Festival Poetry Conference in Jiang Province as scheduled and present new original poetry. I extend my gratitude to the organizers, the committee, and Teacher Bai Zhou for their trust and support. As a creator, I deeply understand the value of originality. Although I have stepped away from the music scene for 5 years, my passion for music remains unchanged. I earnestly ask everyone to approach online information with rationality and refrain from spreading rumors. This is my declaration. Finally, I thank all my friends who trust me. Rumors cease with the wise. The truth will never be silenced. Music possesses its own power. Zhu Ren, 16th Rest, date, February XX, 2025 attachments. 1. Screenshots of original project files. 2. Scanned copies of creative manuscripts. Attached. Law firm declaration document number XXXX. At this moment, Xia Qingyun entered, calling softly, Husband, I just contacted my father. The Xia family will mobilize all media resources to assist you. Zhu Ren looked up at her frail figure, evidently having not rested well. And after a brief silence, he replied softly, Thank you for your hard work. Pausing, he recalled what Baijiu had mentioned about the sponsor's support for General Xia and inquired regarding the Lantern Festival Poetry Conference. Yes, our company is a sponsor, and our developed robots will also perform there. Thank you. It seems that having this opportunity is largely due to Xia Qingyun's influence. Meanwhile, online, Zhu Ren's recently published clarification post is spreading at an astonishing speed. On major platforms, related topics are rapidly climbing the trending charts, and the tide of comments is beginning to shift subtly. Zhu Ren Yellow River and Yangtze manuscript, trending, audio authentication results released, hot, pay entertainment malicious marketing, new, Xia Group legal department mobilized, hot, Lantern Festival Poetry Conference, Celestial Showdown, alert the comment section erupted with excitement. Run Shan Yu Shui. The truth is here. Where are those who clamored about plagiarism? First line of gossip. Wow. Latest news. The first one to break the story, Entertainment Baba, is a marketing account controlled by Pay Entertainment Holdings. The account's equity penetration chart reveals a poignant narrative, as reflected in the heartfelt remarks of a user reminiscing about a manuscript that moved them to tears. Their notes from December 2015, now yellowed with age, tell a story of dedication and authenticity. Those who accuse of plagiarism may not grasp the meticulous documentation of the creative process that is seldom seen among true copycats. Another enthusiast notes that only professionals can appreciate the uniqueness of the song's high vocal progression, which is nearly impossible to replicate. It is hard to fathom who else could perform this piece. Those who cry plagiarism might not even comprehend basic music theory. A casual observer, though indifferent, questions the authenticity of the so-called original recording, which sounds remarkably subpar, akin to a mobile phone capture. In contrast, the files released by Zhu Ren showcase the quality of a professional recording studio. Amidst the chorus of support, there are also mocking remarks, with one comment sarcastically suggesting that wealth allows one to manipulate audio assessments. This sparked a flood of responses, urging the commenter to seek medical advice for their eyesight and hearing, with others humorously offering to double whatever compensation the entertainment company provided. Chapter 53. The People's Daily speaks out, a representative of cultural confidence in the new era. A certain music forum post titled, Breaking the Stunning Reversal of the Yellow River and Yangtze River Plagiarism Incident. Original poster. I just received insider information. The initial whistleblower has deleted their post and vanished. It is said that the legal department of the Xia Group is collecting evidence to prepare for a lawsuit. 1L. I've always said it was a frame-up. How many contemporary songwriters can compose lyrics of that caliber? 3L. Latest development. Russian singer Vladi tweeted, mentioning that he asked acquaintances, and Zhu Ren performed this song at an international student event during his university years. 5L. Some trolls are still being obstinate. It's hilarious. The main party is now silent and pretending to be dead. 9L. Wait, can someone explain the connection between the Xia Group and this matter? 12L. Are we on Mars? Didn't it just come out that Zhu Ren is the son-in-law of the Xia Group's big boss? 13L. Zhu Ren's wife and daughter are both stunning. Attached image. 14L. Oh my gosh, is it true? The ginseng winner has emerged. 15L. Father-in-law. Decibel, fan group announcement. Attention, all members. The anti-defamation link has been updated. The reporting tutorial is in the group files. Sisters, take a look. Huaxia Music Weekly has published a lengthy analysis of the creative techniques behind Yellow River and Yangtze River. Teacher Donya just retweeted Zhu Ren's Weibo. The caption reads, The pure shall remain pure. Teacher Baijiu also posted an update. It's trending number 1. The reading volume has surpassed 300 million. Certain troll group. Damn it. How did this reversal happen so suddenly? Was it that recording supposedly the smoking gun? Now I'm being told this is false. I'm out. The financial backers aren't speaking. Why should we bother? The group has been disbanded. In the instant Zhu Ren released his clarification post, all his supporters simultaneously issued statements. Professor Liu Suxin from Xia University's Music Academy, as Zhu Ren's mentor, I have witnessed his talent and dedication firsthand. The creative concept and musical style of Yellow River and Yangtze River are a continuation of his works during his time at school. The so-called plagiarism allegations online are utterly baseless. I have contacted the university to retrieve his coursework and graduation project archives, which will attest to his innocence. Should anyone continue to spread malicious rumors, Xia University reserves the right to pursue legal accountability. Zhu Ren's university classmates and members of the broadcasting station have shared old photos and chat records. The demo played by Zhu Ren at the broadcasting station was only 30 seconds long and was never disseminated. The so-called bullied classmates do not exist. Teacher Dongya has directly recorded a video and posted it across major platforms. I am Dongya, a judge on Huaxia's Voice, and I guarantee with my professional reputation that Zhu Ren's Yellow River and Yangtze River is unique in both composition and performance. The alleged recording was clearly an excerpt from his early demo. A true musician can easily discern the differences. The original harmonic progression and arrangement details are starkly different from the live version. In the video, he demonstrated the melodic differences between the two versions, and the technical analysis had netizens exclaiming its rigor. Teacher Bai Zhou has also published a signed article on the official website of Huaxia Literature, stating that the lyrics of Yellow River and Yangtze River represent the pinnacle of contemporary poetry, with a literary and ideological depth that cannot possibly be achieved through mere improvisation. I have submitted the lyrics for authentication by the Huaxia Literature Association, and the results confirm that there exists a fundamental distinction in rhetoric, imagery, and emotional depth from the widely circulated original version. It is utterly ridiculous that some individuals would resort to plagiarism of an unassailable original work. Furthermore, I officially declare that, should Zhu Ren consent, I will personally advocate for the inclusion of these lyrics in the elective curriculum for Chinese language studies in Jiang Province secondary schools, allowing future generations to witness the true essence of Huaxia's voice. Within an hour, the topic, the Zhu Ren defamation incident, amassed over 2 billion views. The comment section was flooded with unanimous support. The backbone of Huaxia shall not suffer slander. How amusing it is that the critics who were so vocal yesterday now feign silence. Keep it up. The lawyer's letter is ready. Zhu Ren, I merely wish to sing in peace. Critics, no. You must become the protagonist of a triumphant narrative. At this moment, an article from the People's Daily garnered widespread attention online. Titled The Yellow River and Yangtze River Flowing Unceasingly, Cultural Confidence Stirring the Heart. Examining the positive energy of contemporary artistic creation through the Zhu Ren phenomenon. It highlights the recent performance of the original song Yellow River and Yangtze River by the young musician Zhu Ren on the stage of Huaxia's Good Voice. This work, with its grand and magnificent melody and profound, fervent emotions, resonates with the enduring spirit of the Chinese nation, showcasing the cultural confidence and patriotism of contemporary artists. The Yellow River and Yangtze River have flowed for millennia, carrying the civilization and dreams of the Chinese people. This song touches the heart precisely because it awakens the cultural genes within every Chinese person's blood. We anticipate more artists like Zhu Ren to promote the spirit of China through their exceptional works, uniting the strength of the nation and contributing to the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. Such a stir is bound to create ripples, and the official involvement undoubtedly clarifies the nature of this matter. Netizens exclaimed, "Wow, the People's Daily is personally involved?" Zhu Ren's status has skyrocketed. The last musician to receive such official recognition was likely Lu Degu over a decade ago. Critics flee. The official media has set the tone. Any further disparagement would be an affront to the people. The title, The Yellow River and Yangtze River Flowing Unceasingly, directly aligns with the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, suggesting that Zhu Ren is on a path to be recorded in history. Zhu Ren, I'm just singing a song. Official media, no. You are the spokesperson for cultural confidence in a new era. From the Book of Songs to Yellow River and Yangtze River, what flows is not merely water, but the lifeblood of Huaxia. The official media understands the fervor of our youth. You all have crafted an exciting article for me. Classmates, take note. Artists of the new era, cultural confidence, patriotism. These will undoubtedly be major topics in this year's graduate entrance examinations. Subsequent generations have supplemented the historical accounts with the records of the music garden, the biography of Zhu Ren, which meticulously chronicles this event. Zhu Ren, hailing from Jiang province, was renowned for his exceptional talents from a young age, particularly in the realm of music and melody. His composition, The Yellow River and the Yangtze, first unveiled on The Voice of China, sent ripples of astonishment throughout the nation. On the day the piece was completed, it resonated across the four corners of the land, drawing the admiration of scholars and poets alike, who deemed it an unparalleled masterpiece of the ages. The lyrics, powerful and grand, surged forth like a mighty river, cascading from Kunlun down through the Central Plains and into the sea. The esteemed Mr. Baijiu once lamented that these words could grace the halls of learning, serving as a model for future generations. Consequently, he recommended its inclusion in the provincial archives, where students would recite and study it, all deeply moved by its spirit. The composition soared with fervor, akin to the grandest of orchestral harmonies, while its softer passages flowed as gracefully as a meandering river, and its climactic moments thundered like a storm at the mouth of the river. East Asia collectively praised it, declaring, "This sound cannot be produced by mere mortals. It is the resonance of the mountains and rivers." Many musicians in later generations attempted to emulate its melody, yet none could capture its essence. There once was a foreign musician named Vladik, who, upon hearing the piece, was taken aback and inquired the translator, "Is this not a song, but rather the very soul of China?" The translator nodded in affirmation, and Vladik humbly bowed in reverence, utterly captivated. When a national daily published an article extolling the piece, heralding it as the rightful voice of the new era, the world embraced it wholeheartedly. Literary figures recorded its lyrics in poetic anthologies, and musicians transcribed its melody into educational materials, allowing even the common folk to hum a few lines. In the 50 years that followed, a plethora of talented artists emerged within the Chinese music scene. However, when it came to expressing national sentiment through both music and lyrics, The Yellow River and the Yangtze was invariably the foremost choice. Every National Day celebration, this composition would echo through the heavens, compelling all listeners to stand in solemnity, tears staining their sleeves. The grand historian remarked, "The essence of music as a path can connect with the divine." With a single composition, Zhu Ren awakened the bloodlines of the nation, inspiring the indifferent to act and the timid to stand firm. Is this not what the sages meant by transforming customs and manners, with music being the most profound means of doing so? Chapter 54. A call from Sun Tse Sr. You must be exhausted. The storm on the internet arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Initially, the authorities established the narrative, followed by a surge of evidence from the Jiang and Xia families. The topic of Zhu Ren being framed exploded, and the most vociferous detractors either deleted their accounts and fled or were overwhelmed by netizens. Allegations of plagiarism? Non-existent. Now, the entire internet is extolling Zhu Ren's brilliance, with the Yellow River and Yangtze achieving legendary status. In the study of Lanting Biyuan, Zhu Ren had just concluded a conversation with Jiang Wanyan, confirming that the Pei family had temporarily ceased hostilities. Pei Entertainment publicly apologized and penalized the involved parties. He exhaled deeply, leaning back in his chair and pinching the bridge of his nose. Although this troublesome matter had been resolved, the lingering discomfort within him remained. Despite understanding that Xia Qingyun was also a victim, he repeatedly reminded himself not to misplace his anger onto her. However, the thought of Pei Zhaoyuan framing him caused a vague silhouette in his mind to gradually merge with that of Sun Tse. He was convinced that if Sun Tse possessed the same familial power as Pei Zhaoyuan, the machinations against him would be even more ferocious. He had come to realize that he required not only wealth, but also formidable strength to safeguard himself and protect his daughter. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Xia Qingyun returned, carrying a bowl of rock sugar and snow pear, a smile gracing her face. "Darling, have something to eat. You must be worn out these past few days." She gently placed the bowl on the table and reached out, tentatively attempting to rest her hand on his shoulder. Zhu Ren subtly shifted his body, deftly avoiding her touch. Xia Qingyun's hand hovered awkwardly in the air, her smile faltering for a moment. "Well, the issue has passed. Let us have a proper conversation," Zhu Ren stated in a calm tone, devoid of discernible emotion. What shall we discuss? Xia Qingyun inquired, a hint of trepidation creeping into her voice. Thank you, and please extend my gratitude to your father as well. No, I shall personally visit him another day. Xia Qingyun's face lit up with joy. Darling, really? I'll inform my father and see when he is available. Then, taking a deep breath as if steeling herself for a monumental decision, she added, this time, it was my fault. I should not have doubted you from the beginning. I am sorry. Her apology was heartfelt, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Zhu Ren regarded her, an indescribable mix of emotions swirling within him. She had indeed exerted considerable effort. The Xia family's influence was undeniable. Ordinarily, one would expect that enduring trials together would strengthen their bond. Yet, ultimately, some things had irrevocably changed. He rose and walked to the window, gazing out the familiar courtyard. His voice was soft but clear. Xia Qingyun, thank you for your assistance. However, the issues between us extend beyond this incident. Xia Qingyun's heart sank, an ominous premonition surfacing once again. Darling, what do you mean? Hasn't everything been resolved? The matter of plagiarism has concluded, but the trust between us has long since dissipated. Zhu Ren turned to face her, his gaze tranquil. I know you helped me this time, and I shall remember it. But do you understand? It feels as though... He paused, finally settling on a simple expression akin to a shattered bowl. Even if mended, the cracks would remain. I am weary, Xia Qingyun. He sighed, fatigue etched upon his face. I no longer wish to guess, to quarrel, or to let Yia witness our discord. He returned to the desk, retrieved the divorce agreement, and handed it back. This is a revised version. I shall forego the assets. Yia must remain with me. Do you remember our 3 stipulations? No, absolutely not. Xia Qingyun recoiled, tears cascading down her face. Zhu Ren, how could you do this? I have acknowledged my mistakes. I am aware of my wrongdoings. Why can you not find it in your heart to forgive me? She yearned to rush forth and tear up the agreement, but Zhu Ren sidestepped her. I have already granted you an opportunity. On Valentine's Day, I made myself unequivocally clear. That was the final chance. Yet what transpired thereafter? I have clarified matters with Sun Zhe. Truly, it will never happen again. Xia Qingyun cried out, her voice hoarse. Husband, grant me one more chance, just once. I implore you, Xia Qingyun, as the president of the company, you face your own challenges. I understand that. However, when love diminishes, it simply fades. Zhu Ren placed the agreement on the table, his tone resolute. I will step out shortly to find an agent to look at houses. I shall move out in the coming days. Move out. Xia Qingyun trembled, her face paling to the color of parchment. You intend to leave? No, I do not consent. Moreover, Yaya is still here. She is my daughter as well. Zhu Ren's voice was cold. Over the past 5 years, who's been the one to pick her up and drop her off daily? Who has accompanied her for meals and told her stories? Was it you, President Xia? You cannot even remember her favorite foods. Do you genuinely believe the court would award you custody? His words struck deep, leaving Xia Qingyun speechless. Her defense weak. I can learn. I can change. I can work less. Speak of this only once you have truly accomplished it. Zhu Ren was unwilling to prolong the conversation, beginning to gather his belongings from the desk. Merely a few items, books, a picture frame, and his favorite pen. You cannot leave. Do you have the funds to buy a house? A sudden thought crossed Xia Qingyun's mind. If that is insufficient, we can rent. Surely a living person cannot be suffocated by circumstances? Then, perhaps you might consider our current residence? I could move out. Is that not acceptable? Xia Qingyun forced a smile. Yia is accustomed to her bed. She would find it difficult to adjust. Zhu Ren paused, taken aback by her willingness to lower herself and compromise to such an extent, his heart filled with myriad emotions. Why had she not acted thus sooner? She will eventually grow and adapt. Should you refuse to agree to the divorce, we shall take this to court, and I will have my lawyer contact you promptly. His movements were swift, as if he were merely tidying up office clutter. Xia Qingyun watched him place each item into the box, each motion resonating in her heart like a hammer strike. The man who once gazed at her with adoration, who would fret at her slightest frown, the one who treasured her dearly, truly no longer desired her. Her legs weakened, and she collapsed into the chair, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, blurring her vision. All she heard was the soft click of the study door as Zhu Ren closed it, severing all her remaining hopes. Outside, the sun shone brightly, yet she felt an overwhelming chill within the room. Xia Qingyun understood that this time it was serious. Even her journey north to the imperial capital with her daughter had failed to salvage her marriage. Time slipped away, and eventually her phone vibrated, displaying a familiar name, Sun Zhe. After a moment of hesitation, she finally answered. "Senior, is everything all right?" Came Sun Zhe's concerned voice from the other end. "I saw what happened online." Xia Qingyun paused slightly before responding. "Sun Zhe, the matter has been resolved. Thank you for your concern." She had always believed that Senior Zhu, being so exceptional, would inevitably attract envy from many. Sun Zhe replied gently, with a sigh, "I didn't expect things to escalate this much. It must be very difficult for you, Senior." Chapter 55. Zhu Ren, long time no see. Xia Qingyun fell silent for a moment. Her heart tinged with bitterness as she recalled that Zhu Ren still intended to divorce her and even move out. She spoke softly. "It's not about hardship. It is simply what I ought to do." Sun Zhe lowered his voice, speaking with a cautious tenderness. "Senior, I genuinely feel for you. You have invested so much in your senior, and if I were in your position, I would never let you face this alone." He lowered his head, his tone sincere. "Unfortunately, I am just an ineffectual junior, unable to offer any assistance." Xia Qingyun instinctively retorted, "Sun Zhe, don't say that. Zhu Ren and I know." "Senior," Sun Zhe interjected at the right moment, "I just cannot bear to see you in distress. You are the one who deserves protection, yet you are the one toiling for your senior." He then shifted the conversation, attempting to appear casual. "By the way, Senior, I will also be attending the Lantern Festival Poetry meeting tomorrow." "You?" Xia Qingyun was somewhat taken aback. "How could you participate?" Sun Zhe chuckled lightly. "Did you forget? I am a talented student from a school of arts. This poetry meeting has open slots for university representatives, and my mentor recommended me." His tone carried a hint of anticipation. "Perhaps we will run into each other there." Xia Qingyun furrowed her brow slightly, sensing an underlying inappropriateness in Sun Zhe's words. But the weariness from her journey and emotions left her disinclined to ponder deeply. She merely replied, "Well, I wish you good luck in the competition." Sun Zhe seemed to notice her distance, and his voice softened further. "Senior, don't overthink it. Make sure to rest early. If you need any help, feel free to reach out to me." After hanging up, Xia Qingyun stared at her phone screen, feeling an inexplicable sense of agitation. Meanwhile, on the other end, Sun Zhe tucked away his phone, a knowing smile slowly gracing his lips. He then sent a message to an unfamiliar number. "I have now qualified for the Lantern Festival Poetry meeting. What do you suggest I do?" Once outside, he found himself at a loss as to where to go. He had already asked Jiang Che to keep an eye on the housing situation. He had merely sought an excuse to clear his mind. Zhu Ren, however, was somewhat reluctant to confront Xia Qingyun in the matter of the plagiarism. She had indeed put in considerable effort to defend him, even seeking help from Xia's father. Now, it was difficult for him to harden his heart and coldly reject her. It seemed he was only now realizing how well he had been shielded in the past. In this era, venturing out to accomplish anything on one's own was exceedingly challenging. Yet, the matter concerning Sun Zhe lingered like a thorn in his throat. Every time he saw Xia Qingyun, those memories would inevitably resurface. Valentine's Day, couples restaurants, breakfast, KTV. Such humiliating recollections for a man haunted his dreams these days, transforming into a relentless nightmare. He had always believed that to truly understand someone, one must listen to their words and observe their actions. Yet, Xia Qingyun consistently spoke one way while behaving in another. Otherwise, why would she keep Sun Zhe at the headquarters? Regardless of the reasons, why could she not simply share them with him? He did not believe that Xia Qingyun, as a soon-to-be president, would fail to comprehend such matters. It was evident that she was concealing something from him. This was the reason for his resolute stance on divorce. He felt that if he did not extricate himself from his household, he would inevitably succumb to mental exhaustion. Lost in thought, he realized he had wandered to the lakeside, where the evening sun was setting, casting a golden shimmer upon the water surface. In the distance, the silhouette of the Leifeng Pagoda emerged against the twilight. Zhu Ren meandered aimlessly along the lakeshore, the fallen leaf crunching softly beneath his feet. The early spring breeze still carried a hint of chill, prompting him to instinctively draw his coat tighter around him. His phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a message from Jiang Che. "I've selected a few properties and sent you the pictures. Take a look?" He simply replied with a brief acknowledgement and tucked the phone back into his pocket. At that moment, he yearned to empty his mind, to refrain from contemplating Xia Qingyun's alternating decisiveness and lingering attachment, to dismiss thoughts of Sun Ze's duplicitous demeanor, and to avoid reflecting on his daughter Zhu Xinyue's clear yet troubled gaze. He paused, leaning against the stone railing by the lake, gazing at the hazy outline of the three pools mirroring the moon. There appeared to be two indistinct figures nestled closely together. This evoked memories of a distant past. His youth, when he often lingered here with another figure, discussing impractical dreams and an unattainable future, just as he became engrossed in reminiscence. A faint yet familiar fragrance wafted through the air, reminiscent of a winter morning, clear and pure after a fresh snowfall. This scent was too familiar. He slowly turned around, seeking the source of the aroma. Beneath a nearby willow tree, the setting sun filtered through the sparse branches, illuminating a graceful silhouette. She wore a turtleneck sweater and black pencil pants, with a deep gray coat draped casually over her shoulder, resembling an elegant ink-wash painting. Perhaps sensing his gaze, the figure paused momentarily before slowly turning to face him. The enchanting dusk finally illuminated her visage. It was still that exquisite countenance, now slightly matured, shedding some of its youthful innocence while gaining an air of intellectual depth and the refinement of time. The coolness in her brow and eyes had intensified, yet added to her allure. With a straight nose and subtly pressed lips, her eyes sparkled like cold stars in the setting sun, directly meeting his own. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Zhu Ren stood there, transfixed, his mind a blank slate, almost convinced that his prolonged fatigue had conjured an illusion. He parted his lips, his throat dry, and the name that had swirled in his heart countless times, yet had been suppressed, escaped his lips. Xiao Yue. Xiao Yue took a couple of steps forward, stopping 3 paces away from him. Zhu Ren. She paused, her clear voice resonating distinctly in the wine-red twilight. "It has been a long time. Yue?" Zhu Ren's voice trembled. "When did you return?" "I just got back today," she replied softly. "I watched your performance on The Voice of China. It was splendid." Zhu Ren was at a loss for words. It has been 5 years since that rainy night when she, with her suitcase in tow, walked towards the security checkpoint without looking back. They have not crossed paths since then. P.S. I just discovered the option to set up a response for receiving gifts, and the response has been entrusted to the tsundere young lady. You can check it in the system notifications. Subtle hint. Chapter 56. Xiao Yue. Do the words you once spoke still hold true? You have changed quite a bit. He finally remarked, unconsciously appraising her. The girl from his memories had transformed into a woman of remarkable poise, yet her gaze remained as gentle as ever. You, however, have not altered much, aside from appearing somewhat weary. Zhu Ren gave a wry smile. There have been quite a few matters recently. I just saw the uproar online. Xiao Yue's voice was resolute. I have always believed you would never plagiarize. A clear conscience speaks for itself. This trust warmed Zhu Ren's heart. Once upon a time, this girl had stood unwaveringly by his side amidst doubt. Yet now, his wife was the first to harbor suspicion. "Thank you," he murmured, suddenly realizing that it was rather inappropriate for them to be conversing by the lakeside. Would it be better to find a place to sit? Xiao Yue glanced at her watch, a gesture that drew Zhu Ren's attention to the vintage lady's watch adorning her wrist. "I have an appointment with the vice president of Z University at 7:30 to discuss official matters." She hesitated for a moment, but there is still an hour left. They chose a lakeside tea house, securing a window-side table. As the server brought the tea, they discreetly stole glances at Xiao Yue and Zhu Ren, clearly captivated by their demeanor. "How is MIT?" Zhu Ren broke the silence. "I heard you become a professor?" "It's fine, though it can be quite lonely in a foreign land." Xiao Yue gently stirred her tea, raising her eyes. "I prefer it here in my homeland. This time returning is Z University invited me to establish a quantum computing laboratory and a chip research center." Xiao Yue's voice was calm. "I accepted." Zhu Ren raised his eyebrows in surprise. "You plan to stay in Jiang province?" In his mind, Someone of Xiao Yue's caliber would likely remain in a top laboratory in the United States or return to the capital, especially considering the Xiao family's influence there. Xiao Yue's gaze fell upon his face, then quickly shifted away. This place is quite nice. She paused briefly. I grew up here. I'm accustomed to it. They fell into silence once more. The gouging music playing in the tea house was precisely high mountains and flowing water, and Zhu Ren recalled their participation in the school arts festival during high school, where they had performed this very piece together. Your daughter is adorable, Xiao Yue suddenly remarked. I saw her on the program. Her name is Zhu Qingyun, and she is 5 years old. Xiao Yue's expression shifted. I wish I had such a lovely daughter. Indeed, many people praise Ye's cuteness, but don't let her hear that, lest it make her vain, Zhu Ren joked. Xiao Yue fell silent for a moment before continuing. You. She seemed to want to inquire about something, but changed her mind. I heard you are attending the Lantern Festival Poetry Gathering tomorrow? Zhu Ren nodded. It was recommended by Teacher Bai Zhou. To be honest, I'm not sure what to expect. You are too modest. Xiao Yue's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. The Spring River, Flower Moon Night you rode in high school, won the Provincial Youth Literature Award. Zhu Ren was astonished that she still remembered those long-ago events. Back then, he would frequently share his writings with her. That was over a decade ago. He shook his head, acknowledging that while he could still pen lyrics, composing serious poetry would likely provoke laughter. Just as Xiao Yue was about to speak, her phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, her brow slightly furrowing. I'm sorry, I must take this call. A voice on the other end spoke of laboratory equipment and budget matters. Xiao Yue responded briefly, her tone professional and composed, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Zhu Ren observed the subtle tightening of her lips and the occasional crease of her brow, suddenly realizing that this capable woman before him was no longer the blushing girl from his memories, who would flush at his every word. I apologize. I have some matters to attend to at the school. After ending the call, Xiao Yue checked the time. I should be going. Zhu Ren nodded and called for the bill. As they exited the tea house, the creek and lake were enveloped in twilight, with distant lights reflecting upon the water's surface. Shall I walk you out? Zhu Ren offered. Xiao Yue smiled and shook her head. No need. You should hurry home for dinner. You wouldn't want to worry Xiao Ye. She then handed Zhu Ren an envelope. He took it puzzled. What is this? Z University is hosting an interdisciplinary lecture on art and technology next week, Xiao Yue explained. I'm one of the speakers, and the topic is the physics of music. Zhu Ren opened the envelope to find an exquisite invitation inside. I will definitely attend, he exclaimed, adding, this topic is quite novel. Xiao Yue's eyes sparkled. Then, shall we meet next week? Indeed, I look forward to it. Zhu Ren nodded. Having stepped away from the lakeside, a black sedan slowly came to a stop nearby. Xiao Yue opened the car door, but suddenly turned back. Shu Ling. Yes. Do the words you once spoke still hold true? Her voice was soft, nearly whisked away by the night breeze. Zhu Ren was momentarily taken aback. They had made countless promises to each other, from attending Xia University together to forming a band, even that childish vow made on a birthday. In that instant, he was uncertain which promise she referred to. Xiao Yue seemed to have no expectations for an answer. She merely smiled gently. Take care of yourself. With that, she entered the car. Zhu Ren stood rooted in place, watching the taillights fade into the darkness. The invitation in his hand still carried her faint fragrance. He suddenly recalled that summer by the river, under the setting sun, when he held her hand and said, once we graduate from university, if at that moment his phone vibrated. It was a message from Xia Qingyun. Darling, I'm giving you a 50. I want KFC. What is this? Zhu Ren replied. Also, don't forget to buy the sweetest ice cream cone for your most adorable daughter. Zhu Ren chuckled in exasperation. What was this girl up to? Zhu Xingyun, give your phone back to your mother. Have you finished your homework? In the living room, Zhu Xingyun beamed with delight as she handed the phone back to Xia Qingyun, wearing a proud expression. With a grateful glance at her daughter, Xia Qingyun quickly took the phone. Her husband had finally replied. She sent a voice message. Darling, it was just Ia being mischievous earlier. I have already admonished her. She cannot indulge in that junk food. Subsequently, she sent another message. Dinner is ready, my love. When will you be home? The phone soon buzzed with a response. On my way back, do not let her purchase those dreadful snacks. Immediately after, she received another voice message on her green bubble. I4 Chapter 57. Xia Qingyun today, he visited someone. After mentioning that he would bring back a sweet cone, Zhu Ren closed the chat window with Xia Qingyun and resumed browsing house photos in his conversation with Jiang Che. He selected a rather appealing option and informed him to arrange a time for a viewing. A prompt acknowledgement came in response. On his way home, Zhu Ren decided to buy a sweet cone, also treating himself to one. After enjoying it outside, he finally entered the house. It was Zhu Xinyue who opened the door, joyfully exclaiming, "Thank you, Daddy." After receiving the sweet cone, she curiously inquired, "Isn't there's something missing?" Zhu Ren shot her an incredulous glance, surprised by her audacity. Zhu Xinyue blinked her big eyes and continued, "We're missing Daddy and Mommy's sweet cones. Your mother is on a diet, and I'm not fond of it." Zhu Ren replied, somewhat exasperated, realizing that the little girl had undoubtedly received some favor from Xia Qingyun. "All right, let us all eat." At that moment, Xia Qingyun emerged from the kitchen, carrying a freshly prepared fish soup. "Great!" Zhu Xinyue exclaimed, darting towards her. Observing this scene, Zhu Ren felt a slight moisture at the corners of his eyes. Over the years since their marriage, Xia Qingyun had scarcely cooked. "Darling, please try this," Xia Qingyun said cautiously, presenting a bowl of soup with a hint of nervousness in her gaze. Zhu Ren accepted it, lowering his eyes to behold the milky white fish soup, garnished with vibrant green scallions, its aroma enticing. This indeed evoked the flavors he once cherished. He scooped a spoonful, gently blowing on it before savoring it. The delightful taste spread across his palate, reminiscent of fond memories. Yet now his state of mind had irrevocably changed. He silently consumed a few more spoonfuls, then set down the spoon and gazed at Xia Qingyun, speaking in an even tone, "It tastes good. Thank you for your efforts." A flicker of joy crossed Xia Qingyun's eyes as she forced a smile, replying, "I'm glad you like it. Do have more." Yeah. Eat slowly. Be careful not to burn yourself." As she spoke, she served dishes to their daughter. Zhu Xinyue glanced between her father and mother, obediently nodding as she devoured her meal, exclaiming, "It's delicious. Mommy's cooking is really good. Daddy, you should try this." She clumsily attempted to serve Zhu Ren a piece with her small spoon. "Let Daddy do it himself," Zhu Ren gently reassured her, deftly avoiding Xia Qingyun's outstretched hand that sought to assist him. He picked up a piece of meat and savored it slowly. At the dining table, apart from Zhu Xinyue occasionally sharing amusing anecdotes from kindergarten, the atmosphere was predominantly silent. An invisible chasm seemed to exist between Zhu Ren and Xia Qingyun, with neither willing to bridge the divide. Zhu Ren would respond to his daughter's words, but his exchanges with Xia Qingyun remained polite yet distant. He would pass her a napkin or help shift dishes when she could not reach them, yet his gaze seldom lingered. The meal transpired in a subtle yet oppressive ambience. Xia Qingyun endeavored to introduce topics, such as Zhu Ren's forthcoming plans or the Lantern Festival poetry gathering, but his replies were consistently brief, causing conversations to falter. He often conversed with Zhu Xinyue, inquiring about her amusing experiences at kindergarten and teaching her the correct way to hold chopsticks. A meal concluded in a somewhat oppressive tranquility. Zhu Ren took the initiative to clear the dishes and carried them to the kitchen. Xia Qingyun wished to assist, but he gently dismissed her with "I'll take care of it." When he emerged from the kitchen, he noticed Zhu Xinyue had already leaned against the sofa, drowsy, while Xia Qingyun was preparing to cover her with a small blanket. Zhu Xinyue, being still quite young, was exhausted from the weekend's travels and the recent return home. After her bath, she was utterly fatigued. "I'll take her to bed," Zhu Ren said, approaching and carefully lifting his daughter. Zhu Xinyue nestled in his arms, murmuring a few words in her sleep, sinking deeper into slumber. As he passed by Xia Qingyun, he paused momentarily and softly said, "Get some rest." Without uttering another word, he carried his daughter to her bedroom, laid her down, and tucked her in before returning to his own room. Since announcing his intention to divorce, he had moved to the guest room to sleep. Xia Qingyun stood still, watching the father and daughter disappear behind the door, leaving her alone in the living room. The warmth of the leftover food lingered on the dining table, yet her heart gradually grew cold. She understood that for Zhu Ren now, a single meal could change nothing. The chasm between them remained starkly evident. Approaching the window, she gazed at the pitch-black night sky, recalling the unique, cool fragrance that seemed to accompany Zhu Ren when he returned in the evening. A fleeting shadow crossed her mind, instilling an inexplicable sense of unease. Shaking her head, she attempted to dispel her distracting thoughts and approached the guest room door, intending to push it open. However, Xia Qingyun discovered that the door was locked from the inside. Her hand froze in midair, and her heart sank. The locked door entirely extinguished the last flicker of hope within her. He was not merely sulking or throwing a tantrum. He was genuinely isolating her from his world, piece by piece, through his actions. An indescribable bitterness and sense of grievance surged within her, causing her eyes to redden instantly. She took a deep breath, striving to hold back her tears. She knew that knocking, questioning, or pleading would only backfire, further irritating him. Standing outside, she could faintly hear the sound of pages turning from within, or perhaps it was merely her imagination. The man who once opened his heart entirely to her was now just a door away, yet it felt as though he were separated by vast mountains and rivers. That elusive, cool fragrance resurfaced uncontrollably in her mind. Who was it? Who had he met today? Countless questions and insecurities entwined around her like creeping vines, nearly suffocating her. Weakly, she leaned against the wall beside the door. The coldness of the wall seeped through her thin nightgown, yet it paled in comparison to the chill within her heart at that moment. She closed her eyes, memories of their past flashing through her mind, from the innocent love in their school days to the mundane realities of married life. And now to their current estrangement. Everything felt like it had happened yesterday, yet it seemed to belong to another lifetime. It was she who gradually distanced him with her own hands. Standing in place for quite some time, until her legs began to feel numb, Xia Qingyun slowly straightened herself. She cast one last glance at the tightly shut door, her expression a complex tapestry of anguish, resentment, and a hint of despair. Dragging her heavy footsteps, she made her way back to the vast emptiness of the master bedroom. Lying on the once shared expansive bed, the space beside her felt desolate and frigid. She curled up, burying her face in the pillow, unable to contain herself any longer. Muffled sobs escaped her, resonating softly in the stillness of the night. Meanwhile, in the guest room, Zhu Ren indeed heard the faint sounds from outside the door. He paused in his reading momentarily, his brow furrowing slightly before relaxing once more. He neither rose nor replied, choosing instead to redirect his focus back to the pages of the book in his hand. He needed space, time, and the clarity to untangle his tumultuous emotions and to reimagine a future devoid of her presence. The cold, lonely moonlight seeped through the cracks, casting its chill upon the floor, mirroring the unrest of two hearts in separate rooms. This night was destined to be long. The following morning, Zhu Ren prepared breakfast, took his daughter to kindergarten, and then contacted Jiangche to arrange a house viewing. Chapter 58. The Lantern Festival Poetry Gathering commences. Standing at the entrance of a grand villa in the 9 Chapters villa, Zhu Ren inquired with a hint of skepticism, is it truly only 5,000 a month for this villa? This residence exuded elegance and tranquility, surrounded by lush greenery, boasting an exquisite environment and stringent security measures. Of course. Do you still doubt me? Jiangche replied with a smile, placing a hand on Zhu Ren's shoulder. To be honest, the owner of this villa is an old friend of my father who has emigrated to Australia. They probably won't return for at least 4 or 5 years. This house, being vacant, requires regular maintenance, which costs more than the rent. He opened the gate, leading Zhu Ren inside while continuing to elucidate. The owner simply wishes to find a reliable tenant to breathe life into the house and assist in its upkeep. As my good brother, you are well known to them, which is why they feel comfortable renting it to you at this price. Anyone else would never have such an opportunity. Is that so? That does make sense. After all, Jiangche is one of my own, and he wouldn't lead me astray. Zhu Ren mused, contemplating further. Let's explore inside a bit more. Sure, follow me. I assure you, this house is truly remarkable, well ventilated with unparalleled light. Look at that spacious courtyard. Isn't that girl Yi fond of planting flowers? We could entrust her with the garden. Zhu Ren couldn't help but display a bemused expression. He was all too familiar with the girl's fleeting enthusiasm. If entrusted with those flowers, they would likely perish by the next day, leaving him, the concerned father, to clean up the aftermath. Wasn't it he who nurtured the plants that his daughter had planted? Nevertheless, the house was indeed splendid, serene, spacious, with a garden, and affordably priced. He had already resolved in his heart that this would be his home. Zhu Ren asked Jiang Che to bring over the prepared contract. After signing it and receiving the keys, he hurried to Lin Yu's studio, as he needed to finish recording the heavens this afternoon. The Lantern Festival poetry gathering would take place by the creek that evening, and he calculated that he would arrive just in time. As Zhu Ren drove away, Jiang Che wore a satisfied smile. He pulled out his phone and sent a dog emoji to someone in the green bubble. It's time to settle the bill. He then snapped a photo of the signed contract and sent it. His phone vibrated shortly after with a concise reply. Received. Well done. Jiang Che was exasperated. Is that what matters most? The compensation, service fee, performance fee, and confidentiality fee. Calculate how much that amounts to. You've grown quite bold to extort me. No. I canceled an entire day's appointments for you, incurring losses of billions. Do you even comprehend that? Is your billions even legitimate? Enough. We'll settle everything at the end of the month. Now, go attend to your own affairs and stop seeking validation here. I'll be heading back to Jiang province shortly. I was merely concerned you might forget. Esteemed one. All right. End of the month it is, as you say. However, since this matter was handled so splendidly, shouldn't there be some extra reward? Perhaps from that new restaurant in the West City? I've heard their ingredients are air-freighted. Next week's schedule is set. For now, disappear. Putting down his phone, Jiang Che felt a sense of satisfaction. Although he did not receive his money in advance, he successfully secured an extravagant meal, which was not a loss. Wait, am I being controlled by the CPU? Meanwhile, after spending an entire afternoon, Zhu Ren finished recording the final episode of Heavenly Cover. Accompanied by the crisp sound of the wooden clapper, just as everyone celebrated, the world suddenly changed. The Emperor was not dead. He intended to refine the two realms into a cauldron. What a prepared Yifan. Duanda brought the desolate tower and Immortal Bell to aid him. The four immortals joined forces and ultimately defeated the Emperor. When the celestial gate opened, a woman in purple wept in the sky. I knew it was you. This captures the essence. In the tumult of the mortal realm, battles have raged through the seasons. At the end of the celestial path, the fight is far from over. The four immortals unite to open the heavenly gate. Ancient grudges are resolved in a single moment. With one strike. Bravo. Oberty. Bravo. Lita exclaimed loudly. He gazed at Zhu Ren in the recording studio, utterly impressed. He felt immensely fortunate to partake in the production of Heavenly Cover, destined to become a masterpiece recorded in history. He, too, would be remembered as a participant. What great honor that would be. Standing nearby, Lin Yu did not ponder so deeply. She was simply happy for Zhu Ren, reveling in the joy of being his #1 fan. Witnessing her idol's recording firsthand filled her with bliss. Upon leaving the studio, Zhu Ren and his colleagues had a brief meal before heading to the stage of the Lantern Festival Poetry Competition. Lin Yu volunteered to pick up Xia Qingyun and would also cheer for him at the venue. This poetry event was being held for the first time by the creek, already bustling with crowds. The live broadcast by the program team had long since begun to warm up the atmosphere. Good evening, dear friends. I am your good companion, Xiaoni. On this beautiful night of the Lantern Festival, we gather by the lovely creek to appreciate the beauty of poetry and celebrate the joy of reunion. The stars shine brilliantly tonight, and poetry abounds. Let us follow the brushstrokes of talented poets and enter the splendid world of Chinese poetry, feeling the unique charm of traditional culture. Without further ado, let us use our warm applause to commence tonight's Lantern Festival Poetry Feast. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Now, let us welcome our 3 judges to the stage. President of the Huaxia Literary Association, Teacher Bai Zhou. Professor Shen Yinji from the Z University Chinese Department. New School Poetess Lin Wansi. Each introduction by Xiao and I elicited gasps from the audience. The caliber of this year's judges is astonishing. Is that Nobel Prize candidate teacher Bai Zhou and teacher Shen Yinji, an expert in classical literature. Lin Wanzi. Is she the new school poetry goddess whose collection sold out? Oh my goodness. What an incredible lineup. Teacher by Zhou last judged a poetry event 3 years ago. How immense must the pressure be on this year's contestants? The judges are the pinnacle of academia and the poetry world. Look at the live stream comments. They're going wild. On the stage, Xia Qingyun displayed a gentle smile, raising his hand to signal the audience to quiet down. He proclaimed, "The theme of this poetry gathering is the Lantern Festival. Each contestant will initiate a simultaneous live broadcast, freely choosing any location within the Shihu Lantern Festival to engage in their creative endeavors. Naturally, to enhance the enjoyment of the event. In addition to the overarching theme of the Lantern Festival, there will be various sub-themes. The poetry must satisfy both criteria, with each participant having unique interpretations. The entire Lantern Festival serves as a canvas for the contestants' reflections. Before the conclusion of the festival, please recite your most cherished work through live streaming. Friends in the audience can vote online until the end of the poetry gathering. Once the attendees comprehended the rules of the competition, the large screen transitioned, splitting into dozens of smaller screens, each showcasing the real-time locations of all the contestants. Now, let us discover which contestant will be featured first. With Xiao Ni's signal, the display frame on the big screen swiftly traversed across the multitude of small screens, ultimately resting upon a somewhat slender young man, exuding an aura of cleanliness, harmlessness, and even a hint of fragility. Who is that? He looks like such a gentle young man. Is he representing Z University? His name is Sun Zhe. Quite the handsome fellow. As the audience buzzed with conversation, a keen-eyed viewer suddenly exclaimed, "Look, it's Zhu Ren." At that moment, gasps erupted from the crowd, as Zhu Ren had gained considerable renown in Jiang province, and many recognized him. Indeed, in the lower left corner of Sun Zhe's live broadcast, the figure of Zhu Ren briefly appeared. He seemed to be frowning, gazing in a particular direction. The fleeting image of Zhu Ren was accompanied by a woman jogging swiftly beside him, her face etched with urgency, seemingly eager to convey something. The audience and online viewers erupted with excitement as countless individuals promptly retrieved their phones, opening Zhu Ren's personal live stream to delve deeper into the unfolding scene. Chapter 59, Collision. Sun Zhe emerged from Xia Qingyun's car. Half an hour prior, Zhu Ren arrived at the scene of the Lantern Festival poetry gathering, hand in hand with Xia Qingyun, as they approached the entrance of the lantern display by the creek. Patiently, he awaited the arrival of the camera crew, while Lin Yu stood beside him, enthusiastically capturing the tender moments shared between father and daughter on her phone. The event organizers had just informed him that the cameraman responsible for following the proceedings was on his way. Just as he was about to seek a quiet spot to wait, he glanced up and noticed a sleek black sedan gradually coming to a halt nearby. The car door swung open, and Sun Zhe stepped out first. Dressed in a well-tailored white casual ensemble, he exuded an air of refined elegance, with an intellectual aura about him. Rather than departing immediately, he circled to the opposite side, gallantly opening the door and slightly bowing, extending his arm as if to assist the person inside. In the next moment, Xia Qingyun's figure appeared at the car door, clad in an elegant long trench coat. Her features exquisite yet marred by a trace of fatigue. Her hand reached out towards Sun Zhe's extended arm. At the instant their eyes met, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. The smile on Zhu Ren's face vanished in an instant. He did not frown, but merely observed in silence, as if the unfolding scene bore no relevance to him. Upon seeing Zhu Ren, Xia Qingyun instinctively withdrew her hand that had been poised to grasp Sun Zhe's arm, stepping back abruptly and colliding with the car door, producing a muffled thud. Her complexion paled dramatically, panic filling her eyes. "Husband," she exclaimed, trembling, entirely disregarding her composure, as she hurried towards Zhu Ren, attempting to grasp his arm. "You must listen to my explanation. It's not what you think." Her words tumbled out in disarray, her gaze frantic, her hands nervously entwined. "Step aside." Zhu Ren spat, repulsed, as he shrugged her off. Xia Qingyun lost her balance, stumbling back a few paces. A wave of profound regret washed over her. Why must it be today? Why had she chosen to accompany Sun Zhe? Why had he caught her in this predicament? She was acutely aware of what mattered most to Zhu Ren, yet it seemed she perpetually tread upon his boundaries unwittingly. Sun Tze hastily followed, his face etched with concern. "Senior, please don't misunderstand. We merely happen to be on the same route. My car broke down today." Finally regaining her composure, Xia Qingyun rushed to clarify. "Truly, I just came from the kindergarten and didn't pick up Xinyu. They said Linyu had taken her. Coincidentally, Sun Tze called about his car troubles, and I offered him a ride." Zhu Ren's gaze did not linger on Sun Tze. He cast a fleeting glance at Xia Qingyun, his eyes devoid of anger, instead reflecting an unfathomable calmness, or perhaps apathy. "All right," he softly addressed Linyu, who was nearby. "Please take good care of ya. The program is about to commence." With that, he averted his gaze, turning away to face the tardy staff who were adjusting their equipment, inquiring, "Is everything ready?" In contrast to anger and argument, this complete disregard and indifference plunged Xia Qingyun into despair. He could not even be bothered to listen to her defense or to feel anger. "Husband." Xia Qingyun felt a surge of urgency as she stepped forward, instinctively reaching out to grasp his arm. "Let me finish," she implored. "I truly." Zhu Ren effortlessly sidestepped her, offering no explanation. His voice remained unperturbed, devoid of any discernible emotion, mindful of the setting of the poetry event. Sun Tze approached quietly, suggesting, "Indeed, Senior, we are live streaming. Let's discuss this later." Xia Qingyun's outstretched hand froze mid-air, her complexion drained of color, overwhelming sorrow and regret threatening to engulf her. She realized her missteps, allowing this easily misconstrued scene to unfold, failing to sever unnecessary ties with Sun Tze, and, most grievously, losing the right to his trust. The cameraman responsible for Zhu Ren finally completed his adjustments and approached with the camera, directing the lens at Zhu Ren. "Teacher Zhu, the equipment is ready. We can commence the live stream at any moment." Almost simultaneously, another cameraman hurried over to Sun Tze, announcing, "Mr. Sun, your live stream is also set." Zhu Ren instantly transformed his demeanor, a hint of a smile gracing his features as he nodded at his camera. "All right, let us begin." With that, he moved forward. Xia Qingyun remained frozen in place, her face a mask of distress and regret, yearning to voice her thoughts yet silenced by the sudden presence of the live camera, forcing her to awkwardly compose herself. Sun Tze, quick to react, flashed a warm and courteous smile at the camera, even thoughtfully stepping aside to create space for Zhu Ren and Xia Qingyun. However, this positioning inadvertently framed the delicate dynamics among the three within the backdrop of his live stream. Consequently, when the director randomly switched to Sun Tze's angle, the audience beheld a poignant tableau. Sun Tze standing in the limelight, with the complexly expressioned Xia Qingyun in the background, and Zhu Ren, his back turned to her, preparing to commence the broadcast. At that moment, the voice of Xiao and I resonated through the broadcast. "Competitor Sun Tze, please unveil your card and reveal your sub-theme to the audience." Sun Tze confidently opened the folded card, having prepared a poem for each theme. Tonight was undoubtedly his stage. "It's love," Xiao and I exclaimed. "It appears our competitor Sun Tze has drawn a fortunate topic." He continued to clarify, "Many believe that Qixi is the traditional Valentine's Day of the Huaxia culture, but this is a misconception. Qixi primarily involves girls praying to the weaving girl for skillful hands, while the true festival associated with love is the Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the first lunar month. In ancient times, women generally remained at home, only venturing out on the evening of the Lantern Festival to admire the lanterns, where unmarried men and women would express their affections for one another. Is that so?" The audience and netizens nodded in understanding. Their curious gestures multiplied. P.S. Trembling as I opened the free electricity page, the little author has not had a warm meal for 3 days. No need to spend money. Truly, just a gentle tap on that free, suddenly dizzy. Witnessing the glowing power button, how warm and radiant it is. Could this be paradise? Chapter 60. Is a humorous verse ranked first? The director is flustered. Well then, contestant Sun Tze, you have ample time to compose your work. Simply submit it before the Lantern Festival concludes. With a devilish smile and an air of confidence, Sun Tze replied, "No need. I can submit it right now." Amid the astonished expressions of netizens, Sun Tse recited, word for word, the ancient poem he had meticulously prepared. The tide of lanterns swells, transforming into waves of stars. Honeyed fillings encased in jade-like spheres. Moonlight subtly caresses the snowy plum blossoms. The essence of rhythm emerges from the cold waters of the E. 1,000 trees of glass vie for attention. In a single night, joy is most fitting. The eastern wind has summoned the flowers to dwell together. Let us not squander this shared bond. Upon concluding, he struck a pose he deemed charming. On the judging panel, Shun Yinji nodded in approval, thoroughly satisfied with the performance of this unexpected contestant. Overall, the poem had reached a level of professional artistry, embodying the elegance of Yushi's style while capturing the fluidity of Meitsuan's form, marking it as a superior piece in contemporary classical poetry. This poem indeed resonated with the theme and was commendably composed. A chorus of astonished netizens exclaimed, "Who would have thought this effeminate lad possessed such literary talent?" Though we may not comprehend the poem, its brilliance is undeniably impressive. 1. Many cast their votes for Sun Tse, and in an instant, the scoreboard displayed his score at the top position. Sun Tse, brimming with pride, gazed at the screen, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. That mysterious figure was truly remarkable. At that moment, Xiao and I directed the large screen. Now, let us see who our next contestant is. The screen shifted to reveal the renowned star, Lin Shubai. The comments erupted in excitement. In the footage, Lin Shubai strolled through the streets, at times lost in thought, at times breaking into a smile, wholly immersed in his creative process. Clad in an elegantly modified long gown, he exuded a sense of charm and self-appreciation, surrounded by a throng of admirers, many of whom held supportive placards for him. The once quaint alleyway became bustling with energy due to his presence. Clearly, our contestant Lin Shubai enjoyed considerable popularity. Xiao and I jested, "Let us discover the sub-theme for contestant Lin Shubai." It was playfulness. At this juncture, Lin Shubai took action, signaling for the crowd to step back, and an immediate hush fell over the surroundings. Gazing at the expectant eyes fixed upon him, he cleared his throat and began reciting with heartfelt fervor. "The Lantern Festival is round and bright. All are smiling with delight. You chase and I pursue. Dashing through the streets, lanterns hung against the sky's retreat. In the pot, the dumplings churn, with sweet fillings to discern. Once devoured, the fun resumes. Boundless joy in festive blooms." As the audience and netizens fell into a moment of silence after hearing this humorous verse, only his fervent fans erupted in cheers. "Wow, wow, wow, truly worthy of Brother Bai. How incredible. With this new poem, who can compete? 1. Brother Bai is assured of victory. We are champions." Xiao and I, observing the torrent of comments flowing across the screen, struggled to maintain his professional demeanor, offering a polite smile tinged with awkwardness. Bai Zhu, would you care to provide your insights?" Bai Zhou was taken aback, nearly spilling his tea, exclaiming, "Why am I suddenly being called upon?" Though there were white characters, we were truly unfamiliar with each other. He straightened up, lifted his teacup, took a sip, steadied his thoughts, and spoke aloud. "Lin Shubai's works are indeed impressive, showcasing a remarkable spirit of innovation. Ms. Lin, as a master of contemporary poetry, what are your thoughts?" Bai Zhou ambiguously uttered a few words, tossing the topic to Lin Wanzi. At that moment, Lin Wanzi was prepared. She softly replied, "Yes, Lin Shubai's poem is quite sincere, especially the line about boundless joy. It's akin to savoring the last bite of a cooled sesame dumpling." Although the skin may be a tad thick, she raised her eyes earnestly to the camera. "The moment you bite into the filling is invariably sweet." The live comments lit up. Goddess Lin truly knows how to articulate. Ha ha ha. If you look closely, this poem is quite rhythmic. "I'm done, I'm hungry. Is this a poem for a meal?" At this point, Xiao and I was eager to move past the awkward chit-chat. "Now, let us all take a look at the votes for contestant Lin Shubai." Wow. The vote count has surprisingly reached 10 million. At the Lantern Festival Poetry Conference, everyone could cast their votes for their favorite works, with a maximum of 3 votes allowed. This figure was already substantial, as Lin Shubai's profile appeared on the screen. gracefully surpassing Sun Tze to claim the top position. Haha, we Bai fans are so proud. Is it really that hard to acknowledge someone else's excellence? Compared to the obscure ancient poetry, I still prefer light verse. Exactly. Backstage, the director and producer exchanged glances. This program was under the scrutiny of provincial leaders. How could a light verse claim the top spot? Would they lose face? Moreover, at that moment, the leaders were accompanied by foreign guest Princess Cynthia, and if this poem took first place, he might as well resign himself to the water cooler for the rest of his life. He paced back and forth backstage, pondering what to do. Should they fabricate data? These people were utterly incompetent, claiming to be members of the Writers' Association, new talents. They couldn't even surpass a light verse penned by a popular star. The director even harbored grievances against the contestants, but he was particularly irked with Lin Shubai, who recommended him, just causing trouble. If he couldn't write poetry, why resort to light verse? Just as the director was lost in his thoughts, an assistant made a suggestion. Zhu Ren, can he do it? The assistant pointed to Bai Zhou's position, who shot him a confirming glance. Fine, switch the camera to Zhu Ren. The director commanded decisively. On stage, Xiao and I received the notification and, seasoned in his craft, subtly redirected the conversation to Zhu Ren. In fact, today we have invited a rising singer, whom I'm sure you all know. Indeed, it is our local Jiang province artist, Zhu Ren. As his words faded, the big screen transitioned directly to Zhu Ren's shot. There he stood in a narrow alley, hands clasped behind his back, his garments billowing, resembling an otherworldly being. The moonlight cascaded upon his profile, elegantly outlining a handsome silhouette. At that moment, Zhu Qingyun rushed over, clutching a skewer of candied hawthorn, exclaiming, "Daddy, come help me solve the lantern riddles." Zhu Renshun seized the opportunity to lift his daughter into his arms and approach the lanterns, perusing the riddles. "Oh my, what an adorable little girl," he marveled. "To my esteemed father-in-law, I offer my deepest bow. I truly wonder which fortunate woman has the blessing to wed Zhu Ren and bear such a delightful daughter. It is I, it is I, it is indeed I," he mused. Why did he not compose poetry? It seemed he was merely here for enjoyment. Ladies and gentlemen, let us not be overly astonished. No one is perfect, and it is entirely normal not to possess poetic prowess. Perhaps this is his unique method of drawing inspiration. Zhu Qingyun meticulously pronounced the riddle inscribed on the lotus lantern. A plump little baby, jumping into the water to bloom red flowers? Could it be a stone? She inquired, her big, watery eyes glistening with uncertainty as she glanced toward the vendor. The elderly man, his hair white as snow, smiled kindly and replied, "Little girl, think again." Zhu Qingyun turned to Zhu Ren with hopeful eyes, yearning for him to provide the correct answer. Zhu Ren could not suppress his laughter, gently brushing his fingers across her petite nose. "Silly girl, it is a rice ball." "Correct," Zhu Qingyun exclaimed joyfully, planting a kiss on Zhu Ren's cheek. "Daddy is amazing." Meanwhile, in the corner, Xia Qingyun clenched her fists tightly, watching the harmonious scene between father and daughter with a heart full of bitterness. If only the person standing beside Zhu Ren were her. Chapter 61. A theme of light, a masterpiece? No. Let us delve into the sub-theme drawn by contestant Zhu Ren. Xiao and I began to stir the emotions of the audience, and to their surprise, it was the word light. A moment of silence enveloped the venue. This topic is excessively broad and rather commonplace. At the Lantern Festival Poetry Gathering, writing about lights is almost inevitable. Yet due to its ubiquity, outstanding works abound, making it exceedingly challenging to create something novel and remarkable. Should one compose verses about the lanterns of the festival? Or perhaps express the sorrow of separation through the solitary light? Or illuminate the path with a guiding lamp? The audience below began to murmur amongst themselves. Light? How pedestrian. It seems daunting to craft something exceptional. Failure could lead to cliches. Could it be that the production team is deliberately putting him in a difficult position? The live comments exploded. Just a single word, light? This topic feels akin to something assigned to elementary school students. What now? How many right? It seems Zhu Ren is destined to falter. The previous topics were quite specific: spring dawn, moon over the stream. Yet he is left with merely one word? We might as well await his downfall. After all, a social media star is still just that. Sun Tze, who had performed admirably moments ago, wore a smirk that suggested he was eager for the spectacle. In his eyes, this seemingly simple yet vacuous topic would test one's foundational skills and expose weaknesses, particularly for someone like Zhu Ren, who was utterly unprepared. On the judging panel, Lin Wanzi regarded Zhu Ren with a curious gaze, seemingly eager to observe his response. Professor Xingyun adjusted his posture slightly, clearly acknowledging the difficulty of the topic. Xiao and I sensed the subtle shift in atmosphere and attempted to ease the tension. The word light is succinct yet profound, symbolizing brightness, hope, and warmth. I believe that teacher Zhu Ren will surely provide us with a unique interpretation. Let us grant him a moment for contemplation. Professor Shun, what are your thoughts on this topic? Xingyun turned his gaze towards Zhu Ren, his expression one of scrutiny and skepticism. A contestant who had merely been parachuted in without partaking in the proper selection process, especially after Baizhou's exaggerated praise, only served to irk him further. Over the years, he had encountered many such so-called genius poets, hailed as rare finds, only to discover they were little more than Capital's embellished fade. He furrowed his brow slightly. This topic of light, while appearing simple, is in fact a rigorous test of skill. Countless masterpieces have been crafted throughout history. The greatest challenge lies in innovating upon the foundations laid by predecessors. Pausing for emphasis, he added, particularly for contestants lacking thorough preparation, this will likely be even more arduous. It seems Professor Shin also finds this quite challenging. Let us shift our focus to contestant Zhu Ren and observe his situation. Zhu Ren remained in that narrow alley, engaged in guessing lantern riddles alongside Xia Qingyun, seemingly unperturbed by the sub-theme. The audience and online viewers could no longer contain themselves. Is he devoid of ideas? Why is he still guessing riddles? This is hilarious. Is he merely wandering through the Lantern Festival? Has he truly given up? Indeed, a social media star reveals their true colors when faced with genuine challenges. Professor Shun was on the verge of stating that he was inadequate, yet here Zhu Ren was still pretending. On the judging panel, Xingyun shook his head slightly and leaned closer to Lin Wanzi, whispering, "Teacher Lin, what do you think he is capable of writing?" Before Lin Wanzi could respond, Baizhou interjected with a smile, "Professor Shun, do not be hasty. There may yet be a surprise in store." Xingyun offered a faint smile, retorting, "A surprise? I would be content if it were merely not a shock." Behind the scenes, the director was in a frenzy. Most of the contestants had completed their poetry, and the Lantern Festival was drawing to a close. Yet, the leading entry on the voting board remained a trivial piece, likely to become a source of embarrassment for Princess Cynthia. Why was Zhu Ren still not taking action? Unable to contain himself, he contemplated arranging for the second-place contender, that fellow Sun Tze, to be promoted instead. At that moment, the host, Xiao and I, attempted to steer the proceedings back on track, refocusing attention on Zhu Ren. All right, the judges have shared their insights. Now, Teacher Zhu, regarding the theme of the lantern, do you have any thoughts prepared to present us with a splendid piece? The venue fell silent once more as everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on Zhu Ren. The live stream's comments dwindled, all waiting for his response. Sun Tze's grin widened. He could already envision Zhu Ren either succumbing to awkward silence or laboriously composing a poem, only to face scathing criticism from the obstinate Xingyun. On the judging panel, Xingyun leaned forward, his gaze sharp as a blade. Lin Wanzi's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue and scrutiny. Baizhou, however, remained composed, confident that someone capable of crafting the Yellow River and the Yangtze would not disappoint. In that moment of palpable pressure, Zhu Ren finally made his move. He slowly turned, no longer regarding the riddles, his calm gaze sweeping across the camera as if penetrating the screen to confront the doubting comments. Then, his eyes precisely met Xingyun's, their scrutinizing gazes intertwining for a fleeting moment. Addressing the camera, his voice clear and steady, he articulated each word deliberately. "A poem?" he softly reiterated. Then, to the astonishment of all present, Zhu Ren uttered a single word. "No." That one word, simple yet earth-shattering, sent a wave of astonishment through the venue. Even Xiao and I was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. He has refused? He intends to forfeit? The comment section erupted. He said no. What the heck? He really gave up. So cowardly. I knew those internet celebrities were no good. Did Professor Shun's prediction hold true? Sun Zhe's smile faltered. Equally shocked by Zhu Ren's outright refusal, Xia Qingyun's frown deepened, his disdain more pronounced, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, as if affirming his earlier beliefs. However, Zhu Ren's next utterance left the entire venue and all viewers in a state of cognitive disarray. Chapter 62, 7 Steps to Poetry. 7 verses recited. No, not just one, but 7. Within 7 steps, 7 poems. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, an absolute stillness. If the previous moment was akin to a clap of thunder, this declaration of 7 poems felt like the very explosion of the cosmos. The host, Xiao and I, gaped in astonishment, nearly dropping the microphone from his grasp. Meanwhile, in the pavilion at the lake center, Princess Cynthia trembled slightly, her hand clutching the teacup. Having been educated in the royal tradition, she was fluent in 6 languages, well-versed in the poetic canons of both East and West, and had even composed a sonnet impromptu at a classical literature symposium at Cambridge, earning her the title of the Moonlight Bard. Yet, even she could not conjure 7 poems within 7 steps. No, even beyond that, achieving a single poem in such a manner was a feat unattainable by ordinary individuals. Unless this individual was not merely improvising, but had long since infused countless verses into his very bloodline. She lifted her gaze, no longer fixated on the grand screen, but attempting to discern the poet amidst the throng of faces. Suddenly, she let out a low chuckle, finding it intriguing. As for the audience present, they were rendered speechless, as if they had just heard an absurd tale. Following a brief pause, the live broadcast comments erupted at an unprecedented pace. 7 poems? I must be hearing things. This is madness. 7 steps to poetry is one thing, but to compose 7 poems? What nonsense is he spouting? This is arrogance taken to celestial heights. If he cannot deliver, he will face social annihilation. Goodness, how outrageous. I'm starting to feel a tinge of anticipation. Sun Zhe's expression froze, shifting from schadenfreude to sheer disbelief. Among the judges, Lin Wan's beautiful eyes widened, her lips slightly parted, clearly taken aback by this astonishing proclamation. Bai Zhou was momentarily stunned before an exhilarating glow ignited across his face. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyun, the ever-critical old professor, had lost his mocking demeanor, replaced instead by a complex mix of shock, absurdity, and a hint of admiration. He sat up straight, eager to re-evaluate the young man before him. Having lived a considerable life, he had encountered countless self-proclaimed geniuses, yet had never witnessed such audacity coupled with such composure. After delivering his statement, Zhu Ren paid no mind to the reactions around him, as if he had merely stated something trivial. He gently released the hand of Zhu Xinya, speaking softly, "Wait for me a moment. Please go to Sister Lin." Then, under the gaze of countless astonished, skeptical, and expectant eyes, he began to take slow, deliberate steps along the cobblestone path of this charming, ancient alley. 7 steps, 7 poems about lanterns and the Lantern Festival. Is such a feat truly achievable? The first step, his left foot lifted, landing firmly on the bluestone, producing a crisp sound. The first step, the Lantern Festival Bamboo Branch Song. The fragrance of osmanthus envelopes the walnut filling, while glutinous rice glistens like pearls, washed by well water. It is said that the powdered delicacies from a Ma family are exquisite, testing lanterns while selling yuan shao in the breeze. Before the crowd could fully savor the moment, the second step emerged, the heel of the right foot following, the garments fluttering lightly. The second step, the Lantern Festival Night. Do not hasten the silver pot of time. The iron gate and golden lock shall open wide. Whose home can enjoy the moon in leisure? Where can one hear the lanterns without coming to see? Teacher Bai Zhou heard every word clearly. He stood to applaud. Excellent. For lines, 28 characters, devoid of obscure words, yet the essence is fully conveyed, combining both spirit and grandeur. The spectators still seemed bewildered, only noticing Zhu Ren's pace quickening, his voice growing more fervent. The third step. The night of the 15th of the first month. The fiery trees and silver flowers intertwine. The starry bridge and iron lock open wide. The dark dust follows the horse away. The bright moon chases after the person. The performers are adorned like blooming plums as the songs fall amidst the willows. The golden guards do not bar the night. Let not the silver pot be hurried. Xia Qingyun, the esteemed professor, was not to be outdone. As soon as Zhu Ren finished reciting, he had already grasped the essence of the poem, unable to contain his applause. Wonderful. What a line. The dark dust follows the horse away. The bright moon chases after the person. Indeed, all scenery speaks of emotion, and the imagery in this poem is both spirited and animated. Furthermore, this is the regulated style of the early Tang. This young man is able to shift between different dynasties' poetic styles on the same theme. As he turns slightly, facing the audience, a glimmer of light seemed to reflect in his eyes. The fourth step, the Lantern Festival. Without lights, the moon fails to entertain. Without the moon, the lights do not herald spring. When spring graces the earth, people shine like jade. The lamps burn beneath the moon, which appears like silver. The streets are filled with jeweled village maidens. The ground reverberates with the sounds of celebration. If one does not unveil the fragrant cup and smile, how can they savor such a splendid moment? He seamlessly merged the bustling market's vibrance with the elegance of literary pursuits. Professor Xia Qingyun could no longer remain seated. He rose to cheer for Zhu Ren. The fifth step, Zhu Ren suddenly slowed his pace, his voice turning soft and melodious. The Lantern Festival in Jiang Province. Dressed in splendid attire, I encounter festivities along 6 streets, where the lights are bustling and children play. What am I, in this long robe, amidst the laughter of wanderers? Excellent, excellent, excellent. What a line. What am I in this long robe? The audience was left speechless by the succession of profound verses, with only Xia Qingyun able to keep pace with Zhu Ren's thoughts, voicing his approval alone. Such masterpieces resonate within Xia Qingyun in a fleeting moment. This poem vividly describes the solitude amidst the clamor. The revelry belongs to them. Yet I possess nothing. Zhu Ren holds it, closing his eyes as if to feel the ambience of that bygone Lantern Festival night. His words quickened, his back drenched in sweat, yet his gaze remained steadfast and bright. The sixth step, the birth of the Ji. Last year on the Lantern Festival night, the flower market shone like day. The moon hung upon the willow tops as people met after dusk. This year on the Lantern Festival night, the moon and lights remain unchanged. The people of last year are nowhere to be seen. Tears dampening the sleeves of my spring attire. Lin Wan, caught in emotion, quickly covered her mouth with her hand. These 2 lines, simple yet deeply affectionate, depict the most enchanting meeting of the Lantern Festival night, evoking memories of her first love in youth. As the final 2 lines were spoken, many female audience members had tears welling in their eyes. Xia Qingyun trembled, nearly losing her balance. The people of last year are nowhere to be seen. Tears dampening the sleeves of my spring attire, she murmured to herself, her face already streaked with tears. In the final step, the 7th step, Zhu Ren arrived at the end of the alley, turned around, and suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze electrifying. Qingyun. The east wind releases 1,000 trees of blossoms at night. It blows down as stars fall like rain. The fragrant path is adorned with the scent of magnificent carriages. The sound of the phoenix flute stirs, the light of the jade pot turns, and the night is filled with the dance of fish and dragons. The moths flutter around snow willows intertwined with golden threads. Laughter and whispers fill the air as a subtle fragrance lingers, searching for him among the crowd 1,000 times. Suddenly turning back, that person is there amidst the dim light. On the monitor in the directing room, the real-time ratings curve suddenly soared at a sharp 90-degree angle. It broke the record. The executive director stammered, pointing out that it exceeded last year's Spring Festival Gala peak by 10 percentage points. A dull thud resonated from the judge's table as Xia Qingyun's teacup tumbled to the ground. This professor, renowned for his strictness, was now trembling. Pointing at the screen, The spirit of Shaoling, the essence of Ishan, he managed to encapsulate it all in a single verse. Lin Wanzi abruptly stood up, tears shimmering in the corners of her eyes. The four words searching for him among the crowd encapsulated. She could not finish her sentence, as the sudden eruption of sound from the audience engulfed all other noises. Several young ladies in traditional Hanfu dropped their fans to the ground, and a girl with twin buns even cried out, "I miss him so much." Chapter 63. Xia Qingyun, what have I done? The barrage in the live stream went utterly wild. I am from the Chinese department, and now the entire dormitory is kneeling to watch the live broadcast. With this level, he could easily become a professor at a university, right? Who just claimed to be pretentious? Location, Cambridge. Our sinology professor just tweeted that this is the greatest poetry scene of the 21st century. Sun Tzu lay on the ground, his face ashen. His petty tricks seemed so pale and laughable in the face of such a magnificent masterpiece. Is this what genius looks like? His powerless wail was filled with jealousy and resentment. At the edge of the crowd, Xia Qingyun was already in tears, trembling uncontrollably. She watched Zhu Ren effortlessly compose poetry in front of the captivated audience, her legs growing weak beneath her. She covered her mouth tightly to suppress the sobs threatening to escape. Shock. It hardly sufficed to describe her current feelings. That is her husband. 7 poems. He actually did it. Her lips quivered, and her ears were filled with the audience's rising tide of astonishment. The husband who quietly raised their child at home now shone so brilliantly under the spotlight that she could hardly bear to look. The talent within him was so vast and profound, like a dormant volcano, erupting one day to shake the entire world. Suddenly, she recalled 5 years ago when Zhu Ren dazzled at the graduation gala, singing his original songs. She had proudly declared to her classmates, "That is my husband." And then, he returned to family life and had not made a public appearance since. She remembered the absurd duet at KTV, her own indecision regarding Sun Tzu, and Zhu Ren's repeated disappointments and indifference. The melody of heartless words seemed to echo in her ears, and at that time, she had been too naive to understand. Now, these 7 poems struck her heart like whips, leaving her in profound anguish. What have I done? When the 6th poem, Sheng Chatsi, recited last year's Lantern Festival. The flower market was as bright as day. This year's Lantern Festival, the moon and lights remained the same. Her heart was filled with regret for last year. Everything had been just fine, especially the final poem. Qingyun searching for him amidst the crowd 1,000 times, suddenly turning back. That person is there, amidst the dim lights. These lines mirrored her innermost feelings. She was the one lost in the splendor of luxurious carriages and fragrant streets, while Zhu Ren stood alone in the dim lights, waiting silently. Yet she had repeatedly overlooked and heard him. When she finally turned back, would that light still shine for her? She was engulfed in overwhelming panic, afraid that the light had already extinguished, terrified that the figure had turned away and would never look back again. I must make amends at any cost. I cannot lose him. Xia Xia? Shi Yunju had unknowingly approached her side, offering a tissue. It was then that she realized her face was a mess, and she awkwardly turned her head away, unable to face this former friend. Meanwhile, on a secluded terrace of a tall building across the creek, Xiao Yue gazed into the distance, her tablet vividly broadcasting the live scene. Unlike Xia Qingyun, who had lost her composure, a subtle, knowing smile graced her face. Yet her bright eyes burned with an unprecedented brilliance. Was she shocked? Perhaps to some extent, yet more so, she felt a profound sense of certainty and pride. This was the Zhu Ren she knew, the prodigious youth capable of penning exquisite verses like Spring River, Flower Moon Night during his high school years. A man of remarkable talent and inner nobility. The 5 years of silence had not eroded him, but rather allowed him to mature. Now, with a sudden eruption of brilliance, he radiated the very essence she had long anticipated. She felt a swell of pride for him and gratitude for her own choice. The 5 years spent abroad, surrounded by the admiration of countless exceptional men, had never swayed her heart. He deserved a better stage and more deserving companionship. Xia Qingyun? Perhaps their past was a mere twist of fate, but now she had returned. Look at the big screen. Suddenly, A gasp arose from the audience as the director switched to a close-up of the pavilion in the lake. Princess Cynthia had unexpectedly risen, her azure eyes shimmering with an extraordinary light, softly reciting in her accented Mandarin. Suddenly turning back, the lights dimly flickering, unable to contain herself, she whispered in her native tongue, "Perfect." Having studied classical poetry since childhood, she had never witnessed anyone so effortlessly master the styles of different eras, seamlessly transitioning from the grandeur of Tang poetry to the delicate sentiments of song lyrics, as if it were second nature. This transcended mere skill, reaching a realm of artistry. She gazed at Zhu Ren, her interest intensifying. At the poetry gathering, after a brief silence, an eruption of thunderous applause and cheers erupted like a volcano. Many stood in excitement, clapping fervently, some even moved to tears. This was not merely astonishment at talent, but a deep emotional resonance with the millennial-old cultural richness and profound feelings embedded in the verses. My goodness, is this even possible for a person? 7 poems. 7. Each worthy of immortality. Mother asked me why I knelt to watch the Lantern Festival. This is the essence of Huaxia. This is true poetry. The host, Xiao, and I stood in stunned silence for several seconds before snapping back to reality. He took a deep breath, attempting to steady his trembling voice. Dear audience, friends, I believe my emotions mirror yours at this moment. Beyond shock, it is pure astonishment. 7 poems about lanterns and the Lantern Festival within 7 steps. This is nothing short of a miracle in the annals of poetry. I can hardly find words adequate to describe the impact that teacher Zhu Ren has just delivered. He turned to the panel of judges, his voice quivering with excitement. Esteemed judges, in the face of such extraordinary talent, I would love to hear your professional insights. Professor Shun, if you please. All eyes turned to Shun Yin, the previously skeptical old professor, whose face now flushed with excitement, his fingers trembling slightly. He rose to his feet, momentarily neglecting to retrieve the teacup he had inadvertently knocked over. I, Shun Yinji, took several deep breaths, barely managing to quell the tumult within me. Yet my voice still betrayed my excitement. I retracted all my previous doubts and inquiries. This was not merely a shock. It was a revelation potent enough to send ripples throughout the realm of poetry. He glanced towards Zhu Ren, his gaze imbued with a myriad of complex emotions, admiration, awe, and even a hint of reverence. Chapter 64. I am in awe. From the lively scenes depicted in Shangyuan bamboo branch lyrics to the splendid portrayal of Shangyuan night, followed by the atmospheric essence of 15th night of the first month, and then transitioning into the poignant reflections of Sheng Chatzi, culminating in the unparalleled masterpiece of Qingyun. The artistry is resplendent. 7 poems, each distinct in style, traverse the realms of Tang aesthetics to song elegance, from the bustling streets to the royal courts, from joy to melancholy, all maintaining meticulous symmetry and rigorous meter, with profound artistic conception, especially the final piece, Qingyun, where one searches for that person amidst 1,000 turns, only to behold them unexpectedly in the dim light of distant lanterns. Such a realm of expression is indeed a timeless serenade. Today I too have opened my eyes. I am deeply impressed. Shen Yinji even bowed slightly towards Zhu Ren's direction. Lin Wansi took the microphone, tears still glistening in her eyes, her voice tinged with emotion. What moves me even more are the sentiments behind these poems, particularly Insheng Chatsianqingyuan. They transcend mere words. They're the poet's soul in intimate discourse. The poignant longing for a person no longer seen, the tears wetting the spring garments, the sudden realization of that person in the flickering lights. This shared emotion transcends time and space, reaching the very heart. Teacher Zhu Ren, you're not only an exceptionally gifted poet, but also an artist who knows how to touch the soul through poetry. At this moment, Bai Zhou beamed with delight, seizing the microphone with a booming voice. What did I say? What did I say? Young Zhu's talent is beyond the comprehension of mundane eyes. These 7 poems, nay, these 7 pearls, are sufficient to illuminate the lakes tonight and warrant a place in the annals of contemporary poetry. I previously asserted that the lyrics of Yellow River and Yangtze deserve inclusion in textbooks, but it seems I was mistaken. It must yield to these 7 poems, for the pages of language textbooks are limited. Each of these 7 poems is deserving of recognition, especially Qingyun, which should be regarded as the pinnacle. The judge's generous praise once again ignited a fervor among the audience, both present and online. As the applause began to wane, Xiao and I promptly announced, "Now, it is time for the exciting moment. Our online voting channel is about to close, so I urge both the audience here and those watching on the screen to seize this final opportunity to cast your precious vote for your favorite work." As Zhu Ren's 7 poems were posted online, they garnered thousands of votes, and as time progressed, the pace quickened, swiftly surpassing 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, and even 10 million. Wow, this voting is unstoppable. Before I voted, it was 1 million, and after, it became 3 million. Who is Zhu Ren? How come I've never heard of him before? Haha, as a 10-year fan, I just had to show up. Truly impressive. My goodness, are these really poems written by modern people? I would believe it if they were said to be ancient works. Professor Shen even bowed. This is a titan in the realm of poetry. Perhaps we should investigate whether Zhu Ren is a time traveler. The writing is simply extraordinary. On the grand screen, the voting bar chart began to change at an astonishing pace. The once towering blue bar representing Lin Shubai was swiftly overshadowed and consumed by a golden bar symbolizing Zhu Ren. The golden bar surged at a speed visible to the naked eye, soon occupying a vast majority of the screen, leaving all other contestants far behind. When the voting numbers surpassed 20 million, a sudden buzzing sound akin to a mechanical malfunction echoed throughout the venue. The figures on the screen flickered erratically. 30 million, 50 million, 80 million, ultimately freezing at the staggering figure of 99, 999, 999. What is happening? The host, Xiao and I, stared at the seemingly malfunctioning voting system in bewilderment. At that moment, an urgent voice crackled through his earpiece. The server has crashed due to overload. The number of concurrent viewers in the live broadcast room had exceeded the platform's historical record, and the earlier piece, Qingyun, had been shared over 100 million times. Xiao and I quickly regained his composure, took a deep breath, and announced, "Dear viewers, according to the final tally from the back end, contestant Zhu Ren's total votes for these 7 poems have surpassed 230 million. The specific figure is 235, 415, 564 votes. This number not only sets a new record since our program's inception, but also shatters all voting records for poetry programs across the internet. Let's extend our warmest applause to congratulate contestant Zhu Ren. What does this number signify? It means that at least 1 in every 10 citizens of Longhua has cast a vote for this collection of poems. This is a true representation of the people's choice. A miraculous achievement in contemporary poetry creation. Let's once more applaud contestant Zhu Ren. This figure will undoubtedly be etched into the annals of Longhua's poetic culture. The netizens were in a frenzy. Did he say how many votes? 200 million? Is the system malfunctioning? No, this time, none of the hundreds of competing works garnered as many votes as his single poem, 1 vs 100, a complete triumph? Incredible. The director, backstage, witnessing the overwhelming voting results, excitedly slammed his fist on the control panel, his face alight with joy and relief. Beautiful, marvelous, absolutely magnificent. He even embraced his assistant beside him in exuberance, the previous anxieties and worries dissipating entirely. After tonight, this Lantern Festival poetry event is destined to become a legend within the industry, and he shall be remembered in history for Zhu Ren's 7 poems. Others may not grasp it, but as an insider, he is acutely aware of the significance of this data. This poetry program and its attention have inherent limits. Last year's champion received barely around 10 million votes. Even in previous years, the champion's votes never exceeded 20 million. Even with this year's all-encompassing live broadcast format, and despite the promotional claims of foreign friend Princess Cynthia's participation, the program's viewership could at most reach several tens of millions. How could the votes be so absurdly high? This can only indicate that many who did not watch the program saw the shared poems and independently clicked the link to vote. Moreover, The voting time was under 10 minutes. In less than 10 minutes, over 200 million votes were cast. This utterly surpassed the director's imagination, for such a feat seemed entirely implausible. Yet, it was accomplished by Zhu Ren through his 7 exquisite poems. With his impromptu creation of 7 verses, he orchestrated a miracle. No one dared to question the authenticity of this voting, for even deceit would not stoop to such extremes. This was simply outrageous. The entire audience was left in awe by the outcome, as applause, cheers, and screams resounded once more through the air, echoing endlessly. At this moment, the host, Xiao and I, remarked, "Now, let us invite teacher Zhu Ren to the stage to share a few words with our esteemed audience." Chapter 65. A brief remark. Zhu Ren ascended the stage, seemingly somewhat ill at ease amidst the fervent atmosphere. He gently took the microphone and paused momentarily before speaking. "Thank you. Thank you all." His voice was calm, devoid of excessive excitement. His presence at the poetry gathering was largely influenced by the encouragement of teacher Bai Zhou, as well as a desire to immerse his daughter in the ambience of a lantern festival. When he drew the topic of lanterns, he was indeed taken aback. The character was all too familiar. This theme, perhaps, was one that everyone had encountered countless times, with an abundance of poetry written about lanterns throughout history. Thus, when the host announced the need for a fine piece, he thought to himself that it might be insufficient. Yet, precisely because of its commonality, a myriad of images and emotions surged through his mind in an instant. The lanterns of the Lantern Festival, the solitary lamp in the study, the shadows cast by lanterns during farewells, and the lights of reunion. There were so many. Perhaps it was also due to the breathtaking illumination around Shihu Lake this evening, which created a splendid atmosphere and inspired him significantly. Those verses, rather than being solely his own creation, seemed to spring forth from the rich memories of generations about the Lantern Festival and illumination, expressing themselves through his voice. Particularly with the final piece, Qingyun, he sensed a profound resonance among the audience, which deeply moved him. He glanced at the spot where his daughter stood, with Xia Qingyun behind her, her face flickering with thoughts unknown. Suddenly turning back, he found that person still there, amidst the dim lights. Perhaps what touches each of us is that moment when we inadvertently glance back and encounter our most genuine desires or memories deep within. This shared emotion may very well be the true essence of poetry's allure. In any case, he expressed gratitude to the judges, especially to Professor Shun, as he looked towards Shun Yinji with sincerity in his gaze. "Thank you for your guidance and final acknowledgement. I also extend my thanks to the organizers and to every friend listening, whether present or on screen. This award, to me, serves more as a reminder to never forget the power of words and not to betray those beautiful emotions." He raised the trophy, offering a gentle gesture. "It is getting late, and my daughter awaits." He expressed his thanks once more. "Happy Lantern Festival." With a slight bow, he turned and descended from stage. Meanwhile, within the pavilion at the lake, Princess Cynthia set down her teacup and, addressing the influential figure beside her, spoke in fluent Chinese. "Secretary Liu, I would like to meet Mr. Zhu Ren privately after the poetry gathering. Please convey that I wish to consult him regarding matters of Huaxia poetry." Secretary Liu nodded slightly in agreement. Princess Cynthia once again directed her gaze towards the figure standing beneath the lanterns, receiving the cheers of the crowd. A hint of an intriguing smile gracing her lips. This eastern land, indeed, was filled with surprises. Subsequent generations would pen a grand narrative, a grand record of the Lantern Poetry Gathering, which meticulously chronicled this event. For poetry is the expression of one's aspirations. Emotion stirs within and takes form in words. When words fall short, one sighs, and when sighing proves inadequate, one sings. In a mere span of 7 steps, to compose 7 exquisite verses, each a gem of eloquence, each word a radiant ornament, has been an unparalleled feat throughout the annals of history. During the auspicious night of the Guimao Lantern Festival, by the banks of the rivers and lakes of Jiang Province, there stood a man named Zhu Ren, whose astonishing talent reverberated through the poetic realm. Truly a marvel of a millennium. That night, As the lanterns glimmered and the stars and moon intertwined in a celestial embrace, Zhu Ren gracefully took 7 steps, his lips unfurling resplendent verses. His poetry depicted the bustling vibrancy of the marketplace, expressed the solitary sentiments of scholars, captured the grandeur of the Tang dynasty, and portrayed the elegance of the Song dynasty. Upon the unveiling of these 7 compositions, astonishment enveloped the audience. Master Shun of the Inkstone rose in applause. The elder Bai clapped in admiration, and Lady Lin wept with heartfelt emotion. The crowd, a sea of faces, marveled in awe, declaring that even if the likes of Xi Jian or Tai Bai were to return, they would humbly take their leave. The bamboo branch songs of the Lantern Festival is both commonplace and refined, revealing artistry within simplicity akin to the lingering taste of olives. Lantern Festival Night showcases a vigorous penmanship and a grand atmosphere, with metaphors of iron gates and golden locks that ignite the imagination. 15th Night of the first month inherits the lyrical spirit of the early Tang, with exquisite parallelism, where verses of dark dust and bright moon evoke a painterly realm. Lantern Festival brims with philosophical delight, reflecting the interplay of lanterns and moonlight, encapsulating the essence of spring arriving in the human realm, a marvel beyond compare. Jiang Province Lantern Festival reveals a solitary nobility within self-mockery, concealing solitude in laughter, the long robe illustrating an air of grace. Shengchatsi conveys profound emotions through simple language, lamenting the passage of a year, leaving hearts in anguish. Qingyun stands unrivaled through the ages, articulating the deepest human affections in a single phrase, thus becoming an eternal masterpiece. Alas, Zhu Ren's talents exceed mere 7 steps. The valleys and peaks within his heart, the waves of his pen, embody the poetic essence accumulated over millennia. Once, Chao Zijian crafted poetry in 7 steps, concluding with a single stanza. Xia Qingyun dreamt of exquisite lines, creating but a few couplets. Yet Zhu Ren, in his 7 steps, produced 7 distinct chapters, each reaching its own pinnacle of brilliance. Such a gift could not be attributed to mere happenstance. Who else could achieve this? After that night, paper became scarce in Jiang Province, and the tales of his verses spread throughout the land. The foreign princess, Cynthia, renowned for her intellect, was taken aback upon hearing of him and sought his wisdom in person. Master Shun, known for his strictness, ultimately bowed in humility. Elder Bai candidly remarked that these 7 poems should shine alongside the legacies of Li and Du for 1,000 years. As for the common folk, though they could not fully grasp the intricacies, they eagerly recited the verses illuminated by lanterns, finding them delightful. In praise, it was said, the art of poetry has ebbed and flowed for a millennium, yet during the Lantern Festival, we witnessed the resurgence of brilliance. In 7 steps, he astonished all, while solitary lamps glow endured through the night. Shun Lao has already yielded his heart in reverence, and the Hu courtesans have come to greet him. Do not speak of the rivers flowing eastward. Now, behold the literary lineage returning to the Western capital. Chapter 66. Princess Cynthia's Invitation. Xia Qingyun declines Sun Zhe. Below the stage, Zhu Ren had just calmed the excited and blushing Zhu Xinyue and politely declined the enthusiastic invitations from his 2 teachers, Bai Zhou and Shun Yan, when he was approached by a well-dressed middle-aged man. Mr. Zhu, please hold on, he said with a warm smile and a respectful demeanor. Secretary Liu requests your presence, along with Princess Cynthia from the Emerald Kingdom. Zhu Ren was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood. He nodded and followed the man through the bustling crowd, arriving at the pavilion in the center of the lake. Inside, the air was fragrant with sandalwood, and several elegantly simple rosewood tables and chairs were arranged. Secretary Liu was seated at the main position, accompanied by a blonde, blue-eyed lady, Princess Cynthia. She wore a well-tailored shirt and trousers, exuding a blend of elegance and intellect rather than the usual royal demeanor. Upon seeing Zhu Ren enter, a glimmer of curiosity and admiration appeared in her azure eyes, prompting her to rise. Mr. Zhu, I apologize for the intrusion, Secretary Liu said with a smile as he stood to introduce them. This is Princess Cynthia from the Emerald Kingdom. She greatly admires your poetry from this evening and wishes to engage in a dialogue with you. Zhu Ren quickly performed a slight bow. Your Highness, Secretary Liu, good evening. I am unworthy of such praise. Please, have a seat, Mr. Zhu. Princess Cynthia gestured towards the chair opposite her. After he sat down, she took her seat as well. With genuine warmth in her eyes, she continued, I hope you will forgive my boldness, but I am truly astonished by your talent tonight, especially the final poem, Qingyun, and with its profound imagery, upon turning back. That person is there, amidst the dim lantern light. Such a sentiment is exceedingly rare, even in our Western poetry. She bypassed the usual formalities, directly addressing the essence of their conversation. Zhu Ren was pleasantly surprised to discover that this foreign princess had a genuine appreciation for poetry. He smiled humbly, Your Highness. You flatter me. The essence of poetry lies in the resonance it creates within the heart. Perhaps the lights of the evening by the creek evoked similar feelings in us all. Resonance within the heart. Princess Cynthia softly repeated, What a poetic explanation. I have studied some classical literature from your esteemed country. Mr. Zhu, you have deepened my appreciation for the allure of Chinese poetry. Leaning slightly forward, her tone became even more sincere. To be frank, beyond the official itinerary of my visit to China, I hope to gain a deeper understanding of contemporary Chinese culture and art. Might I have the honor of inviting you for tea during my stay? To delve further into poetry, music, or other arts. This unexpected invitation took Zhu Ren by surprise. He instinctively glanced at Secretary Liu, who wore an encouraging smile, clearly supportive of the engagement. This was not merely a personal exchange. It carried a significant cultural exchange connotation, considering his current circumstances and future prospects. Establishing a connection with such a distinguished individual, who held a genuine appreciation for Chinese culture, seemed advantageous. Moreover, he found himself rather fond of this articulate and knowledgeable princess, or perhaps even a bit admiring. It is an honor to converse with Your Highness, the princess. After some contemplation, Zhu Ren nodded in agreement, though he mentioned that he might be preoccupied with mundane matters and would need to coordinate his time. He did not dismiss the conversation outright, as he still wished to find time to attend the Voice of China. Splendid. Princess Cynthia exclaimed with a bright smile. I will be staying in the Dragon Kingdom for another week. My assistant will reach out to you, and we can certainly accommodate your schedule. Mr. Zhu, we can discuss poetry and music. I have heard that you are also an accomplished musician. I am curious about the sparks that might fly from the intersection of Yellow River and Waterloo sunset. Zhu Ren gazed at her earnest expression and replied with a smile I eagerly anticipated. This brief meeting concluded in a friendly and harmonious atmosphere. As Zhu Ren stepped out of the pavilion, a gentle evening breeze brushed against his cheek, carrying a refreshing chill. He glanced back at the elegantly illuminated venue, feeling a wave of sentiment wash over him. Everything that transpired tonight felt dreamlike. Not only had he triumphed at the poetry event, but he had also forged a connection with a foreign princess. At this moment, the clamor of the Lantern Festival gradually subsided, yet the festivities by the lakeside continued unabated. The final lantern release ceremony was about to commence, and the lights along the lake dimmed in accordance with the official arrangements, leaving only scattered guiding lights and the various lanterns that people were preparing to set afloat. The crowd excitedly surged towards the scenic platform by the water, which offered an expansive view and was the prime location for watching and participating in the lantern release. Zhu Ren was scanning the crowd for his daughter's figure, having entrusted her to Lin Yu during his meeting with Princess Cynthia. They had mentioned being near this viewing platform. At that moment, Xia Qingyun arrived at the forefront of the platform with her team members and several of the company's latest intelligent robots. These robots, with their sleek designs and agile arms, were programmed for the lantern release, marking their public debut as a small-scale technological showcase. Good evening, dear friends. This is the intelligent robot developed by our Qingren technology. Xia Qingyun was about to introduce it herself when Sun Zhe stepped forward, wearing a gentle and courteous smile. Senior, why trouble yourself with such trivial matters? You've been busy all night. Allow me, as your junior, to introduce it to everyone. I am somewhat familiar with the product. Xia Qingyun cast a glance at him, a flicker of displeasure crossing her features. The impact of Zhu Ren's 7 poems lingered in her mind. particularly the line from Qingyun about turning back suddenly, which made her feel a sense of aversion and caution towards Sun Zhe's presumptuousness. "No need," Xia Qingyun interjected firmly, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "This is an important product demonstration for the company. I will handle it myself." She offered no room for Sun Zhe's insistence, not even sparing him a glance as her gaze focused directly on the audience and the cameras. For a fleeting moment, Sun Zhe's smile faltered, his eyes flashing with a hint of disappointment and hurt, coupled with an almost imperceptible sense of grievance. He parted his lips, seemingly on the verge of articulating something, yet ultimately retreated into the throng of the crowd, his head bowed, his silhouette exuding a sense of melancholy. Xia Qingyun compelled herself to disregard Sun Zhe's reaction, focusing her attention on the introduction of the robot. However, the disappointment etched on Sun Zhe's face lingered in her thoughts, prompting her to ponder. Have I been too forthright? After all, his intentions were well-meaning. Moreover, prior to the commencement of the poetry gathering, her husband had witnessed their interaction and likely misinterpreted the situation. Will my treatment of my junior exacerbate his discomfort? This conflicting mindset rendered her somewhat distracted during the presentation. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that, after stepping away, Sun Zhe had not wandered far. Instead, he stood pensively observing the densely packed crowd at the edge of the platform, as well as Zhu Ren amidst the throng. Soon, the introduction concluded, and the lantern lighting ceremony commenced in earnest. Individuals eagerly placed their sky lanterns into the water, the vibrant hues of the lanterns drifting along the surface, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The intelligent robots began to deploy the specially crafted lanterns with precision, adhering to the directives of the Grand Model's thought process. At that moment, Zhu Ren was accompanying Zhu Xinyue in releasing their lanterns, while Lin Yu had been dispatched by the little one to procure beverages. Just as the lantern lighting ceremony was getting underway, Sun Zhe approached Zhu Ren. Chapter 67. Sudden Incident. Falling into water. Zhu Xiuzhong, as Sun Zhe approached, lowered his voice. "Congratulations on your splendid performance tonight. I never expected that not only do you possess remarkable musical talent, but your poetry skills are also extraordinarily refined." Zhu Ren turned his head slightly, casting a fleeting glance at him. He wished to have no entanglements with Sun Zhe. "My affairs are none of your concern." "Oh, how could it be unrelated?" Sun Zhe feigned surprise, his smile growing increasingly insincere and ambiguous. "I am quite concerned about Xuejia. When I saw her earlier, she appeared anxious and frightened, her face drained of color, desperately trying to explain herself. It must be quite challenging for her, caught between two men." Zhu Ren's gaze abruptly turned icy, and he spun around, fixing a penetrating stare upon Sun Zhe's disingenuous smile. "Are you looking for a fight?" Sun Zhe's expression shifted, taken aback that Zhu Ren had discerned his thoughts. "So what if you guessed it? I merely speak the truth. I know how to help Xuejia relax. When she is with me, she never has to tread so carefully as if walking on thin ice. I warned you, after your divorce. I want to interfere with your entanglements. But now, keep your distance from her." Sun Zhe deliberately stepped closer to the edge of the crowded platform, a malicious grin creeping onto his face. "What's the matter? Have I struck a nerve? It seems you're angered by the truth, for lies cannot wound. But the truth is a sharp blade. Sometimes I wonder, in Xuejia's heart, who is truly more special to her, us or me?" Zhu Ren coldly regarded him, preferring not to create a scene in such a public setting, especially just after the competition with his daughter nearby. He turned to retreat to the other side. Just then, an unexpected event transpired. The crowd at the edge of the platform, overwhelmed with excitement, became excessively crowded, and the security personnel struggled to maintain order. Suddenly, someone was shoved forward and stumbled. Amid the chaos, gasps erupted. In an effort to protect his sister, Zhu Xinyue, Zhu Ren was swept into the turmoil, his body involuntarily leaning towards the lake's edge. A glint of malice flashed in Sun Zhe's eyes. It was a perfect opportunity. He seemed to be uncontrollably propelled by the throng towards Zhu Ren. Instinctively, Zhu Ren sidestepped, attempting to regain his balance. However, Sun Zhe's force and angle were cunningly calculated, and combined with the crowd's push from behind, Zhu Ren lost his footing. Amid the gasps, he was abruptly thrown backward. Simultaneously, Sun Tze, too, was shoved forward by someone from behind, losing his balance with a startled cry. Splash! Splash! Zhu Ren, Sun Tze, and a robot that had been positioned too closely all plunged into the icy lake almost simultaneously. Daddy! Xia Qingyun cried out in fright. The series of splashes, accompanied by the crowd's screams, shattered the tranquility of the lighting ceremony. The edge of the platform descended into chaos. As Xia Qingyun was explaining the robot's environmental perception system, a sudden uproar erupted from the crowd behind her. Someone has fallen. Look over there. There are people in the water. Not just one. It appears that a robot has also plunged into the depths. The cacophony of frantic cries swiftly overwhelmed her voice. Startled, Xia Qingyun abruptly ceased her introduction and anxiously turned her gaze back, having been engrossed in her speech and facing away from the lake. Coupled with the dim lighting and the throngs of people, she had not witnessed the moment of the fall, nor did she know precisely who had fallen or the exact cause. All she heard were the chaotic shouts from the crowd, along with the alarming news of a robot in the water. What on earth is happening? She hurriedly pushed her way through the crowd towards the edge of the platform. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind. Was it a tourist who slipped? Or a malfunction of the robotic equipment? Though the light was dim, the point of impact was not far from the platform. Soon, after much effort to reach the edge, she peered into the water and spotted Sun Tze thrashing violently, calling out in despair not far from the shore. Sun Tze reacted with remarkable speed, splashing about as soon as he hit the water, coughing and gasping, his distress palpable, as if he were about to sink at any moment. His struggles brought him perilously close to the platform's edge, and he had even managed to grasp the slick wooden planks beneath, hoarsely crying out, "Help! Help! I can't swim." Meanwhile, Zhu Ren, after falling into the water, instinctively adjusted his breathing, readying himself to surface. However, just as he was about to break through the water's surface, an immense force seized his ankle. It was the robot that had fallen alongside him. The cold, heavy metallic shell clung to him, its mechanical arm wrapping tightly around him, relentlessly dragging him towards the lake's depths. What is happening? Zhu Ren felt a sinking sensation in his heart as he struggled with all his might, yet the weight and power of the robot exceeded his expectations. The icy water poured into his mouth and nose, his vision began to blur, and consciousness slipped away. Sun Tze! A startling realization struck Xia Qingyun. In that instant, she vividly recalled the moment she had coldly rebuffed Sun Tze and the unmistakable disappointment etched on his face. Could it be that his spirits had plummeted due to her earlier demeanor, leading to this unfortunate accident? A chilling thought surfaced in her mind. Once this notion took root, it rapidly consumed her thoughts. A tide of guilt and regret washed over her. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. It was as if she was transported back to that summer of yesteryear. It's all my fault. I should not have treated him that way. If anything were to happen to him, how could I explain it? How could I find peace? I cannot allow this to happen again. In the throes of such extreme emotion and misguided associations, she nearly lost her capacity for rational judgment. She had no time to carefully observe the situation elsewhere on the water surface. Nor did she comprehend the critical information that others were shouting. There was more than one person in distress, and a robot had also fallen. Her entire focus was fixated on Sun Tze, convinced that he was in peril because of her actions. A life buoy. Quickly, someone beside her handed over the life buoy. Xia Qingyun snatched it fervently, her eyes locked solely on the figures struggling for life in the water. Driven by an overwhelming sense of guilt, she did not hesitate to summon all her strength to hurl the life buoy towards the nearest Sun Tze. "Xiao Tze, catch it, quickly." Her voice quivered with urgency and remorse. Sun Tze adeptly grasped the life buoy, coughing violently as he intermittently shouted, "Thank you. Thank you, Senior." Upon hearing the approaching sirens of an ambulance, she swiftly instructed someone to support Sun Tze and assist him onto the first ambulance. In that moment, she was entirely oblivious to the reason for the presence of two ambulances. At that instant, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from another direction within the crowd. It was Zhu Qingyun. The young girl was being restrained by several well-meaning passers-by, desperately struggling as her diminutive frame nearly toppled over the edge of the platform. Her trembling fingers pointed towards the seemingly tranquil water, her voice breaking as she cried out, "Daddy! Daddy is out there! Please save my daddy!" Chapter 68. My mother no longer wants me. A sharp-eyed passerby followed her pointed direction and faintly discerned a shadow struggling beneath the water, accompanied by bubbles continuously rising to the surface. Good heavens, there is someone down there! Quick! It seems they are entangled in something. The shouts of the crowd finally diverted a portion of the rescuer's attention from Sun Zhe. Several quick-thinking youths promptly shed their outer garments, preparing to plunge into the water, while others anxiously searched for usable tools. Amid the chaos, a group worked in unison and eventually managed to drag the struggling Zhu Ren and the robotic device onto the shore. When Zhu Ren was rescued, his complexion was a ghastly blue, his lips pale, his body icy cold, and he was coughing incessantly, his consciousness already fading. "Daddy! Daddy!" Zhu Qingyun cried as she hurled herself onto him, her small trembling hands caressing his frigid face, tears streaming down like a broken string of pearls. "Daddy, please wake up. Don't scare me." The shore was in disarray. Some were administering first aid while others were on the phone. Soon, medical personnel rushed over with a stretcher. Zhu Qingyun clutched Zhu Ren's hand tightly, weeping as she implored the medical staff, "Please, save my daddy." She wished to accompany the stretcher onto the first ambulance. However, just as the stretcher was about to be loaded into the vehicle, she saw her mother supporting the still weak and coughing Sun Zhe, boarding that very ambulance. The door slammed shut before her, echoing ominously. Zhu Xingyu's small face instantly drained of color as despair washed over her while she watched the ambulance drive away, then glanced back at her unconscious father on the stretcher, ultimately casting a bewildered gaze toward the dimly lit surface of the lake. The second ambulance arrived. "Little one, you and your father will take the next one." A nurse comforted her. Zhu Xingyun did not cry or fuss. She silently climbed into the second ambulance that had just arrived, nestling closely beside her father as cold form. Her tiny body trembled slightly in the night breeze. The interior of the vehicle filled only with the monotonous ticking of medical instruments and her silent tears cascading down. In that moment, something irrevocably shattered. The nurse beside her, touched by the scene, crouched down and gently patted Zhu Xingyu's trembling shoulder. "Little girl, don't be afraid. Your uncle will be fine. The doctors will take care of him." She then inquired, "Where is your mother?" Zhu Xingyun looked up, her tear-streaked face reflecting confusion and helplessness. After a long pause, she managed to utter a single sentence. "My mother doesn't want me anymore." The nurse opened her mouth, wishing to say more, but ultimately only offered a silent pat on her back. She understood that, at this moment, any words would be utterly inadequate. The wounds within this child's heart could not be soothed by mere phrases. Half an hour later, in the emergency hall of Jiang Province First Hospital, when the first ambulance arrived, Xia Qingyun almost immediately leaped out, swiftly utilizing her connections. "Hello, Director Zhang? I have a friend who has just been brought in after drowning. Please arrange for the best VIP room immediately and have the most authoritative expert conduct a consultation at once." Her words flowed rapidly, revealing the commanding presence of a businesswoman accustomed to authority. After hanging up the phone, she immediately turned around, carefully supporting the still weak and coughing Sun Zhe. As they made their way smoothly towards the VIP passage, an emergency nurse caught up with them, holding a registration form. "Madam, may I ask your relationship with the patient? Please provide the family contact information." Without looking back, Xia Qingyun continued to assist Sun Zhe while absent-mindedly waving her hand. "His name is Sun Zhe. Just contact me for family matters." Once the nurse left, Sun Zhe leaned against the wall and, in a voice only the two of them could hear, expressed his feelings of grievance and fear, speaking weakly. "Senior, I think I saw Zhu Ren by the shore earlier. Did he misunderstand something and push me? I didn't mean to." His words came out in a fragmented manner, his eyes flickering with confusion and lingering terror. Xia Qingyun halted in her tracks, her heart already in turmoil from guilt. "What? Zhu Ren? He pushed you?" she exclaimed, recalling Zhu Ren's previous disdain for Sun Zhe and the brief interaction they had before the fall. coupled with Sun Zhe's sincere and hurt expression at that moment. Xia Qingyun found herself believing him almost instantly. How could he do that? This is outrageous. Anger and disappointment swiftly overwhelmed her rationality. Don't worry, Xiao Zhe. When he arrives, I will certainly make him apologize to you. Meanwhile, the second ambulance arrived at the hospital. Zhu Ren was urgently taken into the emergency room, while Zhu Xinyue was temporarily seated on a bench outside the emergency room. Her small figure lost amidst the bustling crowd. Clutching a stack of forms and payment slips that needed to be filled out, she found the dense text incomprehensible. She wanted to seek help from the nurses, but they were all too busy, hurrying past without noticing the lonely little girl. Her small stomach growled with hunger, and she still bore the damp chill from the lake water, yet she dared not leave, fearing her father would wake and not find her. She tiptoed, straining to see through the small window on the emergency room door, but could only make out blurred shadows and glaring lights. Daddy, she sobbed helplessly. No, I must find Mommy. Mommy will surely save Daddy. The tiny figure slipped off the bench and, relying on her memory, stumbled through the complex hospital corridors in search of her mother. Finally, at the entrance of a ward marked VIP, she spotted a familiar silhouette. Xia Qingyun stood by a window at the end of the corridor, on the phone, her face displaying agitation and impatience. Hello? Husband, why aren't you answering the phone? Where have you gone? Do you even know what you've done? The line remained busy. Seeing her mother calling her father, Zhu Xinyue felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Mommy knew that Daddy was hurt too? She rushed forward, just about to speak, but watched as her mother unhappily hung up the phone and turned to enter a nearby VIP room. After a moment's hesitation, Zhu Xinyue quietly followed, peering through the partially open door to witness the scene inside. Sun Zhe lay upon the hospital bed, his complexion pallid, yet his spirit appeared relatively unscathed. Beside him sat Xia Qingyun, delicately wielding a fruit knife as she peeled an apple with focused grace. Sun Zhe gazed at her with tenderness, murmuring softly, "Senior, this time I was truly frightened. I nearly thought I would never see my mother again." He cleared his throat gently, continuing, "In truth, I can comprehend my brother-in-law's actions. It was merely a moment of confusion. Let us consider it a misunderstanding. I shall not pursue it further, nor will I involve the authorities." Xia Qingyun let out a sigh of relief, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she regarded Sun Zhe. "Thank you, Xiao Zhe. We will take care of the medical expenses. Do not hesitate to voice any requests you may have. I apologize on behalf of my brother-in-law." Sun Zhe felt a surge of joy within him. Mustering his courage to speak once more, "Senior, I have no demands, but regarding that previous matter, the wish my mother holds, might we fulfill it, if only to grant her peace? I truly do not wish for her to depart with any regrets." Chapter 69. Do you even dare to speak such words? Xia Qingyun paused momentarily, while peeling an apple, a flicker of hesitation and embarrassment crossing her face. Yet she did not immediately refuse. Instead, she softly advised Xiao Zhe, "Focus on your recovery and do not dwell on these matters." Sun Zhe's eyes brightened. Thank you, senior." He yearned to grasp Xia Qingyun's hand, but suddenly halted midair, instead clutching the bed railing tightly. "I swear I will handle everything properly, and I will not allow it to affect your relationship with my brother-in-law. I will explain everything to him." "You must not mention this to him," Xia Qingyun said sternly. "Rest assured, Sister Qingyun, I will not tell him," Sun Zhe eagerly promised, a hint of joy illuminating his face. Observing his expression, Xia Qingyun realized he had misunderstood, yet she chose not to clarify, considering it a means to comfort the feelings of her ailing companion. Handing him the peeled apple, she remarked, "Apples lose their sweetness if left too long. You should eat it quickly." As Sun Zhe gazed at her, an overwhelming impulse surged within him, a long-suppressed yearning that grew wildly like untamed grass. Before reason could reclaim its hold, his hand instinctively reached out and firmly grasped Xia Qingyun's slender wrist, which was exposed as she offered the apple. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. After a brief silence, Xia Qingyun appeared to awaken from a dream, her body shuddering as if jolted by electricity, and she abruptly withdrew her hand, flushed with indignation as she glared at Sun Zhe. "Sun Zhe, what are you doing?" "Senior, I have always liked you." Sun Zhe's voice was low. Gazing at the delicate profile of Xia Qingyun, he could no longer contain himself. Summoning his courage, he locked his gaze onto hers and asked, "May I?" "What are you saying?" Xia Qingyun exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment, as if seeing this person for the first time. "Sun Zhe, recognize your position. You are my junior and also my subordinate. How dare you speak such words?" Unexpectedly faced with rejection, Sun Zhe felt a pang of regret. He realized he had been too hasty. Nevertheless, feeling compelled to respond, he retorted loudly, "Senior, do not deceive yourself. If you truly had no feelings for me, why do you instinctively defend me whenever I am in conflict with Senior Zhu? You accompanied me on Valentine's Day, spoke on my behalf at KTV, and even jumped in to save me when I fell into the water. Is this not your subconscious choice? You simply refuse to acknowledge it. Enough." Xia Qingyun's face turned pale with anger, her body trembling as Sun Zhe's twisted reasoning and obstinate words infuriated her. Her hand shot up, and with a sharp crack, she delivered a resounding slap to Sun Zhe's face. "Sun Zhe, I warn you, immediately suppress these feelings. I do not wish to hear such words again. You are merely my junior and subordinate, nothing more." Her firm rejection finally jolted Sun Zhe into clarity. He had believed that Xia Qingyun would agree to play the role of his girlfriend, and in that moment, he felt guilt, thinking it was the perfect opportunity to confess his feelings. However, he never anticipated such a profound humiliation and rejection. Gritting his teeth, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, he murmured, "I'm sorry, Senior, it was my mistake. I was too impulsive, swept away by my emotions. Please do not be angry, do not hold this against me. I will step out to pay the bill." At that moment, Xia Qingyun offered him no comfort, merely uttering a phrase before stepping outside. Standing at the doorway, a hint of guilt washed over her face as she murmured to herself, "Have my recent actions led him to misunderstand? Have I truly chosen Sun Zhe every time? No, he is merely my junior." Shaking her head, she cast aside her distractions. Suddenly, she noticed a small figure outside the door, tearfully gazing at her. Yeah, what brings you here?" Xia Qingyun was taken aback, unsure of what had transpired. Shouldn't her daughter be at the creek with her husband, releasing sky lanterns? She hurried over, instinctively crouching down to embrace her daughter, only to see Zhu Xingyun step back in fright, her tiny frame trembling uncontrollably. Confusion and fear filled Zhu Xingyu's reddened eyes as she struggled to comprehend why her mother was peeling apples for that uncle. Isn't Dad in the emergency room? Why is Mom here with that uncle? Wasn't she supposed to be calling Dad? Why isn't she looking for him? Yeah, what's wrong? Where's your father? Panic surged within Xia Qingyun as she observed her daughter's expression. Dad fell into the water. At last, Zhu Xingyun burst into tears. "He is hurt. The doctor said we need to handle the paperwork. Mom, please go check on Dad." "What? Your father fell into the water too?" Xia Qingyun felt as though struck by lightning, about to pull Zhu Xingyun along, but Sun Zhe's earlier provocations resurfaced in her mind. In a fleeting moment, a troubling thought crossed her mind. Could it be that her husband, in an effort to evade the responsibility of pushing Sun Zhe into the water, had? She even suspected that her daughter had been incited by her husband to create chaos, seeking her sympathy. Was her husband exploiting their child for a performance? Anger flared within her. Wasn't he this leading Ye astray? Rising to her feet, a hint of ire in her voice, she declared, "Your father is perfectly fine. He pushed Xiao Zhe into the water and ran away. Where is he hiding now? Does he have no sense of responsibility? Don't you join the fuss. When he returns, he must apologize to Xiao Zhe first." "No, Dad didn't push anyone. He fell in too. He got tangled in that iron thing." "Wah, Mom, why won't you save Dad? Why don't you believe me?" Zhu Xingyun looked at her mother with innocent bewilderment, unable to fathom why her mother had changed so drastically, why she wouldn't trust her, or why she seemed indifferent to her father's plight. She crouched down, sobbing heart-wrenchingly, her cries filled with grievance. At that moment, a gentle voice drifted from the hospital room's entrance. "Yeah, don't cry. Aunt Jiang is here." Jiang Wanyun had arrived unbeknownst to them, evidently having heard the commotion. She quickly approached, and upon witnessing the scene before her, her expression darkened. She walked directly to Zhu Xinyue, tenderly enveloping the trembling little girl in her arms. There, don't cry. Tell Aunt Jiang, where's your father? What paperwork needs to be done? Jiang Wanyun's voice was soothing, comforting the distraught child. Zhu Xinyue found solace in her embrace, her voice trembling as she pointed towards the emergency rescue room, stammering, Dad is in critical condition. We need to sign. We need to pay. Jiang Wanyun instantly grasped the urgency of the situation. She lifted Zhu Xinyue into her arms, her gaze sweeping over Xia Qingyun, her eyes icy. Xia Qingyun, you had better pray for Zhu Ren's safety. With that, Jiang Wanyun departed the VIP ward with Zhu Xinyue, leaving Xia Qingyun frozen in place. Zhu Ren deceived me for the sake of acting and even enlisted Jiang Wanyun's help? Was such an extreme measure truly necessary? She bit her lip fiercely, her heart heavy with bitterness. If only you had been honest, little Zhe had already promised not to pursue the matter further. Couldn't this situation have been resolved amicably? Why resort to deceit? Chapter 70. So you are the patient's family? Meanwhile, Jiang Wanyun, cradling Zhu Xinyue in her arms, hurried towards the emergency room. As she soothed the sobbing child, she deftly retrieved her phone, leveraging her connections to liaise with the billing department and the doctors, methodically arranging Zhu Ren's admission procedures. Having just disembarked from her flight, she received a call from Lin Yu informing her that Zhu Ren and Zhu Xinyue had gone missing. Lin Yu quickly relayed the events, while she was momentarily distracted by the little one requesting a drink. Upon her return, she discovered a scene of chaos with both Zhu Ren and Zhu Xinyue nowhere to be found. Attempts to reach Zhu Ren and Xia Qingyun were futile, and it was only later that bystanders mentioned someone had fallen into the water and had already been taken to the hospital. Realizing that Zhu Ren might have been the one who fell, Lin Yu's heart raced with concern, prompting her to contact Jiang Wanyun, hoping she could gather information. At this juncture, Jiang Wanyun had already informed Lin Yu that she was en route. Just as she completed part of Zhu Ren's admission paperwork and entrusted Zhu Xinyue to a reliable assistant for temporary care, Xia Qingyun's phone rang. It was a call from the emergency room doctor. Hello, is this the family of Mr. Zhu Ren? The voice on the other end was urgent and grave. The patient's condition is somewhat complicated. Initial diagnoses indicate aspiration pneumonia and hypothermia, along with soft tissue contusions from being entangled with a heavy object. Immediate, detailed examination and targeted treatment are required. Some procedures will necessitate a family member's signature to acknowledge the associated risks. Xia Qingyun was incredulous, scoffing lightly. Could you at least come up with a more plausible excuse? Do you think I would believe that? The line fell silent, seemingly caught off guard by her response. Xia Qingyun pressed on. Where's my husband? Let him take the call. No need for this childish behavior. Suddenly, a sharp beeping emanated from the other end, and the doctor's tone quickened. The patient's blood oxygen levels are continuously declining. Prepare for intubation. Mrs. Xia, a cacophony of rescue efforts ensued, punctuated by nurses' clear reports. Blood pressure 90/60, heart rate 115. Mrs. Xia, I must reiterate, due to the drowning incident, Mr. Zhu has been preliminarily diagnosed with aspiration pneumonia and hypothermia. Immediate, detailed examinations and targeted treatment are imperative. Please come to the emergency room at Jiang Province First Hospital to provide your signature. The doctor raised his voice. We have accessed the patient's emergency contacts, and our system indicates you are his wife. There's a recent call from you to him on his phone, and his identification number is XXXXXX. Would you like to verify this? If you doubt me, I can call you back from his phone. Xia Qingyun's hands began to tremble. The authenticity of the information was undeniable. Gripping her phone, her mind was engulfed in a haze of disbelief. A patient? Her husband? Did he truly? Her voice quivered. In that moment, she recalled a second ambulance that had rushed by as she helped Sun Zhe into the car. The doctor had no time to elaborate further. This is an urgent situation. Please have the family sign outside the emergency room immediately. The call ended abruptly, leaving Xia Qingyun frozen in place, her phone slipping from her grasp and crashing to the ground. Had her husband truly fallen into the water? Was he truly injured? The situation for my husband has become critical. A family member's signature is urgently required. Yet she, as his wife, stands by another man's bedside, peeling apples for him. Even casting doubts and accusations at her own husband during this uncertain time. All her previous actions and thoughts seem utterly absurd and unforgivable in this moment. The words, "I apologize on behalf of your brother-in-law. He must apologize to Xiao Zhe when he arrives," and the reprimands directed at her daughter pierce her heart like daggers. What have I done? She collapses to the ground, tears cascading down, not from grievance but from a profound, heart-wrenching remorse. At this moment, Sun Zhe emerges, having overheard everything, and offers consolation. "Senior, you should hurry and see your brother-in-law." It is only then that Xia Qingyun regains her senses, exclaiming, "Yes, I must go. I will accompany you." Sun Zhe, dragging his weary body, follows closely behind Xia Qingyun. Meanwhile, in the corridor outside the emergency room, a nurse sternly explains to Jiang Wanyun, according to regulations, a direct relative must sign. "Are you truly the patient's wife?" Just as Jiang Wanyun begins to speak, Xia Qingyun rushes in, breathless. "I'm a family member. I am the patient's family." The nurse looks up in surprise. Isn't she the same person from earlier? She scrutinizes Xia Qingyun. "Are you certain you are related to the patient Zhu Ren? What is your relationship with him?" "Indeed, I am his beloved," Xia Qingyun responds eagerly. The nurse glances at Sun Zhe behind her, then at Jiang Wanyun, and finally back at Xia Qingyun. "So, you are Zhu Ren's wife?" "Yes, that's correct." Xia Qingyun nods vigorously. The nurse then inquires, "Are you also a family member of Sun Zhe?" She pulls out a document from a stack, none other than the family information registration form previously filled out by Xia Qingyun. Xia Qingyun is momentarily speechless, her complexion paling. Sun Zhe steps forward impatiently. "Why do you need to know all this? Just complete the paperwork." The nurse scoffs, casting a derisive glance at Sun Zhe. Today has truly been an eye-opener. She turns to Xia Qingyun and hands her the form. "Since you are a family member, please sign here." Trembling, Xia Qingyun signs, then suddenly grabs the nurse's sleeve. "You must save him. If anything happens." Her voice quivers, and she grits her teeth. "Then your hospital will not continue operating." The nurse finds this amusing. Moments ago, she was entangled with Sun Zhe, and now she attempts to feign deep emotion while threatening a public hospital. Remembering how she had to leave Zhu Xinyue alone on a bench in the corridor to seek out family signatures, only to return minutes later to find the child missing. She had frantically searched and received reprimands from her superiors. When Jiang Wanyun finally appeared, she had mistakenly thought she was a family member and had not treated her kindly, only to realize that the true heartless individual was standing right in front of her. The young nurse could no longer contain her frustration and stepped forward to confront. "Oh, so now the blame is being shifted onto us? Are we the ones who stand idly by in the face of death? Your own family member is here in the hospital, yet you cannot find anyone to sign the necessary documents, and you expect your daughter to run around searching for you? You arrived here with the ambulance, and you still cannot comprehend the severity of your husband's injuries? How dare you stand here and accuse the medical staff? Let me tell you, if anything were to happen, you would be the one most accountable." At that moment, the head nurse hurriedly stepped in to restrain her, whispering, "Xiao Zhang, be mindful of the setting and cease your remarks." Chapter 71. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Nurse Xiao Zhang gazed at the flickering light outside the emergency room, her chest heaving violently as she broke free from the head nurse's grasp. "I must speak up. My husband's life hangs by a thread, yet I cannot even catch a glimpse of him, while she is with someone else. Who knows their connection?" Xia Qingyun staggered back a step, her complexion ashen and her lips quivering, yet no sound escaped her. After a prolonged silence, she finally murmured, her voice as thin as a whisper, "It's all my fault. If only I had been more vigilant. If I had noticed sooner he had fallen into the water. If I had thrown him the life buoy. But I cannot believe I acted this way at such a time." The head nurse and Nurse Xiao Zhang exchanged a glance, their expressions a tapestry of complexity, caught between helplessness and absurdity. All right, the child is still here. Xiao Zhang, please organize the registration forms and take them to the records room," the head nurse instructed. With that, the two departed from this tumultuous place. At that moment, Jiang Wanyun, accompanied by Zhu Xinyue, also exited, intending to procure some food for the little girl who was already famished after the commotion. Seeing that the area was deserted, And with Jiang Wanyun and Zhu Xinyue having moved further away, Sun Zhe feigned weakness, coughing a few times before slowly approaching the disheartened Xia Qingyun. Senior, you look unwell. Perhaps you should rest in the VIP room over there? Xia Qingyun, suddenly roused from her stupor, lifted her head sharply and fixed an intense gaze upon Sun Zhe. Sun Zhe, tell me, what on earth transpired? How can my husband have fallen as well? He is gravely injured. Did you not claim he pushed you? Startled by her unexpected interrogation, Sun Zhe wore an expression of innocence. Senior, how could you think that of me? How could I possibly? His eyes welled with tears, his voice tinged with anguish. I was pushed into the crowd, completely bewildered, my mind blank. I had no idea what happened afterward. I truly did not know that Senior Zhu had also fallen, nor anything about a robot. He lowered his head, his shoulders trembling slightly, as if bearing an immense grievance. I only remember colliding with Senior Zhu before falling, but the crowd was chaotic. It could have been an accident. Senior, how could you doubt me? I nearly lost my life. Xia Qingyun scrutinized him closely. His reaction seemed plausible amidst the chaos and unexpected shoving, which could indeed be genuine. Furthermore, if Sun Zhe had malicious intent toward Zhu Ren, what then could explain her previous actions? It would be utterly foolish. Was it truly just an accident? Her rational mind cautioned her that matters might not be as simple as they appeared, yet the emotional fatigue and turmoil temporarily robbed her of the energy to delve deeper. Senior, I genuinely do not know. Sun Zhe raised his head, his gaze sincere. If you do not believe me, you can check the surveillance footage or inquire with those who were present. I truly had no ill will towards Senior Zhu. After all, he is your husband. Check the surveillance. Yes, we must. She momentarily suppressed her doubts, coldly stating, Sun Zhe, you had better pray that what you say is the truth. I shall surely uncover the truth behind this matter. Shall I discover that you have lied, or that this incident involves you? She paused, a glint of ferocity flashing in her eyes, and the consequences shall be yours to bear. Sun Zhe let out a sigh of relief, grateful that it had come to an end. Senior, I understand your sorrow. It is quite late now. Why not rest at my place for a while? Xia Qingyun ignored him, no longer casting a glance in Sun Zhe's direction. She forced her faltering body to turn and stumbled toward the emergency room. Her only concern at this moment was the safety of Zhu Ren. Everything else could wait until he was out of danger. Sun Zhe watched Xia Qingyun hurriedly depart, leaning against the wall as he slowly exhaled. Surveillance? It should not have captured anything significant. However, given the chaos at that time and the dim lighting, it should be fine, right? His gaze flickered, but he soon regained his pitiful demeanor, gradually making his way back to his VIP hospital room. Jiang Wanyun first ensured Zhu Xinyue was settled, entrusting her to Lin Yu, who had rushed over, before hastily returning to the emergency room. From a distance, she spotted Xia Qingyun still standing at the entrance, her face pale, nearly devoid of color. Witnessing her in such a state, Jiang Wanyun could no longer suppress her fury. Xia Qingyun, Jiang Wanyun barked, her voice laced with anger. Now you're anxious? Regretful? Where were you when Zhu Ren was struggling underwater and Ye was crying for help? Xia Qingyun's lips trembled uncontrollably, tears blurring her vision as she stammered. I didn't know. I thought you thought? Jiang Wanyun scoffed, advancing relentlessly. Did you believe it was only your precious junior who fell into the water? Xia Qingyun, could you not exercise a modicum of awareness? Did you not notice the 2 ambulances? Upon seeing someone in distress, wouldn't you first concern yourself with your husband and daughter? Surely, you did not lose your wits merely upon witnessing your favored junior in trouble? Xia Qingyun was rendered speechless by the interrogation. For so many years, you have taken Zhu Ren's love for granted, comfortably accepting his meticulous care while enjoying the stability of the family he sacrificed his career for. Jiang Wanyun's tone grew increasingly frigid. But what about you? You turned your back to warmly inquire after a pretty boy, even standing by his bedside peeling apples while his fate hung in the balance. In her final words, Jiang Wanyun's voice rose sharply, her rage nearly bursting forth from her chest. Do not think your misdeeds go unnoticed. Valentine's Day, KTV. Huh, you truly are audacious. Xia Qingyun, has your conscience been devoured by dogs? At this moment, Jiang Wanyun was beyond caring for her image. She simply wished to vent the pent-up anger she had long endured. How much has Zhu Ren sacrificed for you? Are you truly unaware? Back in school, he married you and devoted himself to the family. What kind of life has he led for these past 5 years? And what about you? How have you repaid him? Xia Qingyun trembled from the chastisement, her complexion shifting from pale to green and then to crimson. She was enjoying his sacrifices while maintaining ambiguous relations with other men. Now he nearly lost his life due to your negligence, and you still have the audacity to weep here. She wished to retort, to explain, yet found herself utterly incapable of defending her stance, for every word spoken by Jiang Wanyun was indeed a truth. It was she who took Zhu Ren's sacrifice for granted. It was she who became accustomed to her husband's devotion. It was she who, in the moment of utmost peril, chose to trust outsiders, abandoning her own husband and daughter. Enough. Do not speak any further. Xia Qingyun covered her ears, sinking to the ground in anguish, sobbing uncontrollably. I realize my mistake. I acknowledge my wrongs. Chapter 72. I am his legal wife. Realizing her mistake, Jiang Wanyun's gaze was icy. What significance did such words hold now? You had best pray for Zhu Ren's safety. Observing Xia Qingyun's bewildered expression, she continued, I have already covered the surgical expenses. For now, your presence is not required here. No, I am his legal wife. Xia Qingyun struggled to assert. A wife? Jiang Wanyun interrupted, her eyes sharp. A wife who chooses to care for another man while her husband is on the brink of death? A wife who is oblivious to her husband's peril? Xia Qingyun, ask yourself honestly, do you deserve this? Xia Qingyun stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. You would do well to find a place to calm yourself and reflect on what you truly desire. If you still wish to see Zhu Ren, compose yourself and refrain from causing him further distress. Otherwise, she paused, adding ominously, I would not hesitate to employ certain measures to ensure your temporary tranquility. With that, Jiang Wanyun turned away, striding briskly towards the emergency room. Xia Qingyun lingered alone in the empty corridor, lost and desolate. Indeed, did she deserve this? The question echoed in her mind, rendering her utterly humiliated and despairing. Outside the emergency room, the red light continued to glow. Jiang Wanyun stood at the door, her heart ablaze with anxiety, yet her demeanor remained composed. Through the small window, she could faintly see the busy figures within. Lin Yu had arrived with Zhu Ren, who now quietly nestled in her embrace, her small shoulders trembling as she wept softly, her once bright eyes now red and swollen. Sister Wanyun, Lin Yu spoke gently. The little one has calmed down a bit. I bought her some milk and bread, but she refuses to eat. Hearing this, Jiang Wanyun withdrew her gaze from the emergency room and approached, kneeling down to tenderly stroke Zhu Ren's hair. Yeah, do not be afraid. Auntie Jiang is here. Your father will be all right. Look, there are many skilled doctors and nurses inside, all working diligently to save him. Zhu Ren lifted her swollen eyes to meet Jiang Wanyun's gaze, her voice hoarse. Auntie Jiang, will Daddy? She could not bring herself to finish the question, nor did she dare to voice it. He will be fine, Jiang Wanyun replied firmly. He will recover. Once he does, we will take him out for your favorite ice cream cone. All right? As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around Zhu Ren. Zhu Ren, reassured by the steadfastness in Jiang Wanyun's eyes, nodded gently, resting her small head on Jiang Wanyun's shoulder, drawing comfort and a sense of security from her presence. Xia Qingyun stood a short distance away, grappling with the urge to comfort her daughter, yet unsure of how to begin, ultimately retreating into silence. Time dragged on, each second stretching into eternity. Eventually, the light in the emergency room extinguished. The door swung open, and a doctor clad in a white coat emerged, removing his mask to reveal a weary expression. Jiang Wanyun immediately approached him. Doctor, how is he? The doctor glanced at Jiang Wanyun and then at the anxious little girl in her arms, his tone softening. The patient is currently out of immediate danger. He is primarily suffering from aspiration pneumonia and hypothermia, compounded by soft tissue bruising in the legs and oxygen deprivation. Fortunately, he was brought in a timely manner. Had it been any later, the outcome could have been dire. Xia Qingyun quickly stepped forward, pressing for answers. When will he awaken? What should we be mindful of moving forward? The doctor, slightly perplexed, observed the two strikingly beautiful women before him, though curiosity about their relationship with the patient lingered. His professional demeanor restrained him from prying further. The patient requires continued observation. For now, we must control the pulmonary infection while addressing the injuries to his legs. He will be transferred to a standard ward for ongoing treatment shortly. If recovery proceeds smoothly, he is expected to regain consciousness by tomorrow. The nursing staff will provide you with detailed care instructions shortly. After concluding, the doctor reminded them, family members must maintain a quiet environment in the room and ensure the patient is kept warm and emotionally supported. Thank you, doctor. We are immensely grateful, they chorused. The doctor nodded and departed. Before long, Zhu Ren was wheeled out of the emergency room by a nurse and moved into a prearranged single-patient room. He remained unconscious, an oxygen mask covering his face and 4-line inserted into his arm. Xia Qingyun, upon seeing her father being brought out, struggled to get down. Jiang set her down, and the little one immediately rushed to the bedside, delicately touching Zhu Ren's cheek with her small hand, whispering, "Daddy, Daddy." Zhu Ren offered no response. Observing this scene, Jiang felt a pang in her heart. She instructed Lin Yu to take Xia Qingyun to a nearby hotel for some rest while she stayed behind to hear the nurse's instructions. Once the nurse departed, Jiang gazed at the unconscious Zhu Ren, his pallor still striking, his brow slightly furrowed, as if troubled even in slumber. With a soft sigh, she pulled a chair closer and sat down, her gaze fixed upon him with a complex mix of emotions. This man, whom she had cherished in her heart for so many years, she had once believed to be living a blissful life, allowing herself only to offer silent blessings. Yet now, she found him in such a dire state. Thinking of Xia Qingyun, her expression hardened once more. She retrieved her phone and dialed a number. "Hello, it's me. Please investigate the lantern lighting ceremony after the Lantern Festival poetry event. Check for any surveillance footage or eyewitnesses, and also expedite the search for the submerged robot." After hanging up, she turned back to Zhu Ren, her gaze softening anew. "Rest assured, Zhu Ren," she murmured, as if addressing him and yet also speaking to herself. "This time, I shall not allow anyone to harm you again." Meanwhile, Xia Qingyun sat despondently on a bench in the corridor outside the ward, her eyes vacant as they stared blankly at the floor. She could not bring herself to enter. Jiang probing questions and the doctor's words echoed relentlessly in her mind. Do you deserve this? Had he arrived any later? Regret, fear, and self-recrimination intertwined within her, nearly tearing her apart. She longed to see Zhu Ren, to remain by his side, to apologize to him in person. Yet, she was engulfed by fear, terrified of encountering his disappointed and even disdainful gaze. Apprehensive of facing Jiang frigid stare, and most dreadfully, confronting the daughter who nearly lost her father due to her own folly. She stood bewildered in the corridor, uncertain of where to go. To Zhu Ren's hospital room? She lacked the courage. To return home? That cold, desolate abode, now devoid of him, was a place she dared not venture back to. At that moment, her phone buzzed again. It was her assistant, Xia Qingyun, calling. "President Xia, I've managed to locate several bystanders near the platform's edge at the Lantern Festival overnight, and I've retrieved surveillance footage from various nearby angles. However, the scene was chaotic and poorly lit. They all claimed they couldn't discern the specifics, only that Sun Tze seemed to have been inadvertently shoved off by the throng, resembling an accident. An accident? Xia Qingyun murmured to herself, pondering whether Sun Tze's fate was truly an accident had become irrelevant now. Chapter 73. I have the right to see him. Xiao Cheng, put aside matters concerning Sun Tze for now. Right this moment, I implore you to mobilize every available resource to investigate my husband. Uncover the truth behind his fall. Was he pushed? Who was present at the time? Secure the contact details of all witnesses. On the other end of the line, Xiao Cheng gasped, "Sir, there is also that robot." Clutching her phone tightly, she pondered, why was it entangled with him? Was it a malfunction? Or had someone tampered with it? Investigate. I demand clarity on every detail. Review the surveillance footage 100 times. Examine the security records. Scrutinize the robot's back-end data. Leave no stone unturned in our quest for the truth. I must know the unequivocal truth. If Zhu Ren's plunge into the water was indeed an accident, perhaps her culpability would lessen slightly. However, if it was not an accident, the very thought sent chills down her spine, and she dared not fathom such a horrific outcome. Xiao Cheng, taken aback by Xia Qingyun's unprecedented display of distress, quickly responded, "Yes, Miss Xia, I will attend to it immediately. Please, take care of yourself. Quickly investigate." After hanging up, she slowly crouched down, burying her face deep in her knees, her shoulders trembling violently as silent tears surged forth, soaking her clothing. Regardless of the truth, she had already committed an irreparable error. She dared not leave, nor could she enter the ward, instead suffering alone in the empty corridor, engulfed by her torment. A sleepless night passed. The following noon, sunlight streamed through the hospital window, illuminating the room. Zhu Ren finally awakened. He slowly opened his eyes, the first sight being the stark white ceiling, the scent of antiseptic filling his nostrils. As he wiggled his fingers, a wave of soreness washed over his body, particularly in his legs, which throbbed with dull pain. "Daddy, you're awake." A voice filled with astonished joy, tinged with tears, reached his ears. Zhu Ren turned his head with great effort and saw Xia Qingyun leaning over the bedside, her large eyes red and swollen, streaks of tears marking her small face. Zhu Ren attempted to speak, but his throat was parched and his voice hoarse. "Daddy." Xia Qingyun's small hand immediately grasped his larger one, more tears cascading down her cheeks. "You scare me. I thought fool, I'm fine." Zhu Ren wished to reach out and stroke his daughter's head, but found an 4 drip inserted into his arm, rendering him powerless. "Mr. Zhu, you're awake?" A familiar voice echoed. It was Lin Yu. She approached with a cup of warm water, concern etched on her face. "How are you feeling? Would you like some water?" Only then did Zhu Ren notice that he was not alone in the room. Lin Yu appeared somewhat haggard, dark circles under her eyes. "Why am I here?" His memories halted at the moment before his fall, the suffocating sensation of being ensnared by the cold mechanical arm. "You fell into the water yesterday, but you were rescued." Lin Yu's voice faltered, uncertain whether to mention the robot and Xia Qingyun. Zhu Ren furrowed his brow, striving to recollect the events that led to his current state. He remembered being ensnared by something and then seemingly losing consciousness. "Who rescued me?" "It was the people on the shore who worked together to pull you up." Zhu Ren sensed an odd inflection in her tone and glanced at his daughter's swollen eyes, a disquieting premonition stirring within him. "Yeah, where's your mother?" At the mention of her mother, Zhu Qingyun's small face instantly fell, tears beginning to pool in her eyes. She lowered her head and whispered, Mommy want to take care of that bad uncle." "What?" Zhu Ren attempted to sit up, only to be halted by the pain from his injuries, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. "Dad, please don't move." Zhu Qingyun hurriedly pressed him down. "What on earth happened?" Zhu Ren turned his gaze toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu sighed and recounted the events of the previous day, including how Xia Qingyun had immediately rescued Sun Zhe, and later how Jiang Wanyan had arrived to manage the aftermath, along with how Xia Qingyun had been questioned by Jiang Wanyan. She endeavored to present the facts objectively, without embellishment, yet the reality itself was profoundly chilling. Upon finishing Lin Yu's narration, Zhu Ren fell silent. The hospital room was momentarily filled only with the rhythmic sound of the 4 drip. His face bore no expression. It conveyed neither anger nor sorrow, but rather a tranquil stillness akin to stagnant water. However, within those deep, profound eyes, the last flicker of warmth had been extinguished. "Xia Qingyun, regardless of your circumstances, the one unforgivable act was your failure to care for our daughter. She is so young, arriving at the hospital alone in an ambulance, seeking you out by herself. This is how you choose to be a mother?" It dawned on him that in her eyes, he was less than that scoundrel. It became evident that the safety of their family was of lesser importance compared to her absurd sense of guilt. The 5 years of marriage, the 5 years of devotion, had truly devolved into a farce. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and when he reopened them, his gaze had transformed into one of unwavering determination. "Shaolin." He addressed Lin Yu, his tone calm. "Please assist me in finding a lawyer." Lin Yu was taken aback. "Teacher Zhu Yu, I need a lawyer experienced in divorce cases. I want to claim a single cent of the assets, but I must secure custody of Ye. If their daughter were to be with her, Who knows what might become of her? Upon hearing the word divorce, Zhu Qingyun shuddered slightly, though she refrained from crying out, silently gripping her father's hand tighter. Lin Yu, observing the resolute determination in Zhu Ren's eyes, understood that he had made up his mind. She nodded in agreement. All right, I will contact someone immediately. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the hospital room, the voice of Xia Qingyun cutting through the air. What gives you the right to stop me from entering? Jiang Wanyan, I am his wife. I have the right to see him. Xia Qingyun. Zhu Ren has just emerged from a critical state. The doctor has advised that he requires rest and should not be agitated. If you take Sun Zhe in now, are you attempting to send him back into the emergency room? Sun Zhe? When did you arrive? Senior, I just wanted to come and see my brother-in-law. Sun Zhe maintained his usual frail demeanor. Stand right there. You are not permitted to enter. Jiang Wanyan, this matter is between him and me. So step aside. Outside. Jiang Che's mocking voice echoed. Is that so? When he was dragged underwater by the robot, teetering on the brink of life and death. You were preoccupied with your dear junior. When he was rushed to the emergency room, and Yia was in tears, unable to find someone to sign, you were in the VIP ward, keeping company with your favorite junior, President Xia. Only now do you remember that you were his wife? How did I fail to see your true nature at the outset? Jiang, this does not concern you, so move aside. Within the hospital room, Zhu Ren heard the commotion outside, his face betraying no emotion as he gently patted his daughter's small hand, which was tightly clasped around his. He gestured to Lin Yu to open the door, while Lin Yu wore a face of utter despair, thinking, why must an innocent bystander like me be tasked with opening the door to this battlefield? Chapter 74. Sound the alarm. Summon the authorities. Review the surveillance. Under repeated gestures from Zhu Ren, she finally accompanied Zhu Qingyun, shuffling hesitantly towards the door. As the door to the ward was gently pulled open, the commotion outside abruptly ceased. Jiang Wanyan cast a cold glance at Lin Yu, who had opened the door, before turning her gaze towards Zhu Ren in the ward, ultimately stepping aside to allow passage. Lin Yu quickly led the little one out, and Xia Qingyun, as if granted a reprieve, seized the opportunity to rush in. Clutching an exquisite thermos tightly in her hands, she forced a smile that appeared almost contrived, tinged with a hint of humility, and hurried towards Zhu Ren's bedside. Darling, she whispered softly, leaning closer to the bed, her voice trembling with excitement. You're finally awake. How wonderful. You had me terrified. She eagerly placed the thermos on the bedside table, fumbling to twist open the lid. I've made you chicken soup. Since you just woke up and were submerged in cold water, you need to nourish your body. Her demeanor resembled that of a wife desperate to atone for a grave mistake. Yet, this display appeared particularly clumsy in Zhu Ren's eyes. He did not even glance her way, instead directing his gaze out the window. No need, take it away. Darling, just taste it. I've simmered it for so long. Xia Qingyun, undeterred, attempted to present it to him. Zhu Ren finally turned his head, a mocking glint in his eyes. Oh, is it that your beloved junior can't drink it, so you brought it especially for me? Miss Xia, you truly are remarkable, juggling the care of a nearly drowned junior while finding time to bring me soup. Such a paragon of virtue. That's not it. It's not what you think. Xia Qingyun's heart ached, and she hastily defended herself. This soup was made by my own hands. He hasn't even had a sip. At that moment, I was genuinely worried about him. I thought you were fine. I had no idea you had fallen too. Darling, please believe me. Her words tumbled out in disarray as she attempted to grasp Zhu Ren's arm. I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. Please don't treat me this way. Our years of affection. Zhu Ren seemed to have heard an outrageous jest. Do you think I'm unaware of the good deeds you've done? Xia Qingyun, while I was nearly drowned by the robot, you were recklessly saving your dear junior. When I was rushed to the emergency room, needing a family member's signature, you were in the VIP ward peeling apples for him. And now, you dare speak of affection? Zhu Ren's words left her utterly humiliated. Just then, the ward door was gently pushed open, revealing Sun Zhe in a hospital gown, his complexion still pale, leaning on the doorframe, appearing utterly frail. Senior, brother-in-law, please stop arguing. Brother-in-law has just awakened. His health is paramount. His voice was weak, his gaze timidly directed at Zhu Ren, then filled with concern as he turned to Xia Qingyun. Brother-in-law. He took a couple of steps forward, his face etched with guilt and remorse. I know you might misunderstand me, but you cannot treat Senior like this. She was genuinely worried about you, almost not sleeping a wink last night. It's all my fault. If my health hadn't faltered, Senior wouldn't have to endure such hardship, nor would brother-in-law be upset. His remarks, laced with insincerity, intensified Zhu Ren's disdain. A misunderstanding? Sun Zhe, cease your feigned innocence. Zhu Ren interrupted him, insisting, do not presume I am unaware. It was you who deliberately collided with me, pushing me down. Sun Zhe's complexion turned ashen. Brother-in-law, how could you say such a thing? I did not. I truly did not. There were so many people at the time. Ignoring Sun Zhe's theatrics, Zhu Ren turned to the astonished Xia Qingyun. You sought the truth, did you not? I am revealing it to you now. Call the police. Let them investigate. Review the surveillance footage and determine who is lying. Although Zhu Ren had not witnessed the act of being pushed, given Sun Zhe's previous actions and the circumstances, who else could it possibly be? He could only be grateful that he had managed to protect his daughter. Had anything happened to her, he would never forgive himself, nor would he spare the instigator. At this moment, Sun Zhe panicked, his heart racing. Call the police? Absolutely not. Though he believed his actions were discreet, the chaotic scene likely left no direct evidence. Yet if the police intervened, they might uncover some trace. He dared not contemplate further. He forced a look of greater grievance and innocence onto his face, his voice tinged with a whimper. Brother-in-law, I understand you have misconceptions about me. But that night was so dark, and there were so many people. You must have been pushed unintentionally. How could I possibly push you? I can't even swim. Darling, please stop. Xia Qingyun instinctively grasped Zhu Ren's arm, not out of belief in Sun Zhe, but rather due to the fright instilled by Zhu Ren's suggestion to involve the authorities. Should this matter escalate to the police, it would spell trouble for everyone. If their marital issues became public, she feared her husband would never reconsider his feelings. Are you merely speaking in anger? I know you're upset, but you must not wrongfully accuse Sun Zhe. He was terrified as well. He could not have. She attempted to mediate, hoping to quell the situation swiftly. Let it go for now, shall we? Your health is paramount. This matter can be set aside for the time being. Once you recover, I will ensure it is thoroughly investigated, and you will receive an explanation. Set it aside. Zhu Ren gazed at Xia Qingyun's instinctive defense with a heart that felt utterly chilled. He pointed at her and exclaimed, Do you not realize that ye nearly fell too? In your eyes, is it sufficient that you did not witness it with your own eyes for it to be dismissed? Huh? What? Xia Qingyun felt as though struck by lightning, her face paling to a ghostly white. She staggered back 2 steps, her gaze fixed on Zhu Ren. Yeah? She nearly. This revelation shattered the flicker of hope within her. The instinct of maternal love consumed her, overwhelming all chaotic emotions and self-deception. Zhu Ren's fall could be attributed to chaos and accident, a narrative she could convince herself of. Yet her daughter, had also been in peril, and in that moment, where was she as a mother? She had been rescuing Sun Zhe. She had been consumed by guilt over Sun Zhe's potential grievances. A profound wave of terror and regret surged within her. The mere thought of something happening to Yaya filled her with dread. She abruptly turned her head, her gaze toward Sun Zhe completely transformed. Why was it such a coincidence that he fell into the water? Why did both Zhu Ren and Yaya nearly encounter disaster? Sun Zhe, her voice trembled, yet it carried an unprecedented chill. You had better recount everything you witnessed at that moment in meticulous detail. If I uncover any connection to you, there will be consequences. Chapter 75. Your presence only disgusts me. She did not continue. Yet the determination and severity reflected in her gaze tightened Sun Zhe's heart. He maintained an expression of innocence and grievance. Senior, how could you not trust me? I was genuinely terrified at that moment. Falling into the water left my mind blank. I had no idea what was happening. The scene was chaotic, with people crowding one another. It could have truly been an accident. My brother-in-law, he has always misunderstood me. I swear I did not. As he spoke, he timidly glanced at Zhu Ren, his eyes filled with fear. Xia Qingyun observed his demeanor, yet her heart remained unperturbed. She coldly interrupted Sun Zhe. Sun Zhe, I have just instructed Xiao Chang to retrieve the surveillance footage and question the witnesses. The scene was indeed very chaotic, and currently, there is no direct evidence implicating you. Upon hearing this, a fleeting glimmer of joy crossed Sun Ze's eyes, but was immediately overshadowed by a deeper sense of grievance. Senior C, I told you. However, Xia Qingyun suddenly raised her voice. This does not mean that the matter ends here. I will continue to investigate. No matter how deep, I must dig to uncover the truth. Every detail will not be overlooked. When it comes to her daughter's safety, she would tolerate no potential threats. Zhu Ren, upon hearing the lack of direct evidence, felt a twinge of disappointment despite having formed his own judgments earlier. With the Xia family's influence in Jiang province, if they truly desired to take revenge on someone, evidence would be unnecessary. If Xia Qingyun genuinely trusted him, Sun Ze would not see the dawn of the next day. He scoffed. No evidence? Ha! Sun Ze, listen closely. Actions have consequences, and the heavens are watching. Those who commit wrongdoings will inevitably face retribution. The heavens see all, and they will come for you. If the heavens do not act, I shall take it upon myself. Though he refrained from voicing this thought in Xia Qingyun's presence. Although this statement lacked direct threats or specific methods of retaliation, the calmness of his tone instilled a greater sense of fear in Sun Ze than any furious outcry could. He felt as though invisible eyes were observing him from the shadows, and under immense fear and pressure, Sun Ze could no longer hold on. His eyelids fluttered, his body swayed violently, one hand clutching his forehead while the other weakly grasped the edge of the bed, emitting a painful groan. Senior I, my head is spinning, I feel like. His voice faded to a whisper, his gaze began to drift, as if he were on the verge of losing consciousness. His body slumping downwards. Sun Ze, despite her heart being filled with doubt, witnessing someone faint before her, Xia Qingyun instinctively gasped and rushed forward to catch him. What is wrong? Doctor! Quickly, call a doctor. Her actions were so natural, so swift, yet she remained oblivious. This instinctive response was fully captured by Zhu Ren, who lay on the hospital bed. Let it be. Let it in this way. Xia Qingyun hurriedly exited the ward to summon help, soon returning with several nurses, who carried Sun Ze away. Husband, just wait a moment, I will. Her words abruptly ceased as she collided with Zhu Ren's lifeless gaze, causing her heart to tremble violently. I will call Xiao Chang to take care of you. She hastily shifted the topic, secretly relieved by her quick response. However, Zhu Ren merely stared at her, his eyes devoid of any emotion, as if he were witnessing a poor performance by a stranger. Enough, he finally spoke, his voice chillingly calm, betraying no hint of anger or joy. You may leave. Your presence here is unwelcome. No, I will not leave. I want to stay with you. Xia Qingyun pleaded desperately. I was wrong. I realize my mistakes. Please give me another chance, will you? Just look at how I can. Her words became incoherent as tears began to well in her eyes. Your existence, Zhu Ren interrupted her, articulating each word with precision, only makes me feel nauseous. Leave. His merciless dismissal shattered Xia Qingyun completely. She wished to say more, but at that moment, Nurse Xiao Zhang entered. Observing the tense atmosphere, she frowned and addressed Xia Qingyun. Madam, the patient has just stabilized and now requires rest. Please leave and do not disturb him. Xia Qingyun glanced at Zhu Ren, whose eyes were tightly shut, completely refusing communication, and then at the nurse's resolute demeanor, realizing that her continued presence would be futile. She opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing, casting a deep, pained look at Zhu Ren filled with anguish and despair. Then, in a daze, she turned and exited the ward. Once she departed, several individuals rushed in. Jiang Wanyin entered carrying a thermos, her face alight with joy. Humph, finally gone. She hurried to the bedside. Zhu Ren, you are awake. How do you feel? Naturally. She moved another thermos from the bedside table to place her own, reaching out to check Zhu Ren's forehead. Fortunately, no fever. I made some porridge for you. Since you've just awakened, something light would be good. Her actions were practiced and gentle, as if caring for him was the most natural thing in the world. Zhu Ren regarded her with a complex expression. Had it not been for Jiang Wanyin last night, he and his daughter might not have fared so well. The debt of gratitude was heavy. Wanyan, thank you, he said, his voice slightly hoarse. Why are you being so polite with me? Jiang Wanyan chided him with a playful glance. Now, eat your porridge while it's warm. She ladled a small bowl of porridge, carefully blowing on it before offering it to Zhu Ren's lips. Though he felt somewhat uncomfortable, his weakness left him no choice but to allow her to feed him. Xia Qingyun observed from the side, her small face reflecting a thoughtful expression. She felt that this Aunt Jiang was quite kind. At that moment, Jiang Che, who had been standing nearby, spoke up. How do you feel? Not dead, Zhu Ren replied, noticing that he indeed looked quite spirited. One learns from experience. Jiang Wanyan, hearing Jiang Che's remarks, couldn't help but shoot him a glare. All right, I will take you out for something to eat. She hardly had lunch. Jiang Che quickly changed the subject. Yeah, come with uncle to grab a bite while your father rests. Zhu Xingyun nodded obediently. Having spoken, Jiang Che took Zhu Xingyuan's hand, preparing to depart. Director Lin, why not join us? Let us indulge in a delightful meal. Lin Yu had longed to escape this place of gossip. And now not only could she savor a sumptuous feast, but she could also glean some anecdotes about Zhu Ren's past. How delightful. Remember to return by evening. Jiang Wanyan reminded. All right, I shall not return until nightfall. Zhu Ren's face revealed a bemused expression. Her friend remained as whimsical as ever. The door gently closed, isolating them from the clamor outside. In the hospital room, only Zhu Ren and Jiang Wanyan remained, as Jiang Wanyan continued to ladle the porridge, carefully cooling it before bringing it to Zhu Ren's lips. Chapter 76. As long as you need me, I will always be here. Zhu Ren silently opened his mouth to swallow, pausing for a moment before expressing his gratitude once more. Wanyan, thank you so much for last night. If it weren't for your timely arrival, Yi and I. Jiang Wanyan's hand, which was feeding him porridge, paused slightly before she continued, seemingly unfazed. She glanced at him and said, Stop saying foolish things. We've known each other for so many years. Do you think I could just stand by? After a brief pause, she inquired, What do you plan to do about Sun Zhe? I have watched the surveillance footage, and there is indeed no substantial evidence. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. A fierce glint flickered in Zhu Ren's eyes. If it were merely a matter concerning Xia Qingyun, he would only feel it was a problem between them that allowed Sun Zhe to exploit the situation. However, he could not allow someone to push him to the brink of destruction. This was a matter of life and death. He shuddered at the thought of what would happen to Ye if he were to meet with misfortune. He did not elaborate further, but the pain in his eyes and his utter disappointment in Xia Qingyun were unmistakable to Jiang Wanyan. Very well, I will assist you. Jiang Wanyan understood his meaning and spoke softly. However, your health is of utmost importance. Once you recover, you may express your gratitude or disdain for my meddling as you wish. For now, focus on being a patient and regaining your strength. That is far more important. Zhu Ren gazed into her gentle eyes. Warmth surged within him, and he murmured, How could I ever disdain you? This kindness I shall remember for a lifetime. Just remember that. Once you are well, treat me to a few meals, she replied lightly. Absolutely. Zhu Ren smiled, but soon fatigue washed over him. Noticing his weariness, Jiang Wanyan refrained from speaking further and gently set down the bowl. All right, you just woken up. Do not overthink or speak too much. Close your eyes and rest for a while. I will be right here with you. Zhu Ren indeed felt a wave of fatigue overcome him. Obediently, he closed his eyes, savoring the rare sense of security. He could hear the soft sounds of Jiang Wanyan tidying the bed, everything so gentle as if she feared to disturb him. Wanyan, he softly called again with his eyes closed. Mm? Jiang Wanyan immediately responded, leaning in closer. What is it? Are you feeling unwell? Yeah. His voice carried a hint of concern. Do not worry. Jiang Wanyan quickly understood his meaning, her tone growing even gentler. The little one is with Xiao Che and Lin Yu. They will take good care of her. When she finishes her meal, I will ensure she keeps you company. She was quite frightened yesterday, but is very sensible. She woke up early and has been watching over you, which is truly heart-wrenching. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ren's tense nerves finally relaxed completely. You should go eat as well. I have already eaten, Jiang Wanyan smiled. He ceased speaking, his breathing gradually becoming even and long, as if he had fallen asleep. Jiang Wanyan looked at his pale, sleeping face, her expression complex. She sighed softly, picked up a damp towel, and carefully wiped his face. The sunlight streamed in through the window, and she quietly stood by, her gaze focused on him, lost in her thoughts. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the sudden ringing of Zhu Ren's mobile phone shattered the tranquility of the hospital room. A vibrant chime heralded the arrival of Kelly. Jiang Wanyan picked up the phone and noticed the caller ID displayed her father. After a moment's hesitation, concerned about disturbing Zhu Ren, she decided to step outside. "Give it to me," Zhu Ren murmured, awakening with a slightly hoarse voice, halting her. "Hello, Dad." On the other end, Zhu Deming's anxious voice immediately resonated. "Run, how are you? I just saw online reports about someone falling into the water at Shihu during the Lantern Festival, along with some talk of robots. Are you all right? Why haven't you been answering your phone? I tried calling Qingyun, but no one picked up." The couple had evidently come across a myriad of news articles online, their authenticity shrouded in doubt, causing them considerable distress. Zhu Ren exchanged a worried glance with Jiang Wanyan, both recognizing the rapid and embellished spread of information online. "Dad, please don't panic. Let me explain. Those reports are all nonsense. Talk of robots pushing people is entirely fabricated. I merely caught a chill from the breeze by the lake the night before last, feeling a bit fatigued lately. The doctor advised me to stay for observation and receive some fluids. It's nothing serious." "Really? Are you sure?" Zhu Deming's voice still held skepticism. "I'll have your mother come to the hospital to see you. I assure you, I'm fine, Dad. Do you not believe me? The doctor has confirmed my recovery is progressing well. You and Mom are getting older. It's quite a hassle for you to travel all this way, especially with the current circumstances. Just rest easy. I have friends looking after me here. There's absolutely no issue." "And Qingyun? Is she all right?" "She is perfectly fine." Zhu Deming, sensing the calmness in his son's tone, was somewhat reassured, yet he recalled the unmistakable fatigue in Zhu Ren's earlier voice. After a moment of contemplation, he finally relented with a sigh. "All right, as long as you're aware of your own situation. You must take care of yourself and not overexert. If anything arises, you must inform us. Do you understand?" "I understand, Dad. Please don't worry about us. You and Mom should also take care of your health." After exchanging a few more words of caution, Zhu Deming ended the call. Zhu Ren exhaled deeply. Deceiving one's elders truly tested one's emotional resilience. The elderly couple, having aged significantly, deserved to be spared from unnecessary worry. Jiang Wanyan took the phone and gently placed it back on the bedside table, her voice soft. "It's unavoidable. If Uncle and Aunt knew the truth, they would only become more anxious." "Thank you." Jiang Wanyan smiled slightly, handing him a nearby cup of water. "Why the formality between us? How are you feeling now? Would you like to sleep a little longer?" Zhu Ren accepted the cup, taking a small sip. All right. Just a bit weary. The call earlier made me tense, but now I feel a bit more alert." "Then try not to dwell on it too much." Jiang Wanyan adjusted the height of his pillow. "The doctor advised you to rest. As for the online matters and Sun Ze's situation, let them be for now. I'm here for you." Zhu Ren fell silent for a moment before softly saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Wanyan." Jiang Wanyan shook her head gently, her gaze filled with warmth. "Zhu Ren, for me, caring for you has never been a hardship nor a burden." She paused slightly, choosing her words with care. "Seeing you injured, lying here, pains me more than enduring an injury myself. Being here with you, witnessing your recovery, is what I desire most and what brings me the greatest solace." She extended her hand, gently covering the back of his hand, resting outside the blanket, the warmth radiating from her palm. "So, please refrain from saying it's a burden, all right? All you need to do is focus on healing, and leave everything else to me. I will always be here for you, as long as you need me." Zhu Ren felt the warmth on the back of his hand, stirring a tender place within his heart. "Wanyan, thank you truly. Your kindness fills me with gratitude, yet I also feel." Just then, a knock at the door of the hospital room shattered the intimate atmosphere. It was the arrival of the lawyer. Chapter 77. The arrival of Attorney Zhang. Initiating legal proceedings. Upon hearing a knock at the door, both individuals within the room exhaled in relief and invited the visitor to enter. Jiang Wanyan composed herself and responded accordingly. The door swung open to reveal a middle-aged gentleman clad in a tailored suit, carrying a briefcase. It was the attorney they had previously arranged to meet. Mr. Zhu. Miss Jiang, Attorney Zhang acknowledged, surveying the two present with a courteous nod. Renowned in the field as a matrimonial lawyer, he bore the surname Zhang. Once seated, Attorney Zhang attentively listened to Mr. Zhu's account while reviewing the preliminary materials he had provided. These primarily consisted of several photographs depicting Xia Qingyun and son Zhe appearing quite intimate in various settings, alongside concise descriptions of the KTV incident and the subsequent drowning event. As he delved deeper into the details, Attorney Zhang's expression grew increasingly solemn. Mr. Zhu, based on your current narrative and the preliminary evidence presented, the legal grounds for your divorce petition appear quite robust. Your voluntary relinquishment of property division will considerably streamline the litigation process, sparing you from a protracted struggle over assets. At present, the principal point of contention in this case undoubtedly revolves around child custody, he articulated in a professional manner. While the existing evidence may suggest certain improprieties in Ms. Xia's conduct during the marriage, we must provide irrefutable proof to substantiate any claims of circumstances detrimental to the child's physical and mental well-being, as specified in Article 1084 of the Civil Code, such as severe vices or abusive behaviors. Alternatively, should she explicitly consent to relinquish custody, the court typically adheres to the principle of prioritizing the best interests of a minor child when adjudicating custody of a 5-year-old, comprehensively evaluating factors such as both parties' economic capabilities, living conditions, educational backgrounds, moral character, the degree of intimacy with the child, and the child's own preferences. However, Attorney Zhang shifted his tone. As the primary caregiver for your child over the past 5 years, having taken full responsibility for her daily life, education, and emotional support, you possess a significant advantage in court. Should you provide further proof of stable income, such as royalties from your songs, contracts for audio dramas, and corresponding revenue streams, to demonstrate your capability for independent child rearing, combined with the child's clear expression of a desire to reside with you at an appropriate time, the court will take such considerations into account with utmost seriousness. Mr. Zhu nodded in understanding. I comprehend. I am willing to forfeit any financial claims, but I shall not yield regarding the custody of my daughter. Yeah. He paused, directing his gaze at Attorney Zhang, adding, my wife is Xia Qingyun, the president of Xia Technology. You may have heard of her. Upon hearing this, Attorney Zhang adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and contemplated the Xia family, President Xia of Xia Technology. Yes, I am familiar. This indeed signifies that the opposing party may possess greater social resources and a more adept legal team. However, please trust in my prowess as a distinguished attorney and have faith in the legal system of the Dragon Kingdom, which will undoubtedly prevent a mother who has been absent during her child's crucial developmental years and has demonstrated negligence regarding her child's safety in this incident from obtaining custody. Subsequently, Attorney Zhang closed the folder in hand, stating that he would immediately commence the preparation of the lawsuit and the systematic organization of evidence, striving to initiate legal proceedings in the shortest possible time. Moreover, regarding the unfortunate incident of your injury, should the subsequent police investigation or any evidence you are able to gather demonstrate a direct causal relationship between the event and the intentional or negligent actions of Mr. Sun or any other party, we can, at your discretion, file a civil suit for personal injury compensation, holding the responsible party legally accountable. Zhu Ren massaged his temples and replied, that can wait. Let's prioritize the divorce matters first. As for Sun Zhe, certainly, he cannot be let off so easily, but this does not necessitate the involvement of an attorney. Meanwhile, in the corridor outside the hospital room, Xia Qingyun sat alone on a bench, lost in thought. At that moment, the phone rang abruptly, and a panicked voice from assistant Xiao Cheng came through the receiver. President Xia, a grave situation has arisen. A plethora of negative news regarding our company's robots has suddenly erupted online. What news? Xia Qingyun's heart sank, and she immediately pressed for details. It's about the incident on Lantern Festival night when someone fell into the creek. Now, major online platforms, from Weibo to Douyin, as well as various news apps, are frantically reposting a story that claims our intelligent robot lost control during the lantern ceremony, not only falling into the water itself, but also pushing bystanders in as well. Numerous self-media outlets are echoing this narrative, accusing our technology of significant safety risks. They've included many chaotic videos and photos from the scene. Although unclear, its alarming Xiao Qingyun choked back tears, nearly unable to continue. Even worse, just now. Our most crucial core component suppliers, including sensor companies, precision motor manufacturers, and major battery producers, called in unison, firmly demanding an immediate suspension of cooperation. What? Xia Qingyun sprang to her feet, feeling dizzy, nearly collapsing. This is impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Xiao Cheng, didn't you check the surveillance footage earlier? Didn't you say the scene was chaotic and nothing was captured? There wasn't any direct footage of the robot pushing anyone. President Xia. Xiao Cheng's voice trembled, on the brink of breaking down. However, there is video evidence showing that our robot was indeed very close to the edge of the crowd before it fell. And at the moment it plunged, someone else did fall in as well. Now, those online have seized upon this detail, taking it out of context and embellishing it, insisting that the accident was caused by a robot malfunction. They've even posted photos of Sun Zhe in the hospital, asserting that he is the victim pushed in by the robot. President Xia, public opinion is exceedingly unfavorable for us. The company's reputation is facing catastrophic damage. The phone lines in the public relations department were nearly overwhelmed, and the situation had spiraled completely out of control. Xia Qingyun felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Her complexion drained of color, and even her breathing became labored. A robot malfunction? Pushing people? Such notions were utterly ludicrous. She was acutely aware of her company's technological prowess and safety standards. Every humanoid robot that left the factory had undergone thousands of rigorous tests. The safety systems were equipped with multiple layers of redundant protection, rendering it impossible for them to initiate harm against humans, let alone for a program to malfunction and push someone into the water. Clearly, there was someone manipulating public opinion from the shadows, orchestrating a conspiracy against Zhu Ren technology. Who is it? Who could be so despicable? Why resort to such underhanded tactics? She compelled herself to regain her composure, inhaling deeply before issuing commands. First, contact Sun Zhe and instruct him to immediately release a statement online, clarifying that his fall into the water was unrelated to the robot. Second, the Public Relations Department must respond vigorously to the public sentiment, issuing an official statement that underscores the safety features of the robots, pointing out the malicious editing and defamation present in the online information, and reserving the right to pursue legal action. Simultaneously, reach out to all collaborating media outlets to control the spread of negative news. Third, and most crucially, compile the list of those suppliers who had suspended their cooperation and contact their highest-ranking officials. Inform them that I, Xia Qingyun, will personally provide them with an explanation. Instruct the supply chain department to assess the potential impact immediately and activate the contingency plans for alternative suppliers. The legal department should concurrently review the contracts, preparing for any potential breach of contract litigation. Understood, Director Xia. Xiaoqing promptly acknowledged. Furthermore, he hesitated briefly before adding, in addition to the rumors targeting the company, there are also some unfavorable speculations regarding Mr. Zhu circulating online. Chapter 78. Never allow filth to splash upon him. Xia Qingyun's heart tightened. Husband? Were they saying? Xiao Cheng hesitated for a moment. There are some individuals online discussing Mr. Zhu. Some claim that he was too reckless, bringing his daughter too close to the edge of the platform. Others, with even more unseemly remarks, have taken scattered photographs at the hospital entrance and speculated baselessly that Mr. Zhu and Mr. Sun Zhe had long-standing conflicts, insinuating that this incident of falling into the water might not have been an accident after all. Some even conjecture that Mr. Zhu might have pushed Mr. Sun first, only to accidentally fall in himself. Though these assertions are absurd and lack evidence, they have been intertwined with the robot incident and manipulated by ill-intentioned individuals attempting to drag Mr. Zhu into disrepute, suggesting he has character flaws or that the chaos stemmed from him. Enough! Xia Qingyun interjected fiercely. These rumors must be addressed. The Public Relations Department should issue warnings to those maliciously defaming accounts. We absolutely cannot allow filth to tarnish his reputation. Fire nearly sparked from her eyes. While she could manage the company's attacks, she would not tolerate anyone besmirching Zhu Ren, especially at a time when he had just awakened and his body remained weak. She immediately assessed that the forces attacking the company were the same ones behind this. Their aim not only to ruin the reputation and supply chain of Qingyun technology, but also to utterly destroy Zhu Ren, to render him infamous. Who could it be? Such vicious tactics, killing two birds with one stone? Could it be him? A name quietly surfaced in her mind, just as Xia Qingyun was engulfed in fury and confusion. Her phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, she answered. A voice tinged with mockery came through the receiver. Miss Xia, with both internal and external troubles, I imagine life has not been too pleasant for you lately. Who are you? Ah, the great beauty seems to have forgotten. Even my voice. It appears you have indeed been through quite a tumult. Do you still recall the airport incident? So was you behind this? Xia Qingyun grasped the situation instantly. Oh, one cannot say it like that, Miss Xia. In the age of the internet, truths and falsehoods intertwine. Who can truly discern? Perhaps your company's products do possess minor flaws, fortuitously uncovered by discerning consumers? Xia Qingyun suppressed her fury. Are you calling to gloat, or do you have other intentions? Gloat over Miss Xia's misfortunes? How could I bear that? Pei Xiaoyuan chuckled lightly. I merely believe these unfounded rumors significantly impact Mr. Zhu's reputation, indirectly harming the image of Qingyun technology. After all, to outsiders, you remain a unified entity. If public opinion continues to fester, it is likely that his recently recovering career, along with the Xia family's dignity, will be thoroughly jeopardized. Wouldn't you agree? He paused, then shifted his tone. However, I am a person who cherishes the delicate. Regarding your current predicament, I have a rather immature suggestion that might offer a modicum of assistance. I wonder if Miss Xia is free tonight to share a meal? We could find a quiet place to discuss matters in depth. How dare you, a mere sideline descendant of the Pei family, threaten me? Summer Qingyun exclaimed, her anger palpable. Pei Xiaoyuan, who has granted you such audacity? Pei Xiaoyuan's tone dripped with disdain. It has only been a year since the old man of the Summer family stepped down, hasn't it? They say when a person departs, the warmth fades. Does Summer truly believe his words still carry weight? For a moment, Summer Qingyun thought she must have misheard. Indeed, her father, Summer Qingyue, had retired a year ago, but it was well known that the influence of the Summer family in Jiang province remained substantial. The newly appointed leaders were deeply connected to the Summer lineage. Was he merely an arrogant dandy, unaware of his own insignificance? The realization that she had been outmaneuvered by such a character fueled her fury, yet her voice steadied. What exactly do you want? Nothing much, Pei Xiaoyuan replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. I simply wish to invite Miss Summer to dinner, to foster our relationship, and discuss the potential for future collaboration. The newly opened French restaurant, Le RV, in the southern city, boasts an elegant ambience that is quite fitting for us. I shall await your esteemed presence at 7 o'clock. If this were merely about rumors concerning her company, Summer Qingyun would typically disregard it. However, it was evident that Pei Xiaoyuan's intentions were directed toward Zhu Ren, and she needed to ascertain his next move. After ending the call, she promptly dialed her assistant. Xiao Cheng, make a reservation for a relatively quiet yet open-view table at Le RV at 7 o'clock tonight. Additionally, prepare a mini recording device and a pinhole camera to ensure nothing is overlooked. Notify the security department to dispatch 2 capable personnel to stand by outside the restaurant and maintain communication. She resolved to prepare for the worst, while hoping to seize leverage over Pei Xiaoyuan. Having concluded her instructions, she pondered for a moment before dialing another number. At 7 o'clock that evening, in the southern city at Le RV, melodious piano music flowed gently through the air, and exquisite crystal chandeliers cast a soft, warm glow. Summer Qingyun, clad in a well-tailored black business suit, sat poised by the window, her expression austere. The fitted ensemble accentuated her mature, graceful figure. Her straight posture and composed demeanor added an air of professionalism. Ah, Miss Summer arrives so early. How proactive of you. Pei Xiaoyuan remarked as he set down his wine glass and took a seat across from her, his gaze unabashedly lingering on her elegant curves. My time is precious. Xia Qingyun stated directly. The rumors circulating online regarding Qingren technology and my husband are your doing, are they not? Pei Xiaoyuan leisurely swirled the red wine in his glass, refraining from a direct answer. Instead, he responded with a hint of mischief. What makes you say that, Miss Summer? I merely happened to overhear certain whispers and found Mr. Zhu's predicament quite pitiable. After all, it is not uncommon for the exceptionally talented to be envied. Such occurrences are prevalent in every circle, are they not? Chapter 79. The hero rescues the beauty. He leaned slightly forward, his gaze brazenly roving over Xia Qingyun's face, lingering for a brief moment on her delicate collarbone. His tone laced with innuendo. However, compared to Mr. Zhu's minor troubles, I am far more concerned about you, General Manager Xia. Look at you. For the sake of the company and that man who is on the verge of becoming your ex-husband, you have allowed yourself to become so haggard. It truly evokes sympathy. He extended his hand, seemingly intending to brush aside a stray lock of hair from her forehead. Xia Qingyun abruptly leaned back, evading his touch, her gaze frosty. Please, have some self-respect. I did not come here today to listen to your drivel. Cease your little antics, or you shall bear the consequences. Consequences? Pei Xiaoyuan laughed derisively. Xia Qingyun, do you still not comprehend the current situation? It is you who requires my assistance, not the other way around. How many of your core suppliers have fled? Can Qingren technology still go public smoothly? As for Zhu Ren, the smile on his face turned sinister. Do you believe I could expose a scandal about him tomorrow? One that would ruin his reputation entirely, dragging you, the esteemed young lady of the Xia family, down with him? His intimate acquaintance, Miss Jiang, has been frequenting the hospital quite often lately, hasn't she? Imagine if I were to inadvertently allow the paparazzi to capture a few images of their overly close interactions, combined with the murky relationship between you and that eager junior. TSK, it would be a grand melodrama of love and hate in high society, undoubtedly more riveting than your company's IPO. At that point, Mr. Zhu's reputation, your reputation, and the honor of the Xia family would be irreparably tarnished. His voice lowered, a menacing threat creeping in. Now, I present you with an opportunity. Relinquish 30% of the shares in that new energy project in the eastern city to me, and how about you, the beautiful Miss Xia, personally accompany me to thoroughly explore the enchanting nightscape of Jiang province. Just give a nod, and I assure you, all your troubles will dissipate at once. Xia Qingyun trembled with rage, desperately suppressing the impulse to hurl her drink in his face. Her hand, hidden beneath the table, pressed down slightly to confirm that the recording device was operational. Dream on. She enunciated each word with determination. Qingren technology will never bow to anyone, nor will I. Use whatever means you wish. We shall meet in court. Court? Pei Xiaoyuan seemed amused. General Manager Xia, you are rather naive. Do you believe you have a chance to reach that stage? Or do you think you possess evidence? Before his words could fully settle, he suddenly reached out, his movements astonishingly swift, seizing the handbag Xia Qingyun had placed beneath the table. Caught off guard, she watched helplessly as he snatched it away. Pei Xiaoyuan violently unzipped the bag, and his eyes immediately fell upon the functioning miniature recording device within. Ah, so you were indeed prepared. He grasped the recorder tightly, his gaze cold and calculating, the last vestige of pretense stripped away. General Manager, playing such petty tricks comes at a cost. You ponder if this recording, accompanied by several close-up photographs of our engaging conversation, were to appear online, titled President Qingren's Midnight Meeting with Young Master Pei to save the company. Suspected secret agreement reached. What would the public think? Oh, by the way, he cast a glance out the window. Do not rely on the bodyguards you arranged. I forgot to inform you. This restaurant is my property, and they cannot enter. Xia Qingyun's complexion drained of color. She had not anticipated that despite her meticulous precautions, she would still be outmaneuvered. Falling into his hands, the consequences were unimaginable. Just then, a waiter approached, bearing 2 glasses of champagne. Placing them before the two with a smile, Mr. Pei, the champagne you ordered. Pei Xiaoyuan accepted a glass, pushing one towards Xia Qingyun, malice practically radiating from his gaze as it roamed over her. Miss Xia, do not be anxious. We have ample time to converse. Drink a glass to calm your nerves. Perhaps, after finishing this drink, you may reconsider. Xia Qingyun gazed at the effervescent champagne, alarm bells ringing in her mind. This drink was undoubtedly suspicious. As she opened her mouth to refuse, her wrist was suddenly seized by Pei Zhaoyuan. His grip was incredibly strong, leaving Xia Qingyun no chance of escape. Drink it. Pei Zhaoyuan's voice was low and menacing, his other hand already lifting the glass, poised to bring it to her lips. Xia Qingyun struggled desperately, but it was futile. As the strange liquid was forced down her throat, a chill of despair and regret enveloped her. She had underestimated her opponent tonight. Could she truly fall here? Bang! A dull thud echoed, accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering glass. A red figure silently emerged behind Pei Zhaoyuan. It was Shi Yunju. Unbeknownst to her, she had circled behind him, executing a precise strike to the wrist joint holding the glass at an exceptionally clever angle. Pei Zhaoyuan cried out in pain, his wrist throbbing unbearably, fingers losing their strength, and the champagne glass slipped from his grasp, crashing to the polished marble floor in 1,000 pieces. Pei Zhaoyuan clutched his agonized wrist, astonished and enraged as he turned to confront her. Before he could finish, Shi Yunju moved even faster. She nimbly closed in, her other hand like a vice, seizing the hand that had taken the recorder, twisting with fierce strength. Crack! The unmistakable sound of dislocated joints echoed. Pei Zhaoyuan let out a heart-wrenching scream as the recorder fell to the ground. His face turned pale with pain as he writhed on the floor, clutching his deformed wrist in agony. Shi Yunju did not spare him a glance, bending to retrieve the recorder, dusting it off before walking over to the still-shocked Xia Qingyun and handing it to her. Her expression remained lazily smiling, as if the fierce individual from moments ago was not her at all. Xia, you drop your item, she remarked nonchalantly. The restaurant staff stood stunned by the sudden turn of events, the atmosphere thick with silence. Even the background music had ceased. Pei Zhaoyuan gritted his teeth in agony, howling for the bodyguards lurking outside to enter. Yet, before the several burly figures clad in black could approach, they were swiftly and decisively brought down by Shi Yunju's quick and fierce strikes, rendered powerless in the blink of an eye. Xia Qingyun gazed at the writhing Pei Zhaoyuan on the floor, then shifted her gaze to the enchanting yet ruthlessly efficient Shi Yunju, her heart filled with overwhelming astonishment. She had sensed that Shi Yunju was extraordinary, but she never anticipated her martial prowess to be so formidable, and her strikes so merciless. Xia Qingyun's voice quivered slightly. I told you not to worry. Shi Yunju reassured her with a gentle pat on the shoulder, then languidly turned to the astonished onlookers. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen friends playfully tussling? Young Master Pei just had a little mishap and dislocated his shoulder. Kindly call for an ambulance. She took Xia Qingyun by the hand. Come on, Xia. The show here is over. It's time to move to a different venue and discuss our matters. Chapter 80. Bathroom intrigue within the elegant confines of l'Irreparable, a French restaurant. Pei Zhaoyuan clutched his mangled wrist, writhing on the floor while emitting anguished cries. A few bodyguards, swiftly incapacitated by Shi Yunju, groaned in discomfort, struggling to rise. The surrounding waitstaff remained utterly silent, too fearful to utter a sound. Damn it, I'm in excruciating pain. Pei Zhaoyuan, drenched in sweat and contorted in agony, glared at Shi Yunju and Xia Qingyun as they departed, his eyes brimming with resentment and bitterness. What are you waiting for? Useless fools. He bellowed at the few aides who could still move. Hurry, get me to the hospital. His subordinates, in a flurry of panic, assisted him, taking care to avoid his evidently fractured or dislocated wrist. And Pei Zhaoyuan gritted his teeth against the searing pain, commanding, Photos. You took photos, didn't you? One astute aide quickly nodded. Yes, young Master Pei. Several angles, all crystal clear. Excellent. Pei Zhaoyuan's face contorted into a twisted grin. Immediately. Right now. Post them online. Seek out the largest marketing accounts and make sure to amplify the buzz. A glimmer of vengeful delight flickered in his eyes. Just say that Xia Qingyun, the president of Ren Technology, clandestinely met with the son of the Pei family at a French restaurant late at night. No, use the term secret rendezvous. And pair it with a few photos of her gazing at me with longing. Craft the headline to be as suggestive as possible. I intend to ruin her reputation. Let her almost estranged husband feel the shame as well. Yes, yes. Rest assured, young Master Pei, we will handle it. His aides responded eagerly, assisting him as they made their way outside, while one already pulled out a phone to contact the leader of the online army. This night of humiliation, Pei Xiaoyuan vowed to repay it manifold. He would spare none, not the mysterious woman in red, nor the detestable Xia Qingyun. Meanwhile, Shi Yunzhu was driving her red sports car, with Xia Qingyun reclining in the passenger seat, her eyes tightly shut, her complexion still pale, exuding a faint scent of alcohol with each breath. The events that had transpired in the restaurant left her shaken. She had narrowly escaped disgrace. The thought of what could have happened if Pei Xiaoyuan had succeeded sent a chill down her spine. Death would have been her only recourse. The sports car finally came to a smooth halt beneath a luxurious apartment building. Shi Yunzhu turned off the engine, unbuckled her seatbelt, and glanced at the seemingly asleep Xia Qingyun, a playful smile curling at the corners of her lips. She leaned in, her warm breath brushing against Xia Qingyun's ear. Xia Qingyun stirred slightly, murmuring unconsciously, "Husband." Shi Yunzhu chuckled softly. Straightening up, she opened the car door and, half supporting and half carrying Xia Qingyun, helped her out. "Come on, President Xia, we're home." Supported by Shi Yunzhu, Xia Qingyun wobbled into the elevator, ascending to the top floor of Shi Yunzhu's apartment. "Drink some water. Let us shake off the alcohol." Shi Yunzhu carefully settled Xia Qingyun onto the enormous leather sofa in the living room and turned to pour her a glass of warm water. As Xia Qingyun accepted the cup and took a small sip, her consciousness began to clear slightly, yet the bewilderment and fatigue in her eyes remained unabated. "Thank you, Zhu," she uttered in a hoarse voice. "Thank me?" Shi Yunzhu perched beside her, crossing her legs. The black stockings drew alluring curves under the soft light. It was merely a trifling effort. "However, Xia, you truly are something. You dared to attend such a banquet alone." Xia Qingyun remained silent, tightly clutching the water cup in her hands. Shi Yunzhu rose, declaring her intention to take a shower and rest for a while. Without waiting for a response, she gently pulled Xia Qingyun up and guided her into the bathroom. Under the warm yellow light, the bathtub quickly filled with water at the perfect temperature, and the rising steam soon enveloped the glossy mirror. Shi Yunzhu carefully assisted Xia Qingyun in shedding her garments. At that moment, Xia Qingyun was devoid of strength and submissively allowed her friend to take charge. Then, Shi Yunzhu supported her delicate body, gently settling her into the warm water. The water level rose just above her shoulders, perfectly submerging her full curves, and a soothing sensation prompted a soft sigh of comfort from Xia Qingyun. Shi Yunzhu gazed at her friend's face, gently pinching her smooth, delicate cheek, savoring the soft touch beneath her fingertips. "Hey, Zhu, you're getting a bit too familiar." Xia Qingyun instinctively chastised, her gaze dreamy. "Ah, Xia, you look too adorable like this." Shi Yunzhu chuckled lightly, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. She picked up a soft pink towel, dampened it, and began to meticulously wipe down Xia Qingyun's body. "Oh dear, what are you doing? I can manage on my own." Realizing that Shi Yunzhu was bathing her, Xia Qingyun felt both flustered and embarrassed. The last time this occurred was years ago with her husband, an experience that was far too humiliating. "Hey, don't touch there." Xia Qingyun attempted to evade Shi Yunzhu's soapy hands. "Isn't it perfectly reasonable for a good friend to bathe you?" Shi Yunzhu held her restless shoulder firmly. "Moreover, you've had a drink. Stay still. You must sit properly so I can cleanse you thoroughly and eliminate the effects of the alcohol. Is that so?" Xia Qingyun's head felt fuzzy, and finding some logic in Shi Yunzhu's words, she ceased her struggles and leaned back against the edge of the tub. "Exactly." Shi Yunzhu nodded gently. "You must be too weak to even lift your arms, right? Allow me to wash you first, and then I shall help you to bed for some rest." Shi Yunzhu took the soap, and delicate bubbles quickly formed in her hands, which she then tenderly applied to Xia Qingyun's body, the pristine foam cloaking her enticing curves. "This feels delightful." Shi Yunju remarked with a playful smile, her fingers skimming lightly over Xia Qingyun's skin. Is this the result of your efforts at the banquet? I recall you were not so. Xia Qingyun's face flushed crimson, her gaze hazy. Now utterly weakened, she resigned herself to sit still, allowing Shi Yunju's gentle hands to caress her body. Shi Yunju's hand glided over her smooth back, gently spreading the foam to cleanse away any impurities. Her fingertips lingered in an ambiguous manner, softly tracing circles, playfully teasing the beauty before her. Oh dear, Zhu, please don't be mischievous, Xia Qingyun protested, writhing slightly in a feigned plea for mercy. Shi Yunju marveled at her flawless form, so full of vitality. She leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against Xia Qingyun's ear. Xia, you are simply irresistibly adorable. Would you like your sister to assist you further? The warm mist enveloped them, mingling with the fragrance of the shower gel and the subtle warmth of their bodies, casting the entire bathroom in a dreamy pink haze. Chapter 81. Shi Yunju offers advice to Xia Qingyun after finishing her bath. Xia Qingyun reclined on the soft bed, the combination of alcohol and exhaustion swiftly lulling her into slumber. Yet, her brow remained furrowed, and she appeared restless in her dreams, occasionally murmuring, "Husband, don't go." Merely an hour passed before Xia Qingyun jolted awake, a dull ache lingering in her head. She rubbed her temples and gazed vacantly at the unfamiliar ceiling. Awake? The door to the guest room creaked open, revealing Shi Yunju leaning against the frame, a glass of water in hand, observing her with a leisurely demeanor. She had donned a loose-fitting white shirt, a few buttons carelessly undone, exposing her delicate collarbones, the hem barely concealing her hips, her long, slender legs crossed in a languid yet dangerously alluring manner. You called out for your husband so loudly in your dreams. One might think someone was bullying you. Shi Yunju approached the bedside, extending the warm water toward her, a teasing smile dancing on her lips. Xia Qingyun accepted it, warmth flooding her cheeks in embarrassment. She lowered her gaze to the steam rising from the cup, speaking in a daze. Zhu, I truly do not understand why it has come to this. My relationship with my husband, we clearly. Her voice faltered, choked with emotion. Do you still not comprehend? Shi Yunju's tone shifted, her voice lowering. The issues between you and Zhu Ren have never been mere misunderstandings, nor are they something that a fool like Pei Zhao Yuan could instigate. The problem lies within you, within him, and even more so in the imbalance of your relationship. Do you think he does not notice your actions? Singing love songs at KTV, dining in couples restaurants, abandoning him at night to accompany a junior? Ask yourself honestly, where does Zhu Ren rank in your heart? Shi Yunju's words rendered Xia Qingyun speechless. Moreover, Shi Yunju set down her coffee cup, leaning in closer. If it weren't for the fact that you were pregnant back then and acted swiftly, who knows who Zhu Ren would be today? You think you're the only one who loves him? You have relied on the child and the years of your bond to act without fear. And what has that led to? Ruining a perfectly good hand. No, Xia Qingyun exclaimed defiantly, tears welling up once more. I truly love him. Love him? Is loving him being entangled with other men, bringing him public disgrace? Is love letting him down repeatedly when he needs trust and support the most? Put away your cheap tears. What good are they now? She grasped Shi Yunju's hand, clinging to it as if it were her last lifeline. Zhu, I know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Please help me, I beg you. I cannot lose him. I cannot be without my husband, just like before. Please help me. Shi Yunju clasped Xia Qingyun's icy hand, gently patting it. All right, stop crying. There are indeed ways to salvage this. A glimmer of hope ignited in Xia Qingyun's eyes. What method? Zhu, please tell me. First, clarify the situation with your studious junior. Why are you so concerned about him? Xia Qingyun hesitated for a moment, a complex expression crossing her face. He is considered my benefactor. Huh. This statement might deceive others, but not oneself. Rather, to be precise, he could be deemed a matchmaker. Without him and his mother, there would be no present for my husband and me. Shi Yunju seemed to have realized something. Are you implying that back then it was? Xia Qingyun's complexion flushed. Shi Yunju sighed inwardly. Benefactor? Matchmaker? You remain as naively innocent as ever. That old man clearly sought to take advantage of you. Had it not been for me. Thus, on one hand, you feel indebted to them, yet on the other, you wish for this matter to remain unknown to Zhu Ren? Xia Qingyun gently nodded. Xia, you may deceive me with such words, but do not deceive yourself. Xia Qingyun dared not speak. She knew Zhu had misunderstood, yet that incident lay buried deep within her heart, a secret known only to her family. Moreover, after all these years, had she not witnessed the scene of someone falling in the water, she would have thought she had completely moved on from that incident. Sure, Yunju did not pursue the topic further. She leaned closer to Xia Qingyun, her crimson lips parting to whisper a few words. Xia Qingyun's face flushed. Is that truly feasible? Xia, you must have confidence in yourself. As long as you are beneath the same roof, opportunities will arise. Finally, she straightened up, observing the contemplative expression on Xia Qingyun's face, and added, however, before that, you must first resolve the current predicament. Do you think this is the end? Pei Zhaoyuan, that vengeful little man, having suffered such a significant loss, will undoubtedly seek retribution. You should first consider how to handle the mess online. She picked up her phone, casually opening a headline, and handed it to Xia Qingyun. Take a look for yourself. The screen prominently displayed President Qingren's late-night secret meeting with young Master Pei and marriage of Xia and Zhu facing warning lights, accompanied by an unflattering photo from last night's dinner, where Pei Zhaoyuan and Xia Qingyun appear to be engaged in a jovial conversation, the angle suggesting an unmistakable intimacy. Xia Qingyun trembled with anger at the reports. Sure, Yunju was right. She must first address this matter. If her husband were to see these misleading photos, he would certainly not forgive her. She could no longer remain passive. This situation had surpassed her capacity to handle. The influence wielded by the Pei family in this matter was far beyond her expectations, and it seemed that there were shadows of others lurking behind it. Taking a deep breath, she called her father. Hello, Dad. On the other end, Xia Qingyu's voice was steady as a mountain. Yunyan, is something the matter so late? Dad, it's me. Xia Qingyun endeavored to keep her voice calm. There has been an incident at the company. Numerous negative news articles have suddenly emerged online targeting Qingren technology in Zhu Ren, claiming our robot pushed someone into the water during the Lantern Festival, and alleging that Zhu Ren. It's Pei Zhaoyuan from the Pei family who is orchestrating this behind the scenes. He has threatened me, and several core suppliers have just called to say they wish to suspend cooperation. The Pei family? I seem to have never heard of this person's name. Indeed, they're a distant relative. Xia Qingyun hesitantly articulated. Xia Qingyu's voice betrayed little emotion. A mere distant relative dares to provoke the Xia family? Has he taken leave of his senses? He paused momentarily, his tone turning grave. However, Qingyun, speak honestly to me. What exactly is the situation between you and Zhu Ren? Where there is no wind, there can be no waves. Does Pei Zhaoyuan dare to act so brazenly because he perceives a fissure in your marriage, believing he can exploit it? Xia Qingyun closed her eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks. Father, it is my fault. I have been foolish. I have indeed committed many mistakes. And now he wishes to divorce me. She no longer concealed the truth, recounting everything that transpired between her and Sun Zhe, including the events of Valentine's Day, KTV, and the Lantern Festival, all the missteps she had made. She understood that any attempt to hide the truth before her father would be futile and would only deepen his disappointment. Silence enveloped the call, and after what felt like an eternity, Xia Qingyu's voice resonated once more. Foolishness. Utterly foolish. I have long advised you to keep your eyes wide open when judging people. You nearly destroyed your own home for the sake of an outsider. Do you not realize how Zhu Ren has treated you and Xia over these past 5 years? Are you satisfied now that it has escalated to divorce? Chapter 82. Marriage is not a game. Like drinking water, one knows the warmth, and cold it is too late to say these things now. Xia Qingyun seemed reluctant to dwell further on this matter. As for the affairs of the company, I shall manage them. That young man from the Pei family thinks that with my withdrawal, he can wreak havoc in Jiang province. He is still too inexperienced and likely unaware that he is merely a pawn for others. I will reach out to our suppliers, and I will ensure that the online discourse is suppressed. If they wish to play games, I shall engage them to the fullest. Hearing her father's words, Xia Qingyun felt a slight sense of relief. As for you and Zhu Ren, Xia Qingyun paused, his tone laden with complexity. That is a matter between you as a couple. I have always maintained that marriage is not a trifling matter. It is akin to drinking water, where one alone knows its warmth and cold. Since you have reached this juncture, the decisions you make must be borne by you. Father, Xia Qingyun wished to express more. Xia Qingyun interrupted her. Initially, I had little faith in him, believing that a musician would not amount to much and was unworthy of you. Yet you persisted, and he has proven himself, having passed my scrutiny, which is why I acknowledge him as your husband. Over these 5 years, he has contributed to the family and to Yaya, while not claiming any accolades. He has certainly endured hardships. How have you reciprocated? You take his efforts for granted while pouring your heart out to outsiders. Arriving at the brink of divorce is a consequence of your own making. I shall not interfere. It is your personal affair. However, my daughter, you have greatly disappointed me. Father, I understand my mistakes. I do not wish for a divorce, Xia Qingyun attempted to articulate her thoughts. Qingyun, Xia Qingyun said earnestly. You are my daughter, and regardless of the circumstances, the Xia family will always stand as your support, ensuring you are not bullied. Yet, matters of the heart are not something others can rectify. Once trust is shattered, it cannot be mended merely by words. Some rifts, even if repaired, will remain forever evident. Take care of yourself. With that, Xia Qingyun ended the call. Xia Qingyun stood frozen, holding her phone. Her father did not scold her or probe into the details. But the disappointment in his voice, coupled with his admonishment to take care, inflicted greater pain than any reprimand. She understood that her father may have initially harbored biases against Zhu Ren, but later recognized his contributions, driven more by a sense of unfulfilled potential than anything else. Yet she had, with her own hands, cast this expectation and her marriage into the abyss. In the Jiang province courtyard, Xia Qingyun hung up the phone, his expression darkening. He comprehended that Pei Zhaoyuan was merely a pawn on display, someone being used to test the waters. However, they had overstepped their bounds. He slowly approached the window, observing the bustling scene below, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's. Picking up the internal phone, he dialed a number. Old Wu. It is I. His voice was calm, but carried an air of authority. Please investigate all recent projects of the Pei Group in Jiang Province, as well as the movements of that young man, Pei Zhaoyuan, since his return, particularly in relation to Qingren technology. Yes, I need it quickly and in detail. Furthermore, notify the relevant departments such as taxation, industry and commerce, fire safety, and environmental protection that beginning tomorrow, a comprehensive, thorough, and lawful inspection shall be conducted on all subsidiaries and affiliated enterprises of the Pei family in Jiang Province. Remember to adhere to the law and regulations, yet exercise diligence. The Pei family has overreached. Since they dare to set their sights on his daughter and son-in-law, they must be prepared to face the consequences. He has operated in Jiang Province for many years, establishing deep roots. How could a mere scion of the Pei family provoke him at will? Do they think that by stepping back, they can evade scrutiny? He intends not only to make Pei Zhaoyuan aware of the rules, but also to remind the Pei family behind him of who truly holds sway in Jiang Province. As for his daughter and Zhu Ren, Xia Qingyun sighed. Initially, he harbored discontent towards Zhu Ren, believing that despite his talents, he lacked ambition and was unworthy of his daughter. However, over the years, he has witnessed Zhu Ren's dedication to their family and the genuine affection he shows his daughter. Conversely, his own daughter seems increasingly lost in the haze of success. Alas, every generation must find its own fortune. All he can do is clear the external obstacles for them. As for the emotional rifts, they must ultimately mend or accept them on their own. At the hospital, Lawyer Zhang departed with the documents, gently closing the door to the ward. Zhu Ren, weary, leaned against the headboard, feeling utterly drained after discussing the intricacies of divorce and custody with the attorney. Jiang Wanyin observed his pallid complexion and offered him a piece of sliced apple. Her voice gentle. Once you're done, have a bite to eat. Zhu Ren had little appetite, but acquiesced and took a piece. By the way, Zhu Ren, have you seen today as financial news? It seems Qingren technology is facing significant troubles. She raised her eyes to gauge his reaction, continuing, "Since this morning, there have been numerous negative reports online concerning their robot safety issues. By the afternoon, the situation escalated, claiming that Xia Qingyun resorted to unethical dealings to save the company. I looked into it, and several suppliers have announced a suspension of cooperation. It's evident that someone is deliberately suppressing them, employing rather ruthless tactics." Upon hearing this, Zhu Ren merely responded with a detached as if he were listening to something entirely irrelevant. Jiang Wanyun, recognizing his indifference, understood that Xia Qingyun had indeed broken his heart this time, rendering him unconcerned even for the company she painstakingly built for him. Perhaps this was for the best. Only then could he truly let go of the past and embark on a new chapter in life. She refrained from further mention of the matter, cutting the apple into smaller pieces, skewering them with toothpicks, and presenting them to Zhu Ren. "Have some fruit." Just then, Zhu Ren's phone rang again, this time from an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a cultured female voice with a foreign accent inquired, "Is this Mr. Zhu Ren? I am the assistant to Princess Cynthia. Her Highness the Princess is genuinely concerned about your health and has specifically instructed me to call and inquire about your well-being. Furthermore, she conveyed that there is no rush regarding the previous invitation. She warmly welcomes your visit whenever you have fully recuperated, and the time and place can be arranged at your convenience." To Zhu Ren's surprise, it was indeed Cynthia on the line. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude for the princess's concern, assuring her that he is recovering well, but still requires some time for rest. Once he is fully healed, he will certainly pay a personal visit to convey his thanks to Her Highness. The assistant concluded the call politely, urging Mr. Zhu to take care of his health, expressing anticipation for his visit. "It seems this princess truly cares for you," Jiang Wanyun remarked with a hint of smile. Perhaps she is merely intrigued by Huaxia culture. He did not dwell on this unexpected invitation, as his primary focus remained on his daughter and their future. Just as he was about to post an update on Platform A regarding his situation, an unexpected visitor entered the ward. Chapter 83. The Arena of Despair. The call from Princess Cynthia stirred within Zhu Ren a recollection of another matter. He logged into his A-site account, 16 resting notes, and posted a new update. "Due to personal health reasons and the need to attend to private affairs, I may be temporarily absent from this week's competition of the Voice of Huaxia. I extend my gratitude to the production team and all my supporters." The moment this update was released, it ignited a tumultuous reaction. The online discourse erupted with comments such as, "No way. Just when I became a fan, he is withdrawing. I haven't had my fill of the Yellow River and Yangtze yet. Oh no, I bought scalper tickets to attend next week. Teacher Zhu Ren, you cannot be absent. Laughable. Is he out of ideas, fearing he won't have a song for the next episode? Or is he worried about not clearing his previous plagiarism, fleeing at the last minute? How disgraceful." Indeed, internet celebrities cannot stand on a grand stage. Hold your horses, don't rush to criticize. Considering the previous drowning incident and the slander, it is entirely reasonable for Zhu Ren to be unwell or to need to handle subsequent legal matters. After posting the update, Zhu Ren was too preoccupied to heed the online uproar. More pressing matters awaited him in reality. At that moment, a rapid yet restrained knock echoed at the door of his hospital room. Jiang Wanyun furrowed her brows, set down the fruit plate in her hands, and rose to open the door. Standing outside was Xiao Yue, who appeared to have hurried over, her breath slightly labored, with a few strands of hair disheveled against her cheek. Her gaze bypassed Jiang Wanyun and fell directly upon Zhu Ren, the usual calmness in her eyes replaced by palpable concern and anxiety. "Xiao Yue." Jiang Wanyun regarded her with a hint of caution. Xiao Yue nodded slightly, swiftly maneuvering past Jiang Wanyun to reach Zhu Ren's bedside. "Zhu Ren, I just saw the news. How are you? Is your injury severe?" She leaned down, intent on closely assessing his condition, her hand reaching out only to hesitate, seemingly wary of touching his wounds. The news was unclear. What truly transpired? What did the doctor say? "Yue?" Zhu Ren was somewhat taken aback. "What brings you here?" "I'm fine, just choked on some water. I have a minor abrasion on my leg." "There's no need to worry." "Not worry?" Xiao Yue's voice carried an unmistakable tone of grievance and fear, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "The news has already broken, and you still claim to be fine? After all these years of friendship, Such a significant event occurs, and you don't even inform me? Have you not regarded me as a friend? Seeing her anxious demeanor stirred a mix of emotions within Zhu Ren, a sense of unease and guilt gnawing at him. I didn't want to make you anxious, and the situation was indeed quite chaotic at the time. At that moment, Jiang Wanyun stepped forward, holding a cup of warm water, her tone gentle. Xiao Yue, thank you for your concern. Zhu Ren has only just regained consciousness. The doctor has advised him to rest quietly and avoid emotional upheaval. He is no longer in danger. The information circulating online is somewhat exaggerated. She handed the cup to Zhu Ren and then addressed Xiao Yue. You have just returned to the country, and with so much on your plate, it must be exhausting for you to rush here. I can take care of things. The hospital arrangements are all in order. Perhaps you should return home and rest for a while? Xiao Yue disregarded her words, instead asking, by the way, why are you here? Where is Xia Qingyun? At that moment, she realized that someone was conspicuously absent from the ward. Jiang Wanyun curled her lips in disdain, questioning the audacity of the individual to show up. Observing Zhu Ren's silence, Xiao Yue chose not to dwell on it, thinking it might be for the best if that person remained absent. She produced a thermos filled with ginger tea that she had brought along, offering it to Zhu Ren. This is freshly brewed ginger tea made by my family's cook. It warms the body and dispels cold. Since you have just caught a chill, this would be far better than plain water. Please drink some to warm yourself. She disregarded the warm water Jiang Wanyun had extended towards her. Jiang Wanyun hesitated momentarily with the cup in hand before gently placing it on the bedside table beside Xiao Yue's cup, softly adding, indeed. The doctor recommends drinking more warm water to replenish fluids. Zhu Ren, feel free to choose whichever you prefer. Xiao Yue glanced at Jiang Wanyun and calmly stated, I am aware of Zhu Ren's constitution. He tends to be on the colder side, making ginger tea the most suitable choice. Miss Jiang, being a person of significant affairs, may not be fully attuned to such details. Unfazed, Jiang Wanyun maintained her smile, asserting, details are certainly important, but adhering to medical advice is always prudent. Furthermore, when it comes to caring for a patient, patience and companionship are paramount. Wouldn't you agree, Professor Xiao? Enough. Zhu Ren, caught in the middle of their banter, furrowed his brow and coughed a few times, his pallor becoming more pronounced. Shu Ling. The two women simultaneously looked at him with concern, and the ward fell silent, wrapped in a palpable tension. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, Zhu Ren simply closed his eyes, seeking respite. At that moment, the door swung open again, and Jiang Che peeked in, followed by Lin Yu and Zhu Xinyue. Oh, everyone's here? Jiang Che, upon assessing the situation in the room, raised his eyebrows at Zhu Ren and quipped, How's it going, buddy? You seem to be holding up all right. Get lost, Zhu Ren replied, uninterested in engaging. Dad. Zhu Xinyue rushed to the bedside, her little face etched with worry. Are you still in pain? I'm no longer in pain. My dear Yia, Zhu Ren reassured her, feeling a bit uplifted at the sight of his daughter. Lin Yu stepped forward to inquire, Teacher Zhu, are you feeling any better? Jiang Che leaned in closer to Jiang Wanyun, whispering, Sis, what's with this whole setup? Jiang Wanyun shot him a glare. Seeing Zhu Xinyue, Xiao Yue's face softened into a gentle smile. You must be Ye, right? You are truly beautiful. Zhu Xinyue blinked her large eyes, curiously assessing the strikingly beautiful woman before her. She recalled seeing this person in a framed photograph in her father's belongings. Hello, Annie Xiao, she greeted sweetly. So well-mannered. Xiao Yue reached out as if to pat her head, hesitating momentarily before her hand gently rested on the little girl's shoulder. Do not worry. Your father will recover soon, and Annie Xiao will take good care of him. Thank you, Annie Xiao, Zhu Xinyue responded with a bright smile. All right. Zhu Ren felt the ward was becoming a tad crowded, making him uncomfortable. He addressed Xiao Yue and Jiang Wanyun. It's getting late. You both should return to rest. I have a nurse here, so there is no need for concern. I'm not leaving. Xiao Yue immediately expressed her concern, saying, I am not at ease with this. I will stay as well. Jiang Wanyun added, there are still matters to attend to at the hospital. I truly am fine. Zhu Ren attempted to persuade them. You're not fine. Xiao Yue interrupted him. You should focus on your recovery. Jiang Wanyun insisted as well. Observing the situation, Jiang Che and Lin Yu exchanged a glance and quietly led Zhu Xinyue out of the hospital room. Zhu Ren, watching the two unwilling women, sighed helplessly and closed his eyes, realizing that tranquility was not to be had that evening. Meanwhile, during these few days of recuperation at the hospital, a counteroffensive led by the Xia family against the Pei family had erupted fiercely in the realms of public opinion, business, and politics. Chapter 84. The Thunderous Tactics of the Xia Family. Discharge from a hospital. In the ensuing days, the atmosphere in Jiang Province and the entire East China region grew increasingly tense. The usually ostentatious Pei family significantly curtailed their activities in Jiang Province, while a deluge of negative news about them emerged, spreading like wildfire. The strikes were both precise and ruthless, leaving everyone acutely aware of the unsettling shift. Xia Qingyun's counterattack was swifter and more decisive than Xia Qingyun had anticipated. The tide began to turn, as the previously circulating slanders against Xia Qingyun and Zhu technology faded into obscurity, replaced by an avalanche of incriminating revelations surrounding the Pei Group and Pei Zhaoyuan. Various scandals erupted, including allegations of shoddy construction by Pei real estate leading to homeowner disputes, severe pollution from their factories prompting environmental intervention, Pei Xiao's chaotic private life, and the existence of shady contracts within Pei Entertainment resulting in tax investigations. These revelations struck at the heart of the Pei family's interests, swiftly attracting public and regulatory scrutiny. The public relations department of the Pei Group found itself overwhelmed, unable to contain the proliferation of negative reports. Media outlets, once silenced by bribes or threats, began to pivot, launching in-depth investigations into the myriad issues plaguing the Pei family. Subsequently, commercial repercussions followed. The Pei family's companies and affiliated enterprises in Jiang Province suddenly faced rigorous joint inspections from tax, commerce, fire safety, and environmental protection authorities, unearthing numerous long-standing issues. Local banks began to tighten loan limits for the Pei family and its associates, with some institutions even initiating early repayment demands. Major projects that the Pei family had high hopes for in Jiang Province were abruptly halted due to compliance issues, with local partners withdrawing entirely, leaving the projects in complete disarray. Officials associated with the Pei family faced scrutiny. Some were summoned for discussions, others reassigned, while the remaining officials grew exceedingly cautious in dealings related to the Pei family's affairs. The approval processes for the Pei family's projects became exceptionally slow and stringent, as their extensive local network seemingly crumbled overnight. The relentless assaults from public opinion, business, and official channels ensnared the Pei family, even from afar in the capital, leaving them in disarray and their operations in Jiang Province virtually paralyzed, incurring substantial losses. The Pei family understood that the Xia family was behind these maneuvers. Yet Xia Qingyun's tactics were masterfully executed within the bounds of legality, leaving the Peis unable to grasp any tangible evidence against him, forced to watch helplessly as their industrial foothold in Jiang Province unraveled. Within a matter of days, the market value of the Pei Group plummeted significantly, and projects that had previously thrived under policy support suddenly faced adjustments or stricter approval thresholds. Under immense pressure, the Pei family finally recognized the gravity of the situation and reached out to Xia Qingyun, attributing the earlier incidents to the rash actions of the younger Pei Zhaoyuan in Jiang Province, who they claimed lacked understanding of the rules. They implored Xia Qingyun to show mercy, promising to compensate for all losses and to send Pei Zhaoyuan to a border defense unit in Tibet as a form of reparation. "Have you forgotten that he also laid hands on my daughter?" Xia Qingyun replied calmly. A long silence followed on the other end of the line before they finally responded. "Then let him be completely disowned from the Pei clan, stripped of the Pei surname, and from now on, we shall have no further ties with your family." "Very well. Let this matter conclude here," Xia Qingyun replied before hanging up the phone. The implication on the other end of the line was clear. Since the Pei surname had been retracted, anything could be done to him. The Pei family bowed their heads in acknowledgement of their mistakes, and Pei Zhaoyuan faced consequences. The crisis confronting Zhu technology was swiftly resolved. Negative reports vanished, suppliers eagerly resumed collaboration, and investors expressed renewed optimism. This tumultuous episode seemed to have passed, at least for the moment. Zhu Ren spent 3 days in the hospital. During this time, Jiang Wanyan visited almost daily, sometimes engaging Zhu Ren in conversation, at other times quietly sitting beside him, perusing documents or recounting stories to Zhu Xingyue. Lin Yu also frequently dropped by, bringing the latest data on the audio drama The Heavens Cover. Following Zhu Ren's stunning performance at the Lantern Festival Poetry Conference, the listening figures for the audiobook skyrocketed, prompting a station and its partners to urge for more content, hoping to initiate paid chapters soon. Xiao Yue initially intended to stay by his side daily, but received an urgent call the next day from the president of Z University, stating that an emergency had arisen in the laboratory, requiring her immediate attention as the project leader, forcing her to leave in haste. Nevertheless, she made it a point to video call Zhu Ren each day, checking on his recovery while also keeping an eye on Jiang Wanyan's activities. Zhu Xingyue, in the meantime, remained by Zhu Ren's side in the hospital, skipping kindergarten. Each evening, Jiang Wanyan would take her to a nearby hotel to sleep, while during the day, she dutifully stayed close to her father, fetching water, reading storybooks, and gently massaging his shoulders with her little hands. Xia Qingyun had not come to visit. She contemplated taking her daughter away. However, one day, from a distance, she spotted Zhu Xingyue happily leaning against Jiang Wanyan, laughter illuminating her face. Rooted to the spot, she found herself unable to move. In the days that followed, she did not return. Zhu Ren did not inquire about her absence, nor did anyone else mention her. It was as if she had temporarily vanished from their lives. Zhu Ren, too, did not dwell on her absence. He found solace in the peace it afforded him. After 3 days, the doctor conducted a thorough examination and confirmed that Zhu Ren was recovering well. Aside from the injury to his leg, which required further rest, his aspiration pneumonia and hypothermia were no longer serious concerns, allowing him to be discharged and recuperate at home. Jiang Wanyan took care of the discharge procedures. With the aid of medical crutch, Zhu Ren held Zhu Xingyue's hand as they slowly exited the hospital doors. The sunlight outside was somewhat blinding, prompting him to instinctively squint. Lin Yu stepped forward, asking, "Mr. Zhu, shall we return to Lanting-Bun?" Zhu Ren paused briefly before responding. "Let us head to the Jiuzhong Villa." That was the place Jiang Che had helped him rent, and Zhu Ren had visited once, finding it to his liking. From that day forward, it would be their new home. Jiang Wanyan nodded, signaling to Xiao Lu to bring the car around. Xiao Yue followed closely behind, clearly intending to accompany Zhu Ren to his new residence. As they prepared to board the vehicle, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance, coming to a halt. It was Xia Qingyun. She appeared noticeably thinner, with hollowed cheeks and a pallid complexion. She stood there, holding a thermos, her gaze complex as it landed on Zhu Ren. Her lips moved slightly as if she wished to approach, yet her feet seemed anchored in place. Upon seeing her mother, Zhu Xingyue instinctively leaned forward with her petite frame. Yet she soon halted, her small hand gripping tighter onto the hem of Zhu Ren's garment. Zhu Ren's gaze briefly swept past Xia Qingyun without pausing as he bent down. His voice gentle, "Yeah, let's get in the car and return home." With that, he took his daughter's hand, while Jiang Wanyan and Xiao Yue supported him on either side, and together they walked towards the car parked by the roadside, seemingly oblivious to the woman standing just a few steps away. "Husband." Xia Qingyun's voice trembled, and she finally called out, hastening her pace to catch up with them. Chapter 85. The Divorce Petition. Xia Qingyun's despair. Zhu Ren halted his steps, turning around with an expression that revealed little, merely gazing at her with tranquility. "Is there something you need, President Xia?" Xia Qingyun's chest heaved violently as she struggled to lift the thermos in her hand, her voice trembling. I have prepared some soup for you. You've just been discharged. You need to nourish your body." Zhu Ren's gaze fell upon the silver thermos, a vessel he had once purchased, recalling moments when he would prepare lunch for Xia Qingyun. "There's no need," he replied in a flat tone. Xia Qingyun's hand, clutching the thermos, froze mid-air, her wrist trembling slightly. "Husband, just a sip, please?" Her voice was laced with desperation, her eyes reddening again. "Consider this my plea, your health." Zhu Ren averted his eyes, slightly tilting his head to evade her gaze. Jiang Wanyan stepped forward, positioning herself between them, her eyes sweeping over the thermos in Xia Qingyun's grasp. Your intentions are appreciated, but Zhu Ren has just awakened. The doctor advised a light diet, avoiding greasy foods. I've arranged for a nourishing congee to be prepared, so there's no need for President Xia's assistance. Xiao Yue chimed in appropriately, her tone cool and detached. Indeed, what Zhu Ren requires most is professional care and a tranquil environment. His emotions must remain stable. Xia Qingyun, perhaps you should attend to your company and other matters, so as not to distract Zhu Ren further. Listening to their synchronized remarks, Xia Qingyun felt as if her chest was being constricted, her breaths quickening, her complexion paling. She turned to Zhu Ren for solace, but found him exhausted, eyes shut. Husband, look at them. Xia Qingyun could no longer contain herself, her voice cracking with emotion. I am your wife. Enough. Zhu Ren opened his eyes, interrupting her. Let us get in the car. He said nothing more, and Jiang Wanyun and Xiao Yue promptly assisted him, guiding him toward the car parked by the roadside. Zhu Xinyue cast a glance at Xia Qingyun, her small face revealing hesitation, yet she remained closely beside Zhu Ren. Xia Qingyun was left abandoned, the lovingly prepared chicken soup in her hands suddenly feeling unbearably heavy. Watching as Zhu Ren was helped into the car, the door nearly closing, she felt an impulse surge within her, bolting forward. Husband! Yet! The car door closed mercilessly before her, the black sedan slowly pulling away, merging into the flow of traffic without pause. Xia Qingyun stood, dazed at the hospital entrance. Watching the vehicle disappear, the thermos clattering to the ground, the warm soup spilling everywhere, a scene of utter disarray. Curious glances from passers-by fell upon her, but she remained oblivious. After a long moment, she slowly crouched down, gazing at the flowing soup on the ground, silent tears cascading down her cheeks. No, she could not simply give up. She abruptly stood, wiping her tears away, her gaze firming once more. Retrieving her phone, she swiftly dialed her assistant, Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng, please investigate my husband's residence at the Jiuzhong Villa. I need to know whether it is purchased or rented. After hanging up the phone, she gazed in the direction where the car had vanished, adjusting her slightly disheveled clothing and hair. Regardless of the circumstances, she resolved to follow. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was somewhat somber. Zhu Xinyue leaned against Zhu Ren, softly inquiring, Daddy, will we be living in that new house from now on? Zhu Ren gently caressed his daughter's hair, replying, Yes, it is our new home, Daddy and Yaya. Zhu Xinyue nervously twisted the hem of her garment, pausing momentarily. What about Mommy? Zhu Ren fell silent for a moment, his gaze resting on his daughter's face. Yeah, Daddy and Mommy will live separately from now on, but our love for you will never waver. You can call Mommy whenever you miss her or invite her to visit. Zhu Xinyue, though somewhat perplexed, nodded and buried her small face in his embrace, ceasing further conversation. Jiang Wanyun observed the father and daughter through the rearview mirror, sighing inwardly. Xiao Yue, seated beside her, also directed her gaze towards Zhu Ren, a hint of sympathy in her eyes. The vehicle soon arrived at the Jiuzhong Villa. The villa had been meticulously cleaned, as Jiang Che had arranged for housekeeping services in advance, and the refrigerator was stocked full of provisions. Leaning on a cane, Zhu Ren, supported by Jiang Wanyun and Xiao Yue, surveyed the surroundings. The house, designed in a modern Chinese style, was spacious and bright, complete with a small courtyard featuring a rockery and flowing water, as well as an open area suitable for planting flowers and plants. Zhu Xinyue's eyes sparkled as she dashed around the yard, exclaiming, Daddy, it's so beautiful here. A faint smile broke on Zhu Ren's face. Do you like it? Zhu Xinyue nodded vigorously. I love it. Jiang Wanyun, Xiao Yue, and Lin Yu assisted in bringing the luggage inside. Lin Yu spoke up, Teacher Zhu, you should rest well. If you need anything, feel free to call us. Jiang Wanyun added with a smile, Today you are discharged from the hospital. We'll tidy up a bit and have a simple meal here tonight to celebrate. Xiao Yue nodded in agreement. I took special leave today, so I can help. Lin Yu immediately raised her hand. Yes, yes. Teacher Zhu's housewarming and discharge from the hospital are both joyous occasions. We must celebrate. I'll lend a hand. Zhu Ren looked at the three women before glancing at his leg, which was encased in a cast, and at his young daughter. Eventually, He nodded. Thank you all. Jiang Wanyun and Xiao Yue exchanged a brief glance in the air before turning away, beginning to sort through the belongings. Zhu Ren sat on the living room sofa, watching his daughter dart about in their new home, while also observing the three women diligently at work, his heart a tumult of emotions. He took out his phone, found a quiet corner, and dialed Attorney Zhang. Attorney Zhang, this is Zhu Ren. The divorce petition can now be submitted. Meanwhile, at Lanting Bun, Xia Qingyun sat alone in the empty living room, awaiting the results of Xiao Cheng's investigation. She had also dispatched someone to check the surveillance footage. But the car had entered the underground garage, making it impossible to determine which building it belonged to. She refrained from calling Zhu Ren, Jiang Wanyun, or Xiao Yue. Fully aware that any inquiries would be futile, they would not disclose anything to her. Restlessly, she paced back and forth in the living room, hoping for even the slightest good news from Xiao Cheng's side. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Xia Qingyun's spirits lifted as she believed it was Xiao Cheng arriving, and she hurried to open the door. Standing at the threshold was Lawyer Zhang, who, upon seeing the haggard woman before him, extended a document pouch. Ms. Xia, this is a copy of the divorce petition submitted to the court on behalf of Mr. Zhu Ren. Kindly acknowledge receipt. If all goes as planned, the hearing will take place within a week. Xia Qingyun's gaze fixated on the document pouch, her complexion draining of color. A divorce petition? No, this cannot be. He would not do this to me. She shook her head vigorously. Lawyer Zhang, maintaining an impassive demeanor, presented the document once more. Mr. Zhu's stance is resolute. Ms. Xia, I urge you to cooperate and acknowledge receipt. This is merely a legal formality. Xia Qingyun took a step back. I will not sign. I refuse to divorce. Chapter 86. You cannot treat me this way. Lawyer Zhang adjusted his glasses and addressed Ms. Xia. The act of signing merely indicates that you have received the legal documents. It does not signify your consent to the divorce. You possess the right to contest and respond. He paused briefly before adding, furthermore, Mr. Zhu has explicitly stated in the petition that he voluntarily relinquishes all marital assets, only seeking custody of your daughter, Zhu Xinyue. Custody? He intends to take away Yaya? She is unwilling to lose her husband, nor her daughter. No, absolutely not. I do not consent to the divorce. Lawyer Zhang remained impassive. He had faced countless battles and witnessed much. Which renowned divorce case in Longwa had he not handled? Regarding the custody issue, the court will render a judgment in accordance with the law. Ms. Xia, you may thoroughly examine the content of the petition and promptly engage your own attorney for assistance. He placed a file bag on the shoe cabinet by the door. My delivery task is complete, regardless of whether you sign. I will accurately note this on the delivery receipt. Farewell. With that, Lawyer Zhang gave a slight nod and turned to leave, leaving Xia Qingyun standing alone at the door. She gazed at the line in the divorce petition that relinquished all property, seeking only their daughter, feeling a sharp pang. Her body weakened, and she sank to the ground, allowing herself to be engulfed by boundless regret and despair. Outside lay the garden that she and Zhu Ren had meticulously tended, now forlorn and desolate from neglect. The remnants of their life together lingered within the house, each item seemingly mocking her foolishness and failure. She recalled their past, from the sweet romance in university to the mundane realities of married life, and then to the arrival of Sun Zhe, as well as the tumult of the KTV incident. How had they arrived at this juncture? She had never contemplated betraying him, nor had she ever desired to lose him. Yet, why had she repeatedly made such grievous errors? Memories of Jiang Wanyan surfaced, recalling that woman's interrogation in the hospital and the intimate manner in which she cared for Zhu Ren. She could not simply concede. She could not lose her husband. Even less could she lose her daughter. With tears still fresh on her face, she rose, her gaze resolute. Picking up her phone from the ground, she dialed the head of the legal department. Hello? Minister Wang? It's me. Immediately assemble the strongest legal team. I intend to fight this lawsuit with every ounce of my strength, even if it becomes widely known and brings shame to the Xia family. I refuse to accept a divorce. At that moment, Xiao Cheng finally brought good news. Through the security guards, he had learned Zhu Ren's exact whereabouts. Xia Qingyun felt a surge of energy and drove straight to the Jiuzhong villa. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warmth upon the polished wooden floors. However, the kitchen was bustling, a stark contrast to the tranquility of the living room. Jiang Wanyun, apron-tied, skillfully handled the ingredients, moving with a practiced ease that indicated her familiarity with culinary affairs. Xiao Yue stood by her side, assisting. This scene seemed to transport her back 5 years. Though the lively chatter that once filled the space had been replaced by Lin Yu, she buzzed about like an excited little follower, at times handing Jiang Wanyun spices, and at others helping Xiao Yue wash vegetables. Though occasionally clumsy, her enthusiasm was palpable as she chattered incessantly. Wow. Wanyun's sister, your knife skills are extraordinary. Wei Wei's sister. This combination looks so healthy. Zhu Ren had pulled a small stool to sit at the kitchen entrance, clutching her tablet as she watched cartoons, occasionally peeking in to ask, Aunt Jiang, Aunt Xiao, Sister Lin, is lunch ready? Dad seems hungry. At that moment, Zhu Ren leaned against the kitchen doorframe with his cane, observing the flurry of activity within. The scene stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. Almost ready, Jiang Wanyun called back with a smile upon noticing Zhu Ren. I made the yam and pork rib soup you like, light and good for your stomach. You should sit in the living room. Don't stand for too long. Your leg is just recovering. I also prepared steamed base, Xiao Yue added, lifting her head to contribute, low in fat and high in protein, perfect for your recovery. Zhu Ren nodded, saying nothing more as he turned to head back to the sofa in the living room. Just then, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Being closest to the door, Zhu Ren instinctively leaned on his cane to answer it. Dad! Zhu Ren exclaimed, quick to jump off her stool and rush to his side to stop him. Your leg isn't stable. Let me get it. Without waiting for Zhu Ren's response, she hurried to the door, tiptoeing slightly as she struggled to twist the doorknob. When the door swung open, Zhu Ren's smile faltered upon seeing the visitor. Mom! Standing outside was Xia Qingyun, clad in a cream-colored knitted dress. Her hair neatly styled and a light touch of makeup attempting to mask her fatigue. In her hands, she clutched a thick folder tightly. Yet, the bloodshot eyes and tightly pressed lips revealed her inner turmoil and anxiety. Good girl. Yeah. Xia Qingyun managed a strained smile, her gaze drifting past her daughter to Zhu Ren in the living room. She forced a gentle smile, saying, Darling, I came to check on you, and yeah. Upon seeing her, Zhu Ren's expression instantly turned cold. Without allowing her to finish, he interjected with an icy tone, What do you want? Leave? He took a couple of steps forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhu Ren, attempting to bar Xia Qingyun from entering. Honey, I brought you something important. She pleaded. I don't need it. Zhu Ren interrupted firmly. You're not welcome here. Please leave. At this point, Jiang Wanyun and Xiao Yue emerged from the kitchen. Sensing the tense atmosphere at the door, they exchanged knowing glances and chose to remain where they were, observing quietly. Jiang Wanyun regarded the folder in Xia Qingyun's hands thoughtfully, while Xiao Yue frowned slightly, gauging Zhu Ren's reaction. Lin Yue's eyes sparkled with gossip, and she discreetly pulled Zhu Ren to a corner of the living room, whispering words of comfort. I won't leave. Xia Qingyun stubbornly clung to the doorframe, tears brimming in her eyes. Shuang, you cannot treat me this way. At least look at what I brought. Can we at least do that before you send me away? I said leave. Zhu Ren's voice rose slightly, laced with palpable anger. He contemplated pushing her away, yet restrained himself, mindful of his injured leg and their daughter's presence. The two stood at the doorway, locked in a standoff, one resolutely intent on expulsion, the other steadfastly refusing to depart. At that moment, Xia Qingyun noticed Zhu Ren, who was hiding behind her father. The little girl was peering at her discreetly, stirring something within Xia Qingyun. She turned to her daughter, beseeching, Yeah, could you please speak to Daddy for Mommy? Mommy doesn't wish to leave you and Daddy. Please ask him not to chase me away, all right? Zhu Ren glanced at her father's icy demeanor and then at her tearful mother, momentarily at a loss. Ultimately, she broke free from Lin Yu's grasp and rushed to her father's side. Gently tugging at Zhu Ren's sleeve, she raised her small face and softly uttered, Mommy has made a mistake, just like EM makes mistakes. Everyone deserves a chance to make amends, as the teacher says. Mommy, I saw her crying for a long time yesterday. Chapter 87, It was Mother S' mistake. It was all Mother S' fault. The tender voice of a child finally extinguished Zhu Ren's fury. He gazed at his daughter S' obedient and understanding demeanor, then at the woman at the door. Weeping and unwilling to depart. Taking a deep breath, he finally relented. Come in. Just this once, have dinner and then leave. Xia Qingyun felt as if she had been granted a reprieve. She quickly wiped away her tears, cast a grateful glance at her daughter, and cautiously stepped into the room. Placing the folder she held upon the coffee table. Within the folder, the top document bore the company's seal. A termination notice clearly stating the dissolution of the labor contract with Sun Tze in bold black text. Beneath this shocking notification lay an even more astonishing document, the Qingren Technology Equity Transfer Agreement. In this agreement, Xia Qingyun was the party A, and Zhu Ren was the party B. The content revealed that Xia Qingyun would transfer all her shares in Qingren Technology, which she had painstakingly built, to Zhu Ren without compensation. The terms of the agreement were explicit, with all attachments complete, even bearing the signatures of legal witnesses. Only Zhu Ren's signature was awaited. She laid before him everything she had worked tirelessly to achieve. This company on the verge of going public with a significant valuation. Sun Tze, I have officially terminated your employment. Here is the document. Xia Qingyun's gaze was resolute as she looked at Zhu Ren. And this, Qingren Technology, is a name you created, a dream we once shared. I understand the numerous sacrifices you have made for me and Yia over the years. Now, I wish to hand it over to you. She paused, her voice choking with emotion. I know this cannot mend the wounds I have inflicted upon you, nor can it restore your trust, but it is the only thing I can do at this moment. I want you to know in my heart, you and Yia will forever hold more significance than the company or anything else. The living room fell into a profound silence. Jiang Wanyun and Xiao Yue exchanged astonished glances, acutely aware of what Qingren Technology represented for Xia Qingyun, her blood, sweat, and tears. She was willing to go to such lengths to salvage her relationship with Zhu Ren. Why had she not done this earlier? Lin Yu's mouth hung agape in disbelief, unsure of how to respond. Although Zhu Xinyue did not comprehend the document's implications, she sensed the gravity of the atmosphere and nervously clutched the hem of Zhu Ren's shirt. Zhu Ren stared at the equity transfer agreement, feeling a stir in his heart. He understood the immense effort Xia Qingyun had invested in this company, from a vague idea to securing investments, building a team, overcoming technical hurdles, and countless days and nights spent immersed in her work, enduring numerous failures and setbacks to arrive at this point. Was she truly willing to relinquish all of this? Was it in an effort to win him back, or out of guilt, or perhaps she sought to influence him through this gesture? He lifted his gaze to Xia Qingyun, whose eyes brimmed with pleading, hope, and a glimmer of expectation. Yet, deep within him, a certain part seemed to have frozen over completely. This was not something that could be easily smoothed over with money or shares. Once trust is shattered, it is exceedingly difficult to restore. Do you believe that presenting these will erase what has transpired? He questioned. It cannot. Xia Qingyun immediately shook her head, tears streaming down her face once more. No, that is not what I mean. I know it cannot. I merely wish to demonstrate my resolve, to convey my remorse and sincerity to you. Your contrition has not gone unnoticed. Zhu Ren's voice remained calm as he glanced at the dismissal notice and then placed it back on the table, his gaze deliberately avoiding the equity agreement. However, Zhu Ren continued unwaveringly, locking eyes with Xia Qingyun, stating that this would not alter anything. The issues between them had never been about Sun Tze, nor about money, and certainly not about company shares. It was the trust that had long since dissipated between them. The word trust echoed in her ears like an incantation. She had believed that the misunderstandings could be rectified, that Sun Tze's absence and her declaration of feelings would mend the rift. But in his heart, the very foundation of their relationship had already been eroded. The dismissal letter and the share transfer agreement appeared utterly insipid and even somewhat ludicrous at that moment. No, that's not true. Xia Qingyun's lips trembled, her complexion paler than before. She stumbled slightly, grasping the armrest of the nearby sofa to steady herself. Trust can be rebuilt, my husband. I swear, I will never again. How can it be rebuilt? Zhu Ren interrupted, refusing to allow her to continue. A shattered mirror cannot be restored. Each instance of her association with Sun Ze, every secret she kept from him, each moment of hesitation between him and Sun Ze had deepened the cracks in that mirror of trust. By the time of that fateful night at the KTV and the day she fell into the water, it had completely shattered. I just don't want you to misunderstand. I just think Sun Ze. She attempted to explain, her voice dwindling, as even she recognized how flimsy her justifications were in the face of their broken trust. Enough, Xia Qingyun. Zhu Ren closed his eyes, seemingly unwilling to witness her anguish any longer. Words are futile. I saw your dismissal of Sun Ze, and I saw your share transfer. But this does not alter my decision. He opened his eyes, his gaze shifting to their daughter, his tone softening slightly. Yeah, must be hungry. Let's have dinner. In the kitchen, Jiang Wanyun emerged at the right moment, carrying a pot of soup, a smile gracing her face. The soup is ready, and the ribs are tender. Just perfect for Zhu Ren. Xiao Yue followed closely behind, serving steamed base, her calm gaze sweeping past Xia Qingyun without lingering. Lin Yu hastily encouraged, Yes, let us eat. I can smell the delicious aromas. Ye looked at her father and then at her mother, who stood there motionless, understanding and choosing not to say anything further, obediently following Lin Yu to the dining table. Xia Qingyun sat down at the table like a marionette, passively taking her place. The meal was excruciating. The table was laden with an array of visually appealing and fragrant dishes, revealing the culinary prowess of Jiang Wanyun and Xiao Yue, who had clearly invested considerable effort. Jiang Wanyun frequently served Zhu Ren lighter dishes, gently encouraging him to eat more. Meanwhile, Xiao Yue silently removed the fish bones for him, placing tender pieces of fish at the edge of his bowl. Their gestures were natural and considerate, inciting a flicker of irritation in Xia Qingyun. She longed to serve food to Zhu Ren, to express her concern for him, yet her hand would freeze midway, immobilized by the intensity of his gaze. All she could do was lower her head, silently pushing the rice around in her bowl, tasteless and devoid of pleasure. Occasionally, she would glance up to witness Zhu Ren patiently feeding their daughter or softly conversing with her, a scene so warm it felt blinding. Yet she found herself utterly excluded from it. It seemed that Zhu Xinyue also sensed the chilly atmosphere between her parents, casting furtive glances from one to the other. Finally, she picked up a piece of meat and offered it to Xia Qingyun, saying, Mom, don't just eat rice. You need to eat more vegetables for nutrition, so you can be healthy. This tender concern shone like a warm beam of light, illuminating Xia Qingyun's world, as she gazed at her daughter's innocent face. Tinged with worry, and listened to her earnest yet childish words, Xia Qingyun could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling in large drops onto the rice. Trembling, she reached out to accept the piece of meat her daughter had offered, her voice choked with emotion, barely forming coherent sentences. Thank you, Mom will eat, observing her daughter's thoughtful and caring demeanor. In stark contrast to her own recent actions, a profound sense of regret engulfed her. She set down her chopsticks, covered her face, her voice filled with anguish. It is my fault. All of it is my fault. I am so sorry, my dear. I am sorry. Chapter 88. A Bombshell. Zhu Xinyue was startled by her mother's sudden tears. She set down her small bowl, climbed down from her chair, and approached her mother, gently patting her back with her tiny hand, offering comfort like an adult. Mama, don't cry. Yaya doesn't blame you. Please don't be sad. This touching scene momentarily halted Zhu Ren's actions of eating, as he cast a complex glance at the weeping Xia Qingyun and his daughter. Ultimately, he merely lowered his head in silence and continued to add vegetables to his daughter's bowl. Jiang Wanyun and Xiao Yue also quietly set down their chopsticks, while Lin Yu looked at Zhu Xinyue with a pained expression, letting out a soft sigh. At last, this long and awkward lunch came to an end. Zhu Ren put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and addressed Xia Qingyun in a calm tone. Have you finished? You may leave now. The dismissal was direct, devoid of any semblance of compassion. Xia Qingyun raised her head, her lips trembling. Darling. Zhu Xinyue anxiously grasped Zhu Ren's hand. He gently patted the back of his daughter's hand to reassure her, then turned to Xia Qingyun and said, You have received the divorce petition. Haven to you? Before the court hearing, both Yaya and I will stay here. I will pack up the items from the old house later. I need to rest now. You should leave. He stood up, leaning on his cane, ready to return to his room. Xia Qingyun gazed at his resolute figure, her heart sinking into despair. She understood that everything was beyond salvage. Trembling, she stood up, leaving behind a share transfer agreement and the notice of Sun Ze's dismissal. As she reached the door, she glanced back one last time. Zhu Ren had already entered the room and closed the door behind him. Jiang Wanyun and Xiao Yue exchanged glances in the living room, their expressions varying. Zhu Xinyue stood in front of her, timidly tugging at Xia Qingyun's clothing, asking, "Are you leaving?" She crouched down and embraced her daughter's small form with all her strength, burying her face deep in her daughter's soft hair. Yeah, she choked, almost unable to articulate her thoughts. Mama just needs to step out for a moment. Mama loves you forever. After a long moment, she gently released her daughter, trembling fingers wiping away the tears from her face, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. Be good. Yeah. Listen to your father. Mama will come to see you often. Standing up, she cast a lingering glance at the closed door, grasped the doorknob, and shakily exited. In the living room, Jiang Wanyun and Xiao Yue exchanged a knowing look, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Lin Yu held Zhu Xinyue close, softly patting her back. Don't cry, Yaya. Your parents just need some time. Zhu Xinyue buried her small face in Lin Yu's embrace, sobbing silently. Meanwhile, in the room, Zhu Ren leaned against the door, listening to the faint sounds of his daughter's weeping outside, closing his eyes. Trust had been shattered, and the water had been spilled. Even if she were willing to forsake everything, he could never return. Xia Qingyun, in a daze, drove aimlessly through the city. Finally, she parked her car in front of the Heartbeat Stop Bar. The bar had yet to officially open, leaving it eerily vacant. Ah, a rare visitor indeed. Shi Yunju glanced up to see a figure at the entrance, raising an eyebrow. What is this? Did Zhu Ren cast you out? Xia Qingyun seemed oblivious to her teasing. Making her way directly to the bar and sitting down, her gaze vacant, voice hoarse. A drink, please. Shi Yunju set down her glass, scrutinizing her from head to toe, clicking her tongue. It seems you've truly been thrown out. Did you give away your shares and still fail to win his heart? Xia Qingyun remained silent. Shi Yunju ceased her inquiries, mixing her a glass of whiskey. Sip it slowly, don't drown yourself. Your daughter still needs a mother. As the fiery liquid coursed down her throat, it did little to numb the ache in her heart. Xia Qingyun seized the glass and downed it in one go. Zhu. She leaned over the bar, tears finally slipping down her cheeks. Doesn't he want me anymore? He truly doesn't he? Not even allowing me to cross his threshold. Pathetic, Shi Yunju scoffed. It's not the end of the world. Crying like that is unbecoming. What am I to do? I truly don't know what to do. I cannot be without him. Xia Qingyun raised her tear-streaked face, clutching Shi Yunju's arm, releasing a desperate wail. At that moment, the bar door swung open, and a few drunken men stumbled in. Spotting the weeping Xia Qingyun at the bar, one of them brightened, swaying over, reaching out to touch her face. Hey there, beautiful. Drinking alone? Heartbroken? Come hang out with us. We'll make you smile. Xia Qingyun looked up, confusion in her eyes, a flicker of disdain crossing her features. She turned away, her voice icy. You think you're worthy? The man was momentarily taken aback by the chill in her gaze. Then his embarrassment turned to anger. Hey, you feisty little thing. How dare you bang? A dull thud resounded. Before he could finish, he was sent sprawling backward like a kite with its string cut, toppling several chairs, clutching his stomach in pain. Shi Yunju had stepped in front of Xia Qingyun at some point, casually toying with an empty bottle, beckoning the remaining stunned men. Who else wants to play? Seeing their groaning companion on the floor, the drunken men sobered up in an instant, hastily hoisting him and fleeing the bar in a panic. Shi Yunju then tucked away the bottle and returned to the bar, as if nothing had transpired, calmly stating to Xia Qingyun, You see, tears are futile against such trash. One must take action. Xia Qingyun regarded her with a mix of emotions, realizing once more that Zhu had come to her aid. After a few more shots of strong liquor, her consciousness began to blur. Her words a fragmented echo. I cannot lose him. Zhu, please help me once more. Shi Yunju, observing her pitiful state, sighed, "Enough of this. Let us head home." She helped the utterly inebriated Xia Qingyun into her car, taking her back to her penthouse. Throwing Xia Qingyun onto the sofa, Shi Yunju gazed at her tear-streaked face and shook her head. Xia, you are simply too rigid. Sometimes having a thicker skin can actually make things easier." She paused, observing Xia Qingyun's hazy, intoxicated eyes, a smile gracing her lips. "I have thought of a plan for you." Leaning closer to Xia Qingyun's ear, she whispered, "Sun Zhe, did you not dismiss him? Well done. However, mere dismissal is insufficient. In my opinion, he should face some consequences, perhaps even suffer a tarnished reputation." Upon hearing Sun Zhe's name, Xia Qingyun's awareness sharpened slightly, and she vigorously shook her head. "No, Zhu, I've already let him go. If I go any further, he won't survive." Shi Yunju interrupted her, gently swirling her wine glass. "Xia, are you perhaps too kind-hearted? So much so that you cannot discern the gravity of the situation?" She set down her glass, leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Zhu Ren was nearly lost, and Zhu Xinyue was almost in peril. "Tell me, at such a time, does his little grievances and innocence still hold any significance?" Observing the indecision on Xia Qingyun's face, Shi Yunju unleashed a bombshell. What if that year, it was I who brought Zhu Ren to your bed? How would you respond? Chapter 89. Opportunities are self-created what? Upon hearing these words, Xia Qingyun suddenly felt a significant clarity break through the haze of her intoxication. "Zhu, is that you?" Shi Yunju remained silent, merely offering a mysterious smile. Xia Qingyun could hardly fathom the implications. If this were true, what had she been doing all this time? Had she truly allowed her family to be thrown into disarray for the sake of an unrelated individual? Impossible. Surely, this must be a jest. "So, you truly harbor no other feelings for Sun Zhe?" "Of course not. Do you really think I could ever be interested in him?" Xia Qingyun replied without hesitation. As expected, Zhu had misunderstood, which prompted her to test her resolve. Yet, deep down, she understood she had never betrayed her husband. With his delicate demeanor, "He couldn't possibly compare to my husband. My husband is so." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed. Shi Yunju chuckled, realizing the implications. "So, is that the reason you don't wish to divorce?" "What are you talking about?" Xia Qingyun exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and anger flaring within her. While that aspect was indeed a factor, the most crucial reason remained her love for her husband. After all, they shared the fruits of their love. "All right, I understand. Let us change the subject," Shi Yunju suggested. "You wish to see Zhu Ren and enter that household, correct?" Xia Qingyun nodded fervently, her eyes brimming with longing. "Then heed my advice. Tomorrow, go to the kindergarten and pick up Zhu Xinyue. And then take her directly to the Jiuzhong Villa to see Zhu Ren. But he won't let me through the door. If he drives you away, could he possibly also cast out his own daughter? Zhu Ren cherishes his precious daughter above all else. If you bring Zhu Xinyue with you, no matter how reluctant he may feel, he will have to let you in for the sake of his daughter. Once you are through the door, the rest will be manageable. Opportunities are self-created. Do you understand?" Shi Yunju's gaze was laden with meaning. Xia Qingyun hesitated, but the thought of Zhu Ren's resolute nature left her feeling helpless and devoid of alternatives. She nodded. "All right, I will follow your guidance. Zhu, thank you." Shi Yunju observed her renewed determination with satisfaction and smiled. "Sleep well, and tomorrow, be spirited." The next day, Xia Qingyun set out early. Following Shi Yunju's advice from the previous night, a flicker of hope reignited within her, bolstering her confidence. She drove to Qingren Technology, and as she settled into her office, she had not been there long before a commotion erupted outside. In front of the president's office, Sun Zhe held a document, his usual gentle smile adorning his face as he prepared to knock on the door and report to Xia Qingyun. However, just as he raised his hand, he was intercepted by Xiao Cheng. "Secretary Sun," Xiao Cheng spoke formally, "Xia Zong is not in the office today. Please convey any messages through me." Sun Zhe was taken aback. "The senior is absent? Where has she gone? Wasn't she just fine yesterday?" Xiao Cheng did not respond directly. Instead, she retrieved another document from behind her and handed it to Sun Zhe. "Mr. Sun, This is your notice regarding personnel changes. Please take a look. Sun Zhe, perplexed, accepted the document, and as he read the title, Notice of Termination of Sun Zhe's Employment Contract, the smile on his face instantly froze, replaced by shock and fury. Termination? On what grounds? He screamed, "What have I done wrong?" Xiao Cheng was startled, but maintained her professionalism, calmly stating, "Mr. Sun, this is the company's decision. The Human Resources Department will discuss the termination process and compensation with you." Decision. Sun Zhe abruptly slammed the document to the ground, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Cheng, shouting, "Is it you? Did you speak ill of me in front of the senior sister?" Sun Zhe. Xiao Cheng, equally incensed, straightened her posture. "Mind your language. This is the company's decision and has nothing to do with me. Are you not aware of your own actions? Mr. Zhu was nearly affected because of you. If President Xia did not report you to the authorities, it was only out of consideration for our past." Consideration? Sun Zhe scoffed as if he had heard the greatest joke. She shows such sentiment. A classic case of betrayal. I sacrificed so much for her. He realized he had overstepped and abruptly fell silent, but the resentment and unwillingness in his eyes were unmistakable. "I tell you, Xiao Cheng, do not rejoice too soon. Xia Qingyun cannot live without me. She..." "Mr. Sun," Xiao Cheng coldly interrupted, "please leave the company immediately, or I will have to call security. Your personal grievances with President Xia should not involve the company or innocent colleagues." Sun Zhe, confronted with Xiao Cheng's icy gaze and the curious stares of his colleagues, understood that further outbursts would be futile and only serve to deepen his humiliation. He glared at Xiao Cheng, bent down to pick up the termination notice, and gritted his teeth. "Fine. Very well. You are ruthless." With that, he stormed out of the office, leaving Zhu Technology in a state of disgrace. In the president's office, Xia Qingyun remained inside, fully aware that in order to salvage her love, such actions were necessary. She dared not face Sun Zhe, even after offering him millions in compensation and recommending him to other companies. After all, it should suffice to repay the debt owed to him and his mother. In the hospital ward, Sun's mother looked at her son, who was lost in despair and filled with resentment, and asked with concern, "Xiao Zhe, what happened? Who has wronged you?" Sun Zhe suddenly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with madness. "Mom, that wretched Xia Qingyun. She fired me. How dare she fire me?" Sun's mother gasped in shock. "What? How could she do that?" "It's all because of that useless Zhu Ren." Sun Zhe slammed his fist on the table. "If it weren't for him, how could the senior sister be so ruthless to me?" A thought crossed Sun's mother's mind, and she tentatively suggested, "Xiao Zhe, given the circumstances, anger will not help. You mentioned that my illness. Perhaps we could..." Sun Zhe abruptly turned to his mother, and a calculating glimmer shone in both their eyes. "Seek an opportunity to summon her, devise a means to consummate the affair, and ideally, ensure she bears the offspring of the Sun family." "Indeed, mother, you are absolutely correct. Does she not harbor guilt towards you? Did she not promise to care for us? Now that I have lost my job, she cannot possibly turn a blind eye to my plight." He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Xia Qingyun's number. The phone rang for an extended period before it was answered, and Xia Qingyun's voice, laced with fatigue, emerged. "Hello? Sun Zhe, what is it?" Sun Zhe immediately adopted a voice filled with feigned sorrow. "Senior, I have been dismissed from the company, and I am at a loss for what I may have done wrong." Xia Qingyun paused momentarily, her tone measured. "This is the company's decision. Compensation will be provided as per regulations. Furthermore, I have recommended you to several other companies, so you need not worry about the non-compete agreement. I do not seek compensation." Sun Zhe's voice trembled with emotion. "Senior, a job may be found again, but my mother..." At this, he struggled to squeeze out a few tears, releasing muffled sobs. Chapter 90. Sun Zhe's plan. Xia Qingyun ultimately could not overcome the emotional barrier within her heart. "How is my aunt? Is she in good health?" "The doctor said her condition is not very good." Sun Zhe's voice was laden with despair. "Senior, I know I should not trouble you any further, but my mother has always had a wish. She longs to see me bring a girlfriend home for her to meet. I understand that I have been dismissed and have no right to ask for anything from you. But, Senior, consider my mother's critical condition, could you..." "Sun Zhe, please stop," Xia Qingyun interrupted him, her tone infused with a hint of helplessness. I cannot agree to pretend to be your girlfriend. It would be unfair to my husband and to myself. Senior. Sun Ze's voice cracked with emotion as he pleaded. I do not wish for you to truly be my girlfriend. I simply want you to accompany me to the hospital to put on a performance before my mother, to ease her worries. Just this once, please. I have lost my job, and now you cannot even fulfill this last small wish of my motheress. Are you truly going to be so cruel? Listening to his plaintive accusations, Xia Qingyun felt her resolve wavering. She indeed harbored guilt towards Sun Ze's mother. And considering Sun Ze's unfortunate circumstances, she felt a pang of sympathy. After much hesitation, she finally conceded, Sun Ze, pretending to be my girlfriend is out of the question. However, I can accompany you to the hospital to visit your aunt once. I will clearly explain to her our relationship as merely senior and junior, so she does not misunderstand and can focus on her recovery. Sun Ze was taken aback that Xia Qingyun did not relent completely, and he felt a surge of bitterness. Let's not discuss this matter any further. I will visit your aunt with you tomorrow. Having someone come is better than not coming at all, Sun Ze hastily agreed. Yes, thank you, senior. So, shall we go tomorrow? I will inform my mother to prepare herself. Let us go tomorrow afternoon. I will finish my work at the company and then come find you. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Xia Qingyun left the company early, having opted not to work overtime. Following Zhu's suggestion, she drove to the entrance of the provincial kindergarten. Taking a deep breath to steady her slightly anxious demeanor, she approached the entrance. Mom. Zhu Xinyue's eyes lit up upon seeing her, yet she did not rush over as usual. Instead, she remained standing in place, her small face tinged with timidity. Xia Qingyun's heart ached, realizing the previous events had left a shadow over her daughter. She crouched down, striving to soften her voice. Yeah, Mommy is here to take you home. Zhu Xinyue glanced at her, and then looked outside, seemingly searching for someone, and quietly asked, But Daddy asked Aunt Jiang to pick me up. Jiang Wanyun. It was fortunate that she had arrived early, directly calling the teacher to bring her daughter out. Had she come at the usual time, that woman would have gotten to her first. Are you unhappy that Mommy came to pick you up? Xia Qingyun gently coaxed. Let Aunt Jiang go back on her own. But Daddy is unwell and still resting. Mommy wants to go see him. Can you help Mommy, please? Zhu Xinyue hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded, extending her small hand to gently rest it in Xia Qingyun's palm. Then, Mother, please speak with Aunt Jiang. Feeling the warmth of her daughter's tiny hand, Xia Qingyun's heart settled slightly. All right, my dear, whatever you say goes. I shall heed your words. She took her daughter's hand and boarded the car, setting off towards the Jiuzhong villa. Standing before the entrance of Zhu Ren's villa, Xia Qingyun felt her heart race. She took a deep breath and pressed the doorbell. After a moment, the door opened, revealing Jiang Wanyun. Upon seeing Jiang Wanyun, Xia Qingyun's expression darkened instantly. What are you doing here? Leaning against the doorframe, Jiang Wanyun maintained a calm demeanor, a smile gracing her lips. Me? I am, of course, here to take care of Zhu Ren. But you, President Xia, what brings you here? This is my husband's home. Do I need to report my return with my daughter to you? Xia Qingyun retorted assertively. How brazen of you. Soon enough, he will no longer be your husband. It is only because you bore a precious daughter that you still have a place in this household, Jiang Wanyun shot back. Xia Qingyun felt a pang at the thought of the divorce papers, but forced herself to remain composed. Oh, do you possess the capability to bear one yourself? Daddy! Zhu Xinyue, upon spotting Zhu Ren seated on the living room sofa, immediately broke free from Xia Qingyun's grasp and dashed toward him. Zhu Ren set down his book, and, upon seeing his daughter, a gentle smile appeared on his face. However, the moment he noticed Xia Qingyun entering behind her, his smile vanished, and his gaze turned icy. Xia Qingyun felt a twinge of guilt under his cold stare, but pressed forward, placing the freshly purchased fruits on a coffee table. Darling, I have brought you back. Are you feeling any better? Zhu Ren offered no reply, merely instructing Zhu Xinyue, Yeah, go wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Zhu Xinyue glanced between her father and mother, obediently responded, and ran off to the restroom. The living room was left with only Zhu Ren, Xia Qingyun, and Jiang Wanyun, creating an awkward atmosphere. Xia Qingyun. As a mother, It is natural for you to wish to see Yeye. However, this is now my residence, and I require peace to recuperate. Your uninvited presence only serves to disturb me. I hope you understand that we are in the process of divorce. Aside from matters concerning our daughter, I wish to avoid any unnecessary entanglements with you. Husband, how can you say such things? This is also Yeye's home. As her mother, is it not my duty to care for her, and you? Xia Qingyun protested. What do you mean by unnecessary entanglements? We are still married. We have not divorced yet. Very soon. That will change, Jiang Wanyan interjected, leisurely picking up a freshly brewed cup of tea and walking over to Zhu Ren, placing it gently on the table beside him. Zhu Ren has only recently awakened. The doctor advised him to rest and avoid emotional upheaval. President Xia, your loud commotion may not be appropriate under these circumstances. Jiang Wanyan's demeanor as the lady of the house ignited Xia Qingyun's fury. Jiang Wanyan, this is not your place to speak. I am conversing with my husband. Who are you, an outsider, to interject? Outsider? Jiang Wanyan raised an eyebrow and gazed at Zhu Ren, inquiring, do you consider me an outsider? Chapter 91. What are they really doing? Zhu Ren did not look at her, nor did he refute her. He merely rubbed his weary brow and said to Xia Qingyun, I do not wish to argue, especially in front of Yeye. He took a deep breath, gazing intently at her, and articulated each word with clarity. My intentions are quite clear. You may visit Yeye. I will not interfere, as that is your right. However, I kindly ask that you refrain from appearing here unannounced in such a manner, and do not entangle yourself with me. I am not entangling, she protested. I merely care for you and our daughter. Please, dear husband, do not be this way. Your manner of concern suffocates me, Zhu Ren replied bluntly. When you need me, I am present, but when I require your support, where are you? At this moment, I seek tranquility. I wish to raise Yeye well and embark on a new chapter of my life. Your presence only complicates matters. What do you mean by complicated? Until our divorce is finalized, I remain your lawful wife and Yeye's mother. This is also Yeye's home, and it is only natural for me to stay and care for her and for you, a wounded man. Yet someone has taken advantage of our marital discord to intrude upon us.